The 100th floor and the god's deception. I climbed the tower. I believed that if I reached the top, I would finally understand why we had been thrown into this relentless nightmare. I never stopped. I never rested. Every step was fueled by desperation and resolve. I was humanity's last hope, the only one who could reach the 100th floor. And I did. You have finally arrived. A voice echoed in the empty space before me. What now? I asked, my voice hollow from exhaustion. You need do nothing, only accept our baptism. Baptism. My fists clenched. What difference does it make? Through baptism, you will gain our recognition and become an apostle. I stared into the void, unable to see their forms. Only their overwhelming presence pressed down on me like an iron weight. Did you drag me into this tower just to be your servant? I roared. I had lost too much friends, comrades, family. I had believed, foolishly, that reaching the top would set us free. A servant? No. Whoever reaches the 100th floor earns the right to stand among the gods. The weak perish. The strong ascend. Join us and rule over the lesser beings. So I can never return to Earth? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. That is correct. My hope crumbled. I had climbed to the very peak, only to be told my journey had been meaningless. If that's the case, I summoned my magic, my wand glowing with an ethereal light. Then I will kill you and leave this place myself. Foolish. The battle was cataclysmic. The very fabric of reality trembled as our powers clashed, shattering the sky and tearing the land asunder. But it wasn't enough. My wand cracked. My enchanted robes lay in tatters. Blood filled my throat. We will forgive this rebellion if you kneel. I glared at the fading silhouettes of the gods. For the first time, I saw their hesitation, their fear. You're not as untouchable as you pretend to be. If I had more time, if I had known more. Humans. Always so flawed. I didn't respond. I knew my fate was sealed. Did you think this was the end? The unseen force wrapped around me, dragging me into the abyss. You will live in despair, stripped of your power, crushed beneath those you once fought for. My existence was erased. Rebirth in the depths. The first thing I heard was the sound of waves. The first thing I saw was the vast expanse of a waiting area, a land of towering mountains, rocky cliffs, and a deep blue sea. And then, hello, I'm Towing, the manager of this place. A cheerful voice greeted me. I turned my head. A creature with fluffy bunny ears smiled at me. Welcome to the first floor of the tower. Are you ready to challenge it? The first floor? Memories flooded back in fragments. I looked down at my own hands, frail, unfamiliar. No, this wasn't me. The gods had twisted my fate. I had once been the greatest climber, the first to reach the 100th floor. And now, I was nothing more than the first floor boss. A never-ending death. Time passed in a blur. 2 challengers entered the cave where I resided. Is this the first floor boss room? I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, my mind clouded. Who are you? The words barely escaped my lips before the blade of a sword pierced my chest. Gasp. I died. Then, it happened again. And again. And again. I revived. Only to die again. Who am I? Tried to ask. Who cares? Let's just kill him and move on. Dark arrow. I cast my only available spell, slow and weak. It was dodged with ease. I fell once more. I lost count of how many times it happened. Hundreds? Thousands? I wasn't even a challenge. Just another stepping stone for climbers. This was my punishment. To be slain over and over, unable to fight back. The awakening. Then, one day, in the midst of another meaningless death, I saw it. A strange sphere hovered before me, pulsing with energy. The moment I touched it, a torrent of memories rushed back. My past. My power. My hatred. The gods thought they had buried me, thought they had erased me, but I remembered. And I would make them regret ever crossing me. My revenge begins now. The first floor boss who defies fate. The cycle of death. As usual, new challengers arrived on the first floor. Hello, my name is To. I don't care. Give me a rope and a low-rank potion, snapped a challenger. Towing sighed. This wasn't new. People were always rude to him, and he had long since stopped expecting courtesy. He accepted their points and handed over the requested items. I'm heading straight to the first floor boss, the challenger announced. The first floor boss's room lay within a cold, dimly lit cave. As the 2 challengers entered, they pulled out their rope, sneering in amusement at the sight before them. Who are you? The boss muttered his usual choppy words, his hollow voice echoing through the cave. Man, this guy really does repeat the same damn line every time, one of the challengers scoffed. That's what passes for artificial intelligence these days, the other laughed. They had heard about this boss, weak, mindless, and utterly pitiful. He was nothing more than a joke among challengers. You recording? Asked the first. Yeah, but we can't upload it until we reach the 2nd floor. Still, we're the first ones to do this. The views will be insane, the second replied smugly. I am God, the boss said, his voice barely above a whisper. You wish? Shut up and come with us. They lunged forward, knocking the boss to the ground, tying him up like a captured beast. What are you doing? The boss's words were laced with pain and confusion. Careful, don't kill him on the way. He's so weak he might die before we're done, one of them muttered. I know, the other waved him off. The boss had no strength to resist. Powerless, he was dragged from the cave like a discarded rag. Where are you taking me? He asked, his voice trembling. Holy crap! He actually said a new line, one of the challengers gasped. That's hilarious. Well, doesn't matter where we're taking you. You're going to hell, the other sneered. They forced a low-rank recovery potion down his throat, just to make sure he wouldn't die too soon. Then, without hesitation, they shoved him off the cliff. Ah! The fading scream echoed through the icy abyss. Cock! A monstrous shriek cut through the air. The challengers peered over the edge. Through the thick fog, they saw something swooping toward the plummeting boss. No way! Did he just get caught by the ice bird? This is way better than I expected. Ha ha ha! They laughed as the massive bird snatched the limp body in its talons. The boss's blurred vision made out a shadowy figure below, standing motionless in the mist. It was waving, inviting. Then, splash! The bird released him into the freezing sea. Cold. It seeped into his bones instantly. The frigid water clawed at his body, sapping what little strength he had left. Sinking, drowning, dying. Then, something pulsed in the darkness. A deep, ominous purple glow. A sphere, floating within the abyss. It called to him. His fingers, numb and trembling, reached out. The moment his hand touched it, the awakening. The necromancer's body crumbled, his consciousness fading into the void. Then, he opened his eyes. A rush of memories crashed into him like a tidal wave. A battlefield of gods and men. The 100th floor. The gods' offer. His rejection. His punishment. His endless suffering. He gasped, blood dripping from his lips as he clutched his head. His jaw tightened, his teeth grinding in agony. They erased me. They condemned me to this fate. Pain surged through him, not just from his body but from the countless deaths, the humiliation, the torment. Every cut, every blade, every fall, every betrayal. His colleagues, his friends, his own family killing him again and again. He wanted to vomit. His stomach twisted as bile rose in his throat, but there was nothing to throw up. His body trembled. His mind screamed. Then, a system message appeared before his eyes. Your understanding of death has increased significantly. You have acquired the title, He Who Knows Death. His breathing steadied. His trembling fingers curled into a fist. The immortal sphere. A fragment of the forgotten gods. We don't forget. The words resonated in his mind. The gods had tried to bury him, but he was still here. He remembered. His lips curled into a chilling smile. Is this a blessing in disguise? No, this was retribution. He clenched his fists, the power surging through his veins. They thought they had erased me. They thought they had crushed me. But I will climb the tower again. I will tear them down from their thrones. And I will make them suffer, just as I have suffered.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The challengers appeared as streaks of light flashed in the waiting room on the first floor. Towing was surprised to see that the challengers he had sent a while ago had returned already. Why are you back? Asked Towing curiously. Are you sure you sent us to the first floor? Haiwan asked back. What do you mean? Of course, I sent you to the first floor, replied Towing. Then how come? Mumbled Haiwan, but soon decided not to ask. We were defeated by the first floor boss, muttered Jihoon. What? Really? Surprised by Jihoon's words, Towing stared at them while flapping his ears. The 5 people seemed very depressed, and it was very apparent from their expressions. That can't be true, said Towing in a confused voice. The 5 became even more suspicious at Towing's response. Are you sure that nothing changed? Has the first floor boss always been this difficult? How do beginners survive there? Towing would have known if something had gone wrong on the first floor. But it seems like he doesn't know anything about this change, replied Jihoon. The 4 looked at Towing who seemed to have no idea what was going on. Is this really happening? Then what's the problem? Are we all idiots who can't even get past the first floor boss? Haiwan couldn't believe what was going on. Something is definitely wrong. Why don't we wait until the next group of challengers arrives? Asked Kong Chun. With no other choice, the 4 agreed with Kong Chun. This can't be true. What if we get stuck here? I don't want to live here forever. Could it be a bug or an error just like any other game? This is not a game though. I think there could be a possibility that the situation inside the tower has changed. Could this be a special event? Jihoon raised a doubt. I don't know, man. The 5 of them kept thinking about this situation, but they could not come to a conclusion. Why don't we try again? Yeah, that might be better. We can't stay here forever. That's right. It would be embarrassing to see the next group of people. At least I don't think the boss is killing the challengers right now. It could be a new rule that came up as they increased the difficulty level. Maybe. But if we're going to try again, we have to be more strategic this time. Let's plan out everything in advance, Kong Chun said. He started plotting a detailed plan to defeat the boss. After some time had passed, they went to challenge the first floor again. The ordinary monsters were still weak, and since they had already caught these monsters in the past, they advanced very quickly to the boss's room. Guys, let's focus. Don't let your guard down until the end. Of course. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Unlike in their previous attempt, they were armed this time. Ianju and Haiwan had a low-rank magical wand, while Kong Chun, Jihoon, and Hyun all held a crude sword. Creak K. The door opened, and the boss unfortunately looked exactly the same as the one he had faced previously. He was sitting in his chair waiting for the challengers. So you're here again, suckers. I mean, challengers, Li Xin sneered at the challengers. The boss's lines were different from the previous time. He seemed very relaxed in his chair. Dang it, muttered Kang Ji-hoon as he stared at the boss in front of him. It was the same as the last time. He had a strong feeling that they would fail to break through once again. Do you guys want to come in all at once? It's kinda tiresome, teased Li Xin. That's what we were going to do, yelled the challengers in the group. Kang Chun quickly signaled to the rest of the group and ran toward the boss. The boss didn't seem to be bothered at all. The next moment, a dark arrow appeared in front of Kang Chun. Puck. Following a dull sound, Kang Chun felt like he was losing his vision. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the waiting area on the first floor. Fuck. Kang Chun murmured. It was the first time he swore after entering the tower. You have defeated the challenger. At novel bin at. You have defeated the challenger. 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 Your mana points have increased by 50 points. Man, only 50 points this time? It'll take forever like this, muttered Li Xin. Oh well, if I get more challengers, it will build up pretty fast, thought Li Xin as he recalled the system message. Gene Ebrium. Hashtag occupation, necromancer. Hashtag status, sealed, details asterisk. Hashtag title, details asterisk. Hashtag health point, HP 280/280. Hashtag mana point, MP 210/400. Hashtag strength, STR 5, +2. Hashtag agility, AGI 6, +2. Hashtag intelligence, int 10, +12. Hashtag skills, details asterisk. His stats were very disappointing. However, thanks to the title, his intelligence points had risen a lot. Gene Ebrium. Li Xin murmured. It was the name of the first floor boss, the owner of this body. How had he ended up as the boss in such an abandoned place? Then, he looked at the list of titles. The one who first created skills on the first floor. How did you create magic on the first floor? That is amazing. Are you a great wizard? Hashtag intelligence +10. The one who guards the tower. How did you block the challengers on the first floor? You are the true guardian of the tower. Hashtag default stats +2. The one who knows death. How did you understand death so well? It seems like you have been through countless deaths. Hashtag you can see through death. Hashtag you can see the dead. Ha ha ha, laughed Li Xin. Li Xin couldn't believe that the system would still work for him, especially when he was being treated like a puppet to block the challengers. The one who knows death. He muttered. This title was given to him as he had experienced death thousands of times and deepened his understanding of it. He did not know what it meant to see through death. However, he could immediately understand that the ability allowed him to see the dead. Ugh. He could see the spirits floating in the air, making a strange noise. The problem was that no matter how many times he talked to them or approached them, he never received a response. He could not tell from their appearance, but he had a strong gut feeling that their souls and characters were destroyed. Then he pondered. Who had made them like that? What exactly were they? And why were they wandering aimlessly in such a place? He could not come to a conclusion. Tisk. He tried to use mana. However, the necromancer's unique, sticky mana channels seemed to be blocked. In his past life, he had simply thought that this destruction was due to having a divided mind. However, he had been mistaken. Both the mana blood and the path where the magical power flowed inside his body were clogged and destroyed. Is it because I'm sealed? He wondered as he read the details of the seal. Your body is sealed. The seal will be lifted if certain conditions are met. Hashtag unlock level 1, mana power level 1. He could finally understand why the boss only used the dark arrow all the time. Since the body was sealed by a curse, the boss could only use an inefficient trashy skill. Besides, he had a divided consciousness. Although he had rearranged the dark arrow technique formation and maximized its efficiency to suit the current state of his body, he could clearly see the limitations of this skill. The first thing he had to do was to unseal his body. To do this, he had to increase the level of his mana power by getting 5,000 mana points, which was the threshold required to attain mana power LV1. Until then, the only magic that he could use was Dark Arrow, the most basic black magic spell, and Magic Missile, which was a basic spell with no elemental attributes. At the moment, he could easily deal with the challengers even if he used these limited skills. However, over time, if the challengers increased in number and attacked him all at once, he wasn't so sure that he would be able to defeat them easily. Therefore, he needed to widen the skill gap even more by raising his mana power to level 1. Fortunately, he could increase the mana power by defeating the challengers. In order for him to gain this power, he needed a lot of challengers to attempt beating him so he could defeat them. He would be in danger if the challengers cooperated and collected points together to purchase high-performance items. Sigh. Barely swallowing his sigh, he saw the skill that had pulled him out of the abyss. Immortal Sphere. The only effect of this skill was that his memory was perfectly preserved, nothing else. However, it was the effect that he needed more than anything. His memory of being the first human to reach the 100th floor, the knowledge he had gained along the way, and the magic that had made him a great wizard came back to his mind. And that was not all. Even his memories before entering the tower were still fresh in his mind. He could clearly remember picking up a coin on the street when he was 4 years old. Ha ha ha. He laughed at the futility of this. In the status window, the name Gene Ebrium was written in place of his name, Li Xin. Among the challengers who had killed him as the boss on the first floor, his past self could not be found. Originally, a man named Li Xin should have climbed the tower, Did that mean that Li Xin's existence was no longer a thing of this world? Or was it a different world in which Li Xin had never existed in the first place? He could not tell. He was confused. When he looked around, he saw a bunch of research data and various reagents. This was probably the research data that Jean Ebrium had used to study when he had a clear mind. The necromancer was just like an old man with dementia. How long had he had this condition? At least, he had been in a very serious condition when the tower was first built. Judging from the research data, Jean Ebrium did not seem to have been in this severe condition from the beginning. Although he hadn't finished looking through all the research data, he had noticed that data consistency had vanished after a certain point in time. He could tell that the data was very limited, in addition to having lost consistency over time, but it was nevertheless the research data of a necromancer who had achieved transcendence. It was priceless. He decided to collect all of Jean Ebrium's research data and keep it in a safe place. As of now, he was the first floor boss. He was the boss who appeared in a tutorial meant for the challengers to adapt to the system and get to know what to expect in the tower before they climbed it. He was the one who had to die repeatedly and be sacrificed for them. However, he was determined to climb the tower again. Technically, he could not be in the same position as the other challengers at this moment. Since all the challengers had to kill the first floor boss to climb the tower, he had to throw off his shackles and obtain the qualification to be a challenger once more. He was determined to find a way out using his death-related ability, the research data left by Jean Ebrium, and his knowledge as a great wizard in his previous life. In the worst-case scenario, his stay on the first floor would be prolonged. However, he was motivated to reach the top no matter how long it took him. He was determined to reach the 100th floor, challenge the gods, and kill them all to save those who would otherwise fall into despair. Until now, the challengers had an opportunity to return to Earth once they reached the 50th floor of the tower. Therefore, the connection between the tower and the Earth had motivated people to climb the tower. However, at some point, this opportunity could vanish unexpectedly. People were being fooled by by the gods. With 5 streaks of light, the 5 challengers were summoned to the waiting area on the first floor. Huh? You guys are back again? Asked Toing. As soon as Toing asked, the challengers exploded in rage. Hey, Bunny, did you intend to make us fail? Baek Hyun shouted as he grabbed Toing by the collar and shook him. Cried Toing. It was thanks to Ianju and Haiwan, who stopped Baek Hyun, that Toing could get away from Baek Hyun. Why are you doing this to me? I have no idea what's going on, said Toing. Ha, sighed Baek Hyun as he fell to his knees. It was hopeless. No one ever thought that they would be stuck on the first floor for so long. They could not even leave the tower, since they had already entered. Baek Hyun looked up and saw the wide field on the opposite side. There was nothing. There was nothing apart from the sea, mountains, trees, rocks, grass, and forests. The ridiculous difficulty of the first floor boss and the barren land seemed to go well together. The challengers were devastated. Hey, Hyun. Don't worry, we will make it to the top, Ji-hoon reassured Baek Hyun as he helped him up. Yeah, Hyun. It's too early to be depressed. We have a long way to go, another challenger said. Thanks to the other challengers who reassured him, Baek Hyun cheered up a little. Alright guys, I guess I was hoping for too much, Baek Hyun grumbled. Let's stay here until the next group of challengers come. If we attack the boss with the other challengers, we'll definitely defeat him. The boss can't deal with many people at once. We will eventually get there. We can do it. Toing approached them while the 5 were chatting. Challengers will not get hungry or tired in the waiting area. So, feel free to take a rest. I'll call you guys when the next group of challengers arrives, said Toing. Thanks. That would be great, the group replied. Everyone sat down to take a rest. Wait, is there something we can do until the other challengers arrive, muttered Baek Hyun. He was staring at the sky hoping that a streak of light would fall with another challenger. Should we do some training? Yeah, we should increase our stats by doing some exercises, Baek Hyun replied, and got up to run. Meanwhile, Kongchun and Ji-hoon swung their swords in the air. Should we meditate? Asked Haiwan. Let's go to the store and see if there's something useful, claimed Ianju. Haiwan and Ianju also started to prepare for the next attack. A week later, several streaks of light fell from the sky. They're here? They're here, someone from the group shouted. For a week, the 5 eagerly waited for the challengers to arrive. This time, 15 streaks of light came down from the sky, and numerous people appeared in the waiting area. Welcome, my name is Toing, and I'm the manager of the waiting area on the first floor. Toing greeted. The new challengers stared at Toing with amazement. The women loved Toing because he was so cute. Hello, they greeted him in response. They are the challengers who arrived before you. Toing introduced them, and the 20 people got close really fast. Their unity came easily because they shared a common goal. The 5 challengers who had come earlier taught the newbies a lot of things, since they had experience. Nah, you're lying, aren't you? How can the first floor boss be so strong? We've heard everything. I'm telling you it's real. We thought the boss would be weak too, and that got us into trouble. Baek Hyun shouted in frustration. You guys need to believe us? It's a waste of my breath to explain it to you, so just go and check it out yourself, said another from the group of 5. Seeing was believing. The 5 didn't say anything else and instead allowed the new group to challenge the first floor boss on their own first. The newbies headed straight in, since it looked like there wasn't anything else special in the waiting area. and soon after, a few streaks of light fell onto the waiting area on the first floor again. Fuck. That was the first thing they said as they returned. You have defeated the challenger. You have defeated the challenger. You have defeated. Thud. Ha. Li Xin lay on the floor, breathing heavily, after defeating the 20 challengers that had come in unexpectedly. It was the first fight since the first 5 challengers had stormed into the boss room a week ago. Over the past week, Li Xin easily collected quite a lot of mana points, thanks to the group of 5 challengers who entered and exited the room to kill the ordinary monsters. Even if they didn't come into the boss room itself, leaving it midway meant that the boss won. It could have been a little hard for them if they hadn't prepared for this in advance, Li Xin said. He had been expecting new challengers to arrive in his room soon, and he had been right. It was still difficult for him to use magic other than Dark Arrow and Magic Missile because of his sealed status. However, these 2 skills were enough to deal with challengers whose power was similar to that of average citizens. The problem was his mana power, but thanks to the challengers who didn't know that the boss mana power increased every time they failed the challenge, Li Xin was able to collect quite a lot of mana points. Wow, I've already earned over 1,000 mana points. Li Xin was surprised. His points would have risen faster if there had been no time limit to rematches for the first floor. It was disappointing for Li Xin that there was a limit set for the challengers. However, everything was going smoothly so far. The real problem was, Li Xin said. The biggest problem was having 20 challengers. When the challengers entered the tower for the first time, 1,000 points were given to each of them. Normally, no one liked to use their points on the first floor, because the first floor was almost like a tutorial stage. But things were different now, Li Xin thought. If there were 20 people, each with 1,000 points, there would be 20,000 points in total. If they gave 20,000 points to one person, they could easily buy an item that could potentially defeat him. Low-rank mana blocking shield, low-rank agility leap, the slaughter's sword, Li Xin muttered. There were dozens of items that came to his mind right away. These were sufficient to pose a threat to him. The disposable items targeted at conquering the first floor were the most dangerous, because they were very effective in achieving goals in a short period of time. Yet, Li Xin did not think that the challengers would cooperate at the expense of their points for just one person. Humans were naturally selfish, and it would not be easy to give up what they owned for others who did not have their trust. Besides, they had a backup plan. They assumed that new challengers would continue to come in, and that the challengers would be able to defeat the boss someday with the help of others. Therefore, Li Xin's goal was to adjust his skill level properly so that he would not betray their faith. He had to make sure that the challengers did not realize that they had fallen into a trap for the longest time possible. Nevertheless, he did not know what variables might come up. In this tower, unpredictable situations occurred all the time. He had to be prepared. While the challengers were focused on defeating the boss monster that just got tougher to kill, Li Xin was aware that his life and the future all depended on this fight. He had no time to relax. It was necessary to raise one's mana level in order to raise its class. However, there was also another way, which was to raise one's intelligence stats. Li Xin activated his mana and used techniques that he had created in his past life. With this skill, it allowed him to eliminate the low-purity mana as much as possible, extracting only the high-purity mana and converting them into magic power. This skill required a very precise control of mana power. This skill broke down the mana that was in the air, blocking it before it got absorbed into the body, and created a filter. Drip, drip. Sweat trickled down his cheeks. There was a war going on inside his body, but no one could tell from his appearance. Your intelligence has increased by 1 point. Li Xin smiled contentedly as he saw the system message. An increase in the intelligence point was like a trophy obtained after a fierce war. Ha, ha, Li Xin was out of breath and dripping with sweat after that brief mana manipulation. Passive challengers had no chance in this tower. Individuals had to work constantly to get stronger. It required significant mana power to control the purity of the accumulated mana when using the technique. He could not take a break while his mana power was getting restored. Oh god, Li Xin rose from his seat. His thin limbs stood out from his creaking body. Even if one could use mana, it was hard to survive this cruel tower if one was inactive, weak, and clumsy. Whoa. With a loud shout, Li Xin started running along the border of the boss room. You have defeated the challenger. You have defeated the challenger. You have defeated Gene Ebrium. Hashtag occupation, necromancer. Hashtag status, sealed. Unlock level 1, details asterisk. Hashtag title, details asterisk. Hashtag health point, HP 830/1020. Hashtag mana point, MP 2080/5140. Hashtag strength, STR10, +17. Hashtag agility, AGI10, +17. Hashtag intelligence, INT25, +27. Hashtag skills, details asterisk. Your mana power is now level 1. A portion of your body seal is lifted. Hashtag unlock level 2, mana level 2. Seal, unlock level 1. Hashtag default stats +15. A month had passed. As expected, the challengers did not give all their points to one person just to buy an item that could potentially kill him. They bought their own items and came back countless times trying to defeat him. The result was the same. It became obvious that his mana class rose as his mana level rose. His mana blood recovered, and the veins that carried it became stronger as the seal on his body was lifting. Swoop. Mana began to agglomerate on his fingertips. Whoosh. With a mana burst, a sphere of fire flared up on his hand. Finally, he could use elemental mana. Finally, I can take it easy now, Li Xin said confidently. He knew that it was time for the next group of challengers to come in, as it had been a while since the number of challengers had increased. They will come anytime soon, Li Xin thought. A challenger has appeared. A challenger has. A challenger. The sudden influx of system messages made it hard for him to keep count. Is it already time to greet them? Li Xin was surprised, because it was not easy for him to predict how much time had passed when he was in the boss room. He assumed that a week had already passed since the last challenge, seeing the increase in the number of challengers. What kind of strategy will they use this time? Li Xin wondered. As he counted, he realized that 50 challengers had arrived this time. Thump thump. His heart began to beat faster. What's going on? Li Xin had this strange feeling that he hasn't felt in a long time. Was he pressured by the large number of challengers? This strange feeling had set his nerves on edge. After his seal got partially lifted and his mana class rose, he was not afraid of the 50 challengers. But what was this strange feeling? He couldn't put his finger to it. The challengers had not even entered the boss room yet. However, it felt like his sense of death was coming back to life. It was that same sense of crisis that he felt when he was on the brink of death. No way, Li Xin muttered. Hashtag you can see through death. There was no other way to explain how he got this strange feeling besides that ability he gained from being the one who knows death. He couldn't see anything yet. However, his intuition was telling him that it would be a dangerous match this time. They are coming. Li Xin could hear the voices of a crowd of people outside. The ground vibrated as the 50 challengers walked to the boss room. This vibration was gradually tightening Li Xin's breath. What could that be? Now that his mana class had risen, the first floor challengers could not pose any risk to him. While he was deep in thought, the challengers entered Li Xin's room. Is he the boss? Wow, it was true. I didn't believe it. The new challengers gulped as they felt Li Xin's aura. Compared to before, his aura had changed significantly and was savage to the point that they thought they could really die this time. What's with him this time? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Did he notice something? Damn it, I can't move. Those who had previously seen Li Xin noticed the huge change and stood frozen to the spot. Focus, everyone. We're going just as we have planned. Kim Kong-chun shouted. At his cry, the others finally came back to their senses. Clenching their teeth, they began to move into formation as planned. We must defeat the boss this time. Don't let your guard down. Kim Kong-chun could not finish his sentence. The room had descended into chaos. W, what is it? Why is he making a preemptive attack all of the sudden? So far, the boss had only responded to the challengers' attacks and never launched a preemptive strike. However, the boss made his moves first as soon as they faced him. Novel bin at. Damn it. Something has really changed? Kim Kong-chun clenched his teeth and stepped forward with his shield to counter the situation. Move up, defense team. Get as close to the boss as you can. Necromancers only use basic skills. Even if you get hit, you won't die. So, don't be afraid and move forward. Kong-chun shouted. It was impossible to avoid the boss magic in the first place. So they just had to get as close to him as possible with their shields in hand. The challengers might not survive the dark arrow, but they could still withstand the magic missile since they had been building up their stamina and strength. The challengers gradually narrowed their distance from Li Xin, just like a group of zombies. Li Xin was still pretty calm. Although he did not have to use second-tier magic during this battle, his body was signaling a crisis. What is it that they prepared? Li Xin could not see anything that could potentially defeat him. It was clear that they were saving a move for the perfect time, but he could not figure out what that was. The attacks that the challengers could perform at this stage were very limited. Die, a challenger cried out. At that moment, the challengers came quite close to where Li Xin was standing. They tried to maintain an effective attacking distance. If you're hiding your secret weapon, I will make you reveal it. Li Xin started playing with the mana that emanated from his fingertips. What's going on? Is that fire? Run. The challengers were flustered when they saw flames coming out from the boss hand. Stay close. Kim Kong-chun shouted. Boom! A sudden explosion occurred in the center of the room. The sound was so loud that everyone stopped moving for a moment. The flames from Li Xin's fingertips suddenly disappeared into smoke, as if it had never happened. His face stiffened instantly. Anti-mana bomb, the mana that always supported Li Xin's body did not move, as if it had been frozen. At the same time, he saw the challengers gnash their teeth and approach him once more. The anti-mana bomb was an item that froze the mana of all living things within a 100-meter radius for 5 seconds. Li Xin felt all the mana inside him freeze instantaneously. Challengers threw swords and spears toward him. Crunch. Li Xin clenched his teeth and threw himself to the ground, frowning. Li Xin had to wait for just 5 seconds until the anti-mana returned to normal. However, those short 5 seconds felt like 5 hours to him. Just as he was about to reactivate his mana, Li Xin's body turned stiff due to the rebound from the freezing effect. He was not sure if the challengers had intended this. It could have been a coincidence, but this was the worst case possible for him. Swoosh swoosh. Li Xin flinched and broke out in cold sweat as he watched a spear pass by his neck and a sword make a slight cut on his side. He was able to move quickly and avoid them as he had heightened his senses right from the start. Otherwise, he could have been skewered by that spear. Damn it! In his blurred vision, Li Xin could see an arrowhead approaching his nose. Before firing the arrows, the challengers had accurately predicted the direction where Li Xin would turn in order to avoid their attack. Quack. Ugh. Li Xin gritted his teeth as he tried to hold his groan. If he had not blocked the arrow by raising his arms using his superhuman reflexes, it would have been stuck in his heart. How many seconds have passed? 2 seconds? 3 seconds? Li Xin was worried. He rolled again during the time that felt like an eternity. The enemy's attack was not over yet. It was unbelievable how thoroughly the challengers had prepared. Another arrow flew toward Li Xin, and the weapons of those who had just failed to hit him came charging toward him again. The joy of victory began to appear on the challengers' faces as they thought they could finally defeat Li Xin. However, at the same time, Li Xin sneered at them. While Li Xin was rolling over to avoid their attacks, he bumped into a stone pagoda. As he crashed into it, making it collapse, a cylindrical light formed around it, inside which an intangible film emerged. Tang, 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 tang. All of the arrows, swords, and spears were blocked in the air and fell to the ground. What? What's happening? I thought his mana was frozen. What just blocked them? Don't stop. Don't give up yet. Park Hai-won shouted. The challengers hesitated to move forward when they saw the sudden outburst of mana. The challengers tried to continue with their attack after hearing Hai-won's cry, but soon realized that their plan would not work out. Li Xin's sensation of mana was slowly returning back to normal. His mana had been frozen for only 5 seconds, but the sense of freedom he was feeling now was indescribable. The mana that was sleeping at his fingertips was released recklessly as if it was enjoying its freedom too. Air bomb. Boom. Boosh boosh bam. The compressed air burst out. The challengers who had come close to Li Xin to attack were flung backward back, vomiting blood. Crack. Li Xin broke the arrow stuck in his arm with his mana and stared at the challengers with a relaxed smile. Is this all you've prepared? Li Xin sneered. Several streaks of light fell onto the waiting area on the first floor. Oh, fuck. We failed again. Our plan was perfect though. How are we supposed to defeat the boss if he gets stronger each time? I thought we would be able to defeat him for the first time. Hey, we've been hit so many times that my HP has already increased by 300 points. Guess how much my stats have increased? Baek Hyeon laughed. After returning to the waiting room, the challengers sat on the floor with looks of devastation. Who cares if the stats go up and the health points and mana points increase? Ha, Kim Kong-chun sighed with frustration. 2 days ago, 10 more challengers had arrived, and with 50 challengers now, they thought they would be able to defeat the boss. They had been so ready to defeat him, but now they were hopeless again. The challengers who had arrived first persuaded the newcomers to gather their points to purchase a anti-mana bomb. Although they were taking a big risk, they thought that they had a good chance of defeating the boss with this item. Was he hiding his power the whole time? Kim Kong-chun shook his head. It did not make sense that the boss had been hiding his power, because his aura was completely different from before. It seemed like the boss had upgraded to another level mid-battle. Can the boss also level up? Kong-chun pondered. It was unbelievable. Has he been going easy on us until now? It felt like the boss got stronger. Can the boss also level up as he defeats the challengers or something? But then, why wouldn't he kill us? How did he get so strong? Why is he using elemental mana all of a sudden? Wait, but that makes no sense. How was he able to use mana if we froze everything? Isn't that crazy? I don't know man. I'm gonna get some rest. Baek Hyeon shook his head and walked towards the treehouse at a distance. They had already built their homes because they were close to giving up. They needed personal spaces to live in while staying at the waiting area on the first floor anyway. It's going to be chaotic to recover all the points that we've put into this attack. I know, right? Park Hae-won, Kang Ji-hoon and several others went back to the portal after their cooldown time had passed. Others trudged to their homes to get some rest. Towing had created a portal to go up to the first floor, because more challengers showed up and there were repeated requests to move between floors. It was too tiring, complained Towing, who was lying on a flat stone. Then what do you do now? Baek Hyeon asked, because he thought Towing's statement was ridiculous. I take care of this place, Towing replied. Can you be more specific? Baek Hyeon asked. Oops. I think I forgot to turn off the gas. I'll have to get going. Call me when you need me. Towing replied and quickly left the place. What kind of rabbit uses gas? Baek Hyeon muttered as he looked around. A small village was built on the vast land. Li Xin sighed. Cough cough. Blood came up from inside his body and spilled out of his mouth. What a great group of challengers, Li Xin muttered. His head throbbed and his whole body was a mess. The 50 challengers who had just come up had a new strategy prepared with the arrival of a large number of new challengers. I never thought I would have to face this kind of attack this early. Li Xin thought about the new item the challengers had used. Anti-mana bomb was an item that required 50,000 points. Since each challenger received 1,000 points when they first entered the tower, 50 people had to combine all of their points to purchase it. It would not have been easy for those who had just entered the tower for the first time to use their 1,000 points on someone whom they were meeting for the first time, to purchase a single-use item. Moreover, it was not easy to earn points on the first floor. If they did it and failed to clear this floor, all of their efforts would be meaningless. I thought it would take at least 100 people to use an item like that? Li Xin thought that he could have died if he had not prepared a mana circle in advance. His mana was barely enough to work on the high-purity mana manipulation that increased his intelligence stat, much less to create a mana circle. Yet, having a safety device as a backup plan had really helped him out in the last battle. Besides, it was lucky that a portion of his body's seal had been lifted and that he had been building up his body during this time. He could have died if he didn't have any of these 3 factors. Whoa, Li Xin sighed. He needed time to focus on recovering his body from the injuries sustained from this battle, as there was no potion nor medicine available for him in the boss room. Time was tight. Even a month or 2 was insufficient for him to devise another strategy to deal with the challengers while working on his recovery. The challengers had never made any attempts to challenge the boss since the last try. While Li Xin was going through Jin's research data as usual, he noticed a small crack on the wall. A barrier. Li Xin was surprised. If it were a simple barrier, Li Xin would have noticed it earlier. He slowly added mana to explore the composition of this barrier. This is, Li Xin muttered. The level of the barrier was too high for Li Xin to analyze at the moment. It looked complex because several types of mana of different compositions were combined. Li Xin knew that there was a barrier, but yet another spell seemed to be covering it. So, a double barrier. Li Xin wrestled with this for a long time, and he finally figured out what it was. Li Xin found it difficult to figure out the principles of the mana circle, but he could tell that someone had made a barrier and put it into the subspace so that it could not be easily found. It was clear that the mana circle was a work by Jin Ebrium. Li Xin poked through the cracks using his mana and he could feel that the barrier inside the crack and his mana mingled well. All magi had their distinct magical characteristics. Just like how each person had unique fingerprints, each magus had different characteristics to their mana. And this mana circle was designed to respond to Jin's mana pattern only. As Li Xin continued to inject mana into the crack, he could easily break the double spell on the barrier. Rumble. The space inside the crack appeared as the stone wall crackled. At novel bin at. Wow, Li Xin had never thought that there would be a place like this. On one side, there were huge shelves and tightly packed books. Also, there was a chair that looked quite comfortable, a spacious desk, and a nicely organized study. The desk was clean and dust-free. There is a semi-permanent preservation spell on this? Li Xin noticed the powerful mana that connected everything in this space. This mana proved how talented Jin Ebrium was, because it was very challenging to preserve this kind of mana semi-permanently by connecting it to different types of mana. Li Xin was aware that he could not have done this in his previous life. As he opened another door on the other side and went in, he saw various magical experimental apparatus and other related materials. There were several piles of books that were also dust-free. Unfortunately, there were barely any ingredients left. Li Xin thought that Jin had burnt them because he found traces of something burnt. However, Li Xin was not too sure. On the bright side, the experimental apparatuses were fine. Thankfully, he could conduct research to treat his crippled body. All he had done so far was to prevent the deterioration of his mana blood and restore it a bit. He needed a special way to cure his mana blood. This is, Li Xin mumbled as he saw another door inside the room. He tried to open it, but there was another barrier over it. He thought that it would open naturally if he injected Jin's mana power, but instead, there was an instantaneous repulsion when the mana reached the barrier. It seemed to have been designed to open only when a specific type of mana was injected. What did he hide in there? I can't force it to open. Li Xin knew that he could not do anything about it. He left that room and picked up a book that was on the desk. It was a diary of Jin Ebrium. I was defeated. Jin Ebrium, necromancer and great dark wizard, no longer exists. This was the first page of his diary. Even though there was ample space, Jin Ebrium had not written anything else on the first page. It seemed as if his hand had been shaking when he wrote this. There were tear marks on the page as well. Li Xin closed the diary without reading it entirely. It could have been because the original owner of his body was Jin. Reading just one line from Jin's diary was enough to make Li Xin feel overwhelmed. A challenger has appeared. A challenger has appeared. A challenger has appeared. Suddenly, a series of system messages appeared in the air. Li Xin had to leave the room, and he did, with a frown. Normally, Li Xin did not care when the challengers came in to challenge him. However, now that he wanted to spend more time in the study and the laboratory, he did not want these distractions. It would be nice if I had an agent for myself, thought Li Xin. He soon realized that there were no materials left in the laboratory for him to even consider what he wanted. He needed intermediate-level materials at least, to be able to create a useful guy, and above all, a medium to inject a personality into it. He thought of a possibility, but while he was still thinking, the challengers who had entered the first floor arrived in the boss room. It was Kim Kong-chun and the 4 others in his group. Li Xin frowned. He looked annoyed because he was constantly being interrupted while he was trying to think. Li Xin's annoyed look surprised the 5 challengers, and they stood frozen to the spot. Why do you look so angry today? Kong Ji-hoon asked in a nervous voice. You came as a group of 5 to defeat me? You really want to die, don't you? Li Xin said with an unpleasant look. You never kill us, anyways, Baek Hyun muttered. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. He didn't mean that. Are you crazy? What are you saying? Hyun quickly stopped Baek Hyun. Why? What's wrong with what I said? Baek Hyun complained. You need to shut up. Kong Ji-hoon clamped his hand over Baek Hyun's mouth. Yup. Baek Hyun gasped. We are here to talk. Kim Kong-chun stepped forward. Do you really think we are in the kind of relationship that allows for casual conversation? Li Xin replied with a question, but he seemed intrigued by Kong-chun's words. The 5 challengers were hopeful when they saw Li Xin's facial expression. The challengers had never tried this before, but they were glad to be able to have a proper conversation with Li Xin. Gulping, Kim Kongchun knelt in front of Li Xin and looked at him earnestly. The others knelt behind Kim Kongchun. We must climb the tower, so please help us. Kim Kongchun begged Li Xin. Are you telling me to die? Li Xin asked. No, we're not saying that. There should be another way to climb the tower. We thought you would know the answer, Kim Kongchun replied. Li Xin was briefly lost in his thoughts after hearing Kim Kongchun's words, but he soon smiled. He had thought that it was time to develop their relationship in a more constructive way. Of course, there's a way. Li Xin lied, because he thought some lies could be good occasionally. For real. Oh my gosh, it was real? There was another way. That was not true. There were no alternatives. What do we have to do? The 5 challengers looked at Li Xin with expectant eyes and asked. Actually, there's a secret boss. If you manage to kill him, then you get to go up. Li Xin lied again. That makes sense. I didn't think the difficulty level of the first floor would be this high. Hey, you were right. See? I told you so. It was quite touching to see how they hugged each other in excitement, but in fact, there was no such boss. Where is he? Kim Kongchun asked. It's too early for you guys to deal with him. If you want to kill him, you have to be stronger. Li Xin replied. Wait, what? How? Their faces fell in an instant when they were told that they had to be stronger. But, don't worry. I'll teach you how to get stronger. But, there is a condition. Li Xin said. What? Really? Are you really going to teach us? What's the condition? They seemed very nervous, but in fact, the conditions were not that difficult. You guys will have to give me points in return. If you bring me the things that I ask you to buy, then I'll make you guys stronger than anyone else, Li Xin suggested. The 5 challengers engaged in a serious discussion. They were whispering to one another in a corner, but Li Xin could hear everything. It was pointless. Okay, we will do that. But can you tell us where the boss is? We want to see him. They accepted Li Xin's conditions. Not yet. I'll tell you when I think you can defeat him, Li Xin replied. They were a bit skeptical at Li Xin's words, but they could not show any dissatisfaction when such a strong boss was about to be their master. They also knew that there were no other ways to climb the tower. In fact, they had stopped thinking about defeating Li Xin altogether. Okay, the 5 challengers replied in disappointment. Li Xin nodded in satisfaction. Then, can we call you our teacher? Park Hai-won asked. No, just call me master, Li Xin replied. Okay, master. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Edie, juniors. Li Xin sneered in satisfaction as he watched the children bow down and thank him profusely. Several months had passed since Li Xin possessed the immortal sphere. A challenger has appeared. A challenger has appeared. A challenger has appeared. Numerous system messages appeared in the air one after another. Once again, the challengers had come up to collect some points. Most of the challengers had already given up on killing the boss and climbing the tower. It had been a while since Li Xin began to teach Kim Kongchun and his group at a price. There had been other challengers who wanted Li Xin's teaching, but there was just not enough time. Sooner or later, Li Xin could create a guy who could teach others. And when that happens, Li Xin could receive different things from everyone in exchange for making them stronger. Li Xin roughly cleared up the system messages and started focusing on the research he was doing. He was still having difficulty interpreting the research data that Jean Ebrium had left behind. These data required more knowledge and superior insight compared to what Li Xin had thought. Li Xin was sitting on a fluffy chair that he had received, looking through the materials in depth. God and mana, soul and passing, life and death, and boundaries. Li Xin summarized the content of the data into a sentence. There was too much content in the data. The amount was comparable to dozens of books. The data consisted of studies from multiple fields. And yet, Li Xin could not understand the material properly. He understood less than a quarter of what was written. Soul and passing, Li Xin muttered. After finding the immortal sphere, Li Xin recalled thousands of deaths. Your understanding of death has increased drastically. At the same time, he saw this system message. He could not tell the exact difference at that time, however, after reading Jean's research data on death, he could now understand the difference between soul and passing. Not only was Li Xin able to understand Jean's data, but he was able to notice what was wrong and lacking. Li Xin cleared his head and organized his thoughts. Looking at the contents, Jean seemed to have done studies on the power to fight against God. It seemed like Jean Ebrium also had some conflict with God. In addition to that, there was an odd-looking bundle of old paper. This paper must have turned yellow even before the preservation spell took place. Since the text had been written in ancient script, Li Xin's understanding of the content was extremely limited. He could only recognize the words that he had seen a few times as he climbed the tower. Faith, war, debris, Li Xin read from the book. For now, he was not sure of most of the things he had read, but he could tell that he would be able to figure things out as he climbed the tower. What was the relationship between God and the tower? Was it true that gods have built this tower? From what the gods had said to Li Xin on the 100th floor when he climbed up last time, it was clear that their intentions had something to do with the tower. However, if gods had built this tower, why would there be this immortal sphere? Immortal sphere. #we don't forget. The immortal sphere had an ability that denied the power of the gods. Moreover, considering how it allowed Li Xin to access his memories before entering the tower, it was not necessarily an ability only available inside the tower. Li Xin had no idea. There were so many things he had to think about. He had so many things to do, but he did not have enough time. It was necessary for Li Xin to finish the production of Skeleton Mage, which was currently in progress. Finally, I just need the soul beads to complete this project, Li Xin said excitedly. The Skeleton Mage's body was completed. There were some things to be tweaked, but since he had been planning on making modifications along the way, that was not a concern. You have defeated the challenger. You have defeated the challenger. You have defeated the challenger. Suddenly, numerous system messages appeared in the air. These messages were from those challengers who were returning after collecting points. Your mana power has increased by 60 points. When the challengers finished their attempt like this and returned to the waiting area, Li Xin could accumulate mana points without effort. Thanks to the challengers, Li Xin's mana points exceeded 5 digits. Hashtag mana points, 13,400/13,400. I still have a long way to go, Li Xin muttered. Now that his mana blood flow was disrupted, healing the mana blood was the most urgent thing for Li Xin. Hashtag unlock level 2, mana level 2. In order to lift the seal on Li Xin's body, it was required to achieve unlock level 2 by raising the mana power. Mana power level 2. Hashtag required MP, 50,000. Hashtag required int, 100. 50,000 mana points was a significant number. If it could restore a portion of Jean's body that was at the level of transcendence, it would result in a tremendous increase in power. Li Xin had become a little impatient after looking at the numbers with his own eyes, but he soon decided to relax and wait for the challengers patiently. The number of challengers had been increasing steadily, and that meant the rate of increase in mana power would increase accordingly. Li Xin would soon be released from the seal. We are looking for Korean challengers. Where did everyone go? Did all the Koreans get killed in a war that broke out while I was in the tower? Oh freak, how come no one has shown up for months? What are we gonna do about the national round? It's hard to even maintain our position right now because Korea was the only one that did not show up. All the challengers in Isosha are dying out now. Wow, if you're at Isosha, you went up pretty high. I'm still on the 10th floor. I really miss Koreans. The community for Korean challengers was now on fire. At some point, it seemed like the newly joined challengers kept failing to come up from the first floor. It was a strange situation. Eventually, the upper floor challengers had to struggle even more. In many cases, the tower was not a place where one could climb alone. It was necessary to form a team and challenge as a team. However, the challengers on the upper floor panicked when the manpower got cut off at the lower floors. This situation had not affected the challengers at the top for the most part, but it was about to be a big problem for them as well. The heat was on. Every year on December 1st, something called the Dimension Gate opened on the 50th floor. Since the challengers could move freely between the 50th and the 100th floor, the ones who managed to at least climb to the 50th floor could use this gate on December 1st. The Dimension Gate had been the only means of connection between Earth and the tower. Since it was only accessible for a month, most remaining challengers had waited desperately for this opportunity. They had an opportunity to go back to Earth and get a handle on the situation there. However, there was still a long way to go before the Dimension Gate opened. And before then, the challengers in the tower could not get any information from outside. Please don't tell me Korea is ruined already. It can't be. Why would it be ruined, dummy? Korea is one of the few countries that have many challengers who are already close to the top. Yeah, which also means that there would be many countries keeping an eye on us. Korea has Cha Yu-min, the top ranker. Cha Yu-min? How dare they try to defeat us? Did the government go crazy and impose restrictions on entering the tower, just like 10 years ago? That's nonsense. Then how come there aren't any newbies coming up? Why do you think people didn't enter the tower? It could be that they are constantly failing at the first floor. Oh yeah? Do you really think so? Because the first floor boss is freaking strong? That makes no freaking sense. Occasionally, when the hypothesis came up that the first floor boss is strong, it got criticized by others and was dismissed eventually. The challengers could get access to the community when they reached the second floor. Because of this, people on the upper floors were completely unaware of the situation on the first floor, and that amplified the upper floor challengers' anxiety. In addition, it was impossible for the challengers to move between floors if they had not reached the 50th floor. Once they went up, they could not return to the lower floors. Therefore, the upper floor challengers had to wait for the opening of the Dimension Gate to get a sense of what was happening on the first floor. That was the only way they could know if there was a problem outside. At Novel bin at. Several streaks of light fell onto the central square of the village in the waiting area on the first floor. Hello, my name is Toing, the manager of the waiting area on the first floor. Toing welcomed the newly joined challengers. More than 10 challengers had arrived this time. 6 of them had fit bodies and sharp eyes as if they had just returned from a battlefield. Showing no interest in Toing, the newly joined challengers twitched their eyebrows and looked around the village that was built in the waiting area. What happened here? Mumbled a guy. What? Toing tilted his head and replied. Why is there a village here? This area should not have anything, the guy continued. Aha, the village was built by the challengers who came here before you. Toing replied. Why? Asked the guy. Because there's no place to sleep. Toing replied, having gotten used to answering a lot of questions like this. The man frowned at Toing. What did you say? Huh. Toing was surprised. The man reached out to Toing, who was greeting the challengers on top of a stone chair. Tack. At that moment, Baek Hyun appeared and grabbed the man's hand that was going for Toing. Who are you? The man asked with a frown. Haha, this guy is the manager, but he's a bit of a fool. So, let me answer your questions instead, Baek Hyun replied. The man wiggled his eyebrows when Baek Hyun grabbed his hand. As Baek Hyun released his grip, the man also lowered his hand and looked at Baek Hyun. That grip was, the man looked at Baek Hyun with a sharp gaze. Baek Hyun appeared to be an ordinary man in his 20s, a typical sight in Korea. Although his body looked quite firm, he had nothing more, nothing less. Again, who are you? The man asked. My name is Baek Hyun replied. I'm sure you know that's not what I'm asking about, the man said. Then what are you asking? Baek Hyun asked the man. I am Park Joo-hyuk, the head of the task force of the Korean Challengers Association. Our team was formed by the government to clear the tower more quickly, Joo-hyuk introduced himself. So what? Baek Hyun asked. Park Joo-hyuk seemed embarrassed at Baek Hyun's unenthusiastic response. Even after hearing about Joo-hyuk's identity, Baek Hyun couldn't care less. It was an attitude consistent with those who took pride and had full confidence in their own skills. In that case, they had to nip this attitude in the bud so that they wouldn't show such arrogance the next time. Like a bolt of lightning, Park Joo-hyuk tried to grab Baek Hyun's collar. However, Baek Hyun's fast reflexes allowed him to respond immediately, pushing Joo-hyuk's hand with his left and twisting his body to avoid the attack. Baek Hyun was startled. Joo-hyuk was surprised that his attack was so easily blocked. What do you think you're doing? Baek Hyun asked Joo-hyuk in an irritated tone. Park Joo-hyuk frowned as he saw the crowd gathering around him, but he knew that it would do no good to pick a fight here. It was not clear why there was a village there, but it was clear that something had changed. These people here are no different from the ordinary people who have not yet climbed a single floor, Joo-hyuk thought. Nevertheless, Baek Hyun was skillful enough to equal Joo-hyuk, which made Joo-hyuk question why someone like Baek Hyun was still in the waiting room on the first floor. Joo-hyuk realized that it was better to have a good relationship with someone he might encounter again on higher floors. Therefore, Park Joo-hyuk decided to apologize first. I'm sorry for the surprise. I think there was a misunderstanding. Joo-hyuk apologized to Baek Hyun. Okay, I'll let this one slide, Baek Hyun replied. But I don't understand why someone who's talented like you is still on the first floor. And why is there a village built here? Joo-hyuk had several questions he wanted to ask. There had been more challengers than Joo-hyuk had expected. The size of the village was quite large, so he assumed that all the challengers who had entered during the last several months had failed to climb up and just started living in the village. Baek Hyun smiled at Park Joo-hyuk's question. Go challenge the first floor. That's my answer to your questions. Then, you'll understand. Joo-hyuk could not understand why Baek Hyun was saying this. If they challenged the boss and cleared the stage, they would not be able to come back down here. In that case, he would not be able to know about this secret. So, I guess you just don't want to tell me the secret? Park Joo-hyuk asked. Oh well, think whatever you want, Baek Hyun replied. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. We'll figure it out on our own. Park Joo-hyuk, who thought that he would not get a clear answer from Baek Hyun, turned around and went back to his team. Oh, and also, don't go around picking fights with people. Baek Hyun yelled from behind. Okay, I won't, Park Joo-hyuk replied. Park Hae-won and Kang Ji-hoon approached Baek Hyun after the task force had left to look around in the village. Why is he so rude? Park Hae-won asked in an annoyed tone. It's quite understandable. His team is well supported by the association and the government, Kang Ji-hoon replied with a smile. So what? Park Hae-won muttered. Life is all about pulling strings, Kang Ji-hoon replied. Ugh, Park Hae-won sighed and shook her head, looking at Kang Ji-hoon who was joking around. Baek Hyun stared at Park Joo-hyuk with a look of pity, until he disappeared from sight. What's wrong? Park Hae-won asked, suspicious. He seems like a person who has never lost a fight, but how embarrassed would he feel if he gets beaten by people here who don't seem to know how to fight? Baek Hyun replied. But then, why did you tell him to go challenge the first floor? Sir Wood Hae-won was interrupted by Baek Hyun. Newbies should get a welcome ceremony, Baek Hyun sneered. Okay, I think this is good enough for the bone strengthening process. Now, I want to have another mana circle on the skull. But wait, it might explode due to an overload, Li Shin muttered while designing his agent. A challenger has appeared. While Li Shin was focused on adding the mana circle, he heard the system message and looked up at the clock on the wall. It was time for Kim Kong-chun and his group to give him the soul beads. Time had gone by so fast, as Li Shin was immersed in mana research these days. He slowly got up and moved from the lab to the boss room. After a few minutes, Kim Kong-chun, Park Hae-won, and Ji Eun-ju came into the boss room. Did you guys bring me the soul beads? Li Shin asked. Yes, they're here, Kim Kong-chun replied and handed over two palm-sized beads to Li Shin. The two large, transparent beads had white smoke moving inside them. Apart from that, there was nothing unique about these beads. However, Li Shin knew exactly what these beads were for. Thank you, Li Shin replied, as he put the soul beads aside. The challengers on the first floor were stuck in the waiting area, unable to climb the tower. On the other hand, they were being taught by Li Shin. They used their points to buy the items from the point store that Li Xin had asked for, and in exchange, they were trained by Li Xin. Today was the day for Park Hai-won and Ji Ian-ju to learn magic in exchange for the soul beads. Oh, by the way, there will be a new group of challengers coming in soon. Apparently, they are members of the task force that's created and supported by the association and the government to target this tower, a challenger from the group notified him. Time has gone by so fast, Li Xin mumbled. Sorry, a challenger asked. Oh, nothing, Li Xin replied. Li Xin was aware of the task force that the association and the government of Korea assembled. He had seen them in his past life. This team was composed of highly skilled people, so as to support the understaffed teams on the upper floors. However, they disappeared when they could not achieve as much as expected. Among them, the team leader, Park Ju-hyuk, was quite outstanding. The other team members were not bad, but the tower was not such an easy place. No matter how skillful they were outside the tower, that was not always the case inside. Li Xin smiled at the thought of meeting Park Ju-hyuk. Hai-won and Ian-ju were wrapped in fear, thinking Li Xin was planning to make them suffer. Hey, Kong-chun, you can get going. And, you too, shall we get started? Li Xin asked. Kim Kong-chun looked at the two and went back with a sad face. The soul bead was an item that could capture and absorb a soul that was floating around. And interestingly, there were so many outstanding souls that amazed Li Xin on the first floor. He could sense their power in the atmosphere. He was surprised to see such exceptional souls on the first floor, which was considered a tutorial stage with a cursed necromancer as the boss. However, Li Xin could roughly guess the reason after figuring Jean Ebrium out a bit more. Maybe, the first floor was used as a prison for heroes who had protested against gods? Li Xin was not too sure, but he thought that seemed reasonable. He had gone through countless deaths and could recall all of them clearly, and as a result, death was very familiar to him. Li Xin could understand the sensation the souls were experiencing. The one who knows death. How did you understand death so well? It seems like you have been through countless deaths. Hashtag you can see through death. Hashtag you can see the dead. Li Xin obtained this title after he gained the immortal sphere and suffered thousands of deaths. From that point, he could see many souls around him. Why are you following me around? Li Xin muttered, but there was no response. Hey there? Yes you, the blonde knight with an arm off, Li Xin called out to the blonde man in front whom he could clearly see. It appeared as if that handsome knight had been at war, because his armor was all messed up and he was also missing an arm. Also, there was no expression on his face. The soul of the knight was wandering around in the air expressionlessly, but unlike other souls, he kept hovering around Li Xin. Li Xin tried to get his attention. All the other spirits were floating aimlessly doing nothing, as if they had lost their sanity. Is this soul also the same? He stared at the knight. Then, his eyes met with the knight's. Did you call me? No, that can't be true. Yes, that's right. I called you, Li Xin replied. Now I'm starting to hear hallucinations. It's not, said Li Xin. Really? Can you really see me? Yes, I can, Li Xin replied. The knight shoved his face in front of Li Xin's nose and stared at Li Xin with his eyes wide open. When the knight realized that Li Xin was staring right into his eyes, he began to shed bloody red tears. My death. Set me free? Ugh! Li Xin tried to cover his ears, but it did not help. That strange high-pitched voice pierced his ears and resonated in his head. Do you want to be released from death? Li Xin asked, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Death? It's unfair? The handsome knight had disappeared. Instead, he turned into an evil spirit which gave Li Xin goosebumps. Swoosh. Suddenly, in Li Xin's field of vision was a flash, and the background changed as if he had traveled back in time. In the new scene, that handsome man was standing ready for battle, neatly dressed in his armor. Is this his past? Li Xin wondered. Hashtag you can see through death. Is this what they meant by seeing through death? Li Xin did not know what conditions triggered his ability. However, this was the first time that this skill had been activated. The background changed once again. This time, the knight was standing in front of a beautiful woman. Li Xin could not hear all the details of the conversation, but it seemed like the two were in a special relationship. The scene changed once more. This time, the knight displayed his courage and impressive might on the battlefield. His attacks upon thousands of enemies brought him enormous prestige. With his outstanding performance, the war seemed manageable. At that time, to fulfill an order from a superior, the knight had formed a separate squad to attack the enemy's rear guard. His strategy was successful and victory was just around the corner. No way, Li Xin realized that his skill was showing how one came to the end of their life, rather than its trajectory. Those scenes had no reason to be shown if they were not related to one's death. And as Li Xin had expected, suddenly, something unfortunate happened to the knight. The woman he saw earlier was captured by the knight's enemies. The knight lost his temper, ran out to save his woman and ignored all the other knights who tried to stop him. His comrades had no other choice but to launch an attack to save him. However, the knight was only focused on his woman. He did not care about other knights. The knight had lost his prestige. The sight of his enemies drawing a sword at his woman was sufficient to stop his fierce attack. He could survive for a while with the sacrifice of his fellow knights, but they died one after another. Eventually, the wounded knight knelt in front of the woman, surrounded by his enemies. The woman laughed at him and cut off his right arm. She then threw him on the ground and left him. Due to the knight's folly, the outcome reversed in an instant. The knight who had lost everything died alone on the cold ground. After showing the knight's tragic death, the background disappeared and Li Xin was back to the usual surroundings on the first floor. Li Xin did not feel sorry for this knight. He just had a smirk on his face. That was pathetic, Li Xin muttered. Pathetic? What the hell are you saying? You made your team sacrifice themselves just for a woman, Li Xin said in an amused tone. At novel bin at. This is not fa. Just shut up. I shouldn't bring back a jerk like you no matter how skilled you are, Li Xin shouted. What did you say? Bring back? How? How are you going to do that? I said, I'm not going to, Li Xin replied in a firm voice. No, please. Please help me, before someone else comes. No way. I'm sure you will be bewitched by another woman and abandon your team, Li Xin explained. No, never. Please trust me. The screechy, malicious knight from before was no more, only a desperate and subservient one stands in front of Li Xin. There was only a desperate and subservient knight in front of Li Xin. Li Xin looked around. There were not many souls that were in sight. Even the ones passing nearby did not seem to care, as if they could not hear the noise. All right, then. Do you want to sign a contract with me? Li Xin asked. Of course. I'll do anything you want if you bring me back to life. The knight had been tricked. Li Xin tried hard not to smirk and showed a friendly smile instead. Worry? Mei. Li Xin called out two names. Two skeleton guys stood in front of Li Xin. Li Xin had created a skeleton warrior and skeleton mage after receiving 2 soul beads from Kim Kongchen and his team. Worry was the knight who got betrayed by his woman and Mei was a mage who died after several failures in mana research. Both had become Li Xin's skeletons after signing a contract. Li Xin had made Worry just the way the knight wanted, similar to how his body looked when he was alive. Li Xin had imprinted mana on Worry's bones and put extra emphasis on the arms to make them as strong as he could. Mei did not have a strong bone structure. However, his stats were generally higher than that of Worry, because several mana circles were added onto his bone structure which drove his mana circuit more actively than Worry's. Worry. Hashtag STR, 27, plus 13. Hashtag AGI, 21, plus 10. Hashtag INT, 10, plus 7. Mei. Hashtag STR, 7, plus 15. Hashtag AGI, 10, plus 14. Hashtag INT, 38, plus 20. It took Li Xin several months to make these undeads. He paid more attention to imprinting the mana circuit on Mei, who was going to help Li Xin a lot more in his research. Li Xin was confident that the challengers on the first floor would not be able to defeat either of these guys. The skeleton's souls were contracted to Li Xin, and though they wouldn't consume his mana while being summoned, they couldn't be healed using his mana if they were destroyed. There were several pros and cons to connecting the skeleton's souls to Li Xin, but since there was no one to threaten these two, Li Xin thought it would be better for them to maintain their current states. Hey Mei, did you organize all the documents that I asked for? Li Xin asked. Yes, sir. I've created a special pile for the results of Jean Ebrium's mana research, Mei replied. Sounds great. How about you, Worry? How are your arms? Li Xin asked. The bone itself is not bad, but the mana power connection is not as good as before. It's hard for me to make the most of the bone's function while making the mana flow smoothly, Worry replied. Oh really? I'll take a look into that. You guys are good to go, said Li Xin. As soon as Worry and Mei had left the room, Li Xin looked at the clock on the wall. It was time for Park Juhyuk to come up. Shall we get ready? Li Xin smirked. Hey, boss, based on the information that we've gathered, the boss on the first floor is too strong for people to climb the tower. I agree with that. Yay, me too. The members of the task force had gathered outside of the waiting area in the village. They were having a serious conversation, and Park Juhyuk nodded stiffly as he listened to their reports. He originally thought the scuffle that took place when he first came to the tower had caused antipathy and that people were lying. However, he soon realized that was not the case. Eventually, the members of the task force collected information by maintaining a fairly good relationship with other challengers, and they came to the conclusion that there had been a change in the first floor boss difficulty level. I think it's time for us to challenge the boss, one of the members of the task force said in a determined voice. If the challengers were right, they would fail the challenge and return to this place again. If they were lying, they would move up to the next floor. However, everyone was already aware that the latter was impossible. Fortunately, they knew the first floor boss did not kill people. Even if they went for the challenge, the challengers did not have to risk dying, because they heard that the boss returned the challengers without doing more harm. Late that night, Park Juhyuk and other members of the task force headed to the portal located in the central square. Are you guys going up to the first floor? Towing looked at them and asked. Yes, they replied, and entered the portal. As the team entered a large cave, deep inside, they found low-class skeletons, gutter rats, and dwarf goblins, which they had heard about from Earth. These were easy to defeat as they had expected. With the system messages that announced the challengers' increasing stats, they headed to the boss room. The anxiety they had when they first entered this place had gradually faded. The members of the task force were not planning to be careless in their encounter with the boss, but their confidence level increased a little when they defeated the monsters. There was nothing special about the entrance to the boss room. When they opened the door, the boss was slouching in his chair. His eyes were unfocused, his body had no strength, and he looked very pale. He appeared very much different from what the team had heard from other challengers. What's going on? Park Ju-hyuk scanned the boss with a sharp look. Guys, don't let your guards down. When the task force came in, the boss did not even get up from his seat. Instead, he stared at them blankly. Who are you? The boss spoke to them for the first time. Park Ju-hyuk did not respond to his question to figure out what was going on. If this guy is the original boss, he will soon ask who he is. Park Ju-hyuk thought about the boss's next possible phrase. However, contrary to Park Ju-hyuk's expectation, the boss did not say anything after that. Then suddenly, the boss raised his arms from the armrest. Watch out! Park Ju-hyuk cried. Ju-hyuk was nervous about the boss's unexpected behavior, but the boss did not do anything beyond raising his arm. Park Ju-hyuk frowned. His predictions were consistently off. This kind of situation was worse than an upfront threat. Park Ju-hyuk felt more and more nervous. At times like this, he knew he had to move rather than stay still. Only by taking charge of the situation, he could draw out the boss's intentions. At Ju-hyuk's signal, the team members ran up to the boss to make an attack. Huang. Mana power was blooming from the tip of the boss's finger. A poorly made dark arrow slowly flew towards them. What is this? Park Ju-hyuk, who was clenching his teeth, approached the boss and swung his sword. Whoosh! Ju-hyuk sliced the boss's neck without much effort. Splash! Blood gushed out of the boss's neck as Ju-hyuk withdrew his sword. Warm blood soaked his face and body. Was this all there is? It was an ending that made Ju-hyuk feel stupid about what he had been worrying about. In front of Ju-hyuk, the boss collapsed, his eyes rolled over. Great work ever. Park Ju-hyuk's eyes opened wide, looking around. Boss. A red-eyed skeleton was slaughtering his teammates. Whoosh! Splash! The skeleton stared at Park Ju-hyuk after stabbing one of his team members with a bone knife. The skeleton was exuding horrific mana. There was no expression on his face, but the skeleton's chin clattered as if he was laughing at Ju-hyuk. Crunch! Park Ju-hyuk clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw muscles tightened up. Boss. Run away. I'll deal with. I'm sorry, boss. His past flashed before his eyes. He thought of the teammates he had lost on the battlefield. This dark past, which remained in him as a trauma deep in his heart, began to bother him again. I blame you, boss. Stop. Just stop. Park Ju-hyuk grabbed his head and dropped his crude sword. Ju-hyuk suffered from nightmares and trauma for a long time after returning to Korea. He had been trying to live his life to the fullest to forget about his past. You abandoned us, boss. No, I didn't. Ju-hyuk, whose eyes had become pink and congested, shouted and picked up the sword that was on the floor to attack the skeleton in front of him. Kong, 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 Kong. He swung his sword madly, his moves furious yet precise. The skeleton was pushed behind a little, but still defended all of the attacks. Die, just die. Park Ju-hyuk swung the sword with a scream. Ju-hyuk's muscles were swollen and overworked, but he could not feel any pain. Perhaps it was due to an overproduction of adrenaline. He only thought of tearing apart the skeleton that killed his teammate. Kong, Kong, Kong. However, contrary to his wishes, Park Ju-hyuk was gradually overwhelmed by the skeleton. And soon after, the skeleton's bone knife left slashes in Ju-hyuk's body one after another. Having lost his mind, Ju-hyuk could not defend himself from the skeleton's attacks. Ting! Ju-hyuk's crude sword bounced off the skeleton's sword because he had lost his grip. Coop! Ju-hyuk was pushed against the wall. When his head hit the wall, his brain zapped and blood dripped down his head. Eventually, he fell to his knees as his legs got weak and his head drooped low. Ju-hyuk could see his teammates looking disappointed. Their wide-opened eyes seemed to resent him. I'm sorry. Seeing his team member coughing up blood, Ju-hyuk felt pathetic that he collapsed without even getting revenge. As Ju-hyuk lifted up his head, the skeleton approached him with his sword. When he turned slightly, he could see the face of the collapsed team member. Okay, let's do this. I'm not going to repeat my stupid past. Ju-hyuk's congested eyes had returned to normal. After calmly watching the skeleton's movements, he dug into the skeleton. I'll give him my flesh and take his bones? The bone knife pierced Ju-hyuk's shoulder. Ju-hyuk, who endured the pain by clenching his teeth, dug deeper and shoved the skeleton. At the same time, with the arm that was not injured, Ju-hyuk wrapped around the skeleton who was holding a knife, and twisted his body. Crunch! With the sound of the skeleton's bone breaking, the arm that was holding the bone knife had bent backward. Park Ju-hyuk was about to deal a good, finishing blow when the skeleton's left fist flew toward his face, which he barely avoided. Crunch crunch. There's no way, Ju-hyuk muttered. The skeleton calmly realigned his arm to its original state. On the other hand, Park Ju-hyuk's left shoulder was crushed and could not move. The pain that he could not feel for a while came all at once. His whole body creaked and he could not control it. He was in severe pain. He wanted to give up. Negative thoughts were bothering Park Ju-hyuk. The skeleton's red eyes were shaking as if they were laughing at him. As Ju-hyuk's head lowered to the ground, he could see his teammates on the floor. Crunch! Ju-hyuk managed to move his squeaky body and lifted the sword from the floor. His arms were shaking and his grip did not have much strength left. However, he could not give up. He vowed to send that skeleton to hell. Kong! Gasp! Ju-hyuk dropped his sword as he collapsed, vomiting blood, having been kicked in the abdomen by the skeleton. The skeleton's bone knife was about to strike his head, but Ju-hyuk could not avoid it. He did not want to die like this, not without avenging his teammates. Was he ultimately unable to make a change in his life? He did not want to die, he wanted to change. He wanted to undo his past regrets and fight. His will was still alive. Blood and tears covered his face of madness. Suddenly, a golden light came out of Ju Hyuk's body and wrapped around the skeleton and him. What's this? Li Shin was surprised. Li Shin had been watching the fight between Park Ju Hyuk and the skeleton the whole time, and he could not keep his mouth shut when he saw the light emitting from Ju Hyuk's body. That light, is that? Li Shin was curious. You have awakened a unique ability. You have learned the power of resurgence. The power of, Ju Hyuk mumbled. He saw the system message that suddenly appeared in his blurry vision. It felt as if the world had stopped at that moment. Ju Hyuk did not know what that message was, but he knew it could be the comeback to this situation. Transformation, Ju Hyuk mumbled again. As soon as he finished saying the phrase, a golden energy obscured his view. The situation between Ju Hyuk and the skeleton reversed in an instant. Park Ju Hyuk, who had earlier collapsed, realized that he was about to hit the skeleton with the sword from above. It did not matter how it happened. He first had to break the skeleton that was in front of him. Die! Park Ju Hyuk shouted, as his sword went through from the top to bottom. Clink! Thud! However, Park Ju Hyuk lost all his strength to wield the sword. His sword fell on the floor and bounced off. Then, Ju Hyuk fell over the skeleton, helpless. Boss! You damn skeleton! At novel bin at. His teammates, whom Ju Hyuk thought were dead, were fine. They quickly carried Ju Hyuk on their backs and took care of him. Fortunately, he collapsed due to lack of strength, not a mortal wound. Well done, Wari, said Li Shin. Thank you, master, Wari replied. Wari got up and moved behind Li Shin. Li Shin saw Ju Hyuk's injured teammates, who were supporting him. What Park Ju Hyuk had seen was a small trap that was made using a pre-purchased hallucinogenic plant which created a trauma-stimulating vision for the person who sniffed it. In reality, the team members were only knocked down by Wari and Li Shin. None of them actually died. Go back now, and when your boss wakes up, tell him to come back. Why aren't you killing us? The woman who was taking care of Park Ju Hyuk stared at Li Shin and asked. You can hear the answer from your boss. So, go back, Li Shin said in a firm voice. She shut her mouth and left with an annoyed look. Li Shin sneered at the woman. It did not matter if they did not tell Park Ju Hyuk to come back, because in the end, he would have no choice but to come back because he was curious. You have defeated a challenger. You have defeated a challenger. You have defeated a challenger. Your mana points have increased by 80 points. When the challengers left, Li Shin recalled the fight between Wari and Park Ju Hyuk with a serious face. It said he obtained the power of resurgence, Li Shin reminded himself. The power of resurgence was not an ability that Park Ju Hyuk had used in his previous life. Li Shin had never seen anyone who used that ability in the first place. Obviously, the fight was over as Park Ju Hyuk collapsed after getting kicked by Wari. However, with the appearance of the golden light, the situation was completely reversed. Li Shin would be able to know exactly what that kind of ability was only when Park Ju Hyuk returned. However, just from how it looked then, that ability did not make any sense. An ability that counteracts the situation. It was more suitable to describe it as an ability that counteracts causality. This was an awakening of a unique ability, because the sudden appearance of the golden light showed an ability that was beyond common sense. The awakening of a unique ability, Li Shin smiled. Things were getting interesting. Park Ju Hyuk, who had recovered to some extent, came to Li Shin's boss room. Li Shin had built a drawing room inside the boss's room and the two sat there, face to face. So, you're finally awake. Li Shin started the conversation. Li Shin looked at Park Ju Hyuk, sipping his tea, and Ju Hyuk seemed to have mixed feelings. Ju Hyuk could not easily formulate what he wanted to say. Thank you, Park Ju Hyuk said in a quiet voice. Sip. Upon hearing the appreciation, Li Shin drank his tea in silence. However, Park Ju Hyuk was uncomfortable with this silence. He wondered what Li Shin was thinking. Ju Hyuk wanted to know more about the boss's identity. He was not sure if it was right to have a conversation with the boss of a tower. Park Ju Hyuk had tried to organize his thoughts before he came to Li Shin, but no matter how much time he took, he could not organize his thoughts. Eventually, he decided to meet him, coming in recklessly with a desire to solve the problem. I guess you're very virtuous, Li Shin broke the silence. Why did you do that to me? Park Ju Hyuk started asking questions. He was most curious about this. He could see that he was quite different from other challengers in the tower, but aside from that, he wanted to know why the boss dealt with him differently from how he did with the others in the tower. Just cause, Li Shin replied. I'm sorry. Park Ju Hyuk frowned. I don't have any reason for that, Li Shin explained. Park Ju Hyuk wondered if Li Shin was joking. Li Shin did not show any sign of mischief, but he could have been keeping a poker face. It seemed like he would not tell Ju Hyuk anything more. I have heard the encounters of other challengers in the village, you've dealt with me differently. It's as if you know something about me, said Park Ju Hyuk. I was just messing with you, Li Shin replied. Is that so? Park Ju Hyuk did not believe him, but he decided to stop questioning further, because there would be no point. But because of me, you obtained a unique ability, didn't you? Li Shin asked. Did you plan that, too? Park Ju Hyuk asked in order to get a grasp of Li Shin's intention. That, too. Li Shin smirked at Ju Hyuk's question and sipped his tea. No way, said Li Shin. Is that so? Park Ju Hyuk thought that he should not provoke Li Shin anymore. Why are you hesitating? Li Xin stared at Zhu Hayek and asked. What? Zhu Hayek was surprised at Li Xin's impudence. Share your information, Li Xin demanded. I will, Park Zhu Hayek replied. Park Zhu Hayek had planned on showing his ability to Li Xin, but he was a little surprised at Li Xin's demand. At the same time, Li Xin was also surprised to see that Zhu Hayek was more obedient than he thought. With a ringing sound, an information screen popped up in front of Li Xin. There were detailed descriptions on Zhu Hayek's unique ability. The power of resurgence. Hashtag you can change what has happened. Hashtag resurgence energy can be generated. Hashtag resurgence energy is consumed depending on the amount of power required to change the result. Li Xin stared blankly at the screen for a moment despite having a rough sense of what it was supposed to be. Hashtag you can change what has happened. Li Xin thought this was a ridiculous ability. In fights, wins and losses could be easily reversed by a single match point. This ability could easily change the result if one had lost a fight or even died due to a mistake. When Wari struck out Park Zhu Hayek's sword and kicked him down, the result was completely reversed. Ha 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 ha. Li Xin was dumbfounded and burst out into laughter. Li Xin did not expect to find such a treasure here. There used to be no Park Zhu Hayek in his plan. Li Xin thought it would be enough if Zhu Hayek could be a little help to boost his power, but Zhu Hayek was actually a hidden gem. Starting from today, come to my room every morning, Li Xin demanded. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Park Zhu Hayek was surprised. Don't you want to get stronger? Li Xin asked. Park Zhu Hayek's face instantly stiffened at the question. The memory of his helplessness as he lost his teammates became his strongest driving force as he entered the tower. He wanted to be strong, so that it would not happen again. Yes, I want to be strong, Park Zhu Hayek replied in a determined voice. Okay then, come see me every morning. I'll make you strong, said Li Xin. Can I also bring my team members? Park Zhu Hayek asked. Should I spend a little time just for this guy? For Li Xin, Zhu Hayek's team members were not valuable enough to devote his time and energy on. You're my main focus. I'll let your teammates come here to train, but I won't be teaching them in detail, said Li Xin. Yes, thank you. That would be enough. Park Zhu Hayek's face brightened at Li Xin's words. After Park Zhu Hayek left, Li Xin took a sip of the tea and wondered to himself. He remembered that it was almost time for the dimension gate to open. Since there were no additional people coming up from the first floor, people on the upper floor were going crazy. Li Xin did not have much time, because only the tower in Korea was in such a situation. Things could get more difficult for Korea if other countries learned about this. A national exhibition would be held in the World Center, which occupied the 21st to the 29th floors. It was a war on the ice ocean continent. Korea was one of the top 5 counties in Ice-Oceania. However, it had been almost a year since the manpower supply was cut off. There was a high possibility for the pattern of the national exhibition to change significantly. When the dimension gate opened, Korea's weakness would be known to the earth and each country may put more pressure on Korea unlike any other before. In this world, the power of the challengers equated to the power of a nation. Slurp. The warm, fragrant tea calmed Li Xin's mind and body. It smells good. Li Xin did not worry too much. No matter how difficult it was for Korea and the upper floor challengers, the moment these guys in the waiting area on the first floor were released, they would put an end to America, China, and England. Li Xin's plan was progressing steadily. These will be sharp weapons that will threaten the gods. Sir, what do you mean? This isn't fair. You know it takes forever to collect points by killing those worthless monsters. Please, don't take them for granted. Baek Hyun cried out. Hey, Baek Hyun, I'm giving this to you at this price because it's you. You know I'm Wang Kongwung, who's also called Antony Gaudi of this place. Wang Kongwung replied. But still, I think it's too much to ask for 10,000 points. Killing one skeleton only gives me 5 points. I only get 50 points for going around the entire first floor? That means I need to go around the floor 200 times. Baek Hyun yelled. Ha, alright, I'll give you a discount because it's you. Just give me 8,000 points then, Wang Kongwung offered. Wang Kongwung and Baek Hyun were having a scuffle in a large room on the 10th floor, the top floor. There were models and frameworks of various kinds of buildings installed in the large room. Besides, there were large maps and topography simulations all over the place. Mr. Wang Kongwung, I'm Baek Hyun, the best sword mage on the first floor. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Baek Hyun asked. Cum. Wang Kongwung cleared his throat and thought for a bit. Do you really think you can get out of the first floor? Wang Kongwung had to consider the future, rather than just looking at what was there right now. Yes, of course. That's what Master told me, Baek Hyun replied in a serious tone. To be honest, I think it might never be possible for you to leave the first floor, Wang Kongwung said in a subdued voice. Baek Hyun nodded at his words because he also thought that Wang Kongwung was quite reasonable. The challengers had thought that Li Xin was so strong that no matter how much stronger the challengers became, Li Xin would still be out of their league. The tower had chosen Li Xin as the boss of the first floor. Therefore, he could not leave the first floor. That meant the challengers could never get out of there too. Baek Hyun did not want to lose his last hope. But the boss said it would be possible. Yeah, but you also have to consider that he is a subordinate of the tower, Wang Kongwung argued. Isn't that the same for us? We are stuck here in this first floor waiting area too, Baek Hyun countered. Don't be ridiculous, said Wang Kongweng. Baek Hyun decided to stop arguing with him. He knew that Wang Kongweng's point was perfectly logical. Li Xin was a human made by the system of the tower, and in fact, whatever he said could have already been formulated according to the character rules set by the tower. However, Baek Hyun, who had faced him several times, could not believe that Li Xin was an artificial human being made by the tower. He was as human as any of the challengers there. But, even if you get to leave the first floor just like he said, that doesn't mean you'll become a ranker in the future, Wang Kongweng argued. You're right, but none of the challengers on the first floor have become as strong as us. I know we can break the record for every floor with an outstanding performance. Baek Hyun's words were also reasonable. Countless people had already entered the waiting area on the first floor, and the number had already reached hundreds. And among them, Baek Hyun, who was standing in front of him, was undoubtedly one of the best. Okay, fine. Just give me 5,000 points, but no less than that. Wang Kongweng asked for a lower amount. Wow, thanks. I agree that you're Antony Gaudi of Korea. Please take good care of it. When the training ground is complete and I get stronger, I'll support you on my way to the top. Haha. Baek Hyun replied in an excited voice. That's enough. You should get going, said Wang Kongweng. Well, have a great day. Baek Hyun left the room. Wang Kongweng stood up from his seat and approached the window to take a look at the village that was created in the waiting area on the first floor. It could no longer even be called a village. It got much bigger and received more residents, so it was considered a small town now. The vast land had no owner, but there was everything in the points store. Moreover, the prices of ordinary furniture materials, food, or other products were not very high. In addition, the mountains, trees, and numerous types of stones in the rocky areas a distance away supplemented the building materials. Wang Kongweng, who never got tired, accelerated the construction process. When he first entered the tower, he was shocked that he could not climb it because the boss on the first floor was too strong. However, he got used to that fact quickly. He was more interested in the vast land and the odd-looking wooden houses and the furniture in several places. The open land where more people could live had caught his attention. The people who lived there were modern people, and they wanted to recreate the environment in which they used to live. Wang Kongweng could satisfy their needs. At Novel bin at. Seeing his creations fill this place one by one made him more excited than climbing the tower. And after building many structures, he got the title Architect of the Wilderness. By now, he had become the city's richest and most outstanding architect in this village. Kongweng, did you really want to climb the tower, or did you just want to run away? Wang Kongweng muttered, his tone a bit resentful. December was approaching and it had been almost a year since Li Xin got his memory back. People on Earth, who were unaware of the situation inside the tower, had been waiting for the information on the tower from challengers who would come out of the Dimension Gate. The Dimension Gate opens 3 days from today. On which floor would the challengers be right now? Experts expect Cha Yumin to be on the 75th floor by now. Even for Cha Yumin, people are thinking it would be difficult to reach the 80th floor. How high did the challengers, who went in this year, climb? Who is this year's supernova? The public transportation is already congested because everyone is gathering at Gwangae-Wamun. South Korea had already begun releasing all kinds of news articles on the internet while waiting for the challengers to come out of the tower. Most of the articles were on how high South Korea's #1 challenger Cha Yumin had climbed. In addition, they were interested in what new items the challengers would bring from the tower. Among them, there were quite a few people who wondered how high the new challengers who entered this year went, and whether a new supernova would come out this year. People on Earth could never guess what kind of news the challengers would bring. It was a dangerous gamble to climb the tower. However, it could also be an opportunity to reverse one's fate. The moment a person who reached the 50th floor came back to Earth, he or she would become the top predator on Earth and the hottest topic in the world as well. However, there were countless people who had died in the process of going up to the 50th floor. In addition, there were quite a few people who could not progress further inside the tower and simply stayed there. It had become normal for the challengers inside the tower to feel devastated and frustrated on hearing the news that their families had passed away. For the challengers inside the tower, the ones who could emerge from the tower were the messengers and witnesses of their legacy to their families outside. So, upon hearing such news, some tried to escape reality. However, there were others who decided to continue climbing the tower so that they could return to Earth to find their family, to confirm the news with their own eyes, or to get their revenge on the tower. Nevertheless, people were willing to throw themselves into the gamble of climbing the tower. The prospect of gaining that absurd power after reaching the 50th floor was more attractive than anything else. Only 1 day left until the opening of the Dimension Gate. What kind of miracle will the challengers bring this time? How high did Cha Yumin, Shin Chang-ho, and Shin Ji-won get to? The entire world is paying attention to Korea? Has the top ranker changed? Shedding new light on Jonathan's remark from last year in the US, Mr. Cha will not make it to the 80th floor. Would Virgo, England's supernova, reach the 50th floor within 3 years? The opening of Dimension Gate was a significant event for every country around the world. The heat reached its peak when there was only 1 day left before the opening of the Dimension Gate. The whole world was on fire when the gates of each country opened. Among them, Korea was the most passionate. Exclusive? All of Korea's challengers from this year are missing. No news from any challengers on the first floor. Is there a change in the tower? Did the difficulty level of the first floor change? What is the truth behind the tower? Is it a bug or an error in the Korean tower? Korea was literally in chaos. The number of people who entered the tower in the past year was 978. However, not even a single person managed to climb up from the first floor. It meant more than just the disappearance or death of a person. Why did so many Korean challengers go missing? Other countries around the world say, there is no problem. The stagnation in Korea's top rankers and challengers in the tower. Korea, which was one of the top 5 countries in the 20th floor national war, is falling off a cliff. Will Korea collapse like this? Is it just Korea? Or is this the beginning of the chaos? All the world's attention was on Korea. Not only did Korean reporters gather, but reporters from other countries also began to assemble. Gwangaewamun was literally swarming with people. The government was paralyzed, unable to deal with the situation and create order. People from all over the world contacted the government. However, the government was overwhelmed just trying to understand what was going on. What is happening? Is this for real? Shit. Korea is messed up now. It's all ruined. Then, what's happening to the people who went in this year? There's no way they could not break through the first floor. The first floor is just a tutorial though. It does not make sense that they couldn't break it. But I mean, considering that no one out of the 978 people came out, there could really be a problem in the tower. I guess the tower game is over now. I think this is just the beginning. It started in Korea, but it will soon happen in other countries starting next year. It's the end. It had been a week since the Dimension Gate opened. Normally, it was a time when the heat should have subsided a little. However, the interest had grown even more. That was because Cha Yu-min returned to Earth a week after the Dimension Gate had opened. Besides, he was severely injured. Those who waited for Cha Yu-min, the top ranker, to come out of the Gwangaewamun spread the news all over the world as soon as he appeared. Every word spoken by Cha Yu-min was a scoop. In a situation where rumors were rampant, Cha Yu-min's words were the only oasis in the desert. Click, 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 click. The Gwangaewamun resounded with the clicks of camera shutters. A lot of questions were asked of Cha Yu-min, but he did not give any answers. I will hold a press conference in 2 days, Cha Yu-min started his speech. At Cha Yu-min's words, the noisy crowd became quiet in an instant. I am aware that Korea is in a mess right now, but it's not only Korea. The whole world is going crazy. Every word that came out of his mouth was very calm. His words were delivered very clearly even though he did not shout. I went to the first floor. Cha Yu-min's words rippled through the crowd in a way that was beyond one's imagination. After hearing about the missing challengers in the tower, people started to think if there would be another change in the tower in the future. In the earlier days, there had been a change in the tower. People were forced to adapt to it and survive in that new condition. Those people who were inside the tower had a different reaction compared to the ones outside. The challengers were suspecting a problem in Korea, but they were glad that it was not the case. The problem now was that they had to make a decision to enter the tower before the Dimension Gate closed or remain on Earth. There could potentially be a problem on the upper floor. Therefore, the ones who came out of the tower were at a crossroads. They had to wrap their heads around this problem and make the best decisions for themselves. They had expected that if there were a change, it would happen all over the world. However, this time was unique in that it only happened in Korea. Therefore, the Koreans were even more confused. What a headache. What should we do now? Let's think for a bit. We still have some time. I'm going to see my family first. Sure. After having a rough idea about the current situation on Earth, the challengers dispersed. Hiding away from the reporters was not a problem for them. Mom, I'm here. Baek Kong-woo shouted. Hey, son. You must be so tired. I missed you so much. Come in and have a seat, his mom greeted. Okay, and you This time Baek Kong-woo tried to explain his situation but did not manage to finish his sentence. Son, do you have to go back to the tower? His mom asked in a worried voice. Why? Baek Kong-woo asked. His mom seemed very anxious. I recently saw an article that said all the people who entered last year went missing. What if that happens to you? I'm really worried this time. To his mother who was very worried, Baek Kong-woo could not easily give an answer. He had already become inseparable from the tower. He had defeated countless enemies, trained consistently to become stronger, and defeated enemies who were stronger still. He could not abandon the tower in which he could run around and enjoy the vast land. Having spent a lot of time inside, the tower was like his second home. He had comrades, friends, and loved ones living there. However, what was his reason for entering the tower? It was to rebuild his poor household. He wanted to repay his mother who had raised him alone after his father passed away when he was a child. He wanted to live a happy life with his mother. As a result, he fought desperately on the tower and was able to reach the 50th floor. Now, he had enough ability to support his mother so that she could do everything she wanted and not have to do any hard work. He did not need to re-enter the tower. He knew he should not be doing this. He knew it was wrong. I'm really sorry. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Drip, drip, drip. Baek Kong-woo's tears fell one after another onto the back of his hand that was clutching at his pants tightly. He could not bear to look at his mother. He could not raise his head. Baek Kong-woo thought that his mother would feel betrayed. He was basically abandoning his mother, who had lived her entire life for him, and choosing the tower instead. He felt his mother's warm touch on his shaking shoulders. Without a word, she hugged and comforted him. Baek Kong-woo was sobbing. I'm sorry, son. I think I have put too much burden on you. Baek Kong-woo had wanted to tell his mom that she was asking too much of him. He had wanted to tell her that he understood her, to tell her not to feel bad for him. However, his voice did not come out as he was swept away by the flood of emotions. At novel bin at. Hyuk Baek Kong-woo shed tears. It's all right, so let it all out. His mom comforted him. Baek Kong-woo could not do anything that day. On the other hand, among those who did not enter the tower, the story about Cha Yumin was something interesting. Hey, did you hear that? Hear what? The one about Cha Yumin? But did he even clear the 80th floor? I heard that he was a mess. No, it's not that. He said he went to the first floor. Seriously? How did he go to the first floor? Obviously I don't know. I heard that Cha Yumin will be holding a press conference soon. People from all over the world are lobbying to go see it. That's crazy. When is it? I'm so ready for it. Even on the internet, everyone talked about Cha Yumin, all day long. Yumin, you look so handsome. Let's go, Cha Yumin. I love you, Cha Yumin. Stop it, you idiots. That's not what's important right now. Wow, he definitely is the #1 ranker. How did he get to the first floor? Didn't he clear up to the 71st floor last year? Since the reward increases every 10th floor, he probably received it after clearing the 80th floor. He probably could have gone to the first floor, because beyond the 50th floor, challengers can move between floors. That's awesome. Jonathan was only able to go to the 76th floor. I wonder how high our hope, Cha Yumin, went. The press conference was held 2 days after Cha Yumin had returned. The press conference was filled with reporters, dignitaries, and rankers from all over the world, even before Cha Yumin showed up. This was because the disappearance of Korean challengers on the first floor was a great concern all over the world. Everyone was worried, since they could be the next person missing. Please welcome our ranker Cha Yumin. Cha Yumin opened the door and entered the room. He looked calm today. He was dressed neatly and appeared very different from how he had looked 2 days ago. Hello everyone, this is Cha Yumin. As soon as he started speaking, the shutters of the cameras clicked from all corners of the room. Reporters raised their hands here and there to express their interest in asking him questions, but Jun Jae-yong, the president of the Korean Challengers Association, stopped them. We will have a separate time for you to ask questions. Please listen to Cha Yumin for now. The chaos settled down a bit with Jun Jae-yong's words. Everyone at the press conference was just like baby birds waiting for their mothers to feed them. They were all waiting for Cha Yumin to speak and give valuable information. First of all, I am not 100% sure, but it's been almost a year since any challenger came up from the first floor. Most of the people in the tower already knew about this and I climbed the tower to get to the bottom of it. Cha Yumin took his time to explain things to the crowd. As you all know, there's a maxim regarding the tower: if you have the desire to get something, climb the tower, it will make your wish come true. I originally thought that the answer was on the 80th floor and I reached there a week ago. At Cha Yumin's last words, the sound of the camera shutters filled the room. Besides the issue of the disappearance of the first floor challengers, Cha Yumin's raid on the 80th floor was another big topic that everyone was interested in. However, people were eager to know about that after hearing Yumin had been successful. Now, rankers from all over the world would do anything to get this strategy from him. And Korea's national power and pride increased, thanks to Cha Yumin. The higher you climb, the more power and authority you get. The tower also provides you with greater rewards, along with wealth. And I gained the ability to go to the first floor as my reward for reaching the 80th floor, Cha Yumin explained. Click, 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 click. The sounds of the camera shutters from the reporters did not seem to fade out from the conference room. Every word that came out of Yumin was a scoop. Whoa, even I'm getting nervous. I can't believe I'm at such a historic moment. I'm so glad that I didn't advance to the next floor. What are you saying? Don't make it sound like we chose not to go up. Be quiet, what are you saying in front of Cha Yumin? Kim Kong-chun stopped Baek Hyun and Kang Ji-hoon from fooling around. That's all right. By the way, I can sense an unusual mana power in front of the boss's room. Do you happen to know what it is? Cha Yumin asked. Oh, you'll see when you get there. Haha, Kim Kong-chun replied. Cha Yumin went closer to the boss's room with a look of suspicion, and Mei was standing there with a high-handed attitude. The skeleton was blocking the entrance. He was wearing a dark black robe and held a staff that seemed to create an eerie atmosphere. Is he the boss that you were talking about? Cha Yumin asked. No, he's not it, the challengers replied. Cha Yumin knew it already, because the skeleton looked so different from what other challengers had told him earlier. However, the skeleton's aura was sufficient to say he was a boss. He's a doorkeeper as well as a secretary made by Mr. Necromancer here, Kim Kong-chun explained with an awkward look. What do you mean by his secretary? A doorkeeper is just a doorkeeper, Cha Yumin asked with an incredulous look. As Kim Kong-chun was scratching his head at Cha Yumin's questions, Mei had noticed them. Who are you? I've never seen you before, asked Mei. I have something to settle with the boss here, so get out of my way if you don't want to die, Cha Yumin replied in a firm voice. Gasp. Baek Hyun, who was standing behind Cha Yumin, quickly covered Kang Ji-hoon's mouth when he got startled and was about to scream. Cha Yumin did not care what was going on at the back. He only focused on Mei, who was in front of him. He could not let his guard down even if it were only a skeleton. No way. Can the first floor boss have made this? Really? Cha Yumin could not believe what he was seeing. Mei stopped Cha Yumin from going through. Haha, what a funny guy. Well, if you want to go see the master, you will have to go through me first. Cha Yumin was ready to defeat the skeleton. I have no time to waste on a doorkeeper, but I'll do it as you wish. Kup. Baek Hyun screamed at Cha Yumin's words. Hey, be quiet. Kang Ji-hoon quickly stopped Baek Hyun. For the challengers who were aware of May's power, Cha Yumin's remarks had been unimaginable. However, at the same time, Yumin was the #1 ranker. Surely there was no way he would be defeated on the first floor. But they also had a strong feeling that Cha Yumin would not be able to defeat their master, Li Xin. May was not the problem. In fact, the other challengers were more afraid that May would get injured and cause Li Xin to be angry. However, Cha Yumin pulled out his sword immediately and ran up to May. Tang! The mana shield created in the air had blocked the sword. However, Yumin continued with his attack, which eventually led to a battle between May and Cha Yumin. The mana attack and sword fight made the battle fierce. Kup. Ha ha ha, is that all you can do? You don't deserve to see the master with that kind of skill. May laughed at Cha Yumin. The skeleton mage was able to use all 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and wind. He exceeded Cha Yumin's expectations. With the ice elemental magic, May froze the floor to reduce Yumin's mobility. By combining wind and fire, the skeleton attacked Cha Yumin's weak points to keep him at bay and find a window of opportunity. If Cha Yumin forced his way into the skeleton's range, the skeleton would counter with earth-based magic. The skeleton was indeed tricky to deal with. It was not possible to simply explain this entire fight away with the superior ability the skeleton seemed to have in both combat experience and mana power. How could a skeleton mage be so skilled and powerful? I agree, you are amazing. Cha Yumin admitted that this place was a long way out of his common sense. Now, I'll show you what I can do. Cha Yumin's sword was dyed black. Shadow splitting. Cha Yumin's sword split May's stone wall. Kup instead, he could hear May's painful voice behind the stone wall. In the place where the stone wall had collapsed, May was there, in a robe that was torn apart. And his arm that was holding the staff was on the floor. It's been a long time since I lost to someone other than my master. May was on his knees. The 3 men standing behind Cha Yumin watched the scene with their mouths open. They could not believe that May was on his knees, without an arm. They realized that the #1 ranker was indeed outstanding as they watched the battle in awe. Go in, the master is waiting for you. May let them enter the room. Good. I'm not killing you because of their request, said Cha Yumin. Kup. Thanks a lot, May answered. The 3 men had desperately asked Cha Yumin not to kill May, and their request was successful. Since May was the boss's pet, they could not imagine what would happen if the boss got angry. Potentially Cha Yumin could kill Li Xin and release everyone from the first floor, but they also had to consider the possibility of his failure. If Cha Yumin failed, then there could only be despair. The 3 were worried that Li Xin would be irritated to see May's injuries. However, the indifferent look they saw on Li Xin's face upon entering the boss room made them heave an inward sigh of relief. Cha Yumin looked at Li Xin calmly. Everyone all over the world, other than the challengers in the first floor waiting area, had thought the first floor boss was weak, lethargic, and insane. However, the one before Cha Yumin clearly was not a tutorial level boss. He could sense that the boss was far beyond all the descriptions he had heard before. Li Xin sneered at the sight of Cha Yumin. Did all of these things happen because of you? Cha Yumin glared at Li Xin. Who are you? I have no idea what you are talking about, Li Xin replied. The fact that he could have a conversation with the boss was weird enough, but Cha Yumin doubted if Li Xin was the actual first floor boss when Li Xin already seemed to know everything that was going on. Cha Yumin wondered if Li Xin was a special character made by the tower, or if this was some kind of a special event on the first floor. I'm Cha Yumin. Who are you? Cha Yumin asked. The boss whom Cha Yumin encountered today was clearly different from the one he had met when he first climbed the tower. The boss seemed very relaxed and spoke in a clearly laid-back tone. Li Xin's eyes sparkled like water in a deep well. He had outstanding mana power. Cha Yumin could not think of Li Xin as the same boss he had encountered earlier. Other than his appearance, everything was different. Cha Yumin changed his attitude, because he realized that he should not treat Li Xin like an ordinary monster. Only then did Li Xin look satisfied. Finally, you're ready to have a conversation with me. I am Li Xin. Li Xin introduced himself. Li Xin? Cha Yumin asked, trying to clarify. Cha Yumin became more confused after hearing his name, because Li Xin sounded like a Korean name. Then, shall we test out your skills since it has been a while? Li Xin asked. It had been a while? Cha Yumin was shocked but could no longer remain in that state. This speed of mana casting this boss had was completely different from the skeleton mage. An explosion occurred in the air as soon as the mana was detected. Cha Yumin was surprised. Why are you so slow? Li Xin laughed at him. He was not a boss from whom Cha Yumin could hide his skills. Cha Yumin used his skills immediately and brought out his shadow. His body was engulfed in the shadow that appeared on the dark floor. Haha, you are really trying hard, aren't you? Do you need to use that much effort from the beginning? Li Xin laughed. Cha Yumin did not answer. Now that he had decided to reveal all his power, he had to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Shadow Phantom Splitting. The aura of the black sword appeared from the shadow and cut off Li Xin's vision, and he could not see in the shadows. It had been a while since Li Xin saw the skill of Shadow Phantom Splitting. At the sight of this skill, rather than being immersed in a sense of crisis, Li Xin recalled his past memories with the Cha Yumin who climbed the tower with Li Xin. Bro. Hey, Yumin. In the pitch-black darkness, Cha Yumin's phantom splitting cut down the devil while at the same time, the devil's fingernails penetrated Cha Yumin's body. Cha Yumin lay on the floor, vomiting blood. And Li Xin, who arrived a second too late, approached Cha Yumin. When Li Xin saw Yumin's gut coming out of his pierced abdomen, Li Xin applied pressure to prevent it from spilling out. Despite all of these, Cha Yumin seemed unburdened, because he had done his best. Bro, please climb all the way up to the end of the tower. Yumin. Please make my dream come true. Yumin? Cha Yumin closed his eyes and Li Xin could no longer hear his voice. Li Xin felt terribly sorry for Yumin. Li Xin's voice echoed in the harrowing battlefield. #we don't forget. All the memories from his previous life flashed through Li Xin's mind, even the ones he wanted to forget about. The shadow that disturbed Li Xin's vision in the darkness was gradually clamping him down. The shadow was just like the ones that he had seen countless times in his previous life. He had no difficulty destroying those and making a counterattack, but he could not do that this time. Cha Yumin had a disappointed look when he realized that Li Xin could block all his attacks with his mana. It seemed as if Li Xin could tell the future and foresee Yumin's upcoming attack. Li Xin's deep eyes showed no regard for the victory or defeat of this battle. Cha Yumin's pride was hurt when Li Xin seemed like he was enjoying himself with Yumin at his level. However, Li Xin playing a fool allowed Yumin to regain his composure. At one point, the sword from the shadow stopped cutting Li Xin. Why aren't you attacking? Cha Yumin asked. Li Xin did not reply. Why are you making that face? Cha Yumin asked again. Again, there was no response from Li Xin. Li Xin could not come up with an answer. He was not sure what was happening to him, because the relationship he once had with Cha Yumin was not the same as what it was now. Are you happy right now? Li Xin asked him a random question, and Cha Yumin could not figure out what the intention was. Why yes, of course. I'm happy, Cha Yumin replied. Aha, I see. Li Xin nodded at the satisfactory answer. A dark spell was lingering at Li Xin's fingertips, because it was time to end this battle that he had been dragging out. He used Deep Flare, a skill that combined darkness and flame. The fire was blazing, but the light was still. The place became even darker than the shadow, and the flame exploded onto Cha Yumin. Quang! Suddenly, the cave and the ground shook fiercely. A pile of stones fell from the ceiling and the blackened pieces of stone scattered in all directions. Cha Yumin's whole body turned black after getting burnt as if he was under a curse, and collapsed in front of Li Xin. Take him with you, Li Xin demanded. Huh? Okay, a challenger replied. It took the three people a while to realize what was going on, because what they were seeing was beyond their imagination. When they finally figured out what was going on, Cha Yumin had lost consciousness and was already on the floor. The necromancer, the first floor boss, was looking at Yumin with a sad face. Cha Yumin came to his senses as soon as he returned to the waiting area on the first floor. The waiting area on the first floor restored all abnormal conditions. As soon as he regained consciousness, he quickly figured out what was going on. Cha Yumin was defeated by the necromancer on the first floor and was kicked out to the waiting area on the first floor. Just like what the other people had said, the first floor boss did not kill him. After regaining consciousness, Cha Yumin could not do anything else, still lost in his thoughts because of the shock. After reaching the 80th floor, Cha Yumin had received a skill called Interfloor Traveler. There was a restriction on this skill which gave that challenger the average of the abilities the other challengers on that specific floor possessed. Nevertheless, Cha Yumin thought that he would be able to defeat the boss, no matter how strong he was, because he had numerous excellent skills and items. However, he was defeated. He was totally defeated. Originally, Cha Yumin expected that the challengers in the waiting area on the first floor would be a little better than the general public. Since he had expected normal skilled people on the first floor, Yumin thought that the abilities he would receive from his Interfloor Traveler skill would not be significant. However, the average skill of the challengers at the first floor was far above what Cha Yumin had expected. He questioned how their skills still could not get them out of the waiting area on the first floor. Cha Yumin's ability had also increased that much, and with these stats, he could easily defeat the boss. Ha! Cha Yumin sighed. When was the last time Cha Yumin had lost so helplessly? The boss predicted all his attacks and used mana to block all of them, as if his attacks were obvious. How could that be? It would certainly be this way, if his attacks were straightforward, obvious attacks used by newbies. Yet, the Shadow Sword was a secretive sword that had a strong anomalous nature. As such, Cha Yumin had no choice but to admit that the boss was superior. Who is this guy? Thought Cha Yumin. The boss's eyes were filled with regret throughout the entire fight. What was he thinking about? Why was the boss lost in his thoughts when he was fighting Cha Yumin? Cha Yumin wanted to hear his story. He wanted to know what kind of backstory caused the boss such hesitation. Cha Yumin was aware that the boss hesitated to hurt him. I guess my stay here will be longer than I expected, Cha Yumin muttered. Are you back again? Li Xin asked. Yes, I am, Cha Yumin replied. Stop coming here, Li Xin said in an annoyed tone. I can't stay long anyway. Just be patient for a couple of days, Cha Yumin replied in a firm voice. I can't let Mei or Worry deal with you. Tisk. Li Xin shook his head. Please don't use level 2 mana skills or higher this time, Cha Yumin demanded. You're funny. So, you're telling me to just use level 1 mana skills? Li Xin laughed at his ridiculous command. Yes, Cha Yumin answered. Why should I? Li Xin asked. Originally, the boss on the first floor only used the dark arrow, Cha Yumin explained. Huh? Are you serious? Do I look the same as that guy to you? Li Xin asked. You, kind of, are, Cha Yumin replied. That was true to some extent. Li Xin was supposed to be that guy. Cha Yumin made a great point. Do people know that you're this kind of person? Li Xin asked. No, they don't, Cha Yumin replied. It's insane how the number one ranker is a crazy guy. The world is coming to an end. I hope the people outside get to know about this soon, said Li Xin. That's not going to happen, Cha Yumin replied. Li Xin knew that it would be as he had said, because he knew Cha Yumin was that kind of a guy. Oh well. So, you think you can beat me if I only use the basic skills? Li Xin asked. No, but at least I won't get totally beaten up this time, Cha Yumin replied. Tisk. So, you reached the 80th floor this time? Li Xin asked. Yes, I did. Do you know anything about the next floor? Cha Yumin was delighted and asked right away when Li Xin asked about the floor. Of course, didn't I say that I was the one who went through all of what you guys are experiencing right now? Li Xin asked. I mean, Cha Yumin mumbled. At novel bin at. Li Xin always emphasized that he was a great senior who had already reached the 100th floor. He wanted the other challengers to show him some respect. Cha Yumin was aware that Li Xin's power was outstanding, but he thought that he could defeat Li Xin if these restrictions were lifted. Cha Yumin had thought that what Li Xin had been saying was just a bluff, but after encountering Li Xin several times, he soon realized that it was not. Li Xin's insight and knowledge of the tower were significant. According to the other challengers, Li Xin was more knowledgeable than what Cha Yumin had expected, because Li Xin knew some things that Cha Yumin did not. Do you want to know more about the next floor? Li Xin asked. Yes. Cha Yumin replied with excitement. If a challenger could gather some information on the next floor in advance, they would have a great advantage. Therefore, the information was invaluable. Cha Yumin wondered if this was the reason why he was given the skill of Interfloor Traveler. He wanted to find the strategy to attack the next floor, as well as to find out more about the disappearance of the first floor challengers. In return, he was awarded the skill of Interfloor Traveler. Cha Yumin had only thought that this skill had something to do with the disappearance on the first floor, but he did not think he could get information on the next floor too. I'll let you know if you can defeat me, said Li Xin. What? Cha Yumin asked. Did your ears get clogged up in the meantime? I said to try to defeat me. I'll only use the basic mana for you. Li Xin gave Cha Yumin a chance. Cha Yumin's fighting spirit rose sharply at that moment. However, he got defeated, again. The reporters were giving their full attention to Cha Yumin in an attempt to catch every single word that came out of Cha Yumin's mouth. They tried to capture every single feeling or inflection in Cha Yumin's words. Cha Yumin started his speech again. I won't be able to tell you all the details of the skill, but I used that skill to head to the waiting area on the first floor. As soon as Cha Yumin finished speaking a sentence, the sound of the reporters tapping on their keyboards filled the entire place. Over there were all the challengers who entered the tower. Every single one of them, Cha Yumin continued on. Tack, 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 tack. What I saw on the first floor waiting area this time was nothing like the original first floor waiting area that I had seen before. There was a small village on what was normally a vast land. The challengers had built a village in the waiting area. There were houses, restaurants, and clothing stores. In addition, there were parks and lakes where people could take a walk, Cha Yumin explained. At those words, people started having doubtful looks. I asked those people why they were not climbing up. Also, I asked them what was going on. And they told me that it's not like they didn't want to go up, but in fact, they could not go up. The first floor challengers told me that they had built a village for this reason, Cha Yumin continued. As soon as Cha Yumin finished speaking, the reporters raised their hands here and there. Yet, when someone tried to open their mouth to speak, it was as if they were having a seizure. They could not. Someone had stopped them from doing so. No one could talk. It was the president of the association. People immediately noticed whose power it was. It was Jian Jae-yong, a man very skillful in psychokinesis, the president of the Korean Challengers Association. He had stopped the reporters from asking questions. I wanted to kill the first floor boss and liberate the people there. And so, I went down to the first floor and faced the boss. Gulp. The press conference room was so quiet that even the faintest sounds could be heard very well. One could hear people gulping. It was real now. If Cha Yumin was telling the truth, then it was not the disappearances on the first floor that mattered. The real problem was that the difficulty level of the first floor boss had increased significantly in a short amount of time. If this happened to the Korean server, it was possible that other servers from other countries could potentially experience the same change. Could Cha Yumin have defeated the boss and freed the challengers who were tied up in the waiting area on the first floor? How strong was the boss? What kind of abilities did he have? People were full of questions and curiosity. I lost to the boss, Cha Yumin announced the big news. Click, 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 click. A burst of shudder sounds filled the room at the end of his speech. Cha Yumin's statement was shocking. He was the #1 ranker in Korea and the challenger who had reached the highest floor of the tower in the world. And he was defeated by just an ordinary first floor boss. Hi, this is Reina, a reporter for ACN. So does that mean the first floor of Korea can never be cleared? A reporter asked. Everyone's eyes turned to her when the reporter's sudden question was heard. Jian Jae-yong stared at the American ranker standing in one corner. He ignored Jian Jae-yong's gaze and only stared at Cha Yumin. He had reversed the spell that was cast on that reporter. There's no need to answer. That's all right. So, reporter Reina, you asked if we will never be able to clear it. The answer to your question is yes, that's right. No one in the world can beat the boss there, Cha Yumin explained. The sound from the typing reporters filled the air as Cha Yumin finished his sentence. Reporter Reina, who asked the question, was also typing hard with a smile as if she was satisfied. Hi, this is John from Reynolds. Then, do you think there is no future for the Korean Tower anymore? Another reporter asked. Hi, this is Haig from Hestage. Are you thinking of moving to another country now? More reporters were asking questions. Starting with Reina, the reporters' questions poured out. Jian Jae-yong tried to stop the reporters, but Cha Yumin signaled to let them ask. Reporters took this opportunity to belittle Korea and started pouring out malicious articles. According to Cha Yumin, there was no future for Korea and there was a downhill road ahead of them. However, Cha Yumin, who should be depressed, continued talking in a relaxed tone. At this moment, some people could be writing an article about the fall of Korea and the end of Korea's tower. Cha Yumin started to explain. His words drew the eyes of the reporters back to him. Perhaps a lot of journalists and reporters were writing their articles in a malicious way, especially the ones from countries that wanted to bring down Korea. They would have written these articles with their eyes lit up. I'm sure that many of you are thinking that you should not enter the Korean Tower from next year. But, I will tell you now, all fellow Koreans, to enter the tower. People looked at Cha Yumin, their faces cast with doubt. People may think that Korea, with its current power, is barely within the top 10 of the world. And with the thought that Korea will soon fall below the top 10, people are laughing at Korea. But I tell you now, that I guarantee that it will just take 3 years. In the next 3 years, Korea will rank at the top and no one will ever be able to steal that place, Cha Yumin declared. At his words, not only the reporters, but also Jian Jae-yong, who was next to him, looked at Cha Yumin with surprise. Cha Yumin had never spoken like this before. Even when he climbed the tower, when he cleared the 50th, 60th, or even the 70th floor, he had never made such a bold statement in public. He was always humble and didn't reveal much about himself. Also, the first floor will be cleared within a year. So, we just have a year left, Cha Yumin continued on. What do you mean there's a year left? A reporter shouted as if he was frustrated. Jian Jae-yong had already withdrawn all the mana that were holding back the reporters. Please think carefully about your last opportunity to build good relationships with Korea. You only have a year left. Cha Yumin finished his speech. Your mana power is now level 2. Part of your body's seal is lifted. Your unique ability is released. You have acquired the black mana. You have acquired stat, dominance. You have acquired skill, shadow space. Before Cha Yumin arrived, Li Xin's mana power had exceeded 50,000 points and his mana power level had risen by 1 notch. At the same time, the seal on his body was lifted to unlock level 2, and he acquired unique abilities like dominance and a skill called shadow space. Dominance was an indispensable stat for necromancers. The higher the dominance, the more power they could exercise over other people. Shadow space. The number of undead that one could keep in space depended on the level of one's dominance. Li Xin had found a way to take Mei and Wari when he left the first floor. His current dominance was at level 1, but he could raise it further. Black mana. Hashtag this skill has death properties. Hashtag you will have a strong dominance over the undead species. Compared to anything else, this was the most important ability. It still doesn't make sense even if I look at it again, Li Xin muttered. The black mana allowed strong dominance over the undead species and had death attributes, which were abilities that any necromancer would dream of having. Li Xin could finally understand how Jean Ebrium had risen to the level of transcendence. Everything is starting to make more sense. It's because he had such incredible unique abilities, thought Li Xin. Li Xin had never thought that he would get his unique ability here, but it was a huge harvest. Perhaps if Mei had received this black mana, he would not have lost so helplessly to Cha Yumin. I wonder if he is doing well? Li Xin had asked Cha Yumin to do many things, so that was now beyond his control. No difference could be made even if he worried about it more. After taking a deep breath, Li Xin sat on his desk and opened Jean's diary. My life as a necromancer is over. The increasingly blurred mind is not the only problem. Jean Ebrium had an accurate sense of his physical condition. He was aware that he was becoming crazy. There is not much time left. I searched for countless ways, but there was no way to restore this broken body. Just like this, my existence will fade away forever. I cannot let this happen. Li Xin flipped to the next page. I am not sure how much time has passed. I do not have the luxury of time to calculate that. Today, I have finally found a clue to restoring this body. Li Xin could sense Jean's nervousness from his writing in the diary. A month had passed since I found the clue. The study was all ruined, and I cannot remember what had happened during the last month. What could have happened so far? Fortunately, this diary and the note that had mana protection were safe. Jean Ebrium's mind was falling apart. The only way I can recover from this condition is by raising my mana class. Only when I reach the class of God can I lift this painful curse. When I raise the mana level, my class as a mage will rise. Although I can restore some of the contaminated mana blood right now, there is still no way for me to raise the mana level. I will not write anything in my diary until I find another way. Li Xin smiled in bitterness and closed the diary. There were more diary entries written on the following page, but there was nothing on how to recover the mana blood. Jean, I will continue on with your will. Li Xin made up his mind. The last part of Jean's diary was not very helpful. He seemed to have written them when he was losing his mind. He was frustrated. Just by looking at Jean's diary, Li Xin could understand how much pain Jean Ebrium was in at the end of his life. Li Xin was in a completely different situation compared to Jean. When Jean was locked up here, it seemed like no challengers showed up. Or maybe, this place itself was not a part of the tower before. Anyways, Li Xin was getting help from the system, and the immortal sphere gave him a strong advantage. Just as it was written in Jean's diary, Li Xin had to climb the tower first in order for his class to rise. Only a part of his body seal had been lifted. Raising his mana level wasn't sufficient to regain his skills. He had to reach the class of deity. Maybe in here, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin went inside the lab and stood in front of a door that he could not open until now. He had not been able to enter, no matter how hard he had tried. What he had figured out so far was that the door opens only when specific mana was injected. After acquiring black mana, Li Xin was sure that the specific mana required to open this door was it. Wouldn't there be something special that Jean had left behind in this room? The black mana swirled. A deep scent of death could be picked up from this black mana, and Li Xin injected it into another mana that was blocking the door. Gong. Just as Li Xin had expected, the tightly closed door began to open when the black mana was injected. There was a small space behind. In the room, there was a coffin that seemed roughly made yet elegant in design. Even if Li Xin swept his finger over the coffin, there was not a speck of dust. There's another semi-permanent preservation spell on this as well, Li Xin thought. Li Xin wondered what could be in the coffin. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin slowly opened the lid. He tried to soothe his pounding heart. Is that a person? Li Xin was shocked. There was a pale-skinned woman with violet hair, wearing an antique dress made with black and red silk. The beautiful woman lay so modestly that Li Xin wondered if he had ever seen anyone prettier than her in his life. This mana wave seems, Li Xin could feel the mana wave that was entirely different from that of humans. At that time, while Li Xin was investigating the mana wave, the black mana suddenly reached out to the woman who was sleeping. He had not used the black mana, but it was as if the black mana was attracted to her by instinct. The black mana began to surround her soul as if it was trying to bind to it. Then, suddenly, the woman opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Xin blankly. Her beautiful eyes were just like two red jewels. And just by looking into those eyes, Li Xin felt as if he would be absorbed into her. When his body unconsciously moved towards her, Li Xin grabbed the coffin urgently and pulled up his mana power to stay focused. She's a vampire, Li Xin muttered. The vampire queen's soul is waking up from a long sleep. Black mana is trying to dominate the soul of the vampire queen. The vampire queen's powerful soul refuses to be dominated. Ugh. Li Xin suffered a rebound when he failed to dominate her soul. Is it Eugene? The woman's expression changed in an instant, from emptiness to excitement. She got up and hugged him. The vampire queen's soul accepted your black mana. Lillian, the vampire queen, became your subordinate. A powerful being has joined you. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has. Jean, you're finally back. Lillian shouted in excitement. Li Xin could not think of how to react to this situation. He had expected Jean Ebrium to leave behind some sort of legacy, but Li Xin had never anticipated that it would be the vampire queen. The vampire queen was not someone to be mentioned casually. She belonged to the top class, so no one in the tower could ignore her. The vampire queen was a monster that ranked among other beings that belonged to the king class. Wait. Hold on a second, Li Xin thought that he should first clear up this misunderstanding. As Li Xin loosened Lillian's hand and freed himself from her, he sighed and looked at her. Why don't you let go of that charm first? Li Xin asked. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I guess you're not fully recovered yet. All right, Lillian replied. She did not do it on purpose, but the charm of vampires, especially that of the vampire queen, consumed a tremendous amount of mind power just from looking at it. Now that she belonged to him, the amount consumed was less. However, it was still a burden for Li Xin to face her for a long time. Thanks. I think there's some kind of misunderstanding, but I'm not Jean Ebrium, Li Xin explained. What? What kind of joke is? There was a sudden change in Lillian's expression. After Lillian realized that Li Xin was different from Jean Ebrium, she soon caused an atmosphere of heaviness. So, who are you? How dare you do that, to Jean? The atmosphere became even heavier in an instant. The pressure from her rage began to crush Li Xin. Li Xin clenched his teeth and barely managed to resist it by pulling up his mana power. Stop. Li Xin shouted. Lillian was subordinate to Li Xin's mana. As the black mana pressed against her, her aura diminished considerably. Shit. 1/3 of my mana disappeared in an instant. Li Xin was anxious. Since Lillian was Li Xin's subordinate, it made sense that the more she used her power, the more his mana power got reduced. Li Xin had to stop her quickly. Just calm down and look carefully. Look where Jean Ebrium is. Li Xin tried to explain. You're trying to exterminate me until the end. I don't know how you took Jean's place, but it won't work anymore. Lillian was upset. Li Xin was covered with cold sweat for the first time in a while. Although she had accepted the black mana, it was a great deal of pressure to overcome her with his sealed body and limited power. Pay attention and take a close look. If you can't see him, feel him. Jean Ebrium is here, Li Xin shouted. What? She breathed rapidly and her eyes grew bigger. Lillian's blurry vision was now focused and she gazed in wonder over Li Xin's shoulder. No way, her pupils began to shake like an earthquake. Jean is here? Li Xin knew that there was a soul that was more seriously broken than any other soul on the first floor. The almost erasable existence of Jean had certainly existed here. Jin's presence was clearly visible to Li Xin, who had gained the ability He Who Knows Death. I didn't know at first. However, as Li Xin began merging with Jean's body and studying Jean's research materials, he also began to see and feel Jean more clearly. Li Xin was not sure if Lillian had the ability to see the souls of the dead. However, with her high class, Li Xin thought that she might be able to feel Jean. That was why Li Xin explained it like that. And it worked out as he had expected. Jean is really there. But how? How did this happen to him? Lillian started to sob. After recognizing Jean's presence, Lillian frowned as if her world had collapsed. But, how are you connected to Jean? Lillian was curious. There's a diary that Jean left behind, Li Xin replied. May I take a look at it? Lillian asked. Sure, Li Xin replied. Li Xin handed Jean's diary to Lillian, who was sitting helplessly. She looked through the diary for a long time without saying a word, and she started trembling. Li Xin held her trembling arm. At novel bin at. This is Jean's handwriting. When Lillian read what Jean had gone through, she was furious. How did you end up in Jean's body? Lillian asked. Li Xin decided to show his past to Lillian for the first time. Li Xin had never done this for anyone before, but he could feel her sincerity toward Jean. He thought that Lillian could be his companion to ease the weight of his heavy task. It can't be. After hearing Li Xin's story, Lillian's eyes shook like a candlelight in the wind. They could share emotions now with their new relationship. She knew that there was not a single lie in what Li Xin had said. Please help me, so that I can avenge Jean, Lillian asked in a desperate voice. That's what I want to ask you. I'm planning on bringing down the gods on the top of this tower, so please support me with your strength, Li Xin replied. Okay, I will risk everything that I have, Lillian added on with a determined voice. I appreciate it, said Li Xin. Lillian, the vampire queen, declared her complete submission. I will call you my lord from now on, Lillian suggested. Nah, there's no need to do that. Just call me Li Xin. I don't need all those honorifics, said Li Xin. Okay, I'll just call you master, Lillian replied. By the way, I'm consuming too much mana power trying to keep you summoned like this. Is there another way? Li Xin asked. There was still a little room to spare, but it was still a burden for Li Xin to keep Lillian in a summoned state. I have the ability to go back to the bloodline at any time. Alternatively, I can change my body into a different form. Both would ease the burden a little bit, Lillian suggested. Would we still be able to communicate? Li Xin asked. We won't be able to communicate if I'm in the bloodline, but if the master wants to call me, that's still possible, Lillian explained. Oh, for real? Then let's change you into a different form right now, Li Xin said. All right. Lillian's body turned into blood and in an instant, she turned into a small bat. At the same time, the pressure that came from her existence was reduced, and so did the mana consumption. Just letting you know, I won't be able to use my strength properly when I'm in this form. Be aware of that, Lillian explained. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Li Xin smirked at Lillian, who landed on his shoulder. I look forward to working with you, said Li Xin. Master, the documents that you have mentioned. Wait, what's that? Mei tilted his head at the sight of a bat that was attached to Li Xin's shoulder. Mei was confused. There's no way we have a bat here. Say hi. It's our new teammate, Li Xin explained. Mei looked at the bat with a surprised look. A teammate? That little guy is our teammate. Mei did not like the arrogant look on that little face. What can that little thing even do anyways? Mei did not notice her power at first, because he was unhappy with the situation. However, when he took a closer look at the bat, the mana that flowed through her body was unusual. The level of her mana power was contrary to her small and cute appearance. What is this? Mei asked. She's the vampire queen, Li Xin said. A VVV vampire? And she's also a queen, Mei stuttered. Yes, she is, Li Xin answered. Mei believed that the little bat was the vampire queen, because he knew that his master would never lie about this. Mei breathed a sigh of relief that he did not act rude to that bat yet. Squeak K. Master, the undermost people have. What is that bat? Ha ha ha, she's so cute. Wari, who suddenly opened the door, approached the bat and tapped its head. Li Xin laughed at the sight, and Mei, frozen and startled, watched the scene blankly. How dare you, petty skeleton. The bat's body turned into blood and red waves hit Wari. Huh? What is this? Wari was shocked. I will never let you do that again, Lillian spoke in an annoyed voice. HHH, help me. SSS, save me, master. Wari cried out for help. Li Xin shook his head and stopped Lillian, putting an end to this incident. Fortunately, it was a minor one. Are you sure, Baek Kongwoo? Will you be alright? Cha Yumin asked him again with a worried look. Yes, I think I'm going to settle down in Korea now. I've had enough with the tower. Unlike his words, which sounded determined, his expression was not like that at all. Hey, you can be the top ranker eventually. But why are you hesitating all of a sudden? You don't trust Yumin. Shin Ji-won argued as if she was frustrated. Compared to the top rankers Shin Ji-won and Cha Yumin, Baek Kongwoo, who ranked slightly lower, He could not climb the tower together with them. There was still a considerable number of floors between him and Shin Ji-won and Cha Yu-min, and it was hard to consider Kong Wu as a top ranker yet. However, due to the nature of the tower, challengers would eventually get to the same floor. The quality and number of achievements they accumulated in the process could differ from challenger to challenger, but their target floor would be the same. Baek Kong-woo was one of Korea's most important members. He was talented enough to reach the 80th floor, and Cha Yu-min and Shin Ji-won were willing to support him until he reached that point. And they had been doing that so far. What the hell is wrong with you, smarty? What's more important than the tower? If you had graduated from the top law school but still gave up on everything to climb the tower, shouldn't you do it all the way? Shin Ji-won was frustrated at Baek Kong-woo's hesitation. Stop it, Ji-won, Cha Yu-min tried to stop her. But still, Shin Ji-won could not understand. Kong-woo must have had a reason for it, right? Cha Yu-min attempted. I'm so sorry. You've helped me so much, Baek Kong-woo replied, dispirited. Cha Yu-min was also frustrated and disappointed at Kong-woo's decision. It was a huge loss for the team for a promising player like Baek Kong-woo to leave. However, Cha Yu-min himself had to give up on the tower for a year and stay in Korea. It could be a good thing for her too. He thought that Kong-woo would be a great support for him in the activities he was planning to do on Earth. And later, he could persuade Kong-woo to climb the tower again. The dimension gate was closing soon. The confusion on Earth had not abated yet. In fact, the confusion had increased much more, thanks to Cha Yu-min. Still, the confusion was likely to subside to some extent when the dimension gate closed and the challengers started entering the tower as usual. However, yet another controversy was to come, when people figured out that Cha Yu-min had not entered the tower. Hey, what are you thinking about? Shin Ji-won asked after seeing Cha Yu-min's firm expression. Nothing, but more importantly, do you still remember what I said before? Cha Yu-min asked. Yeah, of course. I still remember, but, Shin Ji-won thought about what Yu-min had told her before. Remember, never ever challenge the floors beyond the 80th. Do you understand? Also, go spread the word to the guys who didn't come out of the tower, Cha Yu-min reminded her. Okay, I will, Shin Ji-won replied. Now all the changes were about to start. Actually, the wind of change had already started a year ago. People would start to feel it. Finally, the dimension gate was closed and the tower's challenge began again. The Earth and the challengers on the upper floor were in chaos. However, to the challengers in the first floor waiting room, it was just another typical month. They were living their peaceful lives as usual. Hung hung hung. 3 streaks of light descended upon the central square. Hello, my name is Toing, and I'm the manager of this waiting area on the first floor. You have arrived at the undermost, the city located on the lowest floor. While the new challengers looked around the city with amazement, the city looked just as Cha Yu-min had described. This place was no longer a vast land. The 3 people greeted each other and followed Toing's guidance. Toing was more of a guide for the undermost rather than a manager of the first floor. When the challengers first entered the undermost, Toing showed them around. Under his guidance, the challengers climbed to the first floor. This is the entrance to the first floor. If you go past this point, you'll find the specialty of. You'll find the necromancer there. Toing introduced them to the next step. Is that the boss monster that Cha Yu-min had lost to? A challenger asked. Yes, that's right. How did you know that? Toing replied. When the manager of the waiting area on the first floor confirmed their doubt, they could not argue and had to accept that it was true. Can I go there? A challenger asked. Of course, you'll have to go there every day, Toing replied. The challengers were puzzled at Toing's words. Why, they asked. Because you have to do some points work, Toing replied. Points work? What's that? The challengers were full of questions. Yes, that's right. The currency here is in points. So, if you want to earn points, you have to go up to the first floor and earn those points by killing monsters, Toing explained. The challengers nodded as if they understood. They wondered how the city was built, but after hearing Toing's introduction, they could infer that the people had purchased all their necessities from the points store that Toing had mentioned just now. They realized that the challengers could go up to the first floor to earn points as they needed. Also, if you come over here, Toing continued to explain. Hey, I saw some streaks of light. You must be newbies. Kim Kong-chan, who was passing by, approached them. Hello, Kong-chan. Toing greeted. Are you guys planning on going up to the first floor? Kong-chan asked. Yes, the challengers replied. Do you want me to take you there? Toing can't go beyond this point anyways. Kong-chan offered to give them a tour. Upon Kong-chan's words, the challengers looked at Toing. He responded by nodding and then introduced Kong-chan to them. After the short introduction, they followed Kong-chan to the portal that led them to the first floor. As they approached the first floor, the sight of a huge entrance greeted them. At the back, there was a large door that blocked the exit of the cave. Kong-chan kindly explained that it led to the outside world, but they would die if they went out. The 3 challengers followed Kong-chan and went inside the cave. Wow, all I've heard was that it was just a shabby cave, but this is. I feel like I'm in some kind of temple. Inside, the cave no longer looked like an ordinary cave. Li Shin, who did not like the shabby appearance, had changed its appearance bit by bit. He called in Wang Kongwung to redesign the cave starting from its entrance, all the way to its interior. It was a grand effort, and thanks to that, the first floor could boast of its dignified title as the Temple of the Goddess of Light, the goddess who was located on the upper floor. The 3 challengers walked behind Kang Chun, admiring the patterns carved all over the wall. They were very impressed with the overall ambience of the cave. An entrance that split into 3 routes came into view, and Kang Chun explained what each one led to. The far left is a place called a workshop. This is where people do points work, Kang Chun started to explain. How do you do the points work exactly? A challenger asked. There's really nothing much to it. You just have to kill the monster and get the assigned points, Kang Chun explained. They nodded as if they understood. That place on your far right is the training ground. It's, as its name suggests, a place where people train themselves, Kang Chun continued. What? Do you get trained on the first floor? The challengers were shocked. Yes, Mei and Wari are in charge of training the challengers. Most people are taught and get trained here, Kang Chun explained in an excited voice. They were curious. Who's Mei and Wari? They don't sound like Korean names. Ha ha ha. You will find out when you get there later, Kang Chun laughed. The 3 challengers looked a little confused over how the first floor looked, because it was very much different from what they had expected. In the middle is the entrance to the boss's room. But I'm telling you in advance that you cannot go there as and when you wish, Kang Chun warned them. Kang Chun, who had been smiling and looking friendly all this time, became serious when he started explaining about the boss's room. The 3 challengers looked at the entrance to the boss's room nervously. There was a door at the end of a long corridor, and the door looked simple yet dignified. Mr. Necromancer hates it when someone comes into his room without his permission. So please make sure you get his permission before entering, Kang Chun emphasized. Who should I ask for permission? A challenger asked. You can ask Wari for that, Kang Chun replied. The challengers were terribly confused. They wondered who Mei and Wari were. Also, they could not believe that they had to get the boss's permission to enter the boss's room. What kind of floor was this? The 3 muttered among themselves, but soon decided to stay still at the sight of Kang Chun's serious face. Would you like to go take a look at the workshop? Kang Chun asked. Yes, please, they replied. There was nothing much in the workshop. It was just a large room where the challengers could kill the low-level skeleton, gutter rats, and dwarf goblins to earn points. After killing the monsters and increasing their stats, the 3 entered the training ground on the far right. Once again, the training ground was divided into several rooms. The 3 shook their heads after looking at the complexity of the first floor. Mr. Necromancer worked hard on this place with the CEO, Mr. Wang. A look of confusion remained on the newcomers' faces as they wondered who this Mr. Wang was. Let's go this way first. Kang Chun took them to the room in the middle, where Mei was located. The challengers took a deep breath at the sight of Mei. What's that? This skeleton felt different from the other skeletons they had seen earlier at the workshop. They wondered if he was the boss on the first floor. They knew they could not defeat this guy, Mei, even if they did not battle. Hey Mei, we got newbies. Kang Chun introduced the new challengers to Mei. Mei took a look at them. Is that so? They were shocked. Mei. The challengers remembered what Kang Chun had told them earlier about receiving training from Mei. They thought it was crazy to be trained under a guy whose existence was fearful enough to make them wet their pants. His red glaring eyes were threatening. All of them, who were just ordinary people until a few hours ago, were terrified by their experience so far. So, what brings you here? Are you here to get trained? At Mei's words, they desperately looked at Kang Chun, signaling to him not to say yes. No, not yet. I am just giving them a tour. I brought them here to introduce you. Kang Chun was a little embarrassed by their reaction, and so he replied to Mei with an awkward smile. Thank goodness, I have a lot to get done. First, I need to organize the research materials that my master gave me, and then I need to organize the mana theories for you guys to learn. And then, I have to train you guys again. Although I don't get tired physically, my brain gets tired. I really hope you don't send any more of these new people. Mei's husky voice and shady demeanor seemed calm, but Kang Chun could sense a lot of fatigue. Okay, take care. Kang Chun left the room feeling sorry for Mei. Next up was the training ground. The training ground was usually used as a place where Mei and Wari would teach other challengers or compete with each other. The 3 had entered the training ground with looks of apprehension. There was a skeleton lying spread-eagled on the ground, but shortly after, the skeleton got up with a clatter. Instead of having nothing in hand like the skeleton they had encountered in the workshop, this one was holding a knife that was made up of bones. However, he did not seem very strong. The 3 challengers thought that they could easily defeat this guy who was simply lying there helplessly, making rattling sounds and awkward movements. Can I try fighting him? A challenger asked. Ha ha ha, of course. You can give it a try, but if I feel like you're going to get hurt, I'll protect you. And as a side note, most of our undermost residents can easily win the lowest level here. Kang Chun explained. Even if they had just entered the tower, the challengers thought that they could win this game if most of the undermost residents had easily won too. I'll give it a try. Yay, me too. Well, if you can protect me, I want to try. The 3 decided to give it a try and was about to decide who should go first. Why don't you try all at once? Kang Chun quickly stopped them. Huh. They were curious why Kang Chun had said that. Kang Chun just smiled in response to their curiosity. They realized that it would be better and safer for them to go together anyway, since it was their first attempt. Will it hurt if I get stabbed? Even though they were ready to fight, the challengers were frightened as they imagined themselves being cut by the sharp bone knife. Didn't you prepare for it? The woman among the trio threw a sharp look at the other two. They felt the pressure, and only then did the two focus on the fight. Ha! She ran toward the skeleton first and blue energy built up in her fist. Mana attack. This was an accumulation of mana power used to hit the enemy. It was a simple skill but an effective attack. However, it was useless if one could not aim properly. The skeleton easily avoided her attack, blocked the attack from the two men, and followed up with his knife, striking the three challengers' wrists with the back end. Tack, 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 arg, kug, ugh. If that was a knife blade, our wrists would have been cut off. All three of them looked at their throbbing wrists and gave up. Apparently, this level of skeleton was not particularly difficult to defeat. When Kim Kong-chun said that most of the undermost residents could easily win this level, the three challengers were even more discouraged. At novel bin at. Ha, is this how it is in the tower? I mean, the workshop on the first floor was literally for points work, so I didn't care that much. But I'm embarrassed that I can only do this much at the training center. People probably got stronger because they have been training here consistently, right? The three challengers glanced across the training ground once again and returned to the undermost. Kim Kong-chun did not go out with them, but remained on the training ground. At that time, the skeleton that had lightly beat the trio walked out of the training ground. How long do we have to do this for? The skeleton asked in an annoyed voice. Until our master gets out of this place. Kim Kong-chun replied. Do we really have to do this? Training should be done willingly, the skeleton said discontentedly. But it's always nice to have some kind of motivation. And worry, you're the least busy one here, Kim Kong-chun made his point. I'm not free all the time. I train repeated, Worry tried to explain. How is your bone matching game a training? Kim Kong-chun argued. It's not a game, it's for perfect body composite. Who cares? Why don't we play a game since it's been a while since we had a battle? I've come a long way, Kim Kong-chun interrupted. At Kim Kong-chun's suggestion, Worry moved his bone pieces here and there to get them into the right positions. Fine, I'll show you why this isn't a game, Worry replied in a firm voice. In fact, since the bones are set to low-level ones without mana imprints, our skills would be roughly balanced. I'm going to beat you this time, Kim Kong-chun said determinedly. Bring it on, kiddo. I will never bring shame on my master. Haha, bring shame? That's funny. You're just trying your best because your bones shatter when you lose, Kim Kong-chun laughed. Ugh, you talk too much. Just get started already, Worry said in an annoyed voice. Okay, here I go. Kim Kong-chun was about to start the attack. Wait a minute. Worry suddenly placed his bone knife on the ground. Why? What's wrong? Kim Kong-chun asked with a puzzled look. Can I actually go change my leg bones before we start? Worry asked urgently. Kim Kong-chun was speechless. Worry was a little worried about fighting Kong-chun, whose skills had improved significantly these days. Huang. A streak of light fell from the sky onto the undermost square in the first floor waiting area. Shin Hanul appeared. He was over 6 feet tall and had a very strong physique. Shin Hanul, who had just entered puberty, moved his body with amazement. Wow, so it was real. Shin Hanul, who had given up his dream of becoming a professional mixed martial arts athlete due to his injury, gave a hollow smile in response to how his unfixed body could return to its original state so rapidly. Whip whip whip. As Shin Hanul was practicing his weaving skill at an imaginary opponent by punching in the air, he saw a rabbit approaching him. Hello, my name is Toing. Toing introduced himself. Who's the best fighter here? Shin Hanul smirked and lifted Toing up by his ear. Ouch, I don't know. Toing cried out in the air. Shin Hanul seemed as if he did not believe Toing's words at all. Toing's short arms and legs swung in the air. This is your last chance. Say it properly. Shin Hanul shook Toing. I really don't know who it I is, Toing cried out in fear. Oh my. At that moment, Wang Kong-wung, who was passing by, stumbled and fell on Shin Hanul. Shin Hanul, startled, accidentally let Toing go and grabbed Wang Kong-wung. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Wang Kong-wung apologized. Geez, you gotta look up, mister. Shin Hanul pushed Wang Kong-wung away. Toing had already gone out of his sight. Mister, do you know who's the best fighter here? Shin Hanul asked arrogantly. The best fighter? Why do you care? Wang Kong-wung asked. Because I want to fight them and see how good they are. People on Earth were saying that there are some guys out here who will soon be the tower's ranker. Shin Hanul was full of confidence. Interesting. Did people really say that? Wang Kong-wung stroked his beard, looking as if Shin Hanul's words had piqued his interest. So, do you know? Stop wasting my time, Shin Hanul asked in an annoyed voice. I'm not so sure, Wang Kong-wung replied. Tisk, you're not helping. Shin Hanul entered the village, leaving Wang Kong-wung behind. The village, undermost, looked very neat. It was as if people had brought the city in from Earth. While Shin Hanul was wandering around, he found a pile of dummies that seemed to be used for training. Near the pile, Shin Hanul could easily spot people who were training and exercising using those. I wonder if that rising star is here? Shin Hanul kept thinking about it as he walked around. Who's the strongest one here? Shin Hanul approached every single person out there and asked the same question. The attention of all those around Shin Hanul was drawn to him, because he approached people out of nowhere and talked in an unfriendly way. Is he the new challenger? I saw a streak of light earlier. What is he doing here? Why is he looking for the strongest one? Is he trying to pick a fight or something? The strongest one here is. People's eyes went to Park Ju-hyuk, who was hitting a dummy with his sword in a corner of the training ground. Park Ju-hyuk was so focused that he was not aware of Shin Ha-neul's presence. He was training to raise his strength and health points. Is he the strongest one out here? Shin Ha-neul muttered. Park Ju-hyuk left a strong first impression on Shin Ha-neul. He seemed to have a strong physique. Shin Ha-neul flinched for a moment, but he convinced himself that people don't fight using their appearances. Shin Ha-neul was sure that if had not been injured, he would be unrivaled among amateurs. Since he used to be a rising star in the field of mixed martial arts, Shin Ha-neul was confident that he would not lose against such ordinary people. Hey, mister! Shin Ha-neul called out. Park Ju-hyuk frowned when he noticed Shin Ha-neul approaching him. What is it? Park Ju-hyuk was annoyed that Ha-neul broke his concentration. Are you the strongest one here? Shin Ha-neul asked. Park Ju-hyuk did not have anything to say. What do you want? Park Ju-hyuk asked after a pause. Let's battle, said Shin Ha-neul. At Shin Ha-neul's sudden request, Park Ju-hyuk looked up to see his face. Shin Ha-neul was a child. He looked so young that if he hit him, it would only look bad on him. I'm in training. Plus, I don't battle, Park Ju-hyuk replied. Why? Are you scared to lose? Shin Ha-neul laughed. Ugh. Park Ju-hyuk could tell for the first time that his temper had toned down a lot. In the old days, Park Ju-hyuk would have beaten people up if they had annoyed him like this. However, Park Ju-hyuk decided to let him off. Stop distracting me and get going. Haha dumbass, I know you're scared, Shin Ha-neul smirked. Whoa, fine, let's d. Park Ju-hyuk could not hold it in anymore. D-Don-T Ju-hyuk. One of the team members, who was nervously watching the situation from the side, grabbed Park Ju-hyuk. He's just a kid. Just ignore him, the team member whispered in his ear. At the team member's words, Park Ju-hyuk tried to hold in his anger. When Shin Ha-neul saw that Park Ju-hyuk was ignoring him completely, not giving any response, he moved to another place. Shin Ha-neul could not start attacking a person who didn't even respond. No matter where Shin Ha-neul went, they all had a similar reaction. How come this place is full of dumbasses? Shin Ha-neul was disappointed with what he was seeing. Shin Ha-neul questioned how these people could make Korea a leading country. He moved to the central square. Are you heading to the first floor? Toeing, standing near the portal, asked. Yes, Shin Ha-neul replied. Shin Ha-neul was aware that the first floor boss didn't kill people. The boss was what he was most curious about, ever since he was on Earth, especially because Cha Yu-min could not defeat him either. People had thought that there would be a penalty for Cha Yu-min, and that his ability would have dropped to a level similar to the other challengers on the first floor as a result. Oh well, if we had similar abilities, I could potentially win. Shin Ha-neul entered the portal. Wow, Shin Ha-neul was amazed by the grandeur of the first floor. The first floor looked a lot different from what he had expected. As he walked, he found the three-way intersection and decided to take the leftmost route. Soon after, he encountered the monsters that he had heard a lot about on Earth. Though he was only encountering them for the first time in real life, he had already simulated defeating them countless times in his head. Squeak squeak squeak. The gutter rat ran up to Shin Ha-neul. Puck, puck, puck. It was not difficult to avoid the gutter rat's attack and counter. When Shin Ha-neul hit the gutter rat about 3 times, it died. Huh? That's it? This is easy. Shin Ha-neul then broke the skeleton and trampled the goblin to death. He was getting more confident. When Shin Ha-neul first entered the first floor, he was not sure that he could beat the boss. He just wanted to confront him once to understand where he stood compared to Cha Yu-min. However, as he increased his stats and gained more physical strength, he thought he might be able to defeat the boss. Shin Ha-neul ended up thinking that the boss would not be that strong anyways. Shin Ha-neul left the room on the left and walked down the hallway. When he reached the end, there was a large door. Is this the boss's room? Shin Ha-neul muttered. Shin Ha-neul wondered if he would be able to defeat the boss when Cha Yu-min could not. What if the boss changed his mind and tried to kill him? However, his worries only lasted for a short moment. Instead, Shin Ha-neul imagined becoming the first a supernova who defeated the first floor boss, after he had changed his difficulty level. He imagined everyone praising his talents and referring to him as the great challenger, more outstanding than Cha Yu-min. It's not impossible. Shin Ha-neul thought he was more talented than anyone else. Shin Ha-neul opened the door aggressively. As soon as he opened the door, he could see the boss staring at him with a blank look. Finally, you came? Said Li Shin as if he had been waiting for Shin Ha-neul. Shin Ha-neul thought it was a weird greeting, but that was not the important part. Haha, so you're the boss? Shin Ha-neul said crudely, laughing. Haha. Li Shin frowned as Shin Ha-neul started the conversation in a rude manner. Are you offended? You're just a monster though, Shin Ha-neul continued. He maintained his rude and bold stance. Haha, Li Shin was speechless. Shin Ha-neul decided to be bold in front of the boss, because people told him that the boss had never killed a single person so far. He thought there was a system change that resulted from increasing the level of difficulty. If the boss had killed the challengers every time he got annoyed, it would not be strange to hear that several people had died earlier. So far, there had been 0 deaths and no exceptions. You impudent little thing. Li Shin commented on Shin Ha-neul's mannerisms. I don't show respect to someone unless they are stronger than me, Shin Ha-neul explained. Do you think you're strong? Li Xin asked. Of course. And why should I be polite to monsters? Shin Hanul argued. Li Xin smiled bitterly. He was planning on letting Shin Hanul go after lightly demonstrating the differences in their skills. However, Li Xin realized that it would not work out for Shin Hanul. Li Xin's mana scattered all over the place. Swoosh. In an instant, the appearance of the boss's room had changed dramatically. Their surroundings were covered with lava and the floor where the two stood had collapsed, leaving almost no place for them to stand. Huh? What's happening? Shin Hanul panicked. Let's see how long you stay this arrogant, Li Xin smirked. At novel bin at. Shin Hanul could feel the heat so intensely all over his body. He was very close to falling off, so he could not move even a little bit. In the distance, the lava was flowing like a waterfall and the height of the lava was rising. Everything was happening so quickly that, in about 5 minutes, lava was about to reach his feet. This CC can't be real. You're faking it, aren't you? Do you think I'll be fooled by this? Shin Hanul couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ha! Li Xin only laughed and did not answer. Shin Hanul slightly bent his legs and moved them closer to the lava. He wanted to check the heat to see if it was real. Splash pzzz. The splashed lava got on Shin Hanul's shoes. He hurriedly raised his legs to take off his shoes because they were melting right away. No way, is this happening for real? His shoes started to melt. The heat convinced him that there was nothing fake in this place. His whole body was soaked with sweat. Then he saw the boss on the other side. Li Xin was experiencing the same heat. If you continue with this, you're also going to die, you bastard. Shin Hanul cried out. Do you know why I didn't kill the challengers? It's because I also have to die to kill them. But I don't like you that much, Li Xin explained. You're crazy. You want to die together just because you don't like me. Shin Hanul could not believe the situation he was in. Well, there will be pain when I die, but I will come back to life. So, it doesn't really matter. Li Xin seemed very calm. Splash swoosh. His shoes were beginning to come into contact with the lava little by little. Ah, you crazy bastard! Stop this! Stop it right now! Shin Hanul cried in panic. Nah, let's die together. Li Xin didn't seem bothered. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's all my fault. So please. Shin Hanul cried in pain. It's too late, Li Xin replied in a firm voice. Pzzz. Kung, it hurts? Please? Please, stop this? Please? Shin Hanul had never felt this kind of pain in his life. Shin Hanul cried out in burning pain. He had to wait for his impending death in a space where he could not escape. I'm so sorry. Please, please forgive me. Please. Shin Hanul begged him. What happened to your pride and arrogance? Li Xin sneered. I'm sorry. I have nothing else to say, Shin Hanul apologized. Repeat after me, 3 times. I will never mess with you again, Li Xin demanded. Can you let me get out of this fur? Shin Hanul asked. Just die, Li Xin replied in a firm voice. Swoosh splash. I will never mess with you again. I will never mess with you again. I will never mess with you again. Shin Hanul shouted, his eyes shut, face covered with tears and mucus. Shin Hanul opened his eyes when he sensed a slight change in the environment. As soon as Shin Hanul opened his eyes, he could see the faces of other challengers gathered around him. You are, among them. Shin Hanul could see the faces of some people that he saw in the city earlier. Who's this kid? Park Hye-won asked. He is a foolish kid, Park Ju-hyuk replied. Just go to the corner, over there, Li Xin demanded. Oh okay. Shin Hanul flinched when he saw Li Xin's face. Shin Hanul hurried to the corner so he would not suffer from such pain again. Then, he looked blankly at the other challengers who were training with the boss. Besides the boss, the man he had a quarrel with earlier and everyone else were much more talented than him. His face flushed as he recalled his careless actions. Shin Hanul sighed. Gene Ebrium. Hashtag occupation, necromancer. Hashtag status, sealed, unlock level 2, details asterisk. Hashtag title, details asterisk. Hashtag health point, HP 3850/3850. Hashtag mana point, MP 63720/63720. Hashtag strength, STR28, +47. Hashtag agility, AGI 24, +47. Hashtag intelligence, int 81, +65. Hashtag dominance, 11. Hashtag skills, details asterisk. I've improved a lot. But still, to be honest, Li Xin had a long way to go. In particular, the strength and agility stats could not be raised just as he wanted. He tried his best to raise them by doing more physical exercise, but there was a clear limit. Li Xin had no choice but to acquire a special skill or title to raise them. Another option was to climb the tower and receive it as a reward. What an imbalance between the health point and mana point stats, thought Li Xin. As of now, his mana point exceeded 50,000 points and his intelligence was close to 150 points. As the seal on his body was lifted, the overall stat rose significantly. Nevertheless, Li Xin needed higher stats. This is not enough. The entire tower was under the supervision of the gods, except for just one place, the first floor. You must be frustrated. Li Xin looked to the sky and laughed at the gods. He did not know why, but the first floor was outside the realm of the gods. That was why the voices of the gods had not been heard so far. Li Xin thought that could be the reason why they sent him to the first floor. I was reincarnated and they were not, thought Li Xin. The timeline was clearly different. The world over there and the world over here were two totally different places. Li Xin assumed that they sent him back to the first floor to avoid the eyes of the gods in this world. However, he could not understand everything. Li Xin was full of questions. Li Xin knew that he had to climb the tower quickly in order to solve these questions. Once he left the first floor, he could be under the influence of the gods in some way. Therefore, he wanted to be properly prepared before he went up. List of titles, read Li Xin. The huge wall of the tower. I can't believe you stopped 100 people from challenging you. You must be a huge wall to the challengers. #default stats +5. Invincible defender. I can't believe you stopped 1000 people from challenging you. You are legendary. Your name will go down in history. #default stats +10. The next title would be obtained when he stopped 10,000 people, but he did not want to be here until then. He had acquired almost all the titles that were available. It was time to focus on climbing the tower. Once Li Xin started to climb the tower, the gods' attention would be focused on him. From then on, the gods could possibly sense that something had gone wrong and actions could be taken. On the other hand, they could also be cheering for a large number of talented people, trying to flatter and make them their apostles. The gods were obsessed with apostles and had a great desire for outstanding challengers. That was because the higher the class of believers or apostles who follow them, the higher their own classes would become. Li Xin sighed with a stiff face and slowly walked to the entrance of the first floor. He then opened the door that was blocking the exit of the cave. The door opened smoothly. Li Xin walked through the doorway and caught sight of the polar region in the distance. This place, covered with snow and ice, was a place where Li Xin could not escape with his basic mana skills. One of the reasons was because of the bird, the ice bird. It was a bird that could be seen not only on the first floor, but also when one passed the 80th floor. The name Icebird was given by people in the tower who saw it. Martas was his real name. Li Xin could see Martas flying around as he stood there. The cool air Martas created made Li Xin shiver. He knew that a single breath from Martas would freeze his body completely. Li Xin looked at Martas with a complex feeling. Martas had thrown Li Xin into the sea previously, before Li Xin found the immortal sphere. And then, he had flown over to someone unknown. Wouldn't Martas know something about the immortal sphere? Maybe he knew the identity of the person who called. When Li Xin looked at Martas, it seemed as if he was saying Li Xin was not good enough to know the secrets yet. Li Xin smiled bitterly and went back into the cave. Ugh. Kunk. The ghosts wandering in the air continued to get on Li Xin's nerves. It would have been fine if they had only moved, but they screamed too. Those intrusive screams broke his concentration. Although it had been a long time since Li Xin had gained the title of He Who Knows Death, Li Xin still could not easily get used to the sound, especially when he was focused on his research. Hey, you old man. Stop fooling around. Li Xin shouted, because that ghost was especially on his nerves today. However, Li Xin knew that those souls would not care. There were not many souls here, but still, it was quite enough. And most souls floated in the air with such cries. Not only were they unable to hear Li Xin, but they also seemed to be unaware of Li Xin's existence. They seemed to have a split mind, just like Jean Ebrium. There were a small few of them who were in a better condition Wari and Mei. Since they did not go to a state of schizophrenia, they were given a chance to become Li Xin's subordinates. Li Xin had asked Mei and Wari, but neither knew why the souls were behaving in this way. They could not remember their past, nor how they ended up in this place. If this was a place to trap those who were defeated by God, Mei and Wari would have been fine because their classes were low. According to Mei and Wari, they had no memory of the gods, but they instinctively felt revulsion towards them. Li Xin could not be certain yet. However, if his assumptions were true, he thought he would be able to make strong allies out of them, by restoring their broken souls. The next question was, how could he possibly restore them? Something had just come to his mind, but Li Xin decided to study about that a little more. When Li Xin looked up after a moment of thought, there was the soul of an old man staring at him. It was the same soul that was floating in the air a few seconds ago. When Li Xin's eyes widened in surprise, the old man's facial expression changed bizarrely. Can you see me? The old man's speech was very slow. It almost seemed like he had forgotten how to speak, because it had been so long since he had talked. It seemed like he was trying to remember how he had spoken in the old days. I can see ghosts. Li Xin tried to hide his surprise and replied calmly. Oh, I see. The old man was nonchalant, unlike Wari and Mei. A lot of people can see ghosts. Oh really? Is there a lot? Li Xin asked. Yeah, there were a lot. I just cannot remember so well. What happened to you? Li Xin asked again. I can't remember. Li Xin frowned at the old man's words. His ability, He Who Knows Death, did not work. Li Xin had originally thought that this skill would work on anyone who could communicate with him. However, that was not the case. What's the difference? Li Xin could not figure out what conditions had to be met. At least, he could tell that this old man was a completely different soul compared to Wari and Mei. Sometimes, this old ghost seemed like he was from a high class, but other times he seemed insignificant. Do you know anything about this place? Li Xin asked. This place is... Suddenly, the old man stopped talking and groaned in pain. He grabbed his head. He seemed to know something about this place, but he just could not say it. That's all right. You don't have to say it. Li Xin calmed him down and the old man's groan gradually faded. There is a guide in this place. There's a guide here? Li Xin asked. It was a sudden remark. The old man struggled to continue his words. To get to the next, he frowned in pain. It seemed like the old man was holding in his pain somehow to spit out words. You can stop now, said Li Xin. The old man did not care what Li Xin said. The old man's eyes looked different for a moment. There was anger, loss, and determination. Besides, numerous emotions seemed to be intertwined intricately. A place where the mana gets dissipated. The old man, uttering the last word, disappeared through the floor with a distorted face before Li Xin could do anything about it. Li Xin wondered, perhaps there was a limit to how much information the old man could reveal. Li Xin had similar experiences several times in his previous life, so he could somewhat predict why the old man's soul became like that. Now, the question was why the old man had that look on his face. Li Xin could not stop thinking about the look he saw on the old man's face. It seemed like he was outraged by something. It could potentially be rage toward the gods. Li Xin thought about the words the old man had mentioned. He wondered what the old man wanted to say about the guide, about moving on, and about the place where mana got dissipated. Was the old man suggesting a way up to the next floor? Or was he trying to tell Li Xin about something else? Li Xin was curious about whether the old man knew something about him. It seemed like the old man wanted to give Li Xin some useful information. When talking to the challengers from the undermost, Li Xin made it sound like he knew the way to proceed to the next floor. However, he did not know anything. It was just his way of motivating them to get strong and collect points from them in return. The place where mana dissipates? Li Xin had not found such a place on the first floor yet. In fact, there was no way for him to go beyond the cliff in the first place. *****. Time flew by, and the first floor and the people at the undermost were having peaceful days. I know, so you're saying that you got defeated by Kim Kong-chun. Did I hear this right? Li Xin rebuked Worry. It wasn't. I didn't really lose. Worry rubbed his head continuously as if he was perspiring, albeit from a skull with no sweat glands. Worry was desperately making excuses to Li Xin. I mean, I changed my bones to the lowest. I mean, there was a request from the undermost. Kim Kong-chun knew about that, so he used a trick on, Worry explained. And so you lost in the end. Li Xin scolded him. Yes. Worry lowered his head and his thick bones trembled. Tisk. I can't believe you got defeated by those kids. This is embarrassing, Li Xin continued. You're pathetic. How can you call yourself master's subordinate? Lillian climbed above Worry's head from Li Xin's shoulder and hit Worry's skull with his foot. I'm sorry, I'm still not good enough. Worry replied in a quiet voice. No, it's my problem. I was too complacent. I thought you wouldn't be beaten anywhere. But I guess that was not the case. I was stupid. Puck, 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 puck. Suddenly, Li Xin reproached himself and started to hit himself on the head. And when Worry saw that, his eyes twitched as if he had encountered a typhoon. Worry's teeth chattered as he did not know what he had to do. He was engulfed in deep fear. His master was hurting himself before his eyes. Worry wondered if Li Xin was hitting himself because he really thought that this was his fault. No matter how insensitive Worry was, he could understand what Li Xin tried to communicate through his actions. Worry's body trembled like an aspen tree and he put his head down as if it was going to dig into the ground. Sorry master, it's all my fault. So please. Worry stuttered in fear. No, this is not your fault. It's because I'm stupid. What a fool. Li Xin continued hitting himself. Puck, how can you call yourself a great mage? Li Xin was getting angry at himself. Puck, is your head just a decoration or what? Li Xin shouted in an angry voice. Puck, master, please stop. Worry trembled in fear. How weak did you make Worry that he got defeated by the newbies who didn't even make it to the first floor? Li Xin hit himself again. Puck, 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 please. Worry was almost crying. Creak. Master, here are the documents that you... When Mei opened the door with the documents that Li Xin had asked for, he could not believe what he was seeing. Whoosh. Mei's hands lost strength, and he unwittingly dropped all the documents on the ground. He was so shocked that he did not even realize he had dropped them. Mei, with his intelligence, tried to understand what was going on. The next moment, he noticed Worry bowing down as if he was about to dig into the floor. Ugh, that crazy guy. What the hell did he do? Mei noticed Worry had done something wrong. Meanwhile, Li Xin was blaming himself by hitting his head. What a fool. Li Xin hit himself. Puck, 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 master. Mei called Li Xin hurriedly, and only then, Li Xin stopped hurting himself and looked at Mei. The DDD documents are... Li Xin stuttered. Mei had called Li Xin hoping to make things better, but after realizing that the papers were all over the floor, Mei felt a sharp pain in his skull. Mei knew something was wrong. Oh, I see. Since you brought the documents, you want me to pick them up myself and read them? Well, is that so? Li Xin asked in an annoyed voice. No, that's not it. Mei replied. Okay well, how can a master who can't even educate their subordinate properly argue about that? I'll just pick them myself if you say so. I'm sorry that you have a master like me. Li Xin's voice was calm and relaxed. Despite Li Xin's calmness, the skeletons could infer from his words that he was being cold, even colder than the icy breath of the ice bird. Mei's body was frozen and Worry's body stiffened as he lifted up his head and saw how bad things were becoming. Worry's mouth opened slightly in shock. Worry looked as the documents were picked up. He turned to look at May and it felt like lasers would come out of Worry's eyes. May finally felt Worry's gaze and stared back at him. At novel bin at. You dumbass? Why would you make things even worse, said Worry. You started it, you idiot, replied May. Oh yeah? You want to go for a round? The only thing you can do is to swing your wand from behind, Worry asked. You're so ignorant. You have big muscles, but a small brain. May continued. And you're so weak that you can't even lift a piece of paper properly. Look what you've done, said Worry. Huh? How dumb is your head that you put the lowest rank skeleton bones in your body and get defeated by those undermost kids, replied May. What did you say? Worry asked. The two were not talking to each other, only conversing with their eyes. Just go to hell, both of you. The sudden sound of Li Xin's angry voice made the two of them jump. Squeak. Coop. What are you two doing? Li Xin asked. Nothing. Nothing. What do you mean nothing? I can clearly see the two of you talking behind your master's back just using your eyes. Lillian suddenly returned to her true self and laughed in her chair as if this situation was entertaining for her. What are you talking about? There's no way. No, it's just that this guy. Okay, I guess I was not paying much attention to you guys lately. I'll change your mind so that you don't get beaten up or spill papers somewhere, said Li Xin. Wary and May glared at each other, recalling the nightmares of their recent past, and they lowered their heads at Li Xin's words. Okay, I'll do my best. Just like that, the gate to hell opened for May and Worry. *****. Ever since the Dimension Gate had opened, the tower's community had been more active than ever. The challengers who went out of the tower heard news from the Earth and delivered them to the challengers inside the tower when they came back. Was it true that the challengers on the first floor were blocked by the boss? Wait, how did that weakling get so strong all of a sudden? How do you expect those kids who recently came up to the first floor to win if even Cha Yumin got defeated? Cha Yumin must have been penalized. Do you really think that they would let the 80th floor challenger use his full power on the first floor? That's true, too. By the way, will the first floor really break in a year? If Cha Yumin said so, I think he's right. It's Cha Yumin. That's fine, but does that mean we won't be getting any new recruits for a while? I think I'll just focus on training this year. But I also heard Cha Yumin say that Korea will become the top rank soon. Is this for real? Why did he say that? What's the reason? He usually doesn't say anything like that. He doesn't have that kind of personality. Who knows? He didn't tell anyone the reason. The academia claimed that it is probably related to the first floor. Who cares about the academia? We know the tower better. How would they know anything by studying on Earth? I don't need them all. Someone please do something about the national game? Korea is ruined? Damn, the Japanese keep picking a fight because they think this is the best time. They're going crazy? Those guys were below us until last year. Cha Yumin, are you here? Please come out and say something. Cha Yumin is known for not being active in the community. If you have time, just climb the tower. The challengers on each floor threw out their own ideas about the first floor and made all sorts of speculations. And it took them months to confirm these. *****. Li Xin stayed in his laboratory for nearly a month. Only necessities were delivered through May, and everyone else was prohibited from entering. Is Master okay? Worry asked. If I were you, I would worry about myself before I worry about the Master. If you don't have a clear achievement before he comes out, you will have to continue the hellish training again. May explained. Don't say that ever again. I don't want to live through the pain of being on the Master's operating tab. Worry was interrupted. Thud. At that moment, Li Xin's laboratory door opened as if it exploded, and Li Xin, looking like a mess, popped out. I found it! I found it! Li Xin cried out. Surprised at the scene, May and Worry asked him. What do you mean? No way. Yes, I found it. I found a way to escape from the first floor. Li Xin looked at the two, smiling triumphantly. Li Xin had spent most of his time doing research on death and souls during his last research period. The power Li Xin had acquired through experiencing countless deaths, and the research materials left behind by Necromancer and Great Dark Wizard Jean Ebrium had saved Li Xin some time. Without these, Li Xin would have had to spend at least twice the amount of time he did. A soul scavenger was a mythical monster that gained a divine status by plundering and eating countless souls. However, he collapsed when the gods took away his heart. Li Xin knew that if he had this monster's heart, he could complete what he had planned. He needed the power to hold and subordinate the soul. Li Xin had decided to use that power. It was necessary for him to find someone who could replace him and assign them here in order to throw off the shackle that had been placed on him. Fortunately, the heart of a soul scavenger was sold in the points store. Even though it was a replica, that was enough. However, the problem was how he was going to get the heart of the soul scavenger. Even though it was a replica, it was the heart of one who was once a mythical creature. He needed 3 million points to purchase that. Considering the class of this mythical creature, 3 million points was not an unreasonable amount. However, this replica of a heart was of no use to the ordinary challenger. I'm the only one who would need this for this kind of project, thought Li Xin. Typically, it was an absurd task to collect 3 million points here. However, now, there were poor people who had their way blocked. In the undermost alone, there were more than 1,000 challengers. If they paid just 3,000 points each, 3 million points would be collected pretty fast. Of course, it would still take them some time to each obtain 3,000 points, but it was not something they couldn't do. And honestly, considering what they had learned from Li Xin, it was not a waste to give him the points. How often would challengers get an opportunity to be trained by a former great mage? Li Xin thought it was now the time to collect points legally. A challenger has appeared. Wang Kongwang entered the room a moment after the system message appeared. Did you call me? Wang Kongwang asked. Please have a seat, Li Xin replied. After Li Xin and Wang Kongwang sat down, face to face, Mei came in and offered them tea. We will have to start building a fort in the undermost, Li Xin started the conversation. What? Why? There's nothing in the waiting area on the first floor except us. No. Wang Kongwang was surprised. There is. It's just that people don't notice, Li Xin explained. Wang Kongwang became serious upon hearing Li Xin's words. Wouldn't it be dangerous if there was something else in the waiting area? People considered the waiting area a safe zone. Wang Kongwang was lost in his thoughts for a second. But, Toing said there was nothing else other than us, said Wang Kongwang. Toing does not know either, Li Xin replied. Li Xin thought Toing knew, but he was just pretending he didn't know anything. A regretful smile creased the corners of Li Xin's mouth. No way. But then, how do you know something that the manager doesn't? Wang Kongwang asked. You'll find out later, Li Xin replied. Okay, I see. Wang Kongwang did not ask any more questions. It won't be easy to build the fort. No matter how skillful people got in terms of construction, the quality should not be compromised. You got it. Li Xin stressed. Of course, if the quality was going to be reduced just because it's hard for the workers, we would not have even come this far, Wang Kongwang reassured. Thank you so much, Li Xin replied. Would that be enough? Wang Kongwang asked. Wang Kongwang could tell that this was not what Li Xin really wanted to ask him. Well, I think it would be time to get out of this place once the fort is finished, Li Xin continued. For real? Wang Kongwang looked at Li Xin with a blank expression, just like a person who heard something unbelievable. Yes, and aren't you one of the top 10 strongest people in the undermost? Li Xin asked. Sorry? I'm just an architect though, Wang Kongwang replied. But you're the architect of the wilderness, Li Xin explained. Man, you already know, Wang Kongwang, who had a blank look, now hardened his expression at Li Xin's words. If you start climbing the tower, you will easily be a ranker, Li Xin said confidently. No way, you overestimate me. Being a ranker is not that easy for me, Wang Kongwang smiled. I'm not overestimating you. Li Xin made it clear. Wang Kongwang would not be chosen as the strongest person in the undermost, because his main focus was on architecture. However, if people were to choose the person whose growth was the fastest, they would definitely pick Wang Kongwang. This man was talented enough. Wang Kongwang was never interested in becoming stronger. However, his skills improved rapidly ever since he asked Li Xin how he could get stronger. Moreover, every time he constructed a building, his title, Architect of the Wilderness, helped increase his abilities very quickly. The potential of this title was not something that one could belittle. If he were to build the fort, he would also become stronger. On top of that, he was the richest man in the undermost. From Li Xin's point of view, Wang Kongwang's potential for growth was outstanding, compared to the rest in the undermost. We are not in Korea. You have to know when to hide yourself, but also show yourself properly when necessary, Li Xin encouraged him. All right, I will, Wang Kongwang replied. Wang Kongwang was hiding his true abilities as the architect of the wilderness from people, but Li Xin knew well about his skills. In Li Xin's previous life, another challenger had acquired this title. Since they used to be colleagues, Li Xin knew about this skill better than anyone else. The reason why I said this is because I have to find a hidden place in the waiting area on the first floor, said Li Xin. There is a hidden place. Wang Kongwang was surprised. Yes, there is. In fact, you are the only one who I can trust. Since it might be dangerous, strength is a basic prerequisite and it would be helpful if one knows the terrain well and has sharp senses, Li Xin explained. Oh, so that place can be dangerous? Wang Kongwang asked. Yes, because the tower is a place where you can't let your guard down. You should never think it's a safe place, Li Xin replied. Since Li Xin looked very serious, Wang Kongwang committed his warning to memory. Potentially, it could be a place where there's a secret escape from the first floor, Li Xin continued. Wang Kongwang nodded as he listened to Li Xin's words. Please find a place where the mana gets dissipated. If you manage to find even the smallest clue, please tell me right away. Even if you find it, you should never go there alone, Li Xin explained. Okay, I got it, Wang Kongwang answered. First of all, make it your priority to build the fort, and then take a look around the waiting area on the first floor while gathering the materials. Also, if you want to find the place where the mana gets dissipated, you will need to use mana actively, Li Xin made it very clear for Wang Kongwang. I'm still not very used to dealing with mana, Wang Kongwang replied in a quiet voice. I think you will be quite busy for a while. But don't worry. I'll teach you well, Li Xin encouraged him. Ha ha ha. I can't even refuse it because it's such an important matter. Although Wang Kongwang spoke reluctantly, his eyes were more serious than ever. And lastly, I have one more favor to ask of you, said Li Xin. Wow, you have a lot of things you want from this old man. What is it? Wang Kongwang asked. Please lend me some of your points, Li Xin asked. Wang Kongwang looked puzzled at Li Xin's words. Li Xin had never asked to borrow points because he could not use points. He usually asked for items instead. Huh? You can't even use the points though, can you? Wang Kongwang asked. Well, the item that I want to purchase this time is quite expensive. I will have to borrow some points from each resident of Undermost, Li Xin explained his plan. You're going to ask everyone. Wang Kongwang's curiosity about the expensive item that Li Xin was trying to buy grew. Yes, I think it will be too much to borrow all from you, Li Xin replied. How much is it? I'm Wang Kongwang. I'll just lend you the whole amount. Just say it. Wang Kongwang said in confidence. Li Xin hesitated to ask him to borrow the whole sum. He did not think Wang Kongwang would have that many points. Even if he did, it was too big of an amount to borrow all from one person. No, I don't think. That's a little too much. Li Xin was interrupted. Hey, just tell me how much. Wang Kongwang, the richest man in the Undermost, wondered how much Li Xin was trying to borrow. I need 3. Li Xin replied quietly. 3. Wait, you need 3 million points. Wang Kongwang could not keep his mouth shut upon hearing such a ridiculous number. Is it really 3 million points? Wang Kongwang asked again to clarify. Yes, it's really 3 million points, Li Xin replied. At novel bin at. Are you sure? Wang Kongwang was skeptical. Yes, I'm sure, Li Xin answered. Wang Kongwang was speechless. I don't need them right now, said Li Xin after a long pause. Wang Kongwang smiled awkwardly at Li Xin. It seemed like Li Xin was thinking that he had asked too much from Wang Kongwang. What on earth are you going to use it for? Wang Kongwang was curious. This is also a clue that will help us escape from the first floor. This one will bring more certainty than the one I mentioned previously, Li Xin explained. Wang Kongwang felt his heart pounding while hearing Li Xin's words. Looking at the figure alone, 3 million points seemed like a huge amount. However, the residents of the Undermost could possibly collect them if they worked together. I will contribute as much as I can, Wang Kongwang suggested. Thank you so much. I am not going to take it for free. I'll give you something in return. Li Xin replied. Okay, said Wang Kongwang. Exclusive? Cha Yumin had reached the 80th floor? He is still maintaining his position as the world's top challenger. Jonathan's absurd remarks on Cha Yumin achievement on the 80th floor were re-examined. The public is criticizing him. The gap between Cha Yumin and Jonathan from the US had widened by 4 floors. The president of the American Challengers Association is visiting the Korea Challengers Association to have a secret negotiation on how to attack the tower. Korea will soon become the world's best. Korea will be able to clear the first floor in a year? What is the reason behind that? The ripple effect of Cha Yumin's achievement on the 80th floor was enormous, and countless articles and praise for him poured out. Previously, there were no malicious articles for Cha Yumin because of his character and abilities. However, it was different this time. Cha Yumin's arrogant remark other countries should look up to Korea became an issue. Cha Yumin did not answer properly to any of the questions regarding the disappearance of challengers on the first floor in Korea. Is the Korea Challengers Association hiding the truth? Cha Yumin got defeated by the boss on the first floor. Would it be the downfall of the top ranker? Korea's first floor can never be broken through. Is Korea going to fail like this? Challenger A's interview. Cha Yumin cannot be called a humble person. The issue on Dokdo with Japan reignites. Will Japan take away Dokdo from Korea? Chaos ensued in all the countries, and many of them tried to analyze Cha Yumin's remarks. Were all of his words true indeed? Would it really be possible for Korea to be ranked as the top place? Aside from whether that was true, the media had to undermine Korea. They could not praise Korea's potential, which had not been proven, just because of Cha Yumin's words. If the first floor was going to be liberated and Korea would eventually take the top spot, people had to weigh Korea down before that happened. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had been called Cha Yumin's rival, gradually became jealous of him. Is Cha Yumin finally crazy? He really thinks Korea can be at the top? Jonathan asked. Well, if it's Cha Yumin, I think he can say that. He is still the top ranker, Jenny laughed at Jonathan. Well, we are only 4 floors apart. And I will be catching up soon, Jonathan said confidently. You're just jealous. You're still getting criticized because you said something similar last year, Jenny, leaning against the table with a wine glass, laughed at Jonathan. Jonathan threw the wine glass on the floor at Jenny's words. What the hell are you doing? Jenny was surprised. Shut up, Cha Yumin? Cha Yumin? How many times are you saying his name? If you like him that much, why don't you just migrate to Korea? I'm actually considering that, but the association won't let me go, replied Jenny. What? Are you crazy? Jonathan glared at her. Get out of my way. I don't understand why the top ranker in the US feels so inferior to just one Korean. That's why you're not attractive. Jenny pushed past him despite his threats. She looked back at him once, opened the door, and left. Jonathan was shaking in anger. Cha Yumin. He stared at the door where she left and smashed the table he was holding onto. *****. In the president's office of the Korea Challengers Association, the president, the vice president, as well as Cha Yumin, were talking about the press conference. Mr. Yumin, will you be alright? Ji-Jae Young asked. Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry I put you in too much trouble, Cha Yumin apologized. Cha Yumin truly felt sorry about what he had said in the press conference. If what you said is true, this year would be the hardest year of all, Ji-Jae Young answered. Mr. Jian, I think we will need to contact the United States or the United Kingdom to strengthen our cooperation, Cha Yumin suggested. But will they want to maintain their cooperation with us now? Jian Jaeyong was skeptical. The United States, the world's top contender, China, the world's second, and other countries such as the United Kingdom, Russia, France, Germany, and Japan were cooperating countries but also competitors at the same time. So far, they had recognized each other's strengths, cooperating for mutual benefit. However, as of now, Korea was soon to either be eliminated from the alliance or emerge on top. Whether they forged ahead or fell behind, Korea could not be in the same group anymore. I'm just worried that you withheld too much information, Shin Hyun-woo, the vice president of the association, said anxiously. Cha Yumin did not reveal what kind of boss was on the first floor. He did not say anything exact about what conditions the first floor challengers were in, or why he believed Korea was soon to be the best. The reason I didn't reveal any of the information was to catch them this time, Cha Yumin explained. There was an organization that believed the challengers were now the mainstream group, the people who should rule the world. Are you talking about Reverse? He asked. Yes, Cha Yumin replied. Reverse was a group of radicals who wanted to overturn the current rules and establish a new world order. They thought that non-challengers should submit to the challengers, because they were now the mainstream group, and make sure the world is centered around the challengers. The problem was that there were many challengers who agreed to such ideas, and moreover, there were many ordinary people who worked under the challengers and behaved like servants. With Cha Yumin's remarks, it was clear that they would come to Korea to launch their next move. Not only that, but I think it's time to make a solid ally in Korea, Cha Yumin suggested. A solid ally? He asked. Yes, we need to strengthen our system of cooperation in order to deal with our enemies in the future, Cha Yumin explained. Wait, what do you mean? He was confused. Cha Yumin became more serious. I don't think I can tell you exactly yet. However, we have to get ready for the disaster that will soon come. Cha Yumin was being very vague. A disaster? Can you be a little more specific? The president and the vice president were frustrated by Cha Yumin only speaking nonsense, but they could not rush him because of what he said next. And I will not be returning to the tower before the dimension gate closes, Cha Yumin declared. What? Are you sure you can do that? Cha Yumin was the man who had climbed to the highest floor on Earth. He was the top ranker as well as an idol for challengers around the world. He never spent more than a year on Earth ever since he had entered the tower. For the top ranker, time was as valuable as gold. 1 year was enough for one's achievements to disappear. While he was wasting time on Earth, other competitors were climbing the tower and continued to be strong. There were countless ways to become stronger while inside the tower without having to climb it. Therefore, it was very unlikely that people who started climbing the tower would remain on Earth. We need to clearly distinguish ourselves from our enemies and build trust to establish a cooperative system in advance. It's all because of one crucial issue. And that is why I'm not going into the tower, Cha Yumin explained. What's that? They asked. What on earth could happen in the future that would make Cha Yumin do such things? Everyone is being deceived by the tower right now. I'm staying here to prevent that from happening, Cha Yumin explained. We're being fooled? What is that supposed to? Don't beat about the bush and just tell us what's going on. Jian Jaeyong and Shin Hyun-woo were very frustrated. In the next 5 years, the tower will shut down the dimension gate. And Cha Yumin continued on. At the same time, they will start distributing new gates onto Earth. To be honest, there were clues about this from the past. Li Shin recalled his old memories while drinking his tea. One thing that the tower or, rather the gods, have been fooling the people about was the fact that the tower and Earth would be connected forever. In the early days of the tower, many people did not enter the tower recklessly. The system of the tower was unknown to people, and many of them were confused about it. Moreover, people went missing. A year later, the tower began spreading new videos to people on Earth. These videos showed the challengers who were climbing the tower. As if in a fantasy world, they could use magical superpowers to defeat their enemies and develop themselves. These videos stimulated the desire of people to escape from this frustrating and weary life. The world inside the tower was just like what people could see in the movies or cartoons. It reflected people's imagination and fantasy, and the challengers who entered to challenge the tower were the main characters of that world. People who were once 50-50 on entering the tower began to enter, one after another, and soon learned that the videos that they had seen were all true. And when the first challenger to reach the 50th floor appeared on Earth, it became a catalyst for people's desire to climb the tower. The challenger was able to use the abilities they got from the tower on Earth as well. They also brought some mysterious items from the tower back to Earth. It was the beginning of a cataclysmic event on Earth. Since then, the Earth had been flooded with people trying to get into the tower. Soon after, the video that showed the interior of the tower was no longer available for viewing. Nevertheless, the number of people trying to enter the tower had not decreased, it only slowed down, for a moment. Still, those people who reached the 50th floor released information about the tower, proving there was a connection between the tower and the Earth. However, the dimension gate on the 50th floor could have caused a problem. There were only a few people who wanted to climb to the top. The drastic increase in difficulty between floors and the low rate of survival had reduced people's determination and motivation. And in the end, most of the challengers gave up on climbing the tower. That was why many people returned to Earth. The gods who made the tower shut down the dimension gate, because they did not like what they were seeing. They wanted to force people to go all the way up to the 100th floor. And they opened up a communication network where challengers could see what was happening on Earth from the tower. They released some of the monsters from the tower into Earth as well. Fuck. On second thought, a curse popped out of Li Xin's mouth again. The challengers who entered the tower had no choice but to helplessly watch people being slaughtered on Earth. They had to endure the sight of their country, colleagues, friends, and family struggling to fight against the monsters. Ordinary people on Earth were helpless even against the weakest monsters such as the goblin and kobold. At the very beginning, when the dimension gate had closed, a small gate appeared in a small neighborhood where old grandfathers and grandmothers lived. It was in the countryside far from the city center. An orc walked out of the small gate as an elderly couple passed by. Li Xin could still remember the scene vividly as if he could picture it in front of him. He could not forget the insanity the orc displayed when it brutally killed the old couple. Almost all the challengers of the tower, as well as Li Xin, witnessed that scene. At that time, a piece of writing by a challenger from the 55th floor circulated in the community. He said he was the son of the old couple. He climbed the tower for his parents, reached the 50th floor, gave them enough goods, and went back into the tower. There was greed inside every challenger in the tower. They all wanted to go up one more floor, and get a little stronger. The greed accumulated and kept the challengers from leaving the tower. And eventually, he spent 2 more years in the tower. Then, when he was ready to go back, the dimension gate got shut down. Because of his greed, his parents were killed by the orc, and he had no choice but to watch them helplessly. He lamented about why they didn't go to a bigger city with the money that he had sent. He was upset to see his parents living like that in reality, when they had thanked him and told him that they were living comfortably with the money. People could sense his tears in his lament. Numerous challengers sympathized with him. All those who entered the tower were someone's sons and daughters. The challengers could not think of the situation unfolding the screen as simply someone else's matter. They wished they were on Earth. They had left behind their families, friends, and colleagues. They gave up on many things to enter the tower, but they had never regretted it because the tower was such an attractive place. But not now. Some had come into the tower to protect someone on Earth at their own expense. For them, the current situation was like hell. They came in wishing to protect, but they could not. At novel bin at. Li Xin associated the madness of the orc with the images of the gods. It was the gods who were truly mad, not the orc. From that point on, Li Xin no longer looked at the screen. He did not even look at the community. He just didn't want to see anything at all. Li Xin questioned why the tower had to show such a scene to all the challengers. The death of a human was no entertainment for the gods. They only wanted challengers to reach the top of the tower. They carried out these massacres in order to instill anger and motivation in human beings. They knew anger was a big driving force for humans. They took advantage of this and aroused the anger of all the Korean challengers with a single video. And it was only the beginning. Numerous situations that were happening on Earth were broadcasted live ever since. And from that point on, all the challengers started climbing the tower like crazy. After seeing the video, that challenger, the son of the old couple, began climbing the tower in anger. However, such anger only made it impossible for him to see his surroundings. News of the challenger was lost after they reached the 70th floor. Fucking bastards, Li Xin was full of rage just by recalling his past memories. The gods gave many favors to the outstanding challengers to make them their apostles. After the closure of the dimension gate, when all the challengers were enraged, some of the gods approached the challengers casually. They were crazy people who thought that even if humans were so angry and climbed to the top of the tower, they would eventually feel the power of the gods and submit to the gods. Those gods could not understand humans, nor did they try to understand them. Li Xin was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Li Xin would never forget, so there was no way he would forget their evil deeds. A challenger has appeared. Wang Kongweng is here. He wanted me to tell you that he had found it. Mei received a message a moment after the system message had popped up. Tell him to come in, Li Xin replied. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wang Kongweng sat down and handed the documents to Li Xin. Look over here, Wang Kongweng pointed out. There was a square monument in the place where Wang Kongweng was pointing. This monument is. Li Xin was lost in his thoughts. The monument resembled a tombstone that was built on an altar dedicated to the gods. This monument was disrupting the mana around it, Wang Kongweng explained. Where did you find this? Li Xin asked. Wang Kongweng raised his index finger and pointed downwards. Did you find it under the ground? Li Xin was shocked. Yes, I found it while digging up some white limestone in the Rockies, Wang Kongweng replied. How did you find it? Li Xin asked again. One of the men who was digging for the white limestone had a strange feeling at the end of the Rockies. So I went to that place and dug deeper. But the deeper I dug, the more I felt like I was losing strength. That's when your words came to mind, Wang Kongweng explained. The place where the mana gets dissipated, Li Xin remembered. That's right, it was impossible to dig it to the monument with just one person's power. It was not easy because the mana got dissipated. So, I gathered people and carried out the work, Wang Kongweng said proudly. It seems like it took you a long time. Then how come you are telling me this now? Li Xin asked. Ha ha ha, actually, I thought of telling you right away but you seemed a bit busy. Also, I wanted to tell you after I confirmed it. I wasn't sure about it until then, Wang Kongweng continued. It was understandable if it was Wang Kongweng's personality. He liked to be meticulous and precise all the time. Li Xin nodded and took a sip of tea. You must have had a hard time, Li Xin acknowledged his effort. Don't even get me started. I felt like I was going back to being an ordinary person after a long time. I really thought I was going to die, Wang Kongweng replied. Have you tried digging deeper underneath? Li Xin asked. I've tried it, but it was a failure. It was too hard. I don't think it would have worked even if we could use our mana. It seemed like there was something solid that connected to the monument, Wang Kongweng explained. Li Xin nodded as if he could sympathize with Wang Kongweng's words. Maybe they would never find out more than that, because that was the altar of the gods. The altar of the gods was always like that. Li Xin kept looking at the pictures in his hand, but that monument was clearly a tombstone that was placed on the altar. The inscription on the tombstone was very similar to the ancient language in the old bundle of papers that Jean Ebrium had. Thank you for your hard work. It seems necessary to interpret the inscription on the monument. I'll take over from here. Li Xin appreciated Wang Kongweng's effort. All right, is there anything else I can help with? Wang Kongweng asked. Just keep training hard. It won't take too long, Li Xin answered. Wang Kongweng left the room and Li Xin looked at the ceiling with a complex expression. The ceiling made up of just stones contained images of the gods, the ones he had encountered on the 100th floor. Li Xin smiled bitterly. He knew there really wasn't much time left now. Since the first floor was out of sight for the gods, it was a perfect place to prepare the blades of a dagger that would be used on them. You would never even know that the knife is being forged behind your backs, Li Xin smirked. Not just Li Xin, but countless humans were ready to bring the gods down. The humans, whom they thought were just tools, would trample over them, and bring them down from their height to the bottom. Li Xin and others were ready to make them feel like they were bitten by their dogs. Wang Kongweng left and Mei came in. There were huge bags under Mei's eyes. What's going on? Li Xin asked. Skeletons could not get bags under their eyes. Mei had made something that looked similar using mana. Haha. I've collected as many ancient language books as I could find. I tried to sort them by the strokes of the characters in the text, so you can use these for interpretation for the time being, Mei explained. Thanks, you've worked hard. I know everything already, so you didn't have to do that, Li Xin answered. No, it's all right. I can do it, Mei replied. Li Xin thought it was absurd how Mei protested and said he was fine. No, I can do it from now on. So you can just train the people from undermost and take a rest when you can, said Li Xin. All right, thank you, Mei replied. Mei left the room and Li Xin looked at the data in the ancient script. Staying up all night for a day or two was not enough to do this work. It was something that would take him at least a few months of hard work. It was possible to complete this in a few months, because Mei was a skeleton. I can't believe they decided to use ancient words on the tombstone. When Li Xin looked at the data set, he was convinced that the characters he saw earlier were ancient words. The timing was very good. Li Xin thought he could focus on this work for a while. *****. Hey, man. If you go up the tower with that skill, you will barely be able to climb a few floors. You will be beaten to death. Yeah, come on. He doesn't have the grit. Are you sure you were a mixed martial arts professional athlete? Damn it. How can I do more her arg? While Shin Hanul was distracted by Baek Hyun and Kang Ji-hoon, Wari hit Shin Hanul's wrist with a blade. Oh, you must have a lot of spare time to look away. I was complacent. I guess I made it too easy for you. Wari was ready to raise the level of difficulty for Shin Hanul. No, it's not that. Shin Hanul cried out. To his excuses, there was no reply, besides a tougher attack from Wari. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Shin Hanul's body moved like a mollusk and he continued to avoid Wari's sword marginally. His whole body was soaked with cold sweat and he could not relax for a split second. Shin Hanul was aware that a slight slip would allow Wari to pierce him with his sword. There was no hesitation on Wari's end. He did not seem to care that he might pierce his opponent. Shin Hanul, facing his attack, was frightened. Kup. A sharp blade schemed Shin Hanul's flesh, and his butt almost separated from his body, but to only protect his behind would have meant paying the price of certain death, because the next moment, a sword came rushing toward his neck. Shin Hanul screamed when he saw the sword and a million thoughts raced through his mind. Ah! He shouted convulsively, but there was nothing wrong with his body. Only then did Shin Hanul realize that Wari's sword had stopped in front of his neck. He sighed in relief. Ugh, he's going to cry again. He will cry soon. Don't call yourself a man. How is he going to climb the tower if he whines and cries so easily? Stop! I didn't cry. Shin Hanul shouted. The door hinge squeaked when Shin Hanul cried out in frustration. Squeak. Li Xin opened the door and entered the training ground. Is he crying again? Li Xin asked, looking at Shin Hanul. I didn't cry. Shin Hanul replied angrily. Are you guys aware that you will soon have to climb the first floor and go beyond? Li Xin clearly ignored Shin Hanul. Yes, we are aware of that. That's why we are here to be trained by Wari. Let's see how well you guys are doing. You two, come at me. Li Xin was here to train the challengers. At Novel bin at. The two people were surprised by Li Xin's words and quickly got up from their seats. Li Xin had been working so hard on his research that he did not train them for the past few months. Since it had been a while, the two wanted to show him how hard they had trained. It will be different from before. Be prepared for it. Their eyes were burning with determination. The next moment, another person opened the door and entered the training ground. It was Park Juhyuk with his sharp gaze, wielding a sword around his waist. He bowed to Li Shin. Join them, Li Shin demanded. Okay, master, Park Juhyuk replied. When Park Juhyuk joined, it made the two more determined to fight. Baek Hyun was more concerned with Park Juhyuk than Kang Ji-hoon, because the best rival for him was none other than Park Juhyuk. Show me what you got. Li Shin signaled with his fingers. Li Shin flapped his index finger and middle finger. As soon as Baek Hyun's sword was drawn from the scabbard, the sword aura was revealed and flew directly at Li Shin. In fact, it was more accurate to call it an expedient use of mana, instead of a sword aura. Nevertheless, it was quite threatening. At the same time, a spear slipped from Kang Ji-hoon's back, swirled around and rushed to Li Shin. Oh, that is pretty good, Li Shin was amazed. Li Shin's mana flowed and was absorbed into the ground. In the next moment, a stone wall protruded from the ground, blocked the sword and twisted the trajectory of the spear. The two, who naturally expected Li Shin to block their attack, continued on to the next skill with a smooth connection just like flowing water. Li Shin smiled at the two in satisfaction, but the two had no time to see his expression. Bang! Kwak Wang! The two of them who had been in control of the attack for a moment, quickly lost control and were forced to defend against Li Shin's attack several times. Dozens of ice spears fell from the ceiling. Kagagagak. Li Shin continued to be conscious of Park Juhyuk while attacking the two. His swordplay was different from those of Baek Hyun and Kang Ji-hoon. It was very practical and efficient. There was no useless movement at all, just like an assassin. Nevertheless, it was overwhelming. Ice spears fell from above, stones rose from the ground, and explosions of air went off. He used triple casting. All the attacks were just the basic mana of the second and third level, but the casting speed and the range of use made them different from an ordinary skill. Li Shin seemed relaxed, but that was not how he felt on the inside. With mana power level 2, I can use up to the third level mana, but I can't use mana from higher levels. Li Shin knew he could not clear them in one shot. It was frustrating for Li Shin because he had to link 2 to 3 mana skills to deal with the 3 simultaneously, when 1 4th level mana could easily defeat them all at once. Still, it was not difficult, just frustrating. Dozens of ice spears plummeted over Baek Hyun's head. Why is a sword mage only using his sword? Don't forget to use your mana. Use your left hand to draw a mana technique and swing your sword to find a way out. Li Shin gave him instructions. On one side, a wide-range flame radiation wrapped around Kang Ji-hoon. It's a good idea to rotate the spears to block the flame. But, are you just going to cover the front? What about the back? What about the sides? How about the top? The flame will come from all directions, so how are you going to block them like that? How many times have I told you to use the wind to deal with flames? Huh? Find a way to use your mana effectively. Li Shin shouted. The two people had clenched their teeth. Shin Hanul's laughter from behind annoyed them. I can't be humiliated in front of that guy. If I keep going like this, I can't make fun of him anymore. I have to protect my dignity. Park Juhyuk seemed to be dancing around in accordance with Li Shin's mana, as if he was a stringed doll, with the air bomb that burst without warning. I told you to use mana power, didn't I? The only thing in your head right now is the power of transformation. Do well in combat before you think about using it at all. Your mastery of mana power is still lacking by so much. Li Shin shouted. Park Juhyuk clenched his teeth at Li Shin's words. Although he had trained like crazy, he still had a long way to go. That necromancer did not even use his best power, black magic, and yet the three's concentration had reached its peak. The confrontation with Li Shin was coming to an end. Li Shin was admiring 3 people in his mind. The skills of the 2 people who stayed on the first floor for the longest time were outstanding within the undermost. Li Shin had not been able to oversee their training, but they had achieved considerable growth without the help of the tower. This was important. When challengers eventually started climbing the tower, they relied on the rewards given by the tower, and their own honing of skills slowed down. In the end, they would reach a plateau in their skills while climbing the tower, and they would die due to the sudden increase in difficulty and numerous other variables. This is it. You guys did a great job. You have improved quite a lot, Li Shin said, looking at the 3 people, lying on the floor with satisfied looks. Don't be so conceited. In the end, it's just that you've become stronger as you wasted your time on the first floor. Even if you guys break the record on the earlier floors of the tower, the higher up you go, the more likely people like Cha Yu-min will catch up with you. The top rankers are not the rankers for no reason. So keep going, Li Shin reminded them. Okay, I will. I will keep that in mind. Li Shin paused and was about to leave the room. Oh, and you, Shin Hanul, Li Shin called out. Ah, yes. Shin Hanul answered in surprise. I'm afraid you'll be beaten up if you leave the first floor. When you start climbing the tower, don't draw attention to yourself and climb quietly. I think you might be sent to the afterlife sooner by other challengers or the monsters of the tower rather than later as you climb, Li Shin reminded him. Okay, Shin Hanul replied. Shin Hanul lowered his head in despondency. When he first climbed the tower, he thought of becoming a supernova and ruling the tower, but he got less and less confident when he realized that he was insignificant compared to the people of the undermost. There even was a time when he briefly struggled with Mrs. Kang's son. Wow, I'm tearing up already. Shin Hanul became a little scared to climb the tower after hearing Li Shin's words. *****. 2,136,320/3,000,000. A large system window was launched in the central square of the undermost. Towing sat in front of it and collected points from people. Thank you, Towing replied. Wow, you brought 5,000 points? Mr. Zhang, you must have worked hard, said Towing. Wow, we have collected so many points. Towing was excited. 3 million points were needed. This was a fundraiser to buy the heart of the soul scavenger, and they were almost at the end. People looked at the rising numbers and were more motivated to collect points. The fort of the undermost was almost finished. Upon hearing the news of the fundraising process, Li Xin stepped up the plans for creating a boss to replace him. I think this is good enough. He probably wouldn't need brains as much as Mei, Li Xin muttered. Master, but isn't the boss too strong compared to the previous first floor boss? Mei asked anxiously. That's right, the previous boss on the first floor is not even close to what I'm making right now, Li Xin answered. But then why are you making him so strong? If that's the case, the new challengers would not be able to clear the first floor again. That's exactly what I want to do. Because even if I get out of here, I need a boss who can challenge the undermost challengers on the first floor for the sake of their growth. It's very stupid to clear the first floor without any growth. So shouldn't we force them to get trained? Li Xin suggested. I see, but won't people protest? Mei asked. You still don't understand the Korean challengers. People want others to suffer as much as they did. What would the current undermost people do to the newcomers if they couldn't clear the first floor? Li Xin asked. Aha, they will teach the newcomers a lesson, just like how they went through training, Mei replied. Exactly, and even if we leave, there is no need for those who are here to occupy this place. They will know that they can return from the upper floors later, Li Xin explained. You are brilliant, master, Mei shouted. Ha ha ha, we will be able to get out of the first floor before the dimension gate closes, Li Xin was excited. During this period of the dimension gate, the shock people would experience was not a joke, because the ranking would change completely. Undermost was livelier than ever. The news that they could finally leave the first floor spread. Hey, Mr. Sung, is that all you can do? Bring more every time. Wang Kongwang shouted. Mr. Wang, there's a crack here, a worker called out. What? What kind of punk applied it like that? If you don't build the wall properly, you will not be going out even if we collect all the points. Got it. Wang Kongwang shouted. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and go to the Rockies and dig for more white limestone. Wang Kongwang yelled. The work on the wall surrounding undermost was a tremendous construction, and it would not have been strange for it to take years to be completed if it were on Earth. However, the work was being done at an incredibly fast speed here. Wang Kongwang ran around and oversaw the project. At that time, there was a young man running from the Rockies, carrying lumps of white limestone. He was carrying a forklift that was 2 or 3 times his size. Shin Hanul, when are you going to finish your work if you move like a slowpoke? On sight, Wang Kongwang was the scariest one. Shin Hanul's eyes shook and he began to run right away. Okay. Shin Hanul rushed a little. Hey, you punk. You're dropping all the white limestone. Wang Kongwang shouted. Oh, I'm sorry. Shin Hanul apologized. Shin Hanul suddenly remembered the day he first came here. I can't believe I broke it with a man like that. Shin Hanul realized how lucky he was at that time. Can't you see the men next to you who are twice as old as you are, but still carrying twice the amount you're carrying? Wang Kongwang yelled. Shin Hanul turned and looked to his side. Next to him, there were 3 old men, who certainly looked twice as old as he was, running while carrying a large forklift. At first glance, he could tell that twice as much white limestone was in their forklift. Phew, kids these days, tisk, tisk. I know, I used to carry these in both hands when I was young. Kids are lazy these days. We have to understand. Shin Hanul's cheeks trembled at the words of the 3 old men, but he could not refute. He had already been scolded and taught a lesson by those men. Okay, I'll do better. Shin Hanul was in high spirits after coming to Undermost. There was madness in their eyes as they built the wall and moved back and forth in the Rockies. Life at Undermost was not so bad, because they had everything. They did not get tired, and there was enough training for them. A few people explicitly complained about not being able to climb the tower, but in their hearts, everyone wanted to climb the tower. They came here, after all. They were curious what was coming next. There were many people on Earth waiting for them. They had already wasted enough time. Numerous people had lined up to enter not only the wall but also the portal to the first floor in the center of Undermost. Ouch, wait, no, please wait. Towing shouted. Can we go in now? No, please wait. There could be a problem on the first floor because too many people already went in. Towing explained. What happens if there is a problem? A little kid asked, hugging Towing. I get in trouble. Towing answered. What happens when you get in trouble? The little kid asked again. I don't know. Anyway, I can't do that. Li Xin told me not to let anyone in anymore. Towing explained. The little kid, disappointed by Towing's words, shook Towing wildly and turned mean. Ouch, that hurts. Towing yelled in pain. Oh my, I told you not to do that to Towing. Kong Yung-won, the kid's mom, ran urgently to the front and hurriedly saved Towing from her kid. Ugh, the kid was depressed. I'm sorry, Towing. Are you alright? Kong Yung-won asked. It's alright, Towing replied. Visit my store later, I'll give you free tteokbokki. Kong Yung-won offered. Really? Wow, thank you so much. Towing hopped around in excitement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time flew by in an instant. It was less than 3 months until the dimension gate opened. Towing stood in the central square of Undermost and collected points from people. The display of the number of points already collected was floating in the sky above the square. 2,922,100/3,000,000. People gathered in the central square cheered as they saw the rising numbers. 2,988,100/3,000,000. When they were close to reaching 3 million points, people's faces flushed. 2,999,010/3,000,000. They only needed 990 points more to make 3 million points. Baek Hyun was the last one to hand in the points. Here you go, said Baek Hyun. Thank you, Towing replied. Baek Hyun could barely steady his trembling heart. He looked up at the sky. When his 990 points went in, he could see that they had reached 3 million points together. 3,000,000,000/3,000,000,000. Each challenger living in Undermost was filled with emotions. It had been more than a year for someone and less than a month for another. The longer they stayed here, the more extraordinary they felt. 0/3,000,000,000. The huge number turned to 0 in an instant. Towing was very carefully holding the heart of the soul scavenger with his little hands. The heart did not look anything like what people had expected. It had a hazy, translucent form like a ghost. It came in a cylindrical container. Here, Towing handed over the heart to Wang Kongwong. Wang Kongwong had contributed the most to buy the heart of the soul scavenger. He contributed nearly 200,000 points by himself. All over his face was a mix of emotions. Let's go, Kim Kong-chun shouted. Okay, Wang Kongwong replied. Wang Kongwong, Kim Kong-chun, and his 4 members climbed to the first floor as representatives. Wang Kongwong moved extra carefully so that he would not drop the heart of the soul scavenger. You're here, Li Xin greeted them. He looked very calm. Was Li Xin really helping them break through the first floor? What if they were being fooled now? The thought crossed their minds for a moment, but they knew it was meaningless. Wang Kongwong smiled and handed him the heart. Thank you all for your hard work. Li Xin's gentle words touched the 6 people's hearts. After saying that, Li Xin entered his laboratory. The rest of the people could not stood rooted for a while to the spot and looked at the door where Li Xin entered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Li Xin had entered the lab, he carefully picked up the heart of the soul scavenger. Heart of the soul scavenger, replica. This is a replica of the heart of the soul scavenger who once held the class of divinity. His trace remains. Be careful not to touch it hastily, because if you do, your soul may be eaten. The explanation was sloppy compared to how expensive it was. However, Li Xin, who knew the ability was this item, began to pour mana into the heart. Instinctively, he felt like he knew what this heart is used for. There were countless deaths contained in the heart. Wung wung wung. The heart began to respond to the nature of the mana that was related to the death of Jin. Good. Li Xin had studied the heart of the soul scavenger for several days without leaving the lab. This is good enough. Li Xin began implanting the heart into the body of the newly made boss. Very thin threads of mana intertwined here and there, and thousands of threads connected the body and the heart. Before he knew it, Li Xin's whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Nevertheless, there was not a tremble in his fingertips, and the movement of mana was very steady. It was a task that required ultra-high concentration and technology. Not even a slight waver was allowed. He had asked Mei and Wari in advance to prevent any vibration or sound from occurring in the laboratory. There should be no external interference since Li Xin had added an extra mana protection as well. The decisive reason for the use of the heart of the soul scavenger was due to his title of He Who Knows Death. The heart itself contained a trace of the spirit, even though it was only a small amount. On top of that, the nature of the heart itself was violent and chaotic, so it was impossible to handle this work without a proper understanding of this guy. Li Xin had to put a doll's soul in it. And that soul could also be found using his ability as He Who Knows Death. Whoa, Li Xin could not tell how much time had passed. He had no sense of time because he was concentrating on his work. After all the work was done, his whole body creaked and his muscles trembled as if he had been overexerting himself. It's all completed. Finally, Li Xin said proudly. Legendary doll maker. You have created a doll that embraces the class of divinity. It is an incredible achievement. Then the producer should not lag behind the doll, right? Hashtag divine quality +1. Hashtag doll making level +4. He who has the qualities of God. You have divine qualities, don't you? You have the potential to become a god. He who has the qualities of God does not die easily. Hashtag immune to death for 3 seconds, 24 hours cooldown time. I never thought that I would get a divine quality here, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin was barely able to acquire a divine quality when he reached the 90th floor in his previous life. He never thought he would get it in return for making a doll on the first floor. Of course, this work was that difficult to do. Li Xin sighed. Li Xin was not sure if this was a good thing. He was sure he would attract the attention of the gods thanks to his divine quality, the moment he went up to the second floor. Since they would never imagine someone could gain this status from the first floor, they would probably think he was a man who had acquired this status outside the tower in the first place. Coffee. I need coffee, Li Xin muttered. It was not the end of the crisis. He got up, poured a cup of coffee, and took a sip. The strong scent of coffee seemed to energize the body. After the short coffee break, he started working again. It was time to really use the power of He Who Knows Death. Through numerous studies, Li Xin had developed the ability to apply He Who Knows Death by combining mana and soul. It was the result of looking at Jin Ebrium's research journal, and it was quite successful. Li Xin's mana was released and covered the entire space, eventually becoming his eyes to detect the souls around the area. There were numerous souls throughout this place. However, there was one that felt particularly special. It was the soul of Jin Ebrium. He appeared before Li Xin's eyes. Li Xin had encountered many souls here, but Jin Ebrium's felt more powerful than anyone else. The essence of Jin's broken soul was faintly scattered like water leaking from a bottomless jar. A dejected smile hung around his mouth. It's so immense that it is disappearing faster. Another thing that his soul was different from the others was that there was a link between him and Li Xin's body. The very link that Li Xin could not break even after trying to do everything he could. He was finally going to cut it off now. Wake up, Li Xin commanded. His mana flowed into the lying doll and stimulated the heart of the soul scavenger. As if the mana had become a catalyst, the doll's eyes shone blue and raised himself. The doll, which still did not have any sense of self, stared blankly at Jin Ebrium's soul. Eat it, Li Xin demanded. An unknown force spread from the doll's heart and covered Jin Ebrium's body. There was no change in Jin's expression until the force covered him all. However, it seemed to Li Xin that Jin's mouth was slightly raised. You've worked hard, Jin, Li Xin muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A streak of light fell from the sky above Undermost. It was the light that appeared when someone entered Undermost. Since no one had gone up to the second floor, there was a high possibility that this was a new challenger. Oh my, I can't believe there's a new challenger at this time. Shall we go check them out? We got nothing to do anyways. Yet, if we play with a newbie, time will fly and it will be all good. Many people from Undermost gathered in the central square with this idea. Now, the residents of Undermost were all waiting for Li Xin, who took away the heart of the soul scavenger. They waited for several days without any news and they were getting frustrated and crazy. A new challenger came in during this time when they were nervous and anxious that they could not even go up the first floor. Hello, my name is Towing. I'm the manager of the waiting area on the first floor and Undermost here. Towing introduced himself. A man wearing a white mask and a white robe appeared. No one went up to the second floor, so he was definitely a new challenger. People did not think it was strange because, occasionally, there were people who dressed up as if they were entering a fantasy world. The objects from Earth were soon discarded because they are useless in the tower due to their lack of mana. However, when people first entered, some wore clothes like those. Hey newbie, are you from the medieval fantasy era? Ha ha ha, don't you know how to use mana? Do you use fireballs? People jokingly teased the new challenger as if he was a new recruit in the army. The new challenger ignored people's words and looked around curiously. And other challengers found that cute to watch. Hello Mr. Challenger, this is a place called Undermost. It is a city founded by challengers. Do you have any questions? Towing asked. He stared at Towing without answering, and suddenly lifted Towing up to his face. Ah, you can't do this, said Towing, picking his ears as if he was annoyed. People enjoyed watching the scene, because this kind of situation happened quite a lot at Novel Bin Adat. Long time no see, Towing. His voice was calm but contained a lot of emotion. Huh? Do you know me? Towing tilted his head at the voice he heard for the first time. However, that voice sounded familiar to others. What? No way, really? Towing looked at the people around him and wondered what was going on. It was because their faces, which seemed happy sitting in the square, all changed instantly. He carefully put Towing down. Yes, I know you very well. Only then did Towing hopped and stepped back. The man in the white robe slowly looked around the crowd gathered in the square. Nice to meet you all. 1 spicy rice cakes. Li Xin remembered the time when he first found the immortal sphere here and regained his memory. They came when I was in a daze, Li Xin remembered. For some reason, Li Xin felt more attached to Kim Kong-chun, Baek Hyun, Kong Ji-hoon, Ji Ian-ju, and Park Hai-wen, compared to the other challengers. Was it because they were the first ones he had encountered? Or was it because of the guilt of preventing them from climbing the tower? That did not matter anymore. In addition to them, there were Wang Kong-wong, who made the biggest contribution to establishing Undermost, Kong Yung-won, who made Undermost's specialty Teokbokki, and Park Ju-hyuk, who overcame his trauma and acquired a unique ability in the square. All of these people could not climb the tower, because of Li Xin, and stayed here for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone, Li Xin apologized. People began wailing when they heard Li Xin's voice, remembering the hardships they had suffered. It started out as 1 or 2 people crying, and soon the whole crowd was crying. Everyone in the square was in floods of tears. Hyuk, is this happening for real? Some people cried and sobbed, and others flopped on the floor because they lost their strength. Some people thanked Li Xin, and most of the people were thrilled that they jumped and hugged each other to express their joy. You are all free now. Li Xin threw off his mask and pulled back his robe. His smile shone brightly. Yay, we are finally free. Yay, we're free. Mom, Dad, your little jerk is finally going up. I'm going up too. Youngmi, wait for me. People expressed their joy. Master, you did it. Ah, you condescending master? How can you scare people like this? Thank you so much for all this time. The 5 initial members of Undermost rushed to Li Xin and hugged him. Normally, Li Xin would have blown them away with his mana, but he decided to accept them at this moment. Thank you very much. Wang Kongweng approached Li Xin. Thank you, Li Xin replied. You didn't forget that you'll help me when I start climbing the tower, right? Wang Kongweng asked. Of course, I didn't, Li Xin smiled. It was strange to see them happy. Wang Kongweng handed Li Xin a map. Here is the map with the location of the tombstone. Thank you so much, Li Xin thanked him. I can go along and guide you if you want, Wang Kongweng offered. That's all right. You should go and catch up with them for a bit, Li Xin replied. I think it would be nice if you could come with us, Wang Kongweng suggested. I'm the villain who stopped you guys, aren't I? The villain needs to stay clear, haha, Li Xin replied with a playful smile. I wish you the best of luck, Wang Kongweng answered. Li Xin, who smiled faintly, moved to the center of the square. All the eyes of the people gathered in the square turned to Li Xin. Hello everyone, as I've already mentioned many times, your growth on the first floor will give you a tremendous advantage in climbing the tower forward. So, if anyone thinks they are lacking in growth, don't go up to the first floor right away. Train more here and then climb up. Li Xin looked at the people's faces. Everyone had different facial expressions. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Some people could understand what he meant, but others did not. Li Xin just hoped that they wouldn't die before they reached the 50th floor. The tower was not a place where one could climb by the help of another. It was a place where one had to overcome entirely by their own will and effort. Therefore, Li Xin thought that their growth at the first floor, which was the starting point, was important. Not to mention that beyond the 50th floor was where the real ordeal of the tower began. Li Xin just wanted them to get to the 50th floor so they could return to Earth. The growth here was a source of power that would help them reach the 50th floor. The difficulty level of the boss on the first floor was set randomly. People who lack skills may not be good enough to clear it, so it is important that you focus on improving your skills here, said Li Xin. There were a few people who wanted to vent their dissatisfaction, but they couldn't make it obvious because they were conscious of the others around them. Li Xin did not want to care about every single one of those people. He knew that they would be able to understand his words later on. So, from now on, I won't be on the first floor. Feel free to challenge yourself, Li Xin said. However, no one was willing to step up after hearing Li Xin's words. The idea of clearing the first floor was already unfamiliar to the challengers. They cringed unconsciously at the thought of, can I really clear the first floor? Oh, one other thing? Even if it's not me, the boss on the first floor will not kill you. So don't worry, and give it a try, Li Xin clarified. After the clarification, there were people who stepped forward. A young man stepped forward with confidence. Hey, why are you guys so scared? Our master said that we can challenge the first floor. I'll go first. He walked into the first floor portal confidently. Even after seeing him enter the portal, none of the challengers followed the young man. For some reason, they thought a light streak would come down in a moment and the young man who had just entered would come back. However, there was no news after a minute, 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes. The young man did not come back. Did he really clear the first floor? Shouldn't there be fireworks that go off, or some kind of change that happens if someone clears the first floor? People thought about all sorts of things. That was how big of an obstacle the first floor was to everybody. However, seeing that nothing happened, people started to step forward, one by one. I'm going to try. Yay, me too. Huh? Why are we getting so scared? We lived longer than these young people here. I'll just die if I have to. Okay, let's go. A large crowd of people began to enter the portal on the first floor. Nevertheless, most people were still hesitant. And as more time passed, people began to believe that the first floor could be cleared. Hey, shall we go up now? Park Hye-won asked. Wait, we don't know when we'll get together next once we start climbing the tower. I want to catch up with you guys first, Kang Ji-hoon replied. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Shin Ha-nul interjected in the conversation between Park Hye-won and Kang Ji-hoon. Why are you here? Baek Hyun looked at Shin Ha-nul as if he were looking at a stranger. Hey, don't treat me like that, Shin Ha-nul replied. Treat you like what? Baek Hyun asked. How can you be so negligent to the future ranker? Shin Ha-nul was disappointed. Pfft. Ji Eun-ju laughed at Shin Ha-nul's words. Wow, even you're laughing, Eun-ju. Shin Ha-nul looked at Ji Eun-ju with a surprised face. Who cares? Master, please join us, Kim Kong-chun approached Li Xin. I'm good. Have a great time, Li Xin answered. Still, Kim Kong-chun was disappointed. It's fine, Li Xin replied. Li Xin started to walk away without looking at them. He thought he would feel bad toward them and regret his choice to not join them if he saw their faces. Li Xin thought that if he hung out with them, the gods might hate them too. Therefore, he did not want to get attached to them. Li Xin left the central square and decided to look around undermost in disguise. It was his first time taking a look around the village. It was quite spacious from the central square to the outer wall. Li Xin tapped the fortified wall. It's quite strong, Li Xin muttered. The wall seemed stronger than what Li Xin had expected. He could see clearly how hard they must have worked in that short time. After a slow walk around the tower wall, he visited different places inside undermost. The house of the 5 challengers was built near the central square. The entrance of the house was enchanted and firmly locked, making it difficult to break in or open. It seemed like they cared a lot about security, but... Click. Li Xin could open the door very easily using his mana power. He schemed through the house of the 5 people. Now that they were leaving this place, it was neatly organized, but the memories of their past remained all over it. Li Xin locked the door and walked down the street. He could see Wang Kongweng's building, which was the largest building in Undermost. The interior design was neat and simple. There were only 1 or 2 people left inside. As he climbed to the top of the building, he could see a panoramic view of Undermost. The Undermost village was so developed that it felt like an actual place where people could live. Mr. Wang did contribute a lot, thought Li Xin. Li Xin thought this would be enough for the next challengers to adapt well to the environment. As he walked down the street, he saw Mrs. Kang's shop. He couldn't see Mrs. Kong there. Another person was selling food inside. Can I please get the most delicious tteokbokki from this place? Li Xin asked. Sure, Kang's special tteokbokki is the main menu here. I'll be right back with your tteokbokki, she replied. Li Xin didn't have to wait for that long as his tteokbokki came out pretty quickly. Wang Kongweng lent his points to Li Xin, who could finally collect points after changing his status to a challenger. Li Xin bought tteokbokki with those points. The tteokbokki was delicious, more so than any other tteokbokki that he had eaten in his past life. I see why this place is so popular, Li Xin muttered. After he finished eating, he walked on the street again. He went to the park and out of Undermost. The sun had set and it was already dark. When Li Xin came back to the central square, he could barely see any people. When he called Toing, he appeared from the back of the building. Are you finally going to the first floor? Toing asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. No, Toing whimpered. For some reason, Toing did not seem to be in a good mood. Li Xin bent down and hugged Toing. When Li Xin stroked Toing's soft fur slowly and gently, Toing remained still as if he was enjoying it. Soon after, Li Xin noticed Toing snoring. He carefully put Toing down on the ground and covered him with his robe. I still have things to do before I go, so you can sleep a little, Li Xin said quietly. The ancient words written on the monument were not easy to translate. After Wang Kongweng showed it to Li Xin, he worked on the translation every day. However, he could only understand a part of it. And one thing Li Xin learned was that this monument was built on the altar of God just as he expected. However, it was not known which god the temple belonged to. If it was a temple of a strange god, Li Xin might be tied up there. However, Li Xin had no choice but to go. The waiting area, as well as the whole first floor, were not influenced by the gods in the first place. Nevertheless, it was necessary to check it out, because there was an altar of God not on the first floor, but in the waiting area on the first floor. There was one god whom Li Xin was expecting. The Immortal Sphere. This is a marble that contains a speck of the forgotten gods. #we don't forget. The first floor was the place where Li Xin had found the Immortal Sphere. Perhaps the monument here was also built on the altar of the forgotten god. Before Li Xin had noticed it, he arrived at the place drawn on the map. There was a huge monument embedded deep into the ground. Li Xin read the inscription on the monument. Go against the mana spell. Li Xin muttered. The reason why the mana here was dissipated was that the flow here was against the flow of mana from nature. And on this tombstone, it said to go against the flow. Just like what it instructed, Li Xin forced the mana to reverse. Opposing nature and going against the flow was a mana control that even 5th and 6th level wizards couldn't do, especially not on the first floor. Li Xin suppressed his laughter and focused on mana control. His body, which had been in its best condition, changed to its worst. His mana blood vessels began to weaken more and more, and mana control became harder and harder. Coop. Blood came up from his esophagus and escaped through his tightly pressed lips. His health points dropped at a rapid pace. Mana power swirled around him and his mana blood vessels were bursting. Gasp! Blood filled his mouth and splattered out. Seeing all that blood, Li Xin thought he could die of excessive bleeding. #health points, 500/8,750. Li Xin did not have many health points left. He squeezed out all his strength and controlled his mana power. #health points, 150/8,750. The capillaries in his eyes burst one after another. #health points, 0/8,750. For the first time since he had gained his memory, his health points dropped to 0. He who has the qualities of God. You have divine qualities, don't you? You have the potential to become a god. He who has the qualities of God does not die easily. #immune to death for 3 seconds, 24 hours cool time. Those with qualities of God don't die easily. You are immune to death for 3 seconds. Li Xin did not even have the time to look at the system window that floated in the air. He controlled the mana by drawing from the last of his mental power, and then the mana that had resisted nature naturally assimilated into the flow of nature. Li Xin sighed. #health points, 1/8,750. Gong. The ground where the monument was located cracked, and the entrance to the basement appeared. ****. Guys, it's a scoop. This is crazy. What is it? Why are you making a fuss all of a sudden? The ranking on the second floor has been updated. At novel bin at. What? Seriously? The activity in the Korea Towers community increased. And that was just the beginning. Li Xin felt like the mana blood vessels in his entire body were about to burst. All his muscles were throbbing and Li Xin's condition was so severe that he had to recuperate quietly for a while. Li Xin forced his weak legs to move and went down the stairs that took him to the deep underground. He became so weak that he could barely use basic level 1 mana. Nevertheless, he mustered all his strength and walked down the stairs. I can't feel death, Li Xin thought. If this place was truly dangerous, Li Xin could have felt death coming near. However, that was not the case. Rather, he felt like he had to go down here to survive. After some time, he saw a small altar at the end of the stairs. Wait, this is... Li Xin muttered. In front of the altar, there was a monument similar to the one he had seen above ground. Li Xin approached the monument and read the writing there. It was an ancient language, just as he expected. Only those who are qualified can climb. Li Xin read the inscription aloud. What kind of qualification were they talking about? This was the only sentence he could read among several. Li Xin passed the monument and stood on top of the altar. There stood an indecipherable gargoyle, a mysterious figure with such intricate details it was hard to make sense of what it was. This is, Li Xin thought. Below it, there was a pattern and an ancient language written on the altar. Those who are qualified, engrave your mana here. It seemed like Li Xin had to engrave his mana here. There was no reason for him to hesitate here. His intuition was telling him to follow the instruction, and he decided to go with his intuition. I am disqualified as a magus, Li Xin thought. A magus was supposed to calculate everything in advance and move as planned, but Li Xin was relying on his intuition. Li Xin laughed at this thought and put his hand on the gargoyle to engrave his mana. It was not difficult for Li Xin to engrave the mana following the patterns. The patterns quickly absorbed the dark mana. As the dark mana outlined the patterns, the gargoyle began to move as it shone. The gargoyle was filled with ominous energy. Adat novel bin adat. Those who endure endless chaos will prove their qualifications. What's endless chaos? Li Xin wondered, but there was no time to think. The ominous energy emanating from the gargoyle pressed down on Li Xin. Chaos is seeping in. You become immune to it. Chaos is seeping in. You become immune to it. Chaos is seeping in. You become immune to it. The ominous energy entered Li Xin's body, but nothing changed. Only the message rising in the air was repeated. Is this energy what they meant by chaos? Li Xin wondered. It was Li Xin's first time seeing this chaos, even though he had climbed to the 100th floor before, and he did not know why he was immune to it. Li Xin was so distracted by the sudden chaos that he did not notice, but there was a faint spirit watching him near the gargoyle. It seemed as if the spirit was laughing at Li Xin as he was being eroded by chaos. Unlike other human souls, that spirit did not have any shape. However, Li Xin could vaguely feel the emotions it contained. I think it's waiting for me to be eroded by chaos, Li Xin thought. Li Xin did not know what that was, but he decided to act just as the spirit wished. Li Xin performed with all his might as if he was eroding away. Li Xin groaned. Flop. Pretending like he had lost all his strength, Li Xin fell down to the floor, grabbed his head, and continued to groan. Occasionally, he glanced at the spirit, but the spirit was still floating in the air watching Li Xin. Well, Li Xin was not even sure if the spirit was looking at him. He just continued to pretend to be eroded by chaos just in case, looking as if he was in severe pain that gradually increased in intensity. Chaos is seeping in. You became immune to it. Li Xin fell to the ground. As soon as that happened, the spirit that had been still all this time rushed toward Li Xin. I am the leader of chaos. You who don't deserve it will be in chaos. The voice of the spirit rang in Li Xin's head. What does it mean to be in chaos? Li Xin asked with a struggling voice. You must have the power to speak. It will naturally be known to you after it has been done. Chaos is seeping in. Chaos is seeping in. Chaos is seeping in. You became immune to it. What? How is this possible? The spirit came near Li Xin, and when it contacted him and realized that he was not actually eroded by chaos, it shouted in surprise. Li Xin, who no longer had to pretend, rose again and slowly moved his mana. Oh my god. No way. The chaos is seeping in. You became immune to it. Stat. Chaos is created. A new stat is created? Li Xin never knew there was a stat called chaos. Stat chaos, Li Xin repeated in his head. Chaos. The power created by the failure of all forces to harmonize and eventually disintegrate. Deny everything and accept it all at the same time. Hashtag resistance to all elements plus 10%. Hashtag random amount of stat extortion at a very low chance from the stat in the opponent's possession when hit. Hashtag random amount of stat extortion at a very low chance from the stat in the opponent's possession when attacking. I can't believe this. Li Xin's jaw dropped in amazement when he saw the effect of the stat, chaos. Having 10% of resistance to all properties was an unprecedented defense capability. Li Xin knew, for the first time, that a resistance to all elements existed. And the most amazing thing was the stat extortion. It was of course amazing to rob stats such as strength, agility, and intelligence. However, they were nothing compared to the divine status. Hashtag divine status, 1. Not long ago, Li Xin had acquired the title of legendary doll maker and now acquired this divine status. With this divine status, one could rob the opponent's divine status. Li Xin did not know how slight the probability was, but he thought it would not be lower than the probability of acquiring divine status. Divine status. You are considered divine. Hashtag all stats are increased by 10% when you encounter those who have a lower level of the divine status. This ability was very simple, but was an outstanding one. It was incredible to get a 10% increase in all of his stats. How many people could possibly have divine status? With the exception of encountering the few who have divine status, Li Xin could get additional power most of the time. Moreover, due to having the ability Chaos, it was no longer burdensome for him to meet someone who was stronger than him. Li Xin thought it would be a good opportunity, because he could take away their divine status. No way. What is so special about you? I guess you're still alive, Li Xin answered. I don't die. I mean. Oh, I see. That's how it was. The spirit murmured to itself as if it had realized something. Sorry? What do you mean by that's how it was? Li Xin asked. So, was this part of the revelation? Then there's one thing I have to do. A revelation. Li Xin asked. That's right, a revelation. Ignore what I'm saying and just continue walking your way. The spirit continued to say mysterious things. Your body is destroyed by a very strong curse. Wait, can you help me recover it? Li Xin asked. It's impossible for me to fix it entirely, but I can feel your divine status, even though it's quite weak right now. Since you have divine status, I can help you out a bit. Li Xin could feel the force of the spirit permeating his body and spreading abnormally. Some of the broken mana vessels were restored to their original state. In the process, the power in the spirit which he had felt gradually died down. What would happen to you? Li Xin asked. I'm the one who doesn't die. My body may disappear, but my existence will not disappear. Is that so? Li Xin asked. I raised the class of your body a little bit with my spiritual power. The curse on you is too strong. This is all I can do for you. The mana of Li Xin's whole body became smoother as if a part of the blocked sewer had been cleared. His body, which was destroyed at the entrance to the altar, recovered to its best condition. Mana power level 3. Li Xin tried circulating the mana in his body. His mana was moving faster and smoother than before. With this power, if I try really hard, I can probably use up to the 5th level mana, Li Xin thought. Even so, he would barely make it to the top of the wizard's list. He would only qualify as a magus when he is able to control at least the 6th level mana. As of now, Li Xin was considered to be just like a normal human. Keep on, getting stronger. With these last words, the voice of the spirit could no longer be heard. Li Xin turned around and returned to Undermost. As people from Undermost climbed the first floor, the ranking on the second floor was finally updated for the first time in nearly 2 years. The people on the second floor who were looking at the rankings, waiting for the challengers on the first floor to come up, were the first ones to notice the dramatic change in the ranking. And an uproar began inside the tower. This is a scoop. This is an exclusive. Why? What is it? Why are you making a fuss all of a sudden? The ranking on the second floor has been updated. Go check it out. The challengers are starting to clear the first floor just like Xia Yumin said. And that's not all. That can't be real. How is this possible? No way, I can't even believe that people managed to come up to the second floor, but now you're telling me that the first ranker on the second floor has changed? In an instant, the small disturbance in the community spread like wildfire. And after hearing the news about the change, people hurriedly returned to the village to check the ranking. First. Xin Youngwu, 11,200 points. Second. Xia Yumin, 10,700 points. Third. Han Sangwon, 8,960 points. Fourth. Baek Kongwu, 8,120 points. That's crazy, isn't it? They already defeated the Lizardman the Great Warrior? Seeing that they have scored above 10,000 points, it seems like they defeated the Lizardman even faster than Xia Yumin. But how? Bro, who cares about that right now? The first floor people are finally liberated? Finally, we will get new recruits, too. Wait a second. Is it because of that guy, Xin Youngwu, that Korea will soon become the highest rank? It was not just that the ranking had been updated, but the top ranker position had changed as well. The change in the top ranker caused even more confusion to the challengers. Shit, the ranking changed again. It's probably because there were more new recruits who came up. But who cares? Look at the ranking. The first place changed again. What? First. Kang Hyunwoo, 14,110 points. Second. Park Ji-min, 13,400 points. Third. Xin Youngwoo, 11,200 points. Fourth. Xia Yumin, 10,700 points. Fifth. Han Sangwon, 8,960 points. Sixth. Baek Kongwu, 8,120 points. What's going on? How can this be possible? That score doesn't even make sense. Xia Yumin barely managed to defeat the Lizardman the Great Warrior? No way, that can't be true. A second floor challenger can already defeat the Lizardman Hunter? It's not just one, but there were more than 3 people who already defeated him? It's not just 3, look at the ranking. Shit, did it change again? What happened on the first floor? Huang. 5 streaks of light fell on the waiting area on the second floor. It was Kim Kong-chun and his friends. Is this the waiting area on the second floor? Wow, this place is fascinating. I think this place is totally different from the waiting area on the first floor. The waiting area on the second floor was a swamp with mud puddles everywhere. And there was a lizard. Finally the challengers are rushing in all of a sudden, the lizard said. Are you the manager here? Baek Hyun asked. Yes, I am. Are you going to challenge the second floor? The lizard asked. The waiting area on the second floor was not a place where people could stay for a long time. It was so humid and muddy that they did not want to stay there for a long time. All 5 of them accepted the manager's offer and went to challenge the second floor. You have entered the second floor. With the message, the challengers arrived at a swamp. The area was damp and humid, and every step they took sent mud splattering onto their feet. The challengers were all separated. Each challenger was on their own, because unlike the first floor, the second floor was a stage where each individual had to clear independently. Defeat the Lizardman, the Great Warrior. Baek Hyun saw the Lizardman warrior holding a shabby sword in front of him. Kung, the Lizardman roared. However, Baek Hyun did not feel particularly scared or afraid. With the Lizardman warrior in front of him, Baek Hyun did not feel the pressure like what he had felt encountering Mei and Worry. Baek Hyun rushed to the Lizardman warrior. He was still a little bit nervous, because it was his first attempt. However, that nervousness was only for a moment. When the Lizardman warrior raised his arm to make a counterattack, Baek Hyun's sword was about to slice the Lizardman warrior's neck. Chop! His sword cut off the Lizardman warrior's head in an instant. Is that it? Baek Hyun could not believe it was this easy. Was it because it was the first stage? He had expected it to be easy, but not this simple. Baek Hyun tilted his head in confusion and wrapped up his sword. You have defeated the Lizardman warrior. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the Lizardman archer. Yes, Baek Hyun replied. Baek Hyun disappeared with a streak of light. Li Shin returned from the altar and arrived at Undermost. There was silence. Was it because many people left Undermost to go to the second floor? The place where the festival was held was all clean and looked organized. Most of the people who remained seemed to be sleeping in their own homes. It was not yet a day since Li Shin had left. However, there was a sense of strangeness in the appearance of Undermost now and before they had left. Something's wrong, thought Li Shin. Li Shin saw a man running near the park. It was his first time seeing this man. Li Shin frowned. Excuse me, sir. Li Shin approached the man. The man stopped and looked at Li Shin as he called him. How many days has it been since the first floor was liberated? Li Shin asked. The liberation on the first floor? I heard it's been about a week. Why? The man asked, tilting his head. Oh, nothing. Thank you. Li Shin turned around to leave after a short greeting. The man looked at Li Shin, then began to run again. Li Shin went straight to the central square and went into the portal, up to the first floor. It had not been that long since he entered the altar, but a week had already passed here. The altar and Undermost were following a different timeline, thought Li Shin. This meant that it had already been a while since others had started climbing the tower. Li Shin laughed at the thought of how the tower would become a mess. I wonder if they are doing well? Li Shin laughed to himself. When he came out of the portal, he noticed that the first floor did not look like it had changed much. Li Shin headed boldly toward the boss room on the first floor. There was already a path created by many people who had gone through. When Li Shin opened the door of the boss's room, the boss he had created was there. The boss looked surprised at the sight of Li Shin, but then he smiled again. I've been waiting for you. Are you finally going up? The boss asked. Yes, Li Shin replied. In response to Li Shin's warm appearance, the boss fixed his glasses and closed the book he was reading. I've already died countless times and my memory has been reset, but I still remember you, master, the boss said. Yes, that's because I made you like that, Li Shin replied. Why did you do that? The boss asked. Li Shin smiled bitterly at his question. Well, it's really sad to be forgotten, Li Shin replied. I see. The boss nodded. Is Jean doing well? Li Shin asked. Yes, he is still unconscious but he is doing fine inside me, the boss replied. Please take good care of him, said Li Shin. I will, the boss answered. Li Shin smiled and moved his mana. All right then, let's have our final showdown, Li Shin suggested. Sounds good, the boss replied. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chop. Thud. The Lizardman archer's neck fell off very easily. His body, which remained on the tree until the end, also fell to the ground. Is this really it? Kang Ji-hoon looked at the Lizardman archer lying on the floor with a puzzled face. You have defeated the Lizardman archer. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the Lizardman sorcerer. I will go for it. Immediately after those words, Kang Ji-hoon's body disappeared with the streak of light. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Swoosh swoosh. The flame spread over the trees. From the tip of the Lizardman sorcerer's magic branch, a fireball was created and sent directly toward Ji Eunju. However, Ji Eunju avoided it with ease while wondering about the difficulty of the fight. Then the fireball flew past her and hit the tree behind. Ji Eunju was shocked by such a slow casting. Stone ball. Ji Eunju used merely a second-level elemental mana. She gently tossed it to the opponent. Puck. Coop. The Lizardman sorcerer collapsed. You have defeated the Lizardman sorcerer. What the hell? Ji Eunju scratched her head in confusion. The level of difficulty will increase dramatically starting from the next stage. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is Lizardman the Great Warrior. Ji Eunju thought she could manage it even if the level of difficulty rose rapidly. In addition, she thought it was worth a challenge because she could give up at any point. I'll give it a try, Ji Eunju replied confidently. Her body disappeared with a streak of light. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Clang. The mighty sword of the Great Warrior clashed with Kim Kong-chun's sword. Swish swing. As the blades scratched against each other, the friction caused a sound. CRRR? You're amazing, the Great Warrior complimented Kim Kong-chun. Oh yeah, Kim Kong-chun replied. Unlike the Lizardman the Great Warrior, who was excited to meet an outstanding warrior, Kim Kong-chun was expressionless. CRRR. Lizardman the Great Warrior became fierce and struck his dull sword. Kook. However, the sword of the Great Warrior got stuck on the ground. Due to his dramatic attacking motion, his path of attack was obvious. Kim Kong-chun, who avoided the attack easily, swung his sword. That's amazing, you have avoided my sword. The Great Warrior was amazed. What's amazing, just die. Kim Kong-chun's sword pierced the neck of the Lizardman the Great Warrior. You have defeated the Lizardman the Great Warrior. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the Lizardman Hunter. I'll go for it, Kim Kong-chun replied. Whip whip whip. Because of the swamp, there were considerable restrictions on the challenger's mobility. Park Hae-won, who was a wizard, could barely move. She had to deal with the opponent while being stuck in one place. The Lizardman Hunter, who moved sharply and fired arrows from afar, was an annoying one to deal with. This guy's pretty annoying, Park Hae-won muttered. Unlike her, the Lizardman Hunter seemed to have no restrictions on movement even in the swamp. This place was his battlefield. Her skill was effective against opponents who were not wizards. Wind Cutter. Park Hae-won shouted. This skill was a third-level mana. The blade of the wind swept across the wide area before her. All the trees that the Lizardman Hunter utilized to run around and hide were cut down. And at the same time, his arm fell after getting struck by the wind cutter. Oh my gosh, what are you going to do now? Can you shoot an arrow with just one arm? Park Hae-won made fun of the Lizardman Hunter. What a despicable human being. The Lizardman Hunter shouted. Who are you to say that? Park Hae-won replied. Park Hae-won gave him an absurd look and used her mana. The Lizardman Hunter pulled out a dagger with his remaining arm and rushed towards Park Hae-won. However, it was futile. Air bomb. Park Hae-won shouted. The air exploded in front of the Lizardman Hunter's head and he collapsed. You have defeated the Lizardman Hunter. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the Lizardman the Great Sorcerer. Sounds good? A mana battle is my speciality, Park Hae-won replied confidently. Her body disappeared with a streak of light. The difficulty level of the second floor was not too high for those who came up from undermost. However, at stage 4 and stage 7, the level of difficulty increased sharply compared to the previous stages. And these stages were not easy for the people of undermost either. Those who came up from the first floor without sufficient growth struggled with the Lizardman the Great Warrior, but very few actually lost to him. Their struggle was not because of their lack of competence. They made mistakes because they were scared of their first real game. Such an outstanding performance was possible because the minimum requirement to clear the first floor, set by Li Xin, was enough to beat the Lizardman the Great Warrior. Shin Youngwoo, who was the first to challenge the second floor, was shocked looking at the ranking. His ranking continued to drop in real time, leaving him no time to be pleased with the fact that he had ranked first originally. In an instant, his ranking fell to a 3-digit. What was comforting was that Cha Yumin still ranked below him. He had expected that his ranking would drop, but it was surprising to see that his ranking was not much different from the famous Cha Yumin. Is this the difference in talent? Ha! Shin Youngwoo sighed. Cha Yumin had come up to the second floor without having done much on the first floor. And still, Cha Yumin had defeated the Lizardman the Great Warrior. Shin Youngwoo had gone through several training sessions to increase his ability at undermost before climbing up. And yet, there was only a slight difference between him and Cha Yumin. What an idiot I am. Shin Youngwoo regretted not doing more training at undermost before coming up to the second floor. You have defeated the Lizardman the Great Sorcerer. From the next stage, the level of difficulty increases very rapidly. You cannot give up in the middle. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the Lizardman Berserker. Many of those who came up to the second floor were troubled when they saw the system message. Considering how the difficulty increased when moving from the third stage to the fourth stage, it seemed that the difficulty would increase even more drastically this time. Most had a hard time just dealing with the Lizardman the Great Sorcerer. However, from this stage on, they could not even give up in the middle of the fight. If they made a wrong move, they could potentially die as soon as they start. Most people thought that they had already made enough achievements just by coming this far, the second floor. There was no need to strain. Very few people from undermost had challenged the 7th stage. Master once said that when we try to look for stability, our growth will eventually stop. So, I'll challenge myself. Kim Kong-chun decided to proceed to the next stage. If I'm already getting scared at this level, I don't deserve to be a ranker? So, I'm going to try. Baek Hyun decided to challenge the next stage. Even if I can't make it, I'm still going to try. I will challenge myself to the next stage. Kang Ji-hoon decided to challenge the next stage. What should I do? The Great Sorcerer was somewhat doable. I wonder if all my other friends have decided to challenge themselves to the next stage. Oh well, the master said that we should be able to manage up to stage 7, so I'll give it a try. Park Hae-won decided to proceed to the next stage. I'll stop here. Ji Eun-ju decided to give up the challenge. She was fully capable of defeating the Great Sorcerer, but she did not want to risk her life to challenge a stage. At first, she was going for the challenge, but when the time came to finally choose, she was scared. Defeat the Lizardman Berserker. The Lizardman Berserker was twice as big as all the other Lizardmen, and had armor all over his body as well as an axe that looked threatening. His red eyes gave him a look of a battle-crazy warrior. Well, this guy definitely has a different aura compared to the ones I've encountered before. Park Ju-hyuk shot a cold look at the lizardman berserker. You decided to challenge me? I'll see how good you are, the lizardman berserker shouted. The lizardman berserker charged toward Park Ju-hyuk. He moved deftly, in contrast to his body size. However, the moves were all too obvious to Park Ju-hyuk. Clomp clomp clomp. Park Ju-hyuk calmly aimed for the lizardman berserker's weak spots, and the damage accumulated. Park Ju-hyuk strengthened his body using mana. Then, with his effective mana manipulation, he inflicted damage on the opponent and used mana only when he had to block the opponent's attack. The berserker's entire body had already become bloody, but Park Ju-hyuk was not injured in any way. Also, he still had enough mana. I guess it's not that bad, Park Ju-hyuk muttered. Ha ha ha, you arrogant human being. The real game starts now. The lizardman berserker laughed at him. Kong, 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 Kong. Park Ju-hyuk blocked the lizardman berserker's axe with his sword, but he also knew he was gradually reaching his limit. He felt that something was going wrong. He thought the more damage he inflicted, the more tired and weak the enemy should have gotten. However, the opponent was getting stronger. Coop. Park Ju-hyuk had momentarily missed the berserker's axe, and flew backward due to the opposing force against the blade he tried to block the axe with. It seemed like the durability of the sword that blocked the axe was gradually reaching its limit. Park Ju-hyuk had applied his mana on the sword a little late and that had caused a serious damage to its durability. I should have inflicted enough damage. But why is his speed and power still increasing? Park Ju-hyuk was confused. Across the globe, there was not a single challenger who could defeat the berserker on the second floor. As a result, there was no information on the berserker, and Park Ju-hyuk was in panic. The more damage the enemy suffered, the stronger it became. So what did he have to do? Should he knock down the berserker at once with a powerful blow, or should he continue to inflict damage on him? While he was thinking, the battle continued. The berserker was gradually catching up with Park Ju-hyuk's speed, which was much more advanced at the start. Damn it, is this all I can do? Park Ju-hyuk thought. Park Ju-hyuk was hoping to clear at least this stage without using his unique ability. However, if his opponent was already this strong, he thought it would be impossible to clear the next stage even with the help of his unique ability. In that case, Park Ju-hyuk thought it would be better to use his unique ability now instead of saving it for later and focus on reducing the clear time. Die! Park Ju-hyuk shouted. The lizardman berserker's red mana power lingered around his axe and then the berserker swung his axe toward Park Ju-hyuk. Kwang, Chang, the sword that blocked the axe broke, and the axe swung forward at a speed that could potentially decapitate Park Ju-hyuk's head. At that moment, a golden light emerged from Park Ju-hyuk's body, and then, the world, including the lizardman berserker, stopped momentarily. Then their bodies went back to the conditions before Park Ju-hyuk's sword broke. Park Ju-hyuk's unique ability was in effect. Power of resurgence. # you can change what has happened. Unlike what was happening a while ago, the axe held by the lizardman berserker was now broken by Park Ju-hyuk's sword instead. 300 resurgence energy has been consumed. Coop, there's no way, the lizardman berserker groaned in pain. Die. Not giving the lizard berserker a moment to rest, Park Ju-hyuk got closer to him and plunged the sword right into his neck. Thwack. That's awesome. Park Ju-hyuk was surprised. You have defeated the lizardman berserker. This is an amazing achievement. There is a sharp increase in the difficulty level. You cannot give up midway. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the lizardman, the guardian warrior. Park Ju-hyuk looked at the system message window with a heavy breath. #resurgence energy, 200/500. Park Ju-hyuk had seen a crack in the berserker's axe, and he thought that he could break the axe easily if he put enough mana onto it. Even so, he had spent 300 resurgence energy. Was it something too challenging for me? Park Ju-hyuk looked at the system message window with his teeth clenched. I give up, Park Ju-hyuk replied. You will be moving to the waiting area on the 3rd floor. *****. The community was still very active and it showed no sign of becoming quiet. All of the people were paying close attention to the challengers who just came up from the 1st floor, and the rankings were updated from time to time as more than 1,000 challengers climbed at once. People enjoyed just watching the changes and talking about them. Is the 1st place almost fixed? Well, we don't know yet. It's only the 3rd day. At novel bin at. But the 1st place already has 20,300 points. So is it even possible to get a score that's higher than this? It's already been more than a day since the top 3 rankings were fixed. I think it will be renewed once or twice more. Do you want to bet whether the ranking will be renewed or not? Sure, let's make a bet. How can someone get a score that's even higher than this? Open a betting room. Okay, let's do it. Wait a second. The ranking has been updated again. What? #1. Park Ju-hyuk, 38,420 points. #2. Baek Hyun, 37,180 points. #3. Kim Kong-chun, 34,750 points. #4. Wang Kong-wong, 34,380 points. #5. Kang Ji-hoon, 33,010 points. #6. Park Hae-won, 31,830 points. What the hell? Is this happening for real? Their scores are above 30,000 points? Wow, the first rankings score is close to 40,000 points? What? How far did they get to? What's happening? Are they the same Koreans as us? The shocking ranking, which was refreshed once again, had drawn people's attention to the community one more time. Now, those who reached the second floor were able to tap on the community to connect with the other people in the tower. They thought it was amazing and fun to communicate with people on the upper floor of the tower. Hey, excuse me, please join the community. Please? What the hell happened on the first floor? Please give us some information. What's the secret to your strength? People started to get some information from the challengers of Undermost, and only then did they know exactly what happened on the first floor. Everyone in the community could finally understand the reason why the newcomers were getting such a high performance score. The boss on the first floor was a necromancer who had climbed the tower before, and because the boss came to his senses, all the challengers on the first floor could not climb to the second floor. The challengers were then trained by the necromancer, who offered to help them to become stronger. Everyone who was hearing this account had no choice but to take their word for it, since all the stories from the newcomers were the same. The important part was that the necromancer was still on the first floor. There were many rumors that he would probably climb the tower, too. Many people did not know how the boss of a floor could climb the tower. All they knew was that the boss had used the heart of the soul scavenger. With their limited knowledge, they could not infer the method that Li Xin had used. People just wondered how the frail first floor boss could change and how he would advance to the next floor. Over time, not only the second floor but also the third and fourth floors saw dramatic changes in their rankings. And those who took the top places were already fixed. Hashtag first. Baek Hyun, 53,100 points. Hashtag second. Park Hae-won, 52,380 points. Hashtag third. Park Ju-hyuk, 46,300 points. Hashtag fourth. Wang Kong-won, 43,200 points. Hashtag fifth. Kim Kong-chun, 42,830 points. Within the top places, their rankings continued to change according to the concept of the stage. Those people who had been ranked below the median or were in the three-digit placings began to be pushed out of the top 1,000, one after another. I guess the top ranks are almost fixed now. Wow, is Cha Yu-min gone now? Well, we don't know yet. Can't you see that there are people on the third floor who are scoring lower than Cha Yu-min? But don't you think it would be impossible for Cha Yu-min to be at the top now? Cha Yu-min, who had always been ranked at the top of each floor, was pushed out of the top 1,000 on the second floor now. He had become an ordinary challenger. Nevertheless, on the third and fourth floors, his ranking was in the three-digit range. Now the challengers' attention was on the fifth floor. It was the first floor where challengers could set the level of difficulty. There were countless challengers who died on this floor having been fooling around. I'm pretty sure the top rankers will go for the difficulty level of hell, don't you think so? No way, hell level is crazy. What if they die? The extreme level is enough, guys. So please don't be too greedy. What are you guys saying? Those challengers who have achieved that high of a score deserve to challenge the hell level. You are saying that after you've been through at least the hard level, right? It's not human territory starting from the extreme level. All the challengers who reached the fifth floor were in agony. There was a lot of information about the level of difficulty, and there was a lot of information from the challengers of the tower who had already experienced this floor. However, starting from the extreme level, it was very difficult to find any information, and one could only make assumptions for the hell level. When the top rankers gathered and exchanged their opinions on the difficulty level of the fifth floor, the community was on fire, once again. Oh my gosh! Guys, take a look at this. Everyone's attention was drawn to Park Hae-won, looking at the community. Why? What's wrong? Did the master come up or something? Wait, really? Hurry up and look at the ranking. Park Hae-won shouted. At Park Hae-won's words, everyone hurriedly checked the ranking with serious faces. Hashtag first. Li Xin, 108,320 points. Hashtag second. Park Ju-hyuk, 38,420 points. Hashtag third. Baek Hyun, 37,180 points. Hashtag fourth. Kim Kong-chun, 34,750 points. Hashtag fifth. Wang Kong-won, 34,380 points. No way. Is this happening for real? How far did he get to? What an initiation ceremony. They shook their heads as they watched the ranking. Meanwhile, within the community, the hot topic of the day was the name Li Xin. The community was on the verge of imploding into chaos when Li Xin's ranking was updated. People tried to find out about Li Xin, but the things they could find were very limited. Even the challengers, except for a couple of them, who had just progressed up the floors, knew nothing about Li Xin in detail. Even those who knew the most about him had only fragments of information. They did not know why his name was Li Xin. Also, they did not know what his former tower was, and how he became a boss and then a challenger to climb the tower. There was nothing they could claim they knew for sure. And these were the same questions that the people of the Undermost had been curious about in the past. Kang Ji-hoon had been looking at the posts on the community, thinking it was great entertainment. Haha, it's a mess, a mess. Why do they care? They can just accept that there is someone like him. Do you think all people are as simple as you? Park Hae-won asked. Do you think I wanted to be like this? It's because he doesn't tell us even if we ask him. Baek Hyun shouted in frustration, furious at Park Hae-won's words. Well, that's true. We don't even know that much about him, Park Ju-hyuk intervened as he watched the two bickering. What are you going to do? What do you mean? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Have you decided on which difficulty level you're going to choose? Oh, Park Ju-hyuk mumbled. Park Ju-hyuk had already been thinking about it. There was a skill gap between him and the members of the special team created by the Korean government and the Korean Challengers Association. And even though it was small, the gap was widening. There had already been a difference in the floor numbers between Park Ju-hyuk and his team members. At this rate, it was clear that the team members would only be a burden to Park Ju-hyuk. Of course, Park Ju-hyuk did not think that way. However, the problem was that the team members were starting to feel it themselves. To make matters even worse, the fifth floor allowed challengers to adjust the difficulty level themselves. The widening gap the other team members had observed while on this floor was enough to make them feel like they were worse off. To be honest, I want to challenge the hell level, thought Park Ju-hyuk. However, besides the risk of dying, he felt bad for his team members. He did not want to abandon his comrades. And if Park Ju-hyuk challenged the hell level, his team members would definitely raise their difficulty level at least by 1 to catch up with him. If that happened, it was obvious that there would be a series of people who would die. I will go with the extreme level. People nodded as if they sympathized with Park Ju-hyuk's words. I knew it. What about the CEO, Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang also said that he would go with the extreme level. Is extreme level the way to go? I think so. I mean, we're the first to even challenge the extreme level. Choosing the hell level is too much of a risk, Park Hae-won answered. Everyone agreed with Park Hae-won, except for Baek Hyun. We should not limit ourselves. Baek Hyun was not listening to the others. He was mulling over Li Shin's words after seeing Li Shin's newly updated ranking. *****. Are you a challenger? The lizardman, sitting against a block of wood in a wet and damp swamp, looked at Li Shin. Yes, I am, Li Shin replied. You are. The lizardman looked at Li Shin with an interesting expression. Are you of divine blood? The lizardman asked again. That's nonsense, Li Shin replied. You're not? Oh well, it's been a long time since I've met a person who acquired a divine status, whether they are of divine blood or not, the lizardman muttered. As soon as the lizardman saw Li Shin, he recognized Li Shin's divine status. Does this guy also have a divine status? Li Shin wondered. This lizardman was a manager of the second floor waiting area. These managers were specially elected by the gods. It was not strange for them to have a divine status. If I attack this guy, can I take away his divine status? Li Shin suddenly thought about his stat, chaos. There was greed in his eyes. You are giving a greedy look there. Unlike you, I'm just an ordinary manager, so just go on your way, the lizardman said. Li Shin seemed a bit remorseful hearing the lizardman's words. In fact, even if he had a divine status, he would not have attacked the manager, because it was stupid to mess with a manager. I will challenge the second floor, said Li Shin. Okay, the lizardman replied. Li Shin's body was wrapped in light and he was transported with a streak of light. When he arrived, he looked at the surroundings, which was a swamp similar to the waiting area on the second floor. Li Shin could see a lizardman slapping his long tail against the floor in front of him. A dark purple arrow made of mana appeared at the tip of Li Shin's finger, and that penetrated the lizardman's forehead. He died just like that. You have defeated the lizardman warrior. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the lizardman archer. Yeah, sure, Li Shin replied. Defeat the lizardman berserker. CRRR. I can tell that you have great energy, the lizardman berserker started. Don't talk to me and just bring it on, Li Shin replied. Alright. A confrontation with a strong warrior always excites me. The lizardman berserker's muscles swelled to the fullest. At novel bin at. Kwang? Li Shin's intangible mana shield blocked the berserker's axe. Kwang? 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 The more damage Li Shin's counterattacks inflicted, the more ferocious the berserker's attacks became. CRRR, the lizardman berserker roared. In his previous life, Li Shin had not encountered the berserker on the second floor. He had only dealt with the great shaman. Even so, he gave up and ran away while fighting with the great shaman. However, Li Shin had some information about this guy. As he climbed up the floors, he heard briefly about the lizardman berserker. Normally, he would have forgotten about information like that, but due to the immortal sphere, Li Shin could not forget about it. CRRR? Do more? Try harder. The lizardman's whole body was covered with blood, but he came at Li Shin even more madly. What an idiot, thought Li Shin. The lizardman's physical ability was gradually strengthened. However, his judgment was significantly blurred as he lost his rationality to the point where he even stepped into a trap so openly laid out for him. Just die now, said Li Shin. Li Shin made an obvious mana circle on the floor. When Li Shin lured him onto it, the lizardman jumped on it without any hesitation. Swoosh dash! As the mana circle lit up, the ground distorted and soared. A drill made out of stone penetrated his groin, then his entire torso, and finally his head. You have taken away the power of the lizardman berserker. Your strength has gone up by a level. It was the power to extort the opponent's stats, chaos. When Li Shin looked at the stat window, his strength was increased by a level. Good. Li Shin was satisfied. You have defeated the lizardman berserker. From the next stage, the level of difficulty increases very rapidly. You cannot give up in the middle. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the lizardman the guardian warrior. Yes, I'll go for it, Li Shin answered. Light flashed and he was transported to a new place. The field was wider than ever before and there stood a lizardman the guardian warrior who was 1 foot taller than the lizardman berserker. Are you an apostle? The lizardman the guardian warrior asked. Li Xin frowned as soon as the guardian warrior had said that. Do not ever say that disgusting thing again, Li Xin replied in an annoyed voice. Does that mean you're not? The guardian warrior asked. I'm not, Li Xin replied. All the apostles that I've encountered had the same power as you, the guardian warrior explained. It might look the same but it's different. This is my power. Li Xin scoffed. Do not ever associate me with such bloody gods. Amazing, the guardian warrior looked at Li Xin with a startled look. Boom! The huge spear that the guardian warrior was holding fell and stuck to the ground. My name is Gundo, Lizardman the guardian warrior. I request you, the sacred battle of the warriors, the guardian warrior shouted. Li Xin looked at him with surprise. He did not expect to have to do this here. Ha, you're too greedy. Do you think you can defeat me? Li Xin asked. I never think about losing. You can't move forward if you don't struggle. I will beat you and get stronger once again, the guardian warrior replied in a determined voice. Hidden stage, the sacred battle of the warriors. Gundo has requested you to the sacred battle of the warriors. This competition will not end until the opponent dies. This battle is done in the presence of the god of judgment. The loser will lose everything to the opponent. The sacred battle of the warriors was not something a challenger would normally face on the second floor stage. Once the battle began, either one had to die in order for the battle to end. Plus, the winner took everything from the loser, whether it was the opponent's stats, abilities, or class. The winner got to take all of those. However, not everyone could participate in this battle. The participants had to be qualified and the god of judgment had to qualify the battle for it to be possible. The strong could not ridiculously call for a battle against one who was weak. And in most cases, the two sides were either similar in strength, or the weaker was the one who called for a battle against the stronger. However, even this was at the discretion of the referee. Was it his divine status that led to this situation? Or was it because of his stat, chaos? Anyway, having this battle was not a bad situation for Li Xin. Begin the battle. There was a familiar voice in Li Xin's ear. It was phenomenal, mysterious, cold, and hard. It was the voice of the god of judgment. Crack! Gundo's spear rushed toward Li Xin in a split second. At the same time, the mana circle that had already been set up was activated at once. Soul chain. The translucent chains of mana from the mana circle bound Gundo's head, body, arms, and legs. And one red chain popped out and entered his heart. Kung dash. Gundo groaned. His body was not pierced. It was just that a translucent red chain was embedded in his heart like a ghost. The spear, which looked as if it had pierced through Li Xin and turned him bloody, stopped moving. What have you done to me? Gundo asked. Li Xin walked slowly in front of him, ignoring his words. Because Gundo's size was several times larger than Li Xin, he raised the ground he stood on using mana to come eye to eye with Gundo. Do you want to know? I just bound your soul, Li Xin laughed. At Li Xin's words, Gundo's eyes were filled with rage. That's ridiculous. Undo it right now. How can you do that during the sacred battle of the warriors dash? Gundo shouted. That is why I did it? Because it's the sacred battle of the warriors, Li Xin replied. What do you mean? Gundo asked. The sacred battle of the warriors is a battle where you can take away everything from the other person. And so, I'm just trying to take everything from you perfectly, Li Xin explained. I asked you what that meant. Gundo shouted. Even when Gundo's whole body was constrained, his violent voice resounded. The soul is the existence itself. Can't you understand what it means when your soul is bound? Li Xin laughed. What are you talking about? Gundo shouted. Li Xin had a mean smile on his face. For the first time, there was fear on Gundo's face. I will erase your existence as a whole, because that's what the sacred battle of the warriors should look like, Li Xin explained. With Li Xin's final word, the mana in the soul chain became stronger. Kung! Gundo screamed. Gundo's great presence started to fade slowly, little by little. No, I can't disappear like this. Gundo shouted. You don't want to disappear? Li Xin asked. It doesn't matter whether I die or not, because that's what a warrior is, but I won't allow my existence and everything that I've accumulated so far to disappear. Gundo cried out. Who cares if you don't allow it? Li Xin put more mana on the soul chain. Gundo, struggling in pain, gasped and looked at Li Xin. What can I do? His eyes were still ferocious, but his voice was calmer than before. There is one way that you will not be erased from the world, Li Xin explained. What is it? Gundo asked. You can be my subordinate by handing over your soul to me, Li Xin replied. What happens when I pass you my soul? Gundo asked. You will belong to me and you will live for me. When I die, your soul will be released, Li Xin explained. All right, I will hand over my soul to you, Gundo replied. Li Xin still retained his blank expression, but he was thrilled on the inside. Li Xin had won the gamble. It was not a bad deal to take away his ability, but taking away his soul was a much greater accomplishment. Li Xin could easily develop his skills. Also, Gundo's stats, such as strength, was of no particular use to Li Xin in the first place. Even if Gundo had a 100 strength stat, Li Xin wouldn't be able to receive it entirely. He could take away everything, but he could not receive everything. That was the condition of this battle. Moreover, Li Xin could make up for the lack of ability with his stat, chaos. The fact that Li Xin could participate in the sacred battle of the warriors meant that he was recognized by the God of Judgment. That was enough to make Gundo part of his clan. God of Judgment? I will make Gundo my soul's subordinate. With this, the sacred battle of the warriors ends with my victory. Li Xin shouted. Lizardman the Guardian Warrior, do you agree with this? Yes, I agree, the Guardian Warrior shouted. All right. The sacred battle of the warriors ends here. Victory goes to the challenger Li Xin. When the statement was made, Gundo was engulfed in mana and his body turned into a green bracelet. It was then placed on Li Xin's wrist. The bracelet of archipelagos. Hashtag you can use your mana to summon the Lizardman the Guardian Warrior. You have defeated the Lizardman the Guardian Warrior. Do you want to challenge the next stage? The next stage is the Lizardman Chief. Wait a minute, Li Xin replied. Li Xin sat down and began to meditate. The soul chain that he had used just now consumed a tremendous amount of mana. Although he had been increasing his mana power, it was not sufficient. The soul chain was a miraculous mana that was created by combining the mana realm and the realm of the spirit. It was the product of his tremendous understanding of death, in synergy with his title He Who Knows Death. His mana consumption was too great, because he forced mana that was impossible at his current level. Li Xin felt that he desperately needed an increase in the amount of mana power and the efficiency of his mana power recovery. The God of Recovery wants to give you the power to restore your mana power. Would you like to receive it? Li Xin frowned at the system message that suddenly appeared while he was meditating. Is that God trying to lure me after looking at my lacking mana power? Li Xin sneered. Get lost, said Li Xin. The system message disappeared before Li Xin's eyes. Li Xin was sure that the God of Recovery was angry, because the gods were always like that. Nevertheless, it was obvious that the gods would suggest raising their class again. If the suggestion did not work, they would threaten me, thought Li Xin. Li Xin thought those damn gods would try to talk to him one by one, after the God of Recovery. However, surprisingly, not a single message appeared on the screen. It was a mystery why the God of Death did not approach him, but the gods in general were hard to understand based on human logic. Was it because Li Xin flatly rejected the power of the God of Recovery? Or did they think it was too early to judge his potential? After Li Xin's mana had recovered to some extent, he got up and moved on to the next stage. In the misty swamp, Li Xin could see the Lizardman Chief. He had many wrinkles around his eyes and was holding a crooked wooden cane. He was not as big as the Guardian Warrior, but he was as big as the Lizardman Berserker. Defeat the Lizardman Chief. Kakik, a man with divine status, the chief laughed. I guess it's cool, huh? Li Xin asked. There's nothing cool about it. This world is full of people like you. Except, I did not expect to encounter a man with divine status at this point, the chief explained. Li Xin's expression hardened when he heard his husky voice. Have you ever seen a man with divine status? Li Xin asked. Kakik, of course. The one who was more powerful than you, the chief answered. Really? Li Xin was surprised. If I defeat you, I might be able to gain divine status as well. The chief's eyes were filled with greed. Li Xin could feel the chief's desire, as if he did not want to miss the good prey in front of him. Come, my children, the chief shouted. As he struck the floor with his cane, several lizardmen popped out from the swampy ground. There were the Lizardman Warrior, Lizardman Archer, Sorcerer, and Hunter. Kunk. A large lizardman popped out among the weak ordinary monsters. It was the Lizardman Guardian Warrior. And, even more startlingly, there were two berserkers who appeared in front of the Guardian Warrior. In an instant, Li Xin was surrounded by lizardmen. Kakik, go, my children. As the chief's cane stretched out toward Li Xin, the surrounding lizardmen rushed toward Li Xin at once. The minority ends up losing to the majority, the lizardman chief laughed. Well, I don't quite agree with that, but I can't say that's wrong, Li Xin muttered. Let's see how long you can be so relaxed, replied the chief. Seeing Li Xin, who did not lose his calm until the end, the chief frowned. Shadow space. As Li Xin's shadow grew, the skeleton mage and skeleton warrior rose. Previously, they were in a contractual relationship, but now, they were Mei and Wari, newly born as part of Li Xin's clan. Exerting dominance over Mei and Wari consumed 19 points in total. Thanks to that, Li Xin could not even bring other undeads around. This was one of the reasons why Li Xin tried to lure Gundo. Did you call me, master? I will protect you. The two skeletons quickly understood the situation and swept the lizardmen that were approaching Li Xin away. Swoosh. The mana from the end of Mei's wand created a wall of fire, and all the lizardmen who tried to enter it were burned down. Wari stood by Li Xin and protected him by cutting off the necks of those who came close. Were you a necromancer? The chief asked. No, I'm a mage. And so, I can also do this. Come out, Gundo. The green bracelet on Li Xin's wrist shone and Gundo was summoned. CRRR. Gundo's burning red eyes sent shivers down the surrounding lizardmen. Wait, is that a guardian warrior? How did you manage to do that? The chief asked. I took away his soul, Li Xin answered. At Li Xin's calm voice, the chief's cane shook for the first time. It was natural for him to be angry, because the guardian warrior had submitted to a human, when in fact he was the proudest warrior of the lizardmen's tribe. How dare you do that to my, the chief shouted. Around the chief's staff, a red mana power lingered. Then, it was fired at Li Xin. Was it a type of curse? Based on the composition of the flowing mana, it was clear that this was a type of curse. It was difficult to accurately grasp what it was because it was more of a curse spell, rather than mana. However, in the end, it was not much different when one looked at it from a broader point of view. Li Xin could tell because he had experienced quite a lot of those on the upper floors. Li Xin spread his mana to create a shield. The shield blocked the spell sent by the chief. Boom, 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 Kurumtara the chief muttered. The chief's unknown spell sent the red mana power roaring again. Kurumalia Yuamta Dormero, the chief shouted. When the cane hit the ground 3 times in a row, the red mana soared from the ground and enveloped the lizardman. Kiev? The eyes of the lizardman changed. They began to scream with ferocity. Go, my children, tear that man to death and liberate our own people, shouted the chief. Ku? The lizardmen were quite different from before. With more ferocity, they rushed toward Wari, Mei, and Gundo. Wari and Gundo were in charge of dealing with the 2 berserkers and 1 guardian warrior. Mei used mana to defend against other lizardmen. With the help of the 3, Li Xin, who became a little more relaxed, started accumulating mana. I'll finish them in one go, thought Li Xin. Mana swirled at his fingertips. Li Xin could see that there were many souls in the swamp here. Those souls wanted to kill the chief who was in front of them. They were ghosts filled with anger, and these ghosts had become demons. Li Xin would not have succeeded in this field without his title He Who Knows Death. Thanks to his title, he could attempt to solve the curse spells. In an instant, as the mana spread, there emerged a mana circle that covered the entire surrounding area. Several complicated and difficult formulas unfolded in a disorderly manner. Li Xin's head throbbed like it was going to explode. You must have built up a lot of resentment, Li Xin muttered. What are you talking about? The chief shouted. Demons from all corners began to respond to Li Xin's mana. Mana gathered in the spirits of these demons and started to surround the lizardman chief. WWW, what are you doing? What kind of power is this? The chief shouted. I tried combining mana and curse spells, Li Xin replied. That's nonsense. The chief was surprised. Li Xin had used the increase in the class of mana and the understanding of death that he gained from the altar. Li Xin had used mana that was based on the demon's wills. It was the first time that someone besides the demon warlock had created and tested out a spell using his mana, although Li Xin had cut corners. Li Xin quickly named this skill Demon Explosion. Bam! There was a huge explosion near the chief. Red waves hit the chief, and traces of the demons were scattered in all directions. It was visible to Li Xin, but not to others. All they could see was the lizardman chief standing there blankly and Li Xin trembling where he stood. Coop! All the lizardmen around him stumbled and collapsed to the ground. The madness and vitality in their eyes were lost. All the lizardmen who were alive and breathing a moment ago died on the spot. Well, it was actually never alive in the first place, because they were originally dead. Kupa! The demons that were filled with resentment against the chief had clung to the chief's soul and exploded together with him. The soul of the lizardman chief, who had been manipulating the demons with mana, was on the verge of breaking thanks to their sacrifice. His existence was slowly fading away. You have taken away the intelligence of the lizardman chief. Your intelligence has increased by 1. You have taken away the dominance of the lizardman chief. Your dominance has increased by 1. There was an extortion due to chaos. However, Li Xin did not pay attention to this message. That aside, Li Xin could see the lizardman chief filled with anger. Even when I die, I will, said the lizardman chief. You're pathetic, Li Xin interrupted him. Bam! A series of explosions from the nearby demons erased the last remaining bit of the chief's existence. The lizardman chief's corpse stood where he was, but all the vitality in his eyes was gone. Well done, Li Xin commented. Mei, Wari, and Gundo were all unsummoned. Because their classes were so high, it was difficult to keep them summoned for a long time. And if they had gone into a long-drawn battle, Li Xin would have run out of mana. You have defeated the lizardman chief. This is an amazing achievement. Many gods are paying attention to you. You have cleared the final stage on the 2nd floor. Your achievements will be recorded. You have scored 108,320 points. You have received 108,320 points. Your health point has increased by 2,530 points. Your mana power has increased by 8,302 points. Your strength has increased by 5. Your agility has increased by 6. Your intelligence has increased by 13. Your dominance has increased by 5. You have acquired the skill, Necromancy. You have acquired the skill, Demon Explosion. Do you wish to move to the waiting area on the 3rd floor? The lizardman chief stood in front of his eyes, lifeless. Li Xin ignored the system messages and approached the chief. There were still demons hovering around the chief. And the demons were disappearing one by one, fading in color, as they had received closure for their resentment. Thank you, Master. My fellow brothers are grateful to you. The voice of Gundo came from the bracelet. What the hell did the lizardman chief do? Li Xin asked. The chief. Before Gundo even finished speaking, the scene suddenly changed, and the lizardman chief appeared in the center. He who knows death. # you can see through death. The power of He Who Knows Death was invoked. The lizardman chief was holding a festival with numerous lizardmen. Everyone was enjoying the festive atmosphere, sharing meat, drinking for some, water, and others, an alcohol that was light green in color. What is this? Li Xin wondered. The title, He Who Knows Death, showed how the subject died and the moment he died. And since the chief had died due to Li Xin, there was no reason for this ability to be exercised. No way, thought Li Xin. The appearance of the lizardman chief at the festival was in perfect contrast to the brutal disposition Li Xin saw in the chief a while ago. The past chief looked very happy with the tribesmen. How did he change like that? Once again, the background changed. They were inside a cave. The chief was exploring a newly discovered cave with his tribesmen. At first, the tribesmen searched inside the cave. However, there was a curse spell inside that they could not handle, and the chief went in to solve it. He had enough spell power to lift the spell. This is, the chief muttered. When he entered the place after lifting the spell, there was a cane. And there was another powerful spell, which the chief also lifted in order to get the cane. Is this a demon? Why is there a mighty soul? The chief felt that something was amiss. This cane should not have been released from the seal. Put this cup. The chief could not finish his sentence. Holding the cane, which he intended to return to its original state, the chief began to groan in pain as he grabbed his head. No. The chief's red eyes looked at the tribesman near him. The lizardman screamed. Kararak, the chief roared. The red mana that was released from the cane started to strangle the lizardman. My tribesman, be my faithful servant. There was no intellect nor wisdom left in the chief's eyes. I became a more powerful sorcerer, the chief smirked. The scene changed once again. This time, it was a place that looked very similar to the field where Li Xin was fighting with the chief a while ago. The tribesmen were gathered in swampy areas, mud puddles everywhere. Hundreds of lizardmen gathered in front of the chief, who was showing off his red mana power to the fullest. The tribesmen lost their intellect. And in front of the lizardmen, there was a large army of other races standing in line ready to fight. My children. Kill them all, the chief shouted. War began. In an instant, hundreds of monsters died. The lizardmen, who lost their intellect and grew more powerful in their spells, slaughtered their enemies despite their small numbers. Another monster appeared at a time when the lizardman tribe was gradually leaning toward victory. It was a lizardman with a black spear. With the presence of the lizardman with small wings on his back, the tables were quickly turned. His ability alone had strengthened his people, restored the wounded, and slaughtered the chief's lizardman. Adat Novel bin Adat. Are you, the apostle? The chief asked. Apostles were God's servants who had received power from God. Yes, you have invaded the sanctuary. So you must die, the lizardman, whom the chief believed to be an apostle, replied, wielding a spear. This place is not yours. This is my. The chief could not finish his sentence. The black spear of the apostle rushed at the speed of light and penetrated the chief's heart. Kup, the lizardman chief fell on his knees, grabbing his spear. Blood flowed out of his mouth profusely. This will be called the sanctuary of the beginning, the apostle declared. What does that mean? The chief questioned. You don't need to know. Just be their dog, said the apostle. Swoosh. The replay of the past ended when the apostle of God stood up holding the cane that fell on the floor after it pierced through the chief's head. Li Xin frowned and saw the dead lizardman chief. There was something Li Xin could tell by looking at the past. The chief was a real lizardman, and the apostle of God had killed the chief and turned him into a puppet of the tower. Also, the gods were involved in the chief's death. Even if they did not intervene directly, Li Xin could assume that from the appearance of the apostle. There must be something you find unfair. Li Xin looked at the chief. What was the nature of the cane and why was it attractive to this guy? Li Xin did not think that the lizardman chief just happened to go to the cave. It was clear that the intentions of the gods were at play. I knew it. Li Xin muttered. Li Xin pulled out the cane that the chief was holding onto. Interestingly enough, it was just an ordinary cane. If the chief had that cane from his past, Li Xin would not have been able to win. I will head to the waiting area on the 3rd floor, said Li Xin. The moment the words were said, he was wrapped in light and transported. Upon arrival, Li Xin immediately hid himself and moved to a quiet place. When he looked around, there were quite a lot of people who had not yet climbed the tower. It was not the time to lose time due to these people. Li Xin looked at the things he received as a reward. When Li Xin checked his skills, he could not keep his mouth shut. Necromancy. Necromancy can contaminate the spirit of the sorcerer, so be careful. Hashtag depending on the level of your dominance, you can handle demons more easily. Hashtag you can communicate with demons. Hashtag you can absorb demons. Hashtag you can summon the absorbed demons. Demon explosion. I cannot believe you are thinking of exploding an already dead soul. You are truly amazing. Hashtag by exploding the demon, you will inflict great damage on the opponent's soul. The demon that gets exploded will be extinguished. Hashtag the impact and mana power consumption will be directly proportional to the level of the evil spirit in the demon. Li Xin had never expected he would acquire necromancy here, because what he did was just an expedient trick. Moreover, it was so difficult to work with this skill, necromancy. Li Xin had encountered only one person in his previous life who could use this skill properly. It was a different matter than just seeing and interacting with the soul. It was much more difficult to deal with them, because they were evil demons. In fact, many sorcerers had said that the more they handled the demons, the more contaminated their minds became. The side effects of this skill were clear, they were written in the skill description in the first place. Nevertheless, the skill, necromancy, had its merits such that no one would be willing to give up this skill. Li Xin also did not think of giving up this skill. Status window, thought Li Xin. Li Xin. Hashtag occupation, necromancer. Hashtag status, sealed, unlock level 2, details asterisk. Hashtag title, details asterisk. Hashtag health point, HP 12830/12830. Hashtag mana point, MP 114852/114852. Hashtag strength, STR 36, plus 47. Hashtag agility, AGI 33, plus 47. Hashtag intelligence, int 115, plus 65. Hashtag dominance, 26. Hashtag divine status, 1. Hashtag chaos, 1. Hashtag skills, details asterisk. His stats increased significantly in comparison to when he had first regained his memory. However, that was not the most noticeable difference. Li Xin smiled. He was no longer referred to as Jean Ebrium, but Li Xin. The system now recognized him as Li Xin. It took him almost a year and a half to find his name. Finally, it feels like I'm getting a fresh start. Satisfied, Li Xin smiled and moved to where the manager was. When Li Xin looked around, he saw an orc with a black body unlike other orcs seen everywhere, which were blue. He assumed that the black orc was the manager here. Li Xin walked to the orc without hesitation. Send me to the 3rd floor, Li Xin demanded. The manager stared blankly at Li Xin. To him, Li Xin had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made demands. Sheesh, you have a short temper. All right, I'll let you go. The manager sent Li Xin to the 3rd floor with a gesture, annoyed. Stop the orcs. Make as many contributions as possible to the battle to protect Ertine. Li Xin moved over to a huge wall. There was a large piece of land in front of his eyes, and millions of orcs were approaching the wall. Boo! The sound of a horn signaled the start of the war. The citadel was full of soldiers, enough to stop the orcs, and the place was fully prepared for protection. Also, the orcs, who did not have any siege equipment, could never access this place because the citadel was placed on high terrain. The challengers on the 3rd floor had to focus on how much they could contribute to this war. It did not matter whether they won or lost the war, because the Ertine people would win anyway. Hey, are you a recruit? Li Xin was staring blankly at the orcs when a soldier standing near him called out. Yes, Li Xin replied. Then stay alert. Even though those orcs cannot get through this place, your attitude should not be like that, the soldier shouted. Okay, I will, Li Xin answered indifferently and watched as the orcs approached. The soldier called out to Li Xin again, as if he still did not like Li Xin's attitude. Hey, what's your specialty? Can you even shoot an arrow properly? Huh? How did you get in here? You look like a jerk. I think you'll probably run away if an orc gets close to you, the soldier laughed at Li Xin. I can shoot arrows well, Li Xin replied. Really? Huh. All right, let's see how good you are. The soldier was surprised at Li Xin's calm voice. All right, Li Xin replied. The soldier who just spoke to Li Xin, as well as all the other soldiers around him, thought that they would definitely win this battle. Nevertheless, the soldiers seemed nervous. Boo! Meanwhile, the orcs approached the citadel and arrived within range of the attack. As soon as the signal was given, people attacked the orcs from the citadel. In an instant, the bodies of countless dead orcs piled up in front of the walls. At the same time, the nerves of the soldiers were gradually easing. Hey newbie, stop spacing out and shoot an arrow? Is that arrow on your back just a decoration? The soldier yelled at Li Xin. I will, Li Xin replied. Li Xin took the bow and arrow from over his shoulder and started pulling the arrow into position while invisible mana covered the arrow. At the same time, his mana pumped up his muscle as it increased his physical strength. Squeak. There was no need to aim, because the orcs were everywhere no matter where Li Xin shot the arrow. Twang! The arrow pierced through the air and sonic waves reverberated. Huh? What's going on? The arrow, which had fallen at a strange angle, changed its direction once again along the hilltop. Pew-puck. Pew-pew-puck. The penetration of the arrow was maximized, and it finally came to a stop only after piercing through dozens of orcs. Was this what it would feel like if bowmasters shot their bow? The soldier who saw the arrow shot by Li Xin looked stunned and looked at where the arrow had passed through a while ago. With a single shot, the orcs who were standing in a straight line lost their formation and collapsed. The soldiers could not believe his mana skills. Was he really the bowmaster the Castellan secretly hired? The soldier was worried. He remembered all the crazy things that he had said to Li Xin. I'm dead, thought the soldier. However, Li Xin pulled his arrow once again, not caring about the soldier. Li Xin embedded mana into the arrow once more, but fused the fire and wind properties this time. Twang! The sound of the arrow flying echoed through the air again, making the soldiers' ears tingle. The arrow flew in a stunning curve toward the orcs. At lightning speed it flew, falling in the middle of the formation of the orcs. Quang! When the arrow hit the ground, it caused a fire that swept away everything within a few hundred yards radius. With a single arrow, devastation ensued. And the blazing flames showed that one arrow was sufficient to kill dozens, even hundreds. However, that was just the beginning. Another arrow was fired, emitting a strong piercing sound. Quang! There was an unidentified roar on the battlefield which made people wonder if it had been a cannon or an arrow. After the third arrow was shot, even the soldiers who had been defending against the orcs on top of the wall stopped fighting for a moment and looked at Li Xin. The citadel went silent for a moment. Hey you, I mean, Bowmaster, is that really you? The soldier asked. There were only 3 Bowmasters on this continent, and the soldier thought one of them had to be this man, Li Xin. Although Li Xin appeared too young to be one, those heavenly humans were not ordinary. Therefore, common sense would not work. The soldier who was scolding Li Xin just a while ago was covered in cold sweat. Man, he's making it sound like I'm about to kill him, thought Li Xin. Li Xin ignored people's looks and focused on calculating what mana to use next. He thought that he had shown enough archery skills. However, He knew that archery was not his strong suit, just as he had expected. Li Xin threw his bow on the ground and built a mana circle in the air. In an instant, a humongous mana circle covered the sky. Not only did the orcs collapse from Li Xin's arrow, but the soldiers also flinched when they felt the sonic wave of Li Xin's mana. At that moment, Li Xin could see a group of people rushing to the wall. Unlike other soldiers, those soldiers were dressed in colorful armor and it seemed like they were escorting someone. One of the escorts came up to the wall, but Li Xin pretended like he did not see him and continued planning his next mana attack. Li Xin thought that the escort was coming to make a lame suggestion. In that case, it was more advantageous to kill at least one more enemy. Good morning, Mr. Wizard. I am Belia de Herat, Knight Commander of the county in Ertine. Belia de Herat introduced himself. Li Xin did not reply, because he was already too focused on working with his mana. When the Knight Commander saw how focused Li Xin was, he did not mind that he had been ignored by Li Xin. The Knight Commander turned his gaze to the battlefield in anticipation of the grand appearance of Li Xin's mana. In an instant, the blue sky was covered with dark clouds and the battlefield which had been bright became dark as if it was night. Not only the orcs trembled, but even the humans were wrapped in unknown fear due to the change in atmosphere. There was a very tense and heavy atmosphere on the battlefield. Li Xin's mana replaced whatever horror and fear that permeated the battlefield a while ago and cast an additional sense of heaviness on the atmosphere. Yeah, this is the death element, thought Li Xin. It was something that Li Xin had learned from the black mana when he reached unlock level 2. Death elements feed on everything related to death, thought Li Xin. And this huge battlefield was practically death manifested. Dark thunder. Ku gu 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 gung. A dark thunderbolt struck the area where the orcs were gathered. In the soldiers' eyes, that dark thunderbolt seemed as if it divided the world in half. The dark thunderbolt spread through the ground and electrocuted the orcs. Normally, the orcs would shake off the electric shock pretty quickly, but all of the electrocuted orcs were rolling on the ground, wrapping their heads. What's going on? What's wrong with them? They are not the ones near where the mana fell. Why are those ones also suffering if they are so far away? The soldiers could not understand these mysterious phenomena. Death element amplifies fear, thought Li Xin. At novel bin at. The ones who touched that dark thunderbolt were in such pain because of the fear of death. The dark thunderbolt that struck them from a pitch-black sky looked like divine punishment, like God's punishment for the orcs who dared to confront men. At least, the soldiers who saw Li Xin's mana thought of it like this. No way. Belia looked at Li Xin with admiration after witnessing the incredible sight in front of him. Li Xin's mana was something he had never seen or heard of. Li Xin had wiped out many of those orcs with just a single shot. Of course, the orcs were not completely dead, but at least they were unable to fight. The Earl could not keep his mouth shut, because he was amazed. The Earl looked at the battlefield once again. So many of the orcs on the battlefield had already fallen. They did not seem to have any more motivation to continue the war. A magus. Belia was cautious to say that because he was not even sure if Li Xin was a magus. Even after he finished using his mana, Li Xin did not sound like he was catching his breath. He seemed relaxed the whole time. The Earl thought that maybe Li Xin was the Great Wizard. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. There's only one Great Wizard in the Empire. So, there's no way this man is the Great Wizard, Belia thought. Li Xin gave Belia a cold look. Ku. At this moment, a frenzied roar rose from the camp of the orcs all the way to the wall. A monster huge enough to be visible from this distance. It had never moved from its position while it was on the 3rd floor, not even until the very moment when all the orcs were annihilated. It would disappear when the war was over. However, it suddenly roared now and it was weird. I can't believe that this monster is this intimidating. Belia looked at the black orc and was terrified. Dear Magus, do you happen to be the Great Wizard? Belia asked as cautiously as he could. No, sir, Li Xin replied. Oh, I see. Let me introduce myself again. I am Belia de Herat, the Knight Commander of the Earl of Ertine. Belia introduced himself. Okay, Li Xin replied. I don't understand why a person like you, a magus, is defending against the orcs here. Are you here to kill that black orc? Belia asked. I'm just here to check, Li Xin answered. Oh, then we will ask you formally. Please stop that orc. Belia bowed and asked Li Xin politely. Hidden stage, Black Orc Garen. Born among the orcs with blue skin, the Black Orc Garen had been rejected by the orcs as it was seen as an omen. Despite that, Garen could not abandon the orcs, and eventually killed the Orc Lord, the king of the orcs, and became the Orc Lord himself. He had gone ahead with his attacks on the citadel of Ertine to vent his anger. Garen, who did not feel much emotion even after the orcs died, is enthralled by your greatness and wants to fight you. Kill Garen and protect the orcs and the Ertine citadel. The soldiers do not know the power of that orc. I thought our citadel would be enough to stop them, but now that I see him, our citadel would not be enough to protect ourselves. Please stop that orc. I will do whatever you want if you can stop them for us, the Earl explained. Are you telling me to stop him all by myself? Li Xin asked. We consider it a sign of God that you, a magus, are here just in time. So please help us, the Earl asked Li Xin. Li Xin did not like how the Earl said the sign of God, but he could not ignore their request. All right, Li Xin replied. Li Xin turned his head and saw the black orc, Garen, in the distance. Garen raised the axe he was holding and gave a strong roar. Then, the low morale of the orcs began to rise like crazy. Stop them! The orcs are approaching. Shoot them! Don't let them come near us. Wizards, cast the most powerful spells you know? More than half of the orcs' power is already gone. We can win this battle. We have a magus with us. He and the Knights of Urtine will block the Black Orc, so don't be afraid. Wow, whoa, we will win. For victory. For Urtine. The morale of the soldiers rose sharply once more. There were also many competent commanders in Urtine. There's something the knights have to do, Li Xin mentioned. What is it? If you just tell me, I'll do anything you say. If I have to risk my life to draw his attention, the Earl was interrupted. Just bring me the mana recovery potion, Li Xin asked. Sorry. The Earl asked again. Bring everything you have. Right now, Li Xin shouted. Okay, I will. Belia answered. Li Xin could hear Belia shouting at the soldiers below hurriedly. Li Xin could see the horrors of war before his eyes. The orcs ignored the scene of death before them and tried to climb the walls, trampling upon the dead bodies of their colleagues. At the bottom of the walls, countless orcs lay dead. The corpses and bloody flesh became a stepping stone for other orcs to climb the walls. Here are the potions. When Belia brought the potions to Li Xin, Garen moved. Thud. When Garen hit the ground, it vibrated as if there was an earthquake. Kuang? Garen's fist and Li Xin's defense spell collided in the air, sending a loud roar. Kuoe? In an instant, the black orc came near the wall and roared, and at the roar, the soldiers covered their ears and collapsed to their knees. They could feel the pressure just by looking at him. Most of the soldiers on the wall could not overcome the fear and fell on the spot. They felt a sense of helplessness. Was it because it felt like the walls could have collapsed in one shot if it wasn't for Li Xin's defense mana? Kup, the Knight Commander groaned as he handed over the potions to Li Xin. The Knight Commander had pulled out his sword and stood staring at Garen, but his body was shaking. He was somewhat resisting Garen's fierce skill in his own way, but it was clear that he would not last long. Just go and take care of your soldiers, told Li Xin. All right, the Knight Commander replied. Belia clenched his teeth in frustration at his helplessness and ran to the soldiers. Li Xin looked at Garen again. Garen was also looking at Li Xin, smirking at him. Their eyes met. Oh, are you laughing at me? Li Xin threw a cold look at it. The black orc was not using the axe he was holding. Was he thinking that he would not even need a weapon to deal with Li Xin? Boom, boom, boom. Every time Garen's fist collided with Li Xin's defense mana, the entire citadel vibrated. Every time Li Xin blocked Garen's punch, his mana power diminished drastically. And the soldiers screamed with horror when they saw this situation. This is crazy, Li Xin muttered. Garen smirked at Li Xin. A huge molar protruding from between his lips could be seen the whole time. Was he excited to see humans shaking in fear? Or was he finding it fun to have somebody to fight him? Ha, Li Xin sighed. If that was not the case, was he happy to find someone who could kill him? Ku? Garen's eyes were already filled with madness. Boom, 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 boom. Oh well, who cares about that? Gulp gulp. Li Xin gulped down the mana recovery potion given by Belia and spread his mana in all directions. That's not the important part anyways, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin could see that the huge battlefield was turning red with blood. With their heightened morale, the demons were floating everywhere. There were almost 1 million of them. Necromancy. # you can communicate with demons. Li Xin could feel the grudge coming from the orcs' souls who had now become demons. Some had grudges against Li Xin, and others against human beings. Most orcs had this feeling towards the orc lord, Garen. All the resentment and grudges of these demons were now passed on to Li Xin. Demon explosion. A huge explosion swept the battlefield, but it was not visible to everyone. An inferno struck Garen. Kuah? Garen's screams of pain echoed across the battlefield. Li Xin did not have enough mana power to explode all 1 million demons. However, it was enough to destroy a small group of them. Orcs, by nature, were weak to necromancy. They just had a strong physicality, rather than a strong mentality. Cook. After Li Xin had cast the demon explosion spell, he grabbed his head. Li Xin could not tell how many demons had exploded. The demons were filled with malice and a desire to murder. Li Xin could clearly sense the kind of danger associated with the use of the skill necromancy. It felt like his mind was becoming increasingly contaminated with their malice. It felt like even the sorcerer would be infected with these emotions of the demons and become demons themselves. Li Xin, who prided himself on being mentally strong, also felt that this amount of malice invading his mind was dangerous. Crunch. Li Xin was forced to commune with the demons. Li Xin clenched his teeth in order to escape from the malice that was about to engulf him, but only barely managed. When the souls became demons, only evil was left behind. No matter who the target used to be, it became insignificant from the moment it turned into a demon. Therefore, the sorcerer took advantage of the demons by making use of their malice. Li Xin felt nauseous. He was afraid that he would be stained with malice and kill all the humans around him. Despite all the mana he had poured out, there were still countless demons on the battlefield. You have taken away the strength of Garen. Your strength has increased by 1. You have taken away the agility of Garen. Your agility has increased by 1. You have taken away the dominance of Garen. Your dominance has increased by 1. Stat extortion was activated once again due to chaos, just as it did when Li Xin had killed the orcs. It was good to rob the strength and agility, but above all, the great achievement was robbing the dominance. Dominance was essential in order to use most of the necromancer's power. Moreover, necromancy was a branch of the necromancer's sect. Therefore, it was now crucial to raise the dominance stat for necromancy, as it was one of Li Shin's strongest suite. Crook K. Garen's voice of pain was heard in the flames of the invisible but intense inferno. Garen was a monstrous fellow. Li Shin could not believe that Garen endured the flames that struck him. His soul was almost in danger of being destroyed if someone touched it. And yet he did not give in. The soldiers and the knight commander who were standing near Li Shin did not know what was happening, because they could not see anything. Those who could not see souls could not see anything that was going on. Only the knight commander was vaguely aware that something had happened. With great effort, Garen picked up the axe that fell on the floor. Just give up, Garen, Li Shin muttered. He was about to die. The shadow of death hung over him. # you can see through death. It was one of the powers of he who knows death. Not only could they see the past of the dead, but they could also see death approaching the living. The shadow of death, which did not exist at first, wrapped around him. And it became thicker and thicker as time passed. SHSHHH, how do you know my name? Garen asked. Garen, your people did not reject you, Li Shin explained. Shish, what do you even know about us? Garen continued. Trust me, I know. I lived the same life as you, Li Shin answered. Garen stared at Li Shin after hearing his words. Do you really think you were so ostracized just because your skin color was different from others? You're wrong. You were rejected not because of your skin color, but because of your strong power, Li Shin explained. Shish, that can't be true. Our clan worships the strong. Nevertheless, I was still ostracized. How dare they ostracize me when I was the strongest one of the clan? Garen shouted. As Garen spoke, his motivation soared. Death, which had been getting thicker, faded at that moment. Is he overcoming the approaching death on his own? Li Shin wondered and etched the strange phenomenon that he had witnessed at that moment in his memory. It's the same for humans. Humans worship those who are strong and brilliant. But it becomes different if their strength is beyond the norm. Both humans and orcs get afraid if someone possesses a power that they could not have imagined. Then they start to deny that those outstanding ones are not of his kind, and they are more like monsters, Li Shin explained. Monsters. Garen mumbled. Yes, monsters. You were a monster that could easily beat the orc lord. That's why your clan was afraid of you. So, stop it. Don't indulge in madness, Li Shin told Garen. Madness. I am. Kuif. Garen's eyes, which were filled with madness, began to slowly return to their original state. Then he grabbed his heart and roared. The soul, which was already almost broken, was forcibly held by his will and madness. Death, which had been fading, began to intensify rapidly again. Shish, what is your name? Garen asked. It's Li Shin, Li Shin answered. I will remember you. Thank you, Garen muttered. Garen's huge body collapsed. In his eyes, there was sorrow and remorse. He seemed to have more lingering feelings about his life now than when he was filled with madness. How strong was his willpower? The reason why his soul was still holding on was because of his willpower. It would not have been strange for his soul to have broken and disappeared a long time ago. What if this place was not a tower, and he was not made in the tower? What would he be like if he was the original Garen? This guy probably deserved to acquire divine status. You have defeated Garen. You have cleared the hidden stage. That was an amazing achievement. Many gods are paying attention to you. Many gods are wanting to talk to you. Do you want to accept them? No, Li Shin answered. Li Shin did not feel happy to see Garen's cold corpse. Mr. Magus. Belia approached Li Shin before he even noticed. The Lord wants to see you. All right, Li Shin replied. As Li Shin followed Belia down the wall, there was the Lord. Nice to meet you. My name is Hamel Ertine, the Lord of Ertine. The Lord introduced himself. Hello, this is Li Shin. Li Shin also introduced himself. Thanks to you, Mr. Magus, we could win the battle. Thank you very much. Hamel bowed his head and thanked him. I would like to show you our appreciation. Will you please come with us? All right, Li Shin replied. Li Shin and the Lord both got on the carriage and entered the castle of Ertine. Hamel wanted to serve him food, but Li Shin refused and went directly to the underground warehouse. This is the underground warehouse where we have been storing the treasures that have been collected from generation to generation by our Ertine family, Hamel said with a proud face. Please, follow me. When Li Shin entered the underground warehouse, there was another staircase to go deeper underground. And after going down 2 more flights of stairs, he finally arrived at the actual destination. The items above are rare and valuable enough, but these ones here are the most precious ones, Hamel explained. They truly are, Li Shin replied. Even with a short glance, Li Shin could tell that these items were of another level compared to the ones above. I knew you would be able to recognize that at once, said Hamel. That's what it feels like, Li Shin answered. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be modest. Anyway, I'll give you anything you want from here. But I can't give you more than one because they are national treasures that have been handed down from generation to generation. Hamel looked really sorry, but Li Shin did not expect any more than one. Just one item was enough for Li Shin. Okay, can I choose? Li Shin asked. Please take your time to look around and choose. We'll be upstairs, Hamel replied. Really? What if I steal more than one? Li Shin smiled. Ha ha ha, I know you won't do that. You're the one who killed that horrible black orc for us, so I will trust you. And also, if you want to, aren't you capable of destroying all of us and taking all of them? Hamel laughed. However, Hamel was wrong. Ertine's strength was not something to be made fun of. First of all, Li Xin did not have enough mana power to deal with all of them, and even if he did, a complete takeover was impossible. It was a different matter from dealing with one Garen. Thank you for trusting me, Li Xin muttered. We will be outside then, Hamel replied. All right, Li Xin answered. After the Lord and the Knights had gone upstairs, Li Xin slowly checked the items around him. Compared to the items above, there were not many items here, but Li Xin knew that each one here was worth more. There were many swords, axes, arrows, gloves, and armor, but there were only 2 items that drew Li Xin's attention. Enchanted Silver Tree Wand. A wand made of silver trees grown in the Erdal Mountains, where ordinary plants cannot survive due to their high mana concentration. Hashtag you can store mana power. Hashtag mana storage, 0/300,000. Hashtag at a low probability, it will increase the user's mana power when one's mana power is saturated. Hashtag contracts with a low-rank spirit. Subspace Wand. It is a masterpiece made by Oshrel, the magus of space, a brilliant blacksmith. Hashtag creates a skill subspace. Hashtag creates a skill mana power force field. Hashtag creates a skill blink. Li Xin had a wand that he had purchased from the points store, but he only carried it because his hands were empty. That wand was not necessarily a good one. If there was a decent wand available, it was best to prepare the wand first. After checking various artifacts, Li Xin carefully selected 2 wands. The enchanted silver tree wand could fill the lack of mana power, something that Li Xin needed most at the moment. Also, Li Xin could sign a contract with a low-rank spirit. Moreover, the wand with full mana storage could increase the maximum amount of mana power just by holding it. On the other hand, the subspace wand allowed him to use some of the convenient manas, including subspace and blink. Which one should I choose? Li Xin thought for a moment. As of now, with his current skill, it was impossible for him to create spatial mana. Spatial mana was a type of mana that could be used only if someone had their own speciality, not merely talent. That would be possible if Li Xin regained the level he had in his previous life, but for now, he was far behind. Oh well, I should pick this one then. Li Xin decided on the item. Li Xin picked up the wand emitting silver light. Although it was a pity that he couldn't get the subspace wand as well, what Li Xin needed the most was growth, not convenience. It was right to choose the silver wand that could be an engine of growth for him. When Li Xin went up with the wand, a system message appeared. You have cleared the 3rd floor. Your achievements will be recorded. You have achieved 123,820 points. You have received 123,820 points. Your health point has gone up by 2,300. Your mana power has gone up by 10,082. Your strength has gone up by 7. Your agility has gone up by 5. Your intelligence has gone up by 15. Your dominance has gone up by 6. Your understanding of necromancy has increased significantly. You have acquired the enchanted silver tree wand. You have acquired the fragment of divine status. Li Xin did not leave the 3rd floor immediately. He returned to the wall where he had fought the war. The soldiers were busy cleaning up the war, and the soldiers who encountered Li Xin greeted him politely. Dear Magus, my lord. The soldier greeted Li Xin. The soldier standing in front of the gate recognized Li Xin and raised his hand in salute. Adat Novel bin Adat. Where is the dead body of Garen? Li Xin asked. It's still there at the same place, the soldier replied. Can I go take a look at it? Li Xin asked. Yes, of course. There was an order to listen to everything you say, the soldier explained. Thank you, Li Xin replied. Li Xin passed through the gate and moved to the place where Garen's body was. Along the outer side of the wall, countless remains of orcs lay, and the reddish-brown colored land was covered with greenish blood. Amongst the large group of blue orcs, Li Xin could see Garen's dead body, which was pitch black. Garen. Li Xin remembered him. Garen was several times bigger than other orcs. He had a sharp protruding molar, and muscles that looked stronger than most metals. However, in contrast to his ferocious appearance, the dead body looked pitiful and lonely. Why is the power of he who knows death not working? Li Xin wondered. Li Xin thought that he would know Garen's backstory once he killed him, just like the time he had killed the lizardman chief on the 2nd floor. The moment Li Xin faced Garen, he was sure that the story of each floor must have something to do with the gods. And the fragment of divine status confirmed that belief. Fragment of divine status. This is a fragment of divine status that was split into several pieces. If you collect all the fragments, you will be able to get one proper divine status. Garen could have had a divine status. Maybe that was why the gods took away his divine status and left the fragment behind. Li Xin thought that the reason why the power of he who knows death did not work on Garen was that Garen had a higher class than Li Xin. That meant all the ghosts upon whom Li Xin could not use the power of he who knows death were of a higher class than Li Xin. That's possible, Li Xin thought. There was a way back to the 1st floor, and by the time he returned, he would be able to relieve the ghosts of their resentment. Take me to the waiting area on the 4th floor, said Li Xin. You are moving to the waiting area on the 4th floor. *****. There was a plain, barren land with a dull atmosphere. There were numerous people here and there, but they would soon leave. People did not stay long in the waiting area on the 4th floor, which had nothing to do or see, but there were still a lot of people here because it was a special occasion right now. Gruka. A troll approached Li Xin. It was a huge troll that looked 3 meters tall. He had big, dark eye bags that made him appear very tired. Li Xin asked when the troll suddenly approached him and talked to Li Xin. Are you the messenger of God? The troll asked. No, Li Xin replied. Oh, I see. All right. The troll had suddenly appeared, asked questions, nodded to himself, and ended the conversation. Li Xin frowned. Be careful, Gruka, the troll told him. What am I supposed to be careful about? Li Xin asked. I can't just tell you, the troll replied. The troll was implying that Li Xin should give him points if he wanted to hear the information. How much is it? Li Xin asked. Li Xin thought there was a high chance that this information would be really important because the manager approached him and talked to him first. It will be 10,000 points, the troll demanded. What? Li Xin was shocked. It has to be that much, or else you don't get anything, the troll replied. Li Xin could not believe that information regarding merely the third floor was worth that much. You have paid 10,000 points. Li Xin could pay this much because he had enough points. Watch out for the altar, and don't believe it, the troll left a short sentence. Is that it? Li Xin was shocked. Yes, Grook, the troll replied. The altar, Li Xin thought for a moment. Li Xin was disappointed because that information was not very helpful. It would have been helpful if this was Li Xin's first attempt to clear the third floor. However, it was Li Xin's second attempt, and he already knew about the altar's existence. If I pay more points, can I get the next piece of information? Li Xin asked. The next one is expensive. It will be 50,000 points, said the troll. You have paid 50,000 points. Just give me the next one, said Li Xin. After hearing the information from the manager, Li Xin looked at the enchanted silver tree wand that he had acquired from the third floor. Li Xin could store a total of 300,000 mana power inside, and he had to fill that entire amount of mana power up on his own. Li Xin spent a long time in the waiting area on the fourth floor to accomplish that. Contracting with a low-rank spirit, Li Xin muttered. Honestly, there was a spirit that Li Xin had wanted, but it was questionable whether he could summon it. He was deeply concerned about the spirit because it had not been easy for him to find the one he wanted. After completing all the preparations, Li Xin went back to the manager. Send me to the fourth floor, Li Xin asked the manager. Gruka, I'll let you go, the manager replied. As soon as the wand of the giant troll hit the ground, Li Xin disappeared. The troll looked at the space into which Li Xin vanished and smirked. This world will be noisy for a while, the troll muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sky was the red of a sunset, and the land was very dry. It seemed as if not even a single drop of rain had fallen in recent years. Nothing much has changed, Li Xin thought. At that moment, as dark blood gathered in the air, the space opened, and a cute bat popped out of it. The bat then sat on Li Xin's shoulder. It was Lillian. This world is completely ruined, Lillian muttered. Well yet, because this place is abandoned, Li Xin explained. Wait really? This place is abandoned? Lillian asked. Li Xin did not give an answer to Lillian's question, because she would soon find out herself. At the end of the barren land, thin trees and dark grass came together, forming a forest. The dark forest, Li Xin thought. Save the Dark Frost Troll tribe. The Dark Frost Trolls have been plagued, and they are waiting for someone to save them, even if it is death. Kill the Dark Frost Troll, 0/100. When Li Xin's feet touched the place called the Dark Forest, the red sky turned black, as if the world was in darkness. Yug. Kung Hei. A strange voice echoed throughout the dark forest. Li Xin could not determine whether it was a cry of a troll or a scream in pain. There were dark reddish berries hanging between the branches of the blackened tree. What kind of fruit is this? Lillian flapped her wings and picked the fruit from the tree and tried to eat it out of curiosity. Don't eat that. That fruit would have been affected by the plague, Li Xin explained. The plague? I don't think it will have an effect. Lillian got interrupted. No, don't. Li Xin stopped her. If Lillian could still use all of her original strength, it would have been fine. However, she had been sleeping for a long time, and her strength had weakened a lot. Moreover, after being made subordinate to Li Xin, a limitation on her power had been imposed. If this plague were just an ordinary one, it would not have mattered how weakened Lillian was. However, the plague contained in this fruit was not an ordinary one. Kunk. A troll cried out. He had a thin body, and his eyes seemed to have lost their sparkle and wit. He was larger in size compared to Li Xin, but the sense of dignity he exuded was completely different from the troll Li Xin had seen in the waiting area earlier. The next moment, 3 dark frost trolls appeared in front of Li Xin and rushed towards him, releasing a cold breath. No matter how frail the troll was a troll. In fact, they were dark frost trolls. The troll's sharp nails almost reached him and it looked as if he was trying to rip Li Xin's skin off. However, Li Xin, who nimbly avoided his attack, grabbed the troll's wrist. Kung Hei. Li Xin did not put much force, but the troll still struggled in pain. Crunch. Li Xin clenched his teeth and let go of the troll's wrist. How could they be the dark frost trolls? They were always filled with pride and dignity. Kill the dark frost troll, 0/100. The system was telling Li Xin to kill these dark frost trolls. It was telling him that killing them would be saving them. How can death mean salvation? Since when was it the same thing? Li Xin wondered. Li Xin suppressed the rising disgust and went further into the dark forest. As he went deeper and deeper in, he saw a tombstone made by the trolls. On that large stone, there were some unknown characters and a picture. A hero, Li Xin thought. He was quite certain that the engraving on the tombstone was saying that a hero was asleep there. Li Xin smiled bitterly and left the dark forest. Kim Kong-chun, Park Hae-won, Ji Eun-ju, and Park Ju-hyuk were gathered in the waiting area on the 6th floor. They had cleared the 5th floor and were now in a serious conversation. Why isn't he coming out? It's already been a week. Ji-hoon appa. At that moment, Ji-hoon was transported to the waiting area on the 6th floor. When people saw him arrive, they rushed to greet him. His clothes were tattered, and he looked pale. Ji-hoon collapsed as if he was about to die. I almost died, Ji-hoon sighed. Stop overreacting, dude, Park Hae-won replied. At Park Hae-won's words, Kang Ji-hoon shouted that it was true, but not many people believed him. He had a tendency to exaggerate a lot, so the four of them were often misled by his behavior. As a result, now they could tell whether he was being serious or not by looking at his reaction. I'm being serious? I almost died. Kang Ji-hoon shouted. We know. You did extreme level 2, right? Yeah, but after going into this level, I can understand why this is called extreme. To be honest, I don't know if I will be able to go for the extreme level next time. On the 15th floor, Kang Ji-hoon muttered. At Kang Ji-hoon's words, the rest also nodded in agreement. They were only on the 5th floor. Considering the amount of time they had spent on the 1st floor, they should not have already reached a bottleneck. Despite how much they had trained on the 1st floor, the extreme level on the 5th floor raised people's awareness. They thought this level of difficulty could potentially kill them. When they encountered the Lizardman Berserker on the 2nd floor, the sense of crisis was not this extreme. However, all 5 of them felt that they could really die on the 5th floor. Eun-ju said that she entered the hard level. What? Really? Yeah. Eun-ju could not look them in the eye. Ji Eun-ju looked depressed because she was feeling anxious that she was already starting to fall behind among the 5 people who were called the first 5 members. Of course, she was not bold enough to take risks and follow them. However, it was not easy for her to get rid of that nervousness. She was worried that she would soon be separated from them. Ji Eun-ju looked up. Everyone had a similar expression on their faces. So far, they were all surviving well, but they all felt nervous thinking about when or how they would fail. It was not just Ji Eun-ju. It was only then she felt a little relieved. But what about Baek Hyun? Kang Ji-hoon asked. When Kang Ji-hoon asked, the other 4 people looked worried. I don't know. We haven't heard anything from him yet. But, I thought he went in first, no? If it's Baek Hyun, even coming out first wouldn't have been a surprise. I was the first to arrive, but I didn't see Baek Hyun then. Plus, the ranking did not get updated, Park Ju-hyuk replied. At Park Ju-hyuk's words, Kang Ji-hoon looked serious, all of a sudden. No way. Well, he could just be taking a long time. Let's not worry too much about it. There is no way something is going to happen to him on the 5th floor. Of course, there's no way something is going to happen with his talents and skills. Hae-won and Eun-ju spoke with a more carefree tone, as if they were trying to get rid of the anxiety in their hearts. The 4 people who had cleared the extreme level thought that no matter how difficult this level was, things could not have gone awry for Baek Hyun, considering his skills. However, those who knew Baek Hyun's personality too well, could not easily erase their anxiety, because there was another possibility that could be holding him back. The hell level. Momentarily, the 4 recalled Baek Hyun's expression when he was looking at Li Xin's score. No way. As Li Xin left the dark forest, the barren land appeared again and the red sky greeted Li Xin. He walked endlessly on this piece of land where he could see nothing else. A while later, another old altar came into view. You have found the altar of the God of Blessings. Li Xin ignored the message and walked to the altar. There were 50 bottles of small elixirs there. Pitying the Dark Frost troll tribe that was infected with the unknown plague, the God of Blessings asked his apostles to take 50 elixirs, which could help them recover, and built an altar there. Save the Dark Frost troll tribe by using the elixirs from the God of Blessings. It was the second method of clearing the 4th floor. It was the hidden altar of the God of Blessings and his elixirs. Searching for the faraway altar of the God of Blessings was not a secret method to clear this stage. Many had already cleared the 4th floor using this method. In the early days of climbing the tower, the challengers often considered the God of Blessings to be a good god judging from his appearance. This is disgusting, Li Xin muttered. If the God of Blessings felt sorry for the Dark Frost trolls, why did he bring only 50? The first condition to clear the 4th floor was to kill 100 Dark Frost trolls to save them, but there were only 50 elixirs from the God of Blessings. Why were there only 50 instead of 100? Did the god not care that only 50 could recover while the other 50 continued to suffer? Li Xin brought out his enchanted silver tree wand and held it in front of the center of the altar. Are you going to break this altar? Lillian asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. Ha ha ha, I really want to see the face of the owner of this altar. Lillian laughed as she perched on Li Xin's shoulder as if she was having fun. While Lillian was laughing, Li Xin focused on his mana manipulation. At the end of his silver wand, Li Xin's mana began to swirl as they were gathered. Woong woong. A threatening wave of mana was about to pour out. Then suddenly, a system message popped up. The God of Blessings has requested to have a conversation. At novel bin at. Li Xin did not bother at all, as if he had expected it. Pong! As the wave of strong mana flew toward the altar, the entire space vibrated. Coop! Li Xin groaned at the rebound of the wave, but no damage was done to him. Li Xin, who took a few steps back, frowned as he looked at the altar. There was no damage done to the altar either. This is how much of a shield they have placed on such a remote, shabby altar. Li Xin could not believe that. Watch out for the altar, and don't believe it. Li Xin laughed as he recalled the manager's advice. It was ridiculous. There was no one in charge of the altar, and it was just an altar that had been quickly built after the apostles brought the elixirs. There would have been more than one altar like this. The destruction of several altars like this would not cause any disturbance to the gods whose classes were as high as that of the God of Blessings, since they were not placed at an important location. The God of Blessings tries to intervene. The God of Blessings warns you not to cross the line. The voices of the gods were being forcibly transmitted to Li Xin through the system. Even though Li Xin did not even accept the request to have a conservation, having the message conveyed like this meant that the god had wanted to forcefully express his intentions even if it consumed a lot of power. That was how urgent the situation was. Li Xin could not believe that God was being led by the nose with the actions of a challenger on the 4th floor. Back when Li Xin was climbing the tower for the first time, he could never imagine this. Li Xin simply thought the gods were almighty and out of reach. However, thinking back now, Li Xin believed the gods were really insignificant. What are you going to do if I cross the line? Li Xin lifted his wand once again. The attack he made a while ago was just a test round. The altar was still fine, but he could clearly feel a wave of instability from the shield. God of Blessings says that he will give you a reward if you stop now. Li Xin ignored the words and gathered his mana power again. This time, the wave of mana power was completely different from before. Jin's unique ability, the black mana, began to swirl around Li Xin. God of Blessings is. God of Blessings. God of. Seeing a series of messages appear, Li Xin could feel the sense of urgency in God of Blessings. Why was he so impatient? Li Xin intuitively felt that there was a bigger secret hidden here as he saw the reaction of God of Blessings. Break down the altar, then the secret will be revealed. Li Xin obtained this information by paying 50,000 points. And this information was extremely valuable at this moment. Fuck you, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin had shown outstanding talent in the field of mana. Now his mana aggregated to one place and began to sway just like the heat haze. It was the 4th level, the best wave mana. Wave mana was the best option to break these shields. Because he had the enchanted silver tree wand, Li Xin could use this mana without hesitation. Shock wave. Blue waves poured out from the tip of the wand and hit the shield of the altar. Qua. The whole space vibrated with the piercing sound of the sonic wave. And the intangible membrane that protected the altar broke apart and the altar collapsed. The altar of the God of Blessings has collapsed. The invisible shield placed on the dark forest that was formed due to the altar has now disappeared. The hero of the Dark Frost Troll tribe has woken up. Li Xin smiled at the system messages that appeared one after another. The God of Blessings is furious. The God of Blessings is. Ignoring the messages from the God of Blessings, Li Xin looked up at the sky. The red sky seemed to represent the emotional state of the God of Blessings. Hidden stage. Li Xin smiled once again after seeing the contents of the hidden stage that emerged suddenly. Was that the secret? Since he was getting all the attention from different gods, maybe Li Xin's actions were being seen by most of the gods. And how would those other gods react to this now? This is fun, Li Xin muttered. Leaving the collapsed altar behind, Li Xin took another step forward into the dark forest. Arriving at the dark forest, Li Xin could sense that the atmosphere of the forest had changed a little. Yug. Kayuh. The cry of pain could still be heard. However, it was slightly different from what he had heard earlier. Loneliness. Chagrin. The trolls, who had lost their intelligence, howled. Through intuition, they noticed that their hero had woken up, and they roared even louder. Hidden stage, Shakan, the great warrior of the Dark Frost Troll. The great warrior of the Dark Frost Troll, Shakan, who had been sealed for a long time, woke up from a long sleep. The chagrin and rage that he had been holding back exploded all at once. Help him control his anger. Li Xin was not told to kill Shakan. Kupei? The roar from deep inside the dark forest reverberated through the entire forest. Li Xin could feel his rage through the sound of his cries. Although the cry was unsteady, the ferocity within suggested that greater danger was to come. The souls of the Dark Frost Trolls were spread throughout the dark forest. These irritated souls that were hiding in different places began to wake up. Your hero has woken up, Li Xin muttered. You shouldn't be angry or upset anymore. # you can communicate with demons. The souls of the Dark Frost Trolls, which already had become demons, appealed to Li Xin for justice. The power behind Li Xin's words were bolstered by his dominance stat. The demons flinched because they were influenced by Li Xin's necromancy command. My commands would not last very long, because I am not skilled yet. Plus, I don't have the best dominance stat. However, his commands were good enough to buy him a little time. It was Li Xin who had to struggle when the demons became active, because he had to sense the emotions of the demons, who were everywhere. The lack of control over such demons greatly hindered his concentration on the battle. ******. Shakan was placed deep in the dark forest where the large tombstone was. The stone wall behind it had collapsed. His dark eyes stared at Li Xin. He was seized with anger and hostility that he could not think straight. In Shakan's eyes, Li Xin was just an enemy. How dare you do that to my tribe? Shakan's raspy voice came out with difficulty because he had not talked for so long. Shakan's ferocious skill, fear, made the atmosphere heavy in an instant. Shakan swung a huge curved sword that was the size of Li Xin. Kong? Li Xin avoided Shakan's curved sword with a move that could not have come from a wizard of the lower floors. The curved sword struck the ground, causing it to tremble. Collapse. With Li Xin's call, the land that was underneath him collapsed. Shakan momentarily lost his balance. Nevertheless, he quickly gained back his balance and tried to get out of the area. However, he was thrown back onto the ground by an explosion. Kaboom! As soon as the battle began, the mana circle engraved on the ground was activated, and it tied Shakan's feet together when he fell to the ground. And the series of explosions blasted at his head. Kung Hei! Shakan cried out. There was no way that this level of attack would explode Shakan's head, but it made Shakan lose his sense of balance. Kayuh! Shakan shouted. As the vibrations kept coming at his head, Shakan struggled to escape from the sunken ground. Li Xin did not give him a break. Despite the constant attacks made by Li Xin, Shakan's body was recovering at the same time. It was time to put an end to Li Xin's relentless attacks. Dark thunder. A black lightning bolt struck Shakan's head, which was unable to move properly as he was stuck in the ground. Kapei! Shakan cried out. The screechy roar resonated throughout the dark forest for a while, and then it faded. I am. Why do I? Shakan's eyes, which had earlier seemed black and unfocused, turned blue. The spirit of the great warrior of the Dark Frost Troll has awakened. You have cleared the hidden stage. Shakan, are you alright? Li Xin asked. Sha Khan. Who are you? How do you know that my name is? Shakan's voice became clearer, as if his consciousness was gradually restored. My name is Li Xin, and I'm here to wake you up, Li Xin answered. To wake me up? Oh, I see. Are you the apostle of the god of death? The smell of death is strong on you, Shakan said. Li Xin did not respond to that. The word apostle was disgusting to hear, but he decided to let it go this time. Is the god of death finally paying attention to us? Shakan asked. The Dark Frost Troll was a tribe that believed in the god of death. However, it was highly likely that the god of death, who was not very interested in its believers, was not aware of their existence. What happened? Li Xin asked. Crook. One day, an apostle came to us. And he was the apostle of the god of blessings, Shakan explained. Shakan was moving his body with great difficulty. His body had been torn apart by Li Xin. He shoved the curved sword into the ground and sat. He looked at Li Xin and talked continuously. Spray this all over the dark forest. With Shakan's words, the background had changed. Shakan's former appearance was overlaid with his current appearance. And the apostle of the god of blessings who was standing in front of him opened his mouth. Then your tribe will also be looked after by the god of death, said the apostle. The dark forest used to be a forest with fresh greenery. That forest had changed completely in an instant after the apostle of the god of blessings came. Shakan began to spray the liquid brought by the apostle of the god of blessings throughout the forest to receive favor from the god of death, which he had wanted for so long. Shakan had no doubt because he was an apostle of the same god. However, the forest became increasingly polluted, and the dark frost trolls who lived there became plagued with infections. When Shakan had realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The sickness had already infected his body. It was also too late to leave this forest and go elsewhere. The trolls would not last long if they went anywhere else. They could not survive without eating the fruit, even if it was stained with plague. Meanwhile, the apostle of the god of blessings reappeared. This is the work of the god of plague. The holy water of the god of blessings would not have done that, said Shakan. How dare you doubt the god of blessings? The apostle was brazen and Shakan was enraged. The apostle scolded Shakan and began to attack him. Shakan, who was already devastated, was unable to handle the apostle's attack and simply collapsed. Crook. Shakan thought that he would not have lost so helplessly if he had been in good shape, but it was all useless. Believe in the god of blessings. If you do so, your tribe's sins will be forgiven and he will bless your tribe, the apostle explained. Shakan was angry and resentful of his situation. How could this happen? Why should his tribe abandon the god of death and believe in the god of blessings? We are, the believers of the god of death, Shakan refused. Then go to sleep. He will not be killing you, because blessed is the god of blessings. The apostle sealed Shakan in a stone wall. Your tribe will suffer forever, because of your stupid stubbornness. After the apostle's declaration, the scene changed. This is all I can remember. I can't remember anything from this point on because I was sealed, Shakan explained. Oh, really? Li Xin asked. Li Xin thought it was ridiculous. God of blessings did not kill Shakan because he was merciful? Did God of blessings really leave the Dark Frost tribe alone? What kind of nonsense was that? They were just suffering from the plague and the God of blessings would have left the Dark Frost troll tribe unattended until they eventually pleaded for him to accept them. And the reason why the power of he who knows death had been invoked was that was how Shakan had ended up? Li Xin thought. This place was inside the tower. It was a world created by the gods. No, wait, was it really made by the gods? If so, who would have created these stages? Was it the God of blessings? God of death? Or was it another third party? Nothing was clear yet. God of death has intervened in this world. In the dark forest, the black curtain lifted. Past the blackened trees, and a red sky appeared. There was a black light falling from the sky. A blurry black mist loomed in the dark forest. There was an interesting figure. Li Xin could not make out whether it had a shape or not. Confused, Li Xin frowned at this strange feeling. Whoa, it was a cold, gloomy, yet elegant voice. It felt like the voice itself was created in Li Xin's head, rather than it coming from the fog. There was no eye on the astral body of the god of death, but Li Xin felt as if the god was staring at him. Are you the one who caused all the uproar in the world these days? The god of death spoke to Li Xin first. Shakan was on the floor, kneeling. He could not face the astral body of the god of death, even though it was not even the actual god, just his astral body, which was only an avatar. I see that you have divine status. And you're taking care of a vampire? That's interesting. Lillian dared not answer in front of the god of death, who spoke of her as if she was a pet. Her body trembled before a god of such a tremendous class. It was best to just calm her down. Where were you and what were you doing while your believer became like this? Li Xin asked. Each god was different in the way they sought things, thought about things, and reacted to things. To the god of death, the death of a believer was inevitable and natural. Therefore, the god of death neglected his believers. If they died, they died. And if they lived, they lived. The god of death thought that he was too great to care about the one low-class tribe of trolls. Nevertheless, Li Xin still asked why he decided to do that. The god of death did not bother to answer Li Xin's questions, as if it was not worth answering. Dear believer of mine. Why yes, my lord, Shakan stuttered. A believer is not that great of a thing to me. The reason why he could intervene on stage like this, and talk to the challengers, was all because he was the god of death. All living things eventually died, therefore, the god of death did not need a believer. It is not because of you guys that I present myself here. Shakan did not seem to care, even though what God had said was very cold. It was a natural thing for him. Still, I see it as a challenge if you bother my apostle. The energy that stretched from the hazy figure covered Shakan. Kung? Shakan cried out. You are my apostle from now on. A black energy started to flow through Shakan's body, and Shakan's eyes had turned even darker than when he was inflicted by the plague. A black door, symbolizing the god of death, was drawn on his body. Shakan's weak muscles had swelled again and his faltering class was revived. A new apostle is created by the god of death. A huge force, which will affect the world, is involved. I, Shakan, the great warrior of the Dark Frost tribe, swear that I am subordinate to you by giving my soul to the god of death, said Shakan. I will give you your first mission. Find the apostle who made you like that and kill him. I will do that, even at the cost of my life, Shakan replied. A new timeline has been created. The world line on the 4th floor has changed. Shakan got up by shoving the curved sword that lingered with black mana into the ground. Kua? He was completely different from when he first woke up from the seal. The sound he made was a majestic high-pitched voice that was completely different from the roar that was only ferocious, angry, and hostile. Shakan's fear echoed throughout the Black Forest. I declare this place my territory. The Black Forest is now declared to be the territory of the god of death. Some gods are complaining about the excessive intervention by the god of death. Nothing in my territory can choose to die without my permission. All the Dark Frost troll tribe has been delivered from the plague. Kung Hei? A sense of liberation from pain could be heard from the cries of the trolls echoing throughout the place. The existence of the death god, which was clearly felt when he first appeared in the Black Forest, began to fade out. The god of death made a sudden expansion of the world line and accomplished things that consumed a great deal of causality without much effort and thought. Li Xin looked at the god of death, who was about to disappear. Are you leaving? Li Xin asked. It was a pleasure to meet you, who knows death. With that word, the existence of the god of death had disappeared completely. You have made a great achievement. With the expansion of the world line, the stage on the 4th floor has changed. Many gods are requesting to have a conversation with you. Your achievements are being tallied, so please wait a moment. The tally of achievements was done when one had achieved such enormous achievements that it was impossible for the system to determine it at once. Li Xin ignored the system messages as if he had expected it. Once again, there were thousands of requests from gods who wanted to have a conversation with him, but Li Xin did not bother to communicate with them. There was one exception though. Is the god of death among them? Li Xin asked. Adat Novel bin Adat. The god of death has requested to have a conversation with you. Do you want to accept it? There was a big difference in communication when the god forcibly presented himself in front of a challenger and when there was a mutual agreement between them using the system. The gods preferred a mutual agreement system because they did not have to consume causality with the permission of the challenger. You are now connecting to the god of death. This is unexpected. God's voice was the same cold voice that Li Xin had heard before. I have a way of signing a contract with a low-rank spirit. So, I'm assuming you want a spirit of death. This is getting interesting. The best option he had ever hoped for was now in front of his eyes. It was the spirit that no one could deal with unless it was the current Li Xin. I wish you the best of luck. The air began to darken as if it was sucked into space, and a breathtaking energy appeared. I think I said I wanted a low rank. Kup. Li Xin had lost the connection with God. The connection with the god of death has been lost. How could he ask for a conversation first, and then disappear like this? He was given a spirit that was beyond his control at the moment. It was an intermediate rank spirit, Harpness. Harpness, the spirit that sculpted the fear of death, had appeared before Li Xin. The spirit of death, which could change the surrounding air just by its presence, tore up the space and appeared in front of Li Xin. It was made up of black smoke and had a ghostly appearance. An eye beam emitted from the ghost to Li Xin. This is the spirit of death, thought Li Xin. Li Xin gulped, because the spirit of death was difficult to handle. People often said that no one could deal with them. Even the god of death, which was their role model, was a god from the master class. Li Xin had seen a spirit of death that was of a low rank. The low-rank one was not as intimidating as this one, but they had a similar aura. All those who dealt with the spirit of death were said to be high-ranking believers or the apostles of the god of death. There was a saying that if an ordinary person handled the spirit of death carelessly, it would put them closer to death. Despite such a terrifying rumor, Li Xin was confident. Therefore, he made such a request to the god of death. Li Xin could vaguely feel that this god thought well of him. This favor was not to the point of getting him locked up in a contract with the god of death. However, the god of death had brought an intermediate rank spirit, not a low-rank one. #contract with a low-rank spirit. This was the function of the silver wand, but the spirit of death would make the silver wand work a little differently. If it was the intermediate rank spirit, Li Xin could not use the function of this wand. Would the god of death have sent Harpness without knowing this? It was a pleasure to meet you, he who knows death. God knew that Li Xin was he who knows death. Li Xin had decided to be confident. There was no need to be scared anymore. Harpness, Li Xin muttered. He who observes death. No, never mind. Harpness' voice was cold. You are the one who knows death. A man who had experienced countless deaths and realized. Was Harpness seeing something? Li Xin wondered if Harpness was looking at Li Xin's past life when he had died. At that time, Harpness, who stopped talking, approached Li Xin. Dear, he who knows death. I will spread the word of death. Li Xin could instinctively realize what these words meant. It implied he wanted to make a contract. Li Xin then used his mana to cover Harpness. As Li Xin's black mana and Harpness began to unite, he could feel that there was an invisible connection between each other. You now have a contract with Harpness, the intermediate rank spirit of death. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has. Harpness. He is a death sentencer. Those who have died from Harpness cannot be free from death. #intermediate rank spirit of death. #a death sentence. #the chain of death. #a path between life and death. Death sentence. Harpness' scythe of judgment takes away the rest in death. #creates the undead. #the undead becomes a subordinate to the contractor of Harpness. However, if one's dominance is low, they may escape from subordination. #sends the undead back to rest. Chain of death. He who is bound by the chain of Harpness must wait for the coming death sentence. #it binds the living, and they cannot resist this as long as they are alive. #the binding time is determined by the contractor's dominance. Path between life and death. It connects the path between the world of life and death. Li Xin was astonished by Harpness' abilities. He could not believe the death sentence, death chain, and the path between life and death were all the powers of an intermediate rank spirit. At novel bin at. The death sentence deprived a creature of its rest in death. This applied to anything that was alive, meaning, any creature that Li Xin could kill could be turned into an undead. Of course, depending on his dominance stat, overly powerful ones could not be turned into a part of his clan. However, this skill was already great in itself. Considering what the existing necromancers had, this was a ridiculous ability. Even a necromancer from the middle floors could not turn all life into the undead, especially the ones that were more powerful. It just did not make sense that one could make an undead unconditionally, whether it could be subordinated or not. What was special about the chain of death? It forcibly restrains targets, and they wouldn't be able to resist as long as they were alive. This, too, was an outstanding power, although the binding time was determined by one's dominance stats. In fights between top players, any restraint of even a fraction of a second could be fatal. And the most ridiculous power was the path between life and death. Li Xin could not stop being amazed by the world of death. The dead were creating a connection, a path to the world of the living. Of course, whether or not it was possible to cross this path, it was amazing enough to be able to connect. Li Xin wondered if he had been too hasty in signing the contract with Harpness. Wouldn't the god of death have known about these advantages? The reason for not receiving the power from the gods was that the moment they received it, they were likely to become trapped in a contract with the god of death. Seeing the spirit's ability, Li Xin could not erase the discomfort that he had become more intertwined with the god of death. The more one received, the more one had to give back. Even if the other party did not want anything in return, that was how the world worked. There is a saying in the human world that there is no such thing as a free lunch. There is no favor without a price. This must be just a price for helping one of his believers. Li Xin knew nothing would change even if he thought about it further. He just had to accept it and move on. Li Xin only thought more about how to use this ability in the future. Shakan. Li Xin called him. Thank you, he who knows death. Thanks to you, our tribe could be saved. Shakan thanked Li Xin. We have finished tallying your achievements. The reward is calculated. Are you leaving now? Li Xin asked. Yes, my tribe is in the realm of the god of death, so I won't have to worry. If you come back here from your missions, please drop by again, Shakan asked. All right, Li Xin answered. You have cleared the 4th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. You have reached 200,100 points. You have received 200,100 points. Your health point has increased by 5,010. Your mana power has increased by 15,000. Your strength has. Your agility has. His rewards were endless. Li Xin could tell that the achievements on this stage would be better than any other achievements to be accomplished on the 20th and 30th floors. The satisfying part about this stage's reward was the increase in dominance. In addition to the dominance he had gained after signing a contract with Harpness, his dominance has increased by 15 as a reward for clearing the stage. Currently, this was the stat that Li Xin needed most. With the exception of divine status and chaos, the increase in dominance was the most effective one. Your close friendship with the Dark Frost Troll tribe is at its peak. Your reputation has greatly increased. Your name is occasionally heard in the conversation of the apostles. You have acquired the title, Pioneer of the World. Take me to the waiting area on the 5th floor, Li Xin asked. After checking all the messages that popped up, Li Xin headed to the waiting area on the 5th floor. The village of goblins was spread out over a large mountain range. There were crude houses built here and there were the occasional high-quality buildings. Li Xin clicked his tongue at this sight. He did not check the ranking while he was climbing up to the 5th floor. He could roughly assume the scores of the undermost challengers, and there was no way that they would already get eliminated or anything like that. However, it was different from the 5th floor. This floor allowed the challengers to choose the level of difficulty, and this had dramatically reduced people's chances of survival. Unlike the 2nd floor, they could not give up in the middle after realizing how difficult it was. They had to set the difficulty level from the beginning. There was no giving up midway. If they failed, they died. Li Xin frowned at the odd ranking. #1. Park Ju-hyuk, 83,010 points. #2. Park Hai-won, 78,300 points. #3. Kim Kong-chun, 73,820 points. #4. Wang Kong-wung, 71,080 points. As expected, the names that he had expected to see were on there. However, the problem was that one name was missing from the rankings. What is this kid doing? Li Xin could not find Baek Hyeon's name. He was one of the top 3 challengers in Undermost. Even when he scrolled to the very bottom, Baek Hyeon's name was not there. He could still be clearing the 5th floor as he might be delayed by something else, but that was not what Li Xin's intuition was saying. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Knowing Baek Hyeon's personality, he must have challenged the hell level. Sometimes there were stars who showed great talent. Those were the guys who made others around them feel inferior just by being their friend. And one of them was Cha Yu-min. However, such people were usually more dangerous because they knew they were special. Being able to choose the difficulty level on the 5th floor was a trap for such people. Li Xin had seen too many cases where the stars that used to shine brightly disappeared helplessly. The 5th floor was a solo stage. Li Xin felt bitter, because there was nothing he could do. Li Xin had joined the community for the first time in a long time. His community was already full of messages from numerous people, but Li Xin erased all of them except a few, and he had asked some people about Baek Hyeon's whereabouts. #Park Hai-won, Master? You're finally answering? Baek Hyeon Appa is. #Park Ju-hyuk, Baek Hyeon is missing from the 5th floor. #Kim Kong-chun, Master, please help us. Messages from these people were delivered one after another. After leaving a short response, Li Xin had deactivated his status in the community, and closed the window. Li Xin approached the manager in the waiting area on the 5th floor, the chief of the goblin village. "Kukul, are you going to challenge yourself?" the chief asked. "Send me to the hell level," Li Xin nodded and replied to the chief. The news of Li Xin's climb was posted in the community almost every second. Ever since the moment he cleared the 2nd floor, followed by the 3rd and 4th floor, every step he took drew people's attention as he climbed the tower. The ranking of Li Xin appeared on the 4th floor. What's the score this time? This is crazy. He scored 200,000? What the hell did he do to get 200,000 points? There was literally nothing on the 4th floor though. I think 200,000 is too much. I mean, if we think that he caught the black orc on the 3rd floor, he could have scored that point on the 3rd floor. But what was even on the 4th floor? People were confused by the news of Li Xin's 4th floor ranking update. Baek Hyeon going missing was also one of the topics of the community, but the news of Li Xin took the attention away. #1. Li Xin, 200,100 points. #2. Park Hai-won, 42,100 points. #3. Park Ju-hyuk, 41,350 points. #4. Kong Ji-hoon, 40,015 points. People were speechless when it came to performance scores that were so absurdly different. It was even greater than the difference they saw for the 2nd and 3rd floors. Since the 4th floor challenge was quite straightforward, the achievement scores of other top challengers were not that different. Their high scores on the 2nd and 3rd floors were understandable, but the difference on the 4th floor was an incomprehensible gap. Now, there were many people who wanted to give up on trying to understand Li Xin. Another interesting topic in the community had been Cha Yu-min's ranking. His journey, which had started a long time ago, was now attracting attention again. Cha Yu-min's ranking was pushed down to 4 digits as the undermost challengers started climbing the tower. It was such a shock that there were people who even said Cha Yu-min was now old and gone. However, he stood out once again as many challengers reached the 4th and 5th floors. Cha Yu-min, who used to be first on the 2nd floor, was quickly pushed back to the middle of the top 1,000. On the 3rd floor, he was 985th. And on the 4th floor, he was in the 803rd place. On the 5th floor, he was 189th. Wow, isn't Cha Yu-min amazing? I know. How can he be up there in just the 5 floors? You're watching Cha Yumin's ranking make a comeback. Is it because the 5th floor was a special case? Hashtag 189th Cha Yumin, 30,400 points. Cha Yumin's ranking was already in the hundreds, on the 5th floor. Looking at it like this, he is amazing. How was he able to break the hard level on the 5th floor without much training? I know. We gotta reevaluate Cha Yumin. We have people clearing the extreme level too. Aren't they more amazing? If Cha Yumin had learned from Li Xin like they did, wouldn't he be able to master the hell level? Agree. That's so freaking true. What are you saying? Do you think the hell level is that easy? I know. Are Cha Yumin's followers still alive? Why don't you say that Cha Yumin will win against Li Xin? That's a little. But Li Xin is on another level. I'm a regular member of Cha Yumin's fan club, but I don't agree with that either. Forget it. Please come up quickly and help with Merton. Yeah guys? Please hurry and come up. The community was on fire today as well. You have entered the 5th floor. The goblins drove out the natives who used to live here and built a hexstack citadel there. Goblins were so obsessed with hexstack that they hated people who were ignorant of it. Take down the citadel of the goblins, the Jerpain citadel. Li Xin could see a large citadel in the distance. The citadel contained the essence of hexstack, the pride of the goblins. Since the sun had long set and it was now deep in the night, Li Xin could not see clearly what was ahead. However, there were lights surrounding the Jerpain citadel that illuminated the area and made the place look more splendid. To do. Li Xin, who was hiding among the trees, raised his head up at the sound of a machine coming from the sky. The reconnaissance aircraft of the goblin seemed to have a problem, because it was passing at a low altitude with the sounds of a poor engine. Tisk. Li Xin thought it was not a great start. He clicked his tongue when he saw the reconnaissance aircraft falling toward him. Then he used his mana to prevent it from crashing on the ground. Feather fall. Kyujuk. The intrusive sound of the gear wheels inside the reconnaissance aircraft grew louder and sounded as if they were caught in something. Li Xin slowed its fall down with his skill, and the reconnaissance aircraft was able to land safely in an open space, instead of crashing into the ground. Keek? I don't know who you are, but thank you so much. Wait, are you human? A goblin who came out of the reconnaissance aircraft frowned when he saw Li Xin. Do the goblins here hate humans? Li Xin thought it was strange. There was no reason for goblins to be hostile to humans if they enjoyed hexstack. Li Xin had thought that they would prefer to interact with humans. Li Xin was curious, but he did not make it obvious. Tisk, why did it have to be him? Well, no. Wouldn't he be a decent human being, considering that he had helped me? The goblin mumbled as if he was lost in thought. Li Xin slowly approached the goblin. I just helped you because you were about to crash in front of me, Li Xin explained. Oh, is that why? Thanks anyways? Keek, but are you the one who knows death? The person who had rescued the troll tribe, the goblin asked. He who knows death. Li Xin tried to remember. Those unexpected words from the goblin reminded Li Xin of the title he had acquired from the 4th floor. Pioneer of the world. Words about you pioneering a new world will spread everywhere. I didn't expect the words to be spread even to the goblins who live in these mountain ranges, Li Xin thought. After hearing the title He Who Knows Death from the goblin, it was clear to Li Xin that the title he already possessed had an impact. Are you not? The goblin asked. You're right. I did not expect that word would spread all the way here, Li Xin explained. Wow, I guess I encountered a famous person, Keek. Where were you going? The goblin asked. I was on my way to Jerpain, Li Xin replied. Oh, I see. I feel like humans are starting to come here all of a sudden, Keek. There hasn't been any human around for a while, the goblin explained. Human? Was there another person here? Li Xin asked. Li Xin was intrigued by the word human. If someone like him had come to this place where no one usually would come, there could be a hint about this stage at this place. Well yeah, there was a weird person. Keek, you don't need to know. It's not good to be interested in him, the goblin muttered. For some reason, Li Xin felt like the goblin had a hostile attitude toward that person. The goblin's attitude toward Li Xin seemed a little more relaxed, compared to the initial moment they met. Li Xin realized that the goblin first acted that way because of the person who had come to Jerpain before Li Xin. If you're planning on going to Jerpain, can you please tell someone that Durjin has asked you to send the transportation equipment for the reconnaissance aircraft to the forest? Keek? If you give my name when you enter the Jerpain, people will treat you more friendly, Durjin asked. Okay, I will, Li Xin replied. Li Xin left Durjin there and headed for Jerpain. Li Xin expanded the scope of detection, just in case, by spreading his mana power. He had a feeling that he would not fit in with others. Why did he have to land in such a forest? The hell level was not easy. Li Xin moved cautiously, so he did not miss a single clue. There's something here? Li Xin had a feeling that something had been caught by his mana. Someone had been watching, but Li Xin did not know whether they were looking at himself or Durjin. It seemed like they were not interested in having a conversation, so Li Xin decided to go to Jerpain regardless. Keek? Stop, right there. Are you human? A gatekeeper guarding the entrance to the Jerpain citadel blocked Li Xin. Why are you here? The gatekeeper seemed very cautious, just like Durjin when he first encountered Li Xin. Although exercising caution was the duty of a gatekeeper, the emotion contained in his words was clearly a little more than that. I came here because I heard that I can learn about Hexstack here, Li Xin replied. Hexstack? Are you also interested in Hexstack? But wait for a second, do you happen to be He who knows the gatekeeper was interrupted. That's right, he who knows death, Li Xin replied. Kiik, kick, I knew it. My eyes were not wrong. It is exciting that such a great wizard is interested in Hextech, the gatekeeper replied. Yes, and I also met Durjin on my way here, and he seemed to need help because the reconnaissance aircraft broke, Li Xin explained. You know Durjin, too? Huh, all right, you may enter. The gatekeeper let Li Xin in. When the gatekeeper granted permission, a small door opened under a large door. The interior of their citadel was not much different from other citadels in general, other than the fact that it belonged to the goblins. The most outstanding difference was just that there were numerous small buildings because the goblins were about 1 m tall. Li Xin slowly walked through the citadel to gather information. Most of the residential areas had their lights turned off, and the only bright place, even at this time, was the area where blacksmiths were gathered. Li Xin took his time, checking out other places as well. He went around the entire citadel. Time flew by quickly and it was almost dawn. Li Xin moved toward a building that was still lit. Is there anyone here? Li Xin asked. There was no response, but Li Xin opened the slightly open door and entered. Li Xin could see designs scattered all over the place. He picked up a design that was on the floor and took a closer look at it. The design looked quite complex. It was not a simple design drawn to make some kind of device. Li Xin could see math formulas on it, explaining some kind of mana. These formulas were written all over, and there were scribbles that were crossed out as if the writer was angry while calculating these formulas. Whoa, the level of Hextech is quite high. What Li Xin was seeing was beyond his expectation. People thought that goblins were stupid, but they had a solid understanding of the mana theory. Of course, that also depended on the tribe in question. Chang, 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 Chang. Li Xin put down the design and moved where the faint hammering sound was coming from. There was a staircase to the basement, where the sound was coming from. As Li Xin took careful steps down, he saw a goblin pounding iron. Who is it? A goblin shouted, sensing Li Xin's presence. Oh, I came in because this was the only place where the lights were turned on. Li Xin decided to act shamelessly. Tisk, humans have no manners, the goblin muttered. Then why didn't you lock the door? Li Xin asked. Can't I decide what I want to do with my door? Kiik. The goblin seemed more calm than Li Xin had expected. Li Xin thought the goblin would burst into anger, but the goblin did not seem particularly wary of humans. He just seemed a little annoyed that someone had entered their home, but he did not seem angry. Are you not going to kick me out? Li Xin asked. Will you go out if I tell you to? The goblin asked. Well, Li Xin muttered. Tisk, stop pretending. Why are you here anyways? It seems like it's your first time here, the goblin said, looking as if he was about to throw his hammer at Li Xin if he bothered him. Li Xin smiled and picked up a design from the ones scattered all over the place. The mana formulas were scratched out and the design crumpled, as if this one was also ruined. I think you're having trouble keeping the mana storage device from overheating as the running time increases. I see that the device is quite large. Are you making some kind of siege weapon? Li Xin asked. Kiik, how do you know that? Are you a Hextech engineer? The goblin asked. No, I'm a wizard, Li Xin replied. The goblin's facial expression changed immediately at Li Xin's words. The annoyance on his face vanished, and was replaced by curiosity and anticipation. It was absurd how drastic the change was. Well, do you know anything? What did I do wrong? If I run the engine for more than 10 hours, I cannot prevent other parts from getting out of order? Plus, I can't lower the output. The goblin was disrupted. There is something wrong with the heat dissipation method. We will have to find a way to cool it down or fix the way we dissipate it, Li Xin explained. Kiik, what? Then what do I do now? The goblin was already too excited even though they did not have much conversation. The goblin came up to Li Xin and was holding his clothes. You can turn this heat into a different power. For example, you can replace the intense heat with mana power and use it as mana, Li Xin explained. What? Kiik, Kiik, is that even possible? The goblin was surprised. Well, it's possible, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin grinned at goblin, who was about to lose his mind in excitement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In less than a day, Li Xin became close with the goblin, Borjin the blacksmith. And Li Xin heard a lot of stories from him. Before you came, a person came and made a fuss. That person could also handle a little bit of mana. That was why many goblins in Jerpain were interested in him, Borjin explained. Was he also a wizard? Li Xin asked. No, I don't know all the details, but he said he uses a sword, Borjin replied. That person had some understanding of mana, and usually used a sword. Was he a sword mage? Or was he a swordsman who knew a little bit of mana theory? I heard that he attacked the lord of our citadel and is now locked in an underground prison. What a stupid man. Kiik, Borjin explained. Is the lord that strong? Li Xin asked. That's right. He's an amazing person, Borjin replied. Li Xin knew intuitively that this stage would be tough. Oh right, I will have to visit the lord in a few days, and I'm going to talk about the Hextech design I made with you. I'm sure that the lord will like you, said Borjin. I did not do much though. I just gave you a few words of advice, Li Xin muttered. It was a tremendous help. Anyway, let's keep it that way. The lord may invite you sooner or later. Borjin smiled. Li Xin had spent several days in Borjin's workshop. During this time, he helped Borjin and gave him some advice on making Hextech machines. At the same time, Li Xin was able to learn quite a lot from Borjin. You have acquired the skill, Hextech Level 1. Perhaps because of his excellent knowledge on mana, it was not difficult for Li Xin to understand the field of Hextech. There were quite a few things that Li Xin had already known, but Borjin, who had a good knowledge of this field, taught Li Xin a lot. After Borjin returned from meeting the Lord, Li Xin received the Lord's invitation. He had heard that the previous human was also invited by the Lord to enter the castle thanks to his knowledge of mana. And then he was imprisoned in the underground jail for attacking the Lord. Li Xin thought he should go to the underground prison and look at the man if he had a chance. A day after receiving the invitation, a convertible arrived in front of Borjin's workshop. It was a car made with Hextech. It was an open-type Hextech machine that did not have a ceiling. A driver from the castle had come to pick Li Xin up to head to the castle. The outstanding technical skills of Hextech could be seen all over the place. And the Lord's castle was the most prominent of them all, especially with the huge robots that stood around the castle. The 4 to 5 meter tall titans guarding the castle were a tremendous sight to behold, a picture of majesty to boast of. Li Xin entered the castle, sat in the drawing room, and waited for the Lord. After a while, the Lord appeared in his thin armor. Kiik, Kiik, nice to meet you, I'm Gorjin, the Lord of Jerpain. Gorjin introduced himself. Hello, this is Li Xin, he replied. Li Xin used his mana and read the mana wave of what Gorjin was wearing. Just a rough estimate was enough to tell that each of his items, including his clothes and accessories, was an excellent mana tool. Li Xin could understand why that person had difficulty attacking the Lord. I heard that you are he who knows death, said Gorjin. That's right. Hearing that title over and over again, Li Xin felt as if he had become an apostle of the god of death, which did not feel good. Kiik, it's an honor to have a conversation with such a wizard. Will you tell me about your knowledge on mana? Gorjin asked. Sure, as much as you like, Li Xin replied. At novel bin at. Asterisk. At Gorjin's request, Li Xin decided to stay here for the time being and talk with him about his knowledge on Hextech. Gorjin kept urging Li Xin to stay in the castle, as if he was not worried about the fact that he had once been attacked by humans. Li Xin could clearly see how obsessed the goblins were with Hextech. Maybe Gorjin was confident that he would not be defeated no matter who came at him. First of all, Li Xin had to gather the information as much as he could. The place where titans are stored, the location of the underground prison, thought Li Xin. And most importantly, Li Xin had to find where the titans of Gorjin was located. He still had not figured that out yet. My titan is truly outstanding? Even if all the titans in this place attack him, they won't be able to defeat my titan. Gorjin bragged about his titan every day. There is no way that it will be a titan of the transcendental class. Will it be from a castle lead class? Li Xin thought. No matter how difficult the hell level was, it did not make sense to have a fight against a transcendental level. The titan of the transcendental class had enough power to crush a nation on its own. To be honest, it was too much for a titan of the castle lead class to appear on the 5th floor. It practically had the same level of strength as an entire castle. It was a ridiculously harsh opponent for challengers who had just begun climbing. Well, there is a possibility that it will not be at the castle lead class, but it would be better for me to overestimate, Li Xin thought. There was nothing wrong with being careful. The tower, especially a tower of this level of difficulty, was a place where a person did not know when they would die even if they tried to be careful. I'll be out for a while, Li Xin said. Where are you going? Gorjin asked. I have to discuss something with Borjin, and it's time for me to take a look at what we've been working on, Li Xin explained. Oh, I see. All right, Gorjin replied. Li Xin's relationship with Gorjin had grown so close that Gorjin gave Li Xin much freedom. However, since there was a precedent for things going awry with humans, it was too early to drop all the vigilance. Li Xin not only went out of Gorjin's castle but also out of the citadel. I'm going to get the ingredients that Borjin had asked for, Li Xin said. Okay, the gatekeeper replied. If Li Xin reported to the gatekeeper, it would go into the ears of the Lord, but it did not matter. He could easily get around it. It was time for Li Xin to go outside for once. Li Xin left the citadel and went deep into a forest. It had been a while since Li Xin felt this piercing sensation of a thirst for blood. How long are you going to be hiding? Let's talk it out. There's no goblin here, Li Xin said. Nothing moved at Li Xin's words. Li Xin had a bitter smile on his face, and stared into a spot. Not only are you hiding from the goblins, but are you also going to run away from me now? How far are you going to run away? Li Xin provoked him. The air around Li Xin began to vibrate at Li Xin's provocation. The raw emotions of bloodthirst, hatred, enmity, and anger approached Li Xin. Only then, Li Xin smiled. Yeah, this is what ogre is like, Li Xin said. A huge silhouette slowly emerged in front of Li Xin. The bloodthirst that Li Xin had sensed when he first came here was not directed at himself. Krunk. There was a sense of vigilance in the low cry. It was a dark night. The moonlight that filtered through the leaves illuminated the ground, but all the other spaces were completely dark, making everything invisible. An ogre was in Li Xin's face, looking at him with his red eyes. There was no reason for ogre to be in a place like this. Ogres were usually known as kings of the mountain range. There was definitely a mountain range around here, but this entrance was not where an ogre would normally be. As if he had sensed Li Xin's strong mana, he could not move but he had his guard up. I think all the ogres I know are dead, Li Xin made fun of him. What an arrogant human being, the ogre replied. Huang boom? The ogre rushed towards Li Xin as if he had bounced off from the ground. His agility was unexpected for his large size, and he was strong enough to dent the ground. And again, an ogre was an ogre. Li Xin avoided the ogre's attack, but as if he had expected it, the ogre's club came at Li Xin the second time. At that moment, a sword appeared right in front of Li Xin's nose. It blocked the ogre's club. You are as strong as a horse. There was a slight excitement in his hoarse voice. What are you? The ogre asked. I am the loyal knight of my master here and a red-eyed swordsman. Worry's red eyes burned a brighter red. The red aura passed from Worry's body down to his sword. Ugh, you annoying skeleton. The ogre's attack became even more powerful as if his ego was hurt from the skeleton's block. When the two clashed, a wave of mana spread in all directions. Worry's body was pushed back little by little, as if it was difficult to defeat the ogre with strength even if he had pulled up his mana power. Huang, Quang, swoosh, Kupei. In the midst of a series of strong attacks by the ogre, a flame ball that was aimed at his weak point flew from somewhere and hit the ogre's head. Don't interfere. In anger, Worry turned his head toward the direction from which the flame ball came. Mei was standing there in his robe with his wand. He was laughing at Worry. Says you who was losing. Mei laughed at Worry. I was not losing. Worry shouted. Ku? How dare you? The ogre shouted. The ogre's mana spewed out more strongly, and the surrounding air quickly became heavy. I will kill you all. The ogre was interrupted. Stop. Li Xin shouted. At that time, everyone's eyes turned to Li Xin when he interrupted the ogre. That's enough. I'm not here to fight, Li Xin explained. You don't get to decide that, the ogre shouted. Does that mean you don't care if all the other guys die? Li Xin asked. The ogre, who had finally calmed down after listening to Li Xin's words, had noticed that Li Xin's mana had spread throughout the forest. Black mana had spread like fog in the dark forest. The ferocity contained in the mana was terrifying to the ogre himself. In the forest, there were other tribes who were secretly watching them in the dark. They were waiting for the ogre to signal. However, at the same time, they had become the hostage of the wizard. The ogre's soaring mana power had subsided. That was pretty good, man, the ogre said. The black mana was a subtle yet powerful spell. The black mana, full of death, had a bloodthirst that could sweep away the enemies anytime. No matter how outraged he was, the ogre was a little surprised that he did not immediately notice black mana. Are you ready to have a conversation? Li Xin asked. In the middle of the forest, Li Xin and the ogre sat facing each other. Li Xin, who was much smaller than the ogre, had to build a tall stone tower and sit on it to meet the ogre at eye level. So, you're saying that you came here to make an alliance with us? The ogre asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. But I saw you enter the citadel of the goblins. Also, you even saved a goblin last time. The ogre did not believe Li Xin. It was inevitable. The citadel of the goblin will not fall down easily. Unless someone from the inside attacks it, your power is nowhere close to defeating them. Krunk. The ogre frowned at Li Xin's words and let out an angry cry. There were different species living in this forest. One day, they were robbed of their home and land by the invading goblins. The goblins refused to accept them and did not try to coexist. Why are you here? Are you the only ogre here? Li Xin asked. Yes, all my people were killed by the goblins, the ogre replied. Why did the goblins come in all of a sudden? What good is there about becoming enemies with you guys? You're an ogre and you would not easily get defeated by the goblins anyway, Li Xin asked. I'm sure that they wanted to take over all the resources in this mountain range. The goblins are crazy about metal, the ogre explained. Only then did Li Xin could have a clearer understanding of their relationship. The goblins had wiped out all the tribes of this mountain range and pushed the mountains away with their excellent hextech skills. And they were trying to monopolize all the resources around here. Who are you? What kind of wizard deals with the dead? The ogre asked. You don't need to know that, Li Xin replied. It seemed that his reputation had not spread to the people here. Why are you trying to defeat the goblins? The ogre was still suspicious. Why did you lose your home to the goblins? Li Xin did not answer ogre and asked a random question instead. Because of that damn scrap metal? They can never defeat us with their own strength. So answer my question. The ogre, who got worked up by Li Xin's words, shouted as if he was having a seizure. Even though Li Xin was facing such a ferocious creature, he did not budge. He spoke, staring at the ogre. They are weapons called Titan. It's not just any scrap metal, Li Xin explained. Is that important though? The ogre asked. It is important. That's the reason why I want to defeat the goblins, Li Xin said. Ogres were quite intelligent but they were simple. Li Xin continued on with his explanation, seeing that the ogre seemed interested in his words. Titan is such a great weapon that it can beat you ogres. Among them, the performance of Titan, the one used by the Lord of the Goblins, is unbelievably strong, Li Xin explained. Yeah, I'm aware. That huge scrap metal. No, I mean the Black Titan killed my people, the ogre replied. That outstanding Titan consumes a lot of energy. And the source of energy is not readily available. I'm trying to take that away from them, Li Xin muttered. When Li Xin finished speaking, he looked around and pointed at something. What's that? Li Xin asked. There were old-looking columns and stone slabs, and a familiar pattern was engraved on them. It is the altar of God that we serve, the ogre explained. Not again, Li Xin mumbled. Again? What do you mean? The ogre asked. No, nothing, Li Xin replied. *****. Oh, you're finally back? Did everything go well? Gorgon asked. Yes. I'll show you a decent piece of work soon, Li Xin said. I'm looking forward to that, Gorgon replied. Li Xin had returned to the castle and had dinner with Gorgon just like any other day. I encountered another tribe outside, Li Xin muttered. What? Did something happen? Gorgon asked, surprised at the sudden story. They attacked me, but I'm not that weak to be beaten. Anyway, they asked me if I'm with the goblins, so I just ignored them and killed them all. But what happened between the goblins and the tribe which lives near the mountain ranges? Li Xin asked. Well, many tribes know about this rumor, not just the goblins. They say that we drove them out and took this place, but that is not true. The premise was wrong in the first place, Gorgon explained. Is there a backstory? Li Xin asked. Yes, that's right. It was us goblins who have been deprived of our daily lives. They took us and offered us to the god they believed in. We were victimized, Gorgon explained. After listening to Gorgon's long lament, Li Xin returned to his room and was lost in thought. The perspectives of both sides were completely different. Who was telling the truth and who was lying? Or were they both lying to Li Xin? 2 more days had passed since then. Gorgon seemed to have opened up quite a lot to Li Xin, but Li Xin could still sense that Gorgon was still hiding something deep inside. Li Xin could figure out where the underground prison was and what kind of guys were locked up there, but Gorgon never let Li Xin visit that place. Li Xin had even seen Gorgon's titan, but that was it. The guards watched out for strangers, and Li Xin could not figure out where the titans were stored. The best possibility was to kill Gorgon before he got on the titan or to destroy the titan, so it could not operate. However, the latter seemed impossible. Moreover, it seemed like something could be resolved if Li Xin were to see the man who was imprisoned underground. However, that also was not possible. Li Xin knew that he had to make Gorgon open up to him entirely. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, there was a warning sound that rang inside the castle. Chaos erupted inside the castle in an instant. What's the matter? Gorgon asked. A soldier approached Gorgon and informed him of the situation. The ogres are approaching in large numbers? There's an invasion into the citadel, the soldier shouted. What? Gorgon exclaimed. Gorgon started to look more serious. Nevertheless, there was no fear of defeat on Gorgon's face. Put the Titan troops on standby. Get ready to defend the citadel? We're going to protect it? Keek. Gorgon shouted. What's wrong with them all of a sudden? Li Xin approached Gorgon and asked. I don't know either, but don't worry. They won't even get through the gates, Gorgon replied. Is that so? Will you be fighting as well? Li Xin asked. Gorgon stared at Li Xin with suspicion when Li Xin asked that question. It seemed like Gorgon was trying to examine Li Xin. In fact, Gorgon was suspicious of Li Xin about the situation. I don't think it will be so big a battle that I need to step up. How about you? Gorgon asked. I will help them. I'll wipe them out, Li Xin answered. Gorgon's suspicion on Li Xin eased slightly at the unexpected answer. There's no need for you to do that, said Gorgon. No sir, please send me to the wall, Li Xin asked. I should not be doing that to my guests. Why don't you just watch the power of our hex stack? Gorgon suggested. The goblins were busy outside, trying to protect the castle. Gorgon and Li Xin rushed to the wall. As Li Xin got to the wall, he could see a huge number of ogres that gathered. That's quite a lot, thought Li Xin. Okay? The ogre that was in the lead let out a strong roar. That single roar raised the morale of the other ogres to its maximum. They are approaching. Shoot them. Just kill them all. The Hexstack Citadel was a place where various Hexstack were combined, starting from the walls. No matter how numerous and strong the ogres were, they were not enough to handle them. The inferior ones are struggling, Lillian muttered. The bat, which was not properly visible because it was behind the ogre, now sat on the ogre's head, flapping its small wings. The ogre momentarily flinched at the sensation of something landing on his head, but did not respond much. The ogre just maintained a serious look. The ogre moved around more carefully. What are those? Are those skeletons? Behind the ogre and the bat, there appeared 2 skeletons. The goblins seemed a little surprised by the appearance of these unexpected enemies, but that was it. Their hexstack cannons were still aiming at the ogres. Keek? Who cares about those skeletons? Just shoot them already. Shatter the bones and grind them to dust. Bam, 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 quang. There were huge explosions and dust scattered where the cannonball hit. It turned the ogres into bloody flesh, yet those ogres still pushed through even if they were hit. There were tribes that flocked to climb the high wall, but they could not cross and just died helplessly. Lillian, it's your turn now. May cried because he could not wait any longer. See how powerful the blood is on the battlefield, Lillian muttered. Shortly after the siege had begun, blood had already been scattered everywhere. All that blood rose into the air and turned into different types of missiles. Blood brings more blood, Lillian muttered. Dozens of missiles made up of blood flew and detonated the hexstack cannons that were installed throughout the walls. Qua 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 quang? Keek? Kick? No way, our cannons got destroyed. Run away, the enemy is casting spells. BB blood, blood is coming. Keek. Lillian looked at the ogre with an arrogant face as she looked at the goblins, who were terrified by a single blood spell. Did you see that? Lillian asked arrogantly. Correct, TT that's amazing, replied the ogre. Now, take care of rest, Lillian muttered. Lillian got off the ogre's head and climbed onto May's back. The next moment, the ogre, as if the shackles had been loosened, suddenly started to strike the walls. At novel bin at. Bam, 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 Due to the ogre's club that was striking at every instant it could, the gate shook as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Keek, keek. The gates are falling down. Stop the ogre. As the ogre's mana got more intense, the gate started to crack and it finally collapsed. The tribes were thrilled and rushed to the wall, twisting and folding their bodies to squeeze into the castle. Stop them. Defend properly. The war situation had changed in an instant. It was not a hard thing for a strong player to turn the game around. I don't think there's a need for us to join, May said. The ogres are fired up. Wari replied. May and Wari had a conversation as they watched the ogre siege. Kriya, the gates have collapsed. Kill the goblins. The ogre laughed, satisfied, and roared again. Since the gates had collapsed, it was now only a matter of time before the goblins were defeated. Gorgon had seemed relaxed, even when he went up the wall and saw the tribe approaching. However, he could not get rid of the momentary anxiety that he had felt when he saw the ogre in the lead and the skeletons behind him. And he was right. I can't believe the skeletons are capable of using those spells. I never knew that there were such guys like that, Gorgon said, gritting his teeth. Get the Titan troops on the line. Gorgon's voice was filled with anger. And have the destroyer on standby. I am going to kill them all, Gorgon shouted. Gorgon's castle lead class Titan, Destroyer, was finally making an appearance. And Li Xin's mouth turned into a smile as he watched everything from the side. Leaving Li Xin behind, Gorgon left to get his Titan. Follow him, Li Xin commanded a demon that was filled with hatred for goblins. Li Xin then turned his attention to the battlefield again. The goblins were in a panic as some parts of the walls had collapsed. The ogre tribes had spared no effort trying to break through those destroyed areas. However, even if some of the walls had collapsed, the odds of winning were still significantly lower for the ogres. Wuong. Li Xin could already hear the sound of the machines. And soon after, he could see the titans flying out of the castle. There were a total of 12 titans. Some tribes had already managed to get past the walls, but as soon as the titans got involved and blocked the tribes, the goblins dominated over them. The goblins could turn the tables on their enemies. It is your turn to show me what you've got, Gundo. Li Xin had moved secretly to a corner under the wall. The next moment, mana slipped out from Li Xin's bracelet. He summoned Gundo. The tribes that were already inside made a mess of the citadel. Show them what you got, Li Xin said. Leave it to me. Gundo got himself ready and headed toward the ruined gates. Kick. A goblin screamed. Li Xin turned his head toward where the scream came from. A goblin who passed by was pointing his finger at Li Xin. Human. You betrayed us, the goblin said. Shhh, Li Xin hushed him. Swoosh. Eek. The goblin gasped. The dark arrow, sent from the tip of Li Xin's finger, penetrated the goblin's neck. The goblin died on the spot, silenced. Li Xin climbed the wall again, leaving the goblin behind. Quang, thud, Kupei. Gundo appeared. Who is this guy? Keek. There's another monster inside. Block him. Titan, get over here. The situation at the gate became even more heated due to the appearance of Gundo. While observing the situation, Li Xin turned his head to look toward the far distance when he sensed a wave of mana. Over there, energy had begun to form, making the atmosphere even heavier. I should get going, Li Xin muttered. Quang. The ogre's huge club hit Titan's body mercilessly. Krarik, do you think you can beat me with this lump of scrap metal? The ogre shouted. Keek. The Titan, which was a little smaller than ogre, was pushed back a little by the ogre's power. Swoosh quang. The cannonballs that flew in from the sides hit the ogre. Through the smoke from the explosions, the ogre's arm appeared, grabbing the Titan and breaking its arm off its body. You can go in now, the ogre said. Thank you, Wari replied. Wari chopped off a goblin and the small machine he was riding. Wari then went in through a hole in the gate that the Titan had been blocking. Inside, it was a mess. And suddenly, Wari recognized a familiar face in that chaos. Gundo, Wari shouted. Gundo was surrounded by 3 Titans and he was struggling to fight. Blood was all over his body. Kagakak. Wari made a sudden attack from behind, and swung his sword down from a height. The Titan's barrier broke off and his inner arm fell off. Tisk. Wari had cut off the Titan's arm, but he was not satisfied with this. He knew that if it were not for the barrier, he would have broken the Titan's body in half at once. He was disappointed that he could not accomplish that. Bring it on, you scrap metal. Gundo shouted and showed off its toughness. Wari had joined Gundo to help him, but another Titan also joined the fight. Cowards. Can you really call yourselves warriors when we are fighting 4-2? Wari shouted. Keek, we're not warriors? You stupid skullhead, a Titan shouted. What? What did you just say? Stupid skullhead. Wari was outraged. Keek, kick, just die. Another Titan shouted. The mana power emanating from Wari's sword cut down the cannonball. I will show you why I was called the red-eyed swordsman, Wari muttered. There was a red glow in Wari's eyes. The trajectory of the cannonballs which were flying from all directions were drawn out for Wari's eyes. Following those trajectories, Wari made smooth cuts. The cannonballs that had been flying toward Wari did not detonate. The Titans were hesitant at the unbelievable sight. Alright, so who's up next? Wari could not finish his sentence. Huangag Quang? An energy cannonball flew in from far away at a tremendous speed. Wari's body was thrown into the wall, and the sword he had been holding was crushed. The surrounding Gundo and Titans also recoiled due to the impact of the cannonball striking Wari. There was a large pit left on the ground. Kunk. Wari's eyes glared. Wari had not felt this kind of helplessness for a long time. He could not move his body well. His bones were about to turn into powder. This doesn't make sense. I saw the trajectory though, Wari thought. Wari was able to read the trajectory, but he could not respond to it since it was too fast. Wari looked at the monster that had incapacitated him in an instant. It was the Black Titan that was much larger than the ogres that were standing outside. The appearance of the Black Titan had changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. The ogres and other tribes tried to run away, freaked out as if they had seen a dragon. And the goblins cheered and mocked their enemies. Clank! Kung Bomb! The energy cannonball was released again from the back of the Titan's left glove. This time it was thrown to the spot where all the enemy tribes were gathered. Kuah! Run away everyone! We're all going to die. I'm dying. Flesh scattered in all directions. Most of the bodies turned into powder and simply disappeared. It was amazing how Wari survived the hit from the energy cannonball. So, this Titan is from the castle lead class, but is he from the lowest rank? Perched on top of the walls, Li Xin devoted his time to analyzing the destroyer's power and strategy. Li Xin looked surprised. A red spirit approached Li Xin from afar. Since this spirit had already been transformed into a demon, it had no figure, and the spirit communicated with Li Xin. Oh, really? After talking to the demon, Li Xin absorbed that demon. Then he focused on the battlefield again. Before Li Xin could realize, the ogre had managed to fight past the Titan and came inside. The ogre was drawing his mana power to the maximum to deal with the destroyer. Li Xin climbed down from the wall, thinking it was time for him to step up. Then Li Xin, who was watching the whole situation on the battlefield on top of the wall, spread his mana out in all directions. Enchanted Silver Tree Wand. A wand made of silver trees grown in the Erdal Mountains, where ordinary plants cannot survive due to their high mana concentration. Hashtag you can store mana power. Hashtag mana storage, 0/300,000. Hashtag at a low probability, it will increase the user's mana power when one's mana power is saturated. Hashtag contracts with a low-rank spirit. Thanks to Lillian's large-scale blood spell and that he had summoned Mei and Wari, Li Xin's mana power was significantly reduced. However, as he had a mana storage of 300,000 in the enchanted silver tree wand, Li Xin had enough mana power. Li Xin knew it was now time to end the battle before Gorgon stepped up. Gust of wind, ice spear, acceleration, torque, penetration. The blood that scattered all over place throughout this war between the goblins and the other tribes with the ogre in lead, had dried up. Those tribes could detect a change in the rapidly decreasing temperature, and the destroyer was the first one to detect this change. It then moved toward Li Xin quickly. What are you doing? Gorgon panicked and asked. Gorgon was clueless at Li Xin's sudden intrusion. Behind his question, Gorgon was really asking, are you trying to help those people? Well, I told you, Li Xin replied. Li Xin smirked and made eye contact with Gorgon who was inside the destroyer. That I will kill them all, Li Xin finished his sentence. As Li Xin's wand pointed upward, hundreds of ice spears were created in a huge mana circle that covered the battlefield. Blizzard was an inferior edition of the 7th level mana used by the Great Wizards. This spell was insignificant compared to the Blizzard, which was one of the main mana used by Li Xin in his last life. However, it was still powerful enough to go against the ogre and the tribes on the 5th floor. Kagagagak? Pabababak? Every time the ice spears that fell from a height stuck into the ground, those tribes were moribund. Harpness. Li Xin called out. As the sky was torn apart, a ghost holding a black sickle appeared in the dark void. Did you call me? Now, it's time for judgment, Li Xin declared. I got it. Chop, 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 chop. Harpness' sickle permeated the darkness and was split into hundreds, striking down on the ogres and the other monsters that were hit by the ice spears. Li Xin looked at the shadow of death that hung over the battlefield. The shadow Li Xin had created appeared like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, but for him, it was not a sudden, unplanned move. It was the natural result of his determination. There was no mercy left in the cold eyes of Li Xin. Human! The ogre shouted as he watched the ice spears pouring from above. The goblins that were nearby collapsed one after another because they could not handle the fear that came with the loud roar that was filled with anger. I'm going to kill you, the ogre shouted. Crunch! The ogre jumped up. Its jump was strong enough that it created a big crater on the ground. Well, I won't let you do that. Keek! Gorgon shouted. Swoosh! The ogre flew at a great speed, but was hit by Destroyer's fist and was sent flying out beyond the castle wall. The destroyer climbed onto the wall after flinging the ogre away. You're amazing. Gorgon looked at Li Xin with trustful eyes. No sir, this is nothing compared to what the destroyer can do, Li Xin replied. I'm sorry, Gorgon said. What do you mean? Li Xin asked at the sudden apology. Nothing, I'll just finish him off, Gorgon replied. At those words, the destroyer disappeared. Li Xin stared in the direction where the destroyer had gone. Kwang! The ogre and the destroyer confronted each other. Their powers clashed. When their fists met, a shockwave spread in all directions. Li Xin saw that scene and shook his head. An ogre was an ogre. He did not seem weak in front of that mighty destroyer. Kwang! 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 The fierce battle between the two ended earlier than expected. The ogre that was in a rage was helplessly beaten up by the destroyer, which had seemed pretty relaxed. And the battle ended with Gorgon's victory. Keek! Kill the rest of them? There is no surrender, Gorgon shouted. With Gorgon's declaration, the genocide of the ogres and other tribes began. *****. Here, have a drink. Gorgon offered a drink to Li Xin. Li Xin and Gorgon clinked their glasses. Thanks to you, we could handle those enemy tribes easily, Gorgon thanked Li Xin. No, I just did what I needed to do, Li Xin replied humbly. No, I knew you would be great, but all your reputation was true. Kick. Gorgon said. Gorgon drank heavily as if he was in a very good mood, and Li Xin used his mana power so he did not get drunk. I'm just disappointed that I could not catch the skeleton that was casting spells. Where did he go? Gorgon asked. I know, I wish I knew, Li Xin replied. Li Xin acted calmly as if he did not know anything about the skeletons. It was not Worry nor Mei who used blood spells, but Li Xin did not plan on clearing up the misunderstanding. By the way, almost all the dead bodies of those ogres and other tribes have disappeared. I'm pretty sure the skeleton did it. How the hell did he take all those bodies away? Gorgon asked Li Xin as if he was frustrated. However, Gorgon did not seem to have said it expecting an answer from Li Xin. I've heard that even the imprisoned man has some knowledge of mana. Li Xin started talking about a topic of his own interest. Yes, he did, but not as much as you. This, I can guarantee, Gorgon replied. But there is something to learn from everyone. I would like to meet them if you allow me. Would it be possible? Li Xin asked politely. Normally, it is not a place to let outside people in, Gorgon muttered. At novel bin at. Gorgon seemed to think for a bit. Then, with a slightly red face, he took another sip of alcohol and gave Li Xin permission to enter the underground prison. Thank you, Li Xin said. I will let Chamberlain know, Gorgon replied. The drinking party between Li Xin and Gorgon ended pleasantly. The next day, Li Xin entered the underground prison under the guidance of Chamberlain. Li Xin had already spent more than 10 days here on the 5th floor. He thought he had already spent too much time. Li Xin was planning on attacking Gorgon if he did not get anything significant by this time. And this idea was put on hold for a while as he entered the underground prison. We have registered your mana pattern here. If you stand on the footstool in front of the door, it will read your mana pattern and the system will let you in, Chamberlain explained. All right, thank you, Li Xin replied. When the servant had returned, Li Xin walked along the hallway of the underground prison. At the bottom, in the underground prison of the lowest floor, there was a human. Clomp clomp clomp. This was a place where only the worst offenders were locked up. It had been a long time since these prisoners had heard human footsteps. Give me food. Li Xin stopped walking for a moment when he heard a dying voice. Food? Li Xin thought. It was a familiar voice that Li Xin had heard before. Li Xin walked faster, and when he got there was a human hanging on the wall with both his hands and feet tied. It seemed like he had been like this for days. His face was haggard and his muscles were all shriveled up. He had no strength left, such that he could not even raise his head. And he kept asking for food in a small voice. Wait, are you? The human being flinched and stopped muttering when he heard Li Xin's voice. He then lifted his head with difficulty. Is that you? Master. Baek Hyun, who had been missing for a while, was trapped in the Jerpain underground prison. How on earth did you? Li Xin stopped talking and hurriedly spread his mana. Li Xin's mana power detected a mana tool that was monitoring this place, so he used his mana to cast the silence spell on the surrounding area. Then, he turned around to cover his mouth so that he would not be captured by that mana tool. Just listen, and don't even nod. We are being monitored right now, Li Xin said. Baek Hyun's head stopped right after moving slightly. I don't think you are in a condition to have a conversation with me right now, so just stay still. Don't say a word. I'll come up with a way to save you, Li Xin said to Baek Hyun. Then he revoked the silence spell. Hello sir, I have heard that you know a lot about magic. Li Xin pretended to have a conversation with Baek Hyun. Baek Hyun flinched at Li Xin's sudden honorifics and unexpected words, but he just stayed still as Li Xin said before. Looking at the situation, it seems like you are not in the condition to have a conversation with me. I'll be back later and I'll have them send you something to eat. After saying that, Li Xin turned and left the place. The hell level was so unimaginably difficult that no one in Li Xin's previous life had cleared it. Li Xin could not clear it back then either. That was why there was no information on the hell level at all. It was known that all the single-digit floors were solo stages except for the first floor. This meant that cooperation with other challengers was impossible. Therefore, it was difficult for Li Xin to imagine Baek Hyun being here in this place. Li Xin never knew that Baek Hyun would be the first person to enter Jerpain and get into trouble. Li Xin thought that Baek Hyun might have challenged the hell level when he had heard that Baek Hyun was missing. However, Li Xin never imagined this scenario. This was a much bigger finding than what he had expected. This was something Li Xin would never have noticed if he had challenged this level by himself. Should I let people know about this? People had said that it was a solo stage up to the extreme level. However, if the hell level was a multi-stage, that meant multiple challengers could join to challenge. However, would having more challengers allow them to clear this stage? Even Baek Hyun was helplessly defeated. He was nowhere near clearing the stage, and he was at the brink of death. Therefore it was a reasonable question to ask. Li Xin wondered if he would only be causing meaningless death by trying to raise their morale. I'll first have to give Baek Hyun something to eat. It must have been a long time since he had entered this stage. If it had not been for the stats that he had gained through his previous training and climbing the tower, he would have died of hunger a long time ago. Li Shin did not know whether to laugh or cry at the unexpected discovery of power. At the dinner table with Gorjin, Li Shin explained the situation he encountered in the underground prison and suggested that Gorjin give some food to the criminal. After a long time of consideration, Gorjin accepted the request. Even if he cannot do anything, I don't feel like giving him food. But since it's your request, I will accept it. But once your conversation is over, I am going to starve him, Gorjin explained. Thank you, Li Shin replied. In the evening, Li Shin went back to the underground prison. The two parted again, exchanging only formalities. If you come inside, the security is a lot weaker than you think, thought Li Shin. It could be seen as a harmful effect of the development of Hextech. There were problems that arose from trying to solve everything using technology rather than manpower. The security of the underground prison was almost totally concentrated at the entrance. That meant when someone passed through the entrance and came inside, there was a fairly big gap in security. The security was sloppy. Surveillance cameras were practically the only thing they had to monitor what was going on inside. Of course, that could also mean they were confident that the prisoners would not be able to escape. Li Shin waited for night to fall. And then, there came a series of beeping noises. Beep, 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 beep. The sound of a warning echoed through the castle again. What's going on? The enemies have invaded. This time, it's the undeads. There was a much greater disturbance than when the ogres and other tribes had previously invaded. How the hell did they get in here? Gorjin shouted. The undeads are attacking the castle. We have to get Titan on the move. This time, it was not an attack outside the walls, but an attack inside the Jerpain citadel. The goblins started to panic because the chaos was inside this time. Li Shin took advantage of the ruckus and entered the underground prison. His mana pattern was still registered, and upon entering, Li Shin unfolded his previously laid mana field. The surveillance devices were disrupted by Li Shin's mana power and he went straight to the lowest floor of the underground prison to meet Baek Hyun. Frozen. Crack crack. Li Shin's mana penetrated through the prison bars. At the same time, a white frost spread over them. Li Shin kicked the frozen bars with all his might. Bomb! Baek Hyun, who saw the bar shatter, looked at Li Shin emotionally. You can speak now, Li Shin said. Master! Baek Hyun shouted in excitement. Baek Hyun was so relieved now that he cried out to Li Shin. It was so frustrating for Baek Hyun that he could not say anything to Li Shin who was standing right in front of his eyes. It was like the pain of being in shackles. Tuk-tuduk. The shackles that tied up Baek Hyun fell to the ground. They were cut off by Li Shin's mana. Baek Hyun could not move his body immediately because he did not have enough strength in his body. Take this. Li Shin handed over Baek Hyun's weapons and a map that was stored in the warehouse of the citadel. Oh, what is this? Baek Hyun asked. This is where the titans are stored. All of them may have already been dispatched, but there might be some under repair or waiting to be called. So finish them up and join me, Li Shin explained. Wait, what about you? Baek Hyun asked. I'm going to destroy the destroyer, Li Shin said. The plan was set in motion, and Li Shin had no time to lose. After delivering his instructions to Baek Hyun, Li Shin immediately began to leave the place. In addition to the map and his sword, Baek Hyun received a lower rank recovery potion. He hurriedly drank the potion and followed Li Shin out of the underground prison. Li Shin had disappeared, and Baek Hyun scratched his head while looking at the map. I can't really tell even if I'm looking at the map. Is it here? Baek Hyun decided to trust his intuition and started walking. There was a cellar that was located not too far from the underground prison. Gorjin rushed there and put his bracelet on the wall in front of the door to the cellar. Beep. A red laser scanned his bracelet and the door opened for Gorjin to enter. Thud. There was a huge chamber in the cellar, and a huge, overbearing destroyer hidden there. Gorjin looked at the destroyer that was standing beyond the transparent glass wall and smiled as he stood on the footstool. Beep beep. Scanning. Searching for the mana wave. Checking. Beep beep beep. An abnormal mana wave has been detected. The security level will be enhanced. The mana blockade will be activated throughout the cellar. Huh? What's going on? The frustrated Gorjin looked around urgently. Hey you. Gorjin called out. When Gorjin turned around, there was a very familiar face. Li Shin had been standing behind Gorjin. A mana blockade? That's a little annoying, Li Shin murmured, looking at the ceiling where the sound of the machine was coming from. At that moment, Gorjin's sword rushed toward Li Shin. Adat novel bin adat. Keek? How dare you follow me? Did you try to locate the destroyer? Gorjin shouted in anger. What if I did? Li Shin asked back. Chang. Li Shin and Gorjin's swords clashed and bounced off. Gorjin paused momentarily because he was surprised by Li Shin's power. It is a prejudice to think that wizards are weak, Li Shin said. #strength, 55, plus 47. The strength of Li Shin was already over 100, and he was stronger than any of the challengers on the lower floors. Gorjin, who was one of the strongest goblins, could not beat Li Shin with his strength. Keek, kick, but still, you're just a wizard. There's nothing you can do since mana is blocked. Gorjin laughed at Li Shin. Despite the fact that he was thrown out by physical force, Gorjin still seemed quite relaxed. Tick. Suddenly, a barrier sprang up between the two. It was triggered by Gorgon's signal as if he had been prepared for this kind of situation. Kikik, try breaking it through with that superior power. Gorgon mocked Li Xin and stood on the footstool again. Tisk, you are mistaken, that hextech is greater than mana, Li Xin said. The mana in Li Xin's body was loosed at once and attracted all the mana power that was around him. You can't stop mana with this crappy technology, Li Xin muttered. The surrounding atmosphere had become turbulent, and the mana field that separated the two started to fluctuate. The mana waves in that scene suddenly began to change rapidly and hit the entire chamber as if there was a typhoon. Kwang? Li Xin's mana wave broke the barrier and burst the mana blockade that stopped the flow of mana in the space. If he could not move his own mana, he could simply move the mana that remained in the atmosphere. Originally, it was something that could only be done by a magus. However, Li Xin was a great wizard. In addition, Li Xin's enlightenment and knowledge were deeper than before. However, one unfortunate thing was that his body was not prepared for a rebound. For the first time in a long time, Li Xin felt all his mana blood vessels twitching. His mana class had risen to level 3, and he even acquired the divine status and chaos. Overall, his basic stats had increased considerably. Fortunately, Li Xin could withstand a very brief rebound of the transcendental stage. Tisk. There were multiple layers of security. During the last invasion, Li Xin had sent a demon to find out about the location of this place. However, since the demon could not enter due to security, Li Xin tried to sneak in this time to disable the destroyer by following Gorgon. If there had not been the warp portal, Li Xin could have succeeded. Li Xin could see Gorgon boarding the destroyer in the warp. He felt bitter. Now that things had already gone down the wrong path, Li Xin had no other option but to confront the destroyer face to face. Li Xin thought for a moment that he should have raided Gorgon, but he soon realized that it was meaningless. Gorgon had an artifact that protected him. If the raid had failed, Li Xin might have had to face an all-out war with the entire population in the Jerpain. I mean, I don't think it will be that difficult anyway. If they just cleared the stage so ignorantly, they would end up missing something. Amazing, I did not expect you to break through the mana blockade, Gorgon said. Li Xin could hear Gorgon's voice in the destroyer. Bring it on, Li Xin said. Keek. The undeads are constantly coming. Don't die, Keek. If you die, that devil will turn us into undeads. Who are you calling the devil? Mei cried, offended. Haha, hey, devil. Summon more of the undeads, Wari laughed next to him. Hurry up and do something with these guys. Gundo shouted, blocking the attack of the two titans. What's that skeleton? He's so strong, Baekhyun asked. Baekhyun had failed to find the titan's location, and so he just came onto the battlefield. There was an undead showing tremendous dignity, wielding a huge club on one side. It was a skeleton ogre. What are you doing here? Why are you bothering the master? I know, why did the weak guy come all the way here? Mei and Wari, who had already heard about Baekhyun from Li Xin, stared at Baekhyun. Hey, I've already regretted it a lot. I am never going to challenge the hell level again. Even though Baekhyun said that he would never come back to such a place because he was sick and tired of it, he was completely slaughtering his enemies. He could handle them pretty well, perhaps because he had already dealt with the titans once before. Baekhyun was successfully disabling them one at a time. But wasn't Mei a wizard? Were you a necromancer? Baekhyun asked. These undeads are master's undeads. I'm just temporarily controlling them. Mei did not like how he was constantly misunderstood as a necromancer. Hung. Kwang? What's that? Coop. Something huge came flying and smashed into the floor. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. A cloud of dust sprung up in an instant, obscuring the view of the battlefield. Master. Li Xin landed as if he was falling from the air. The situation on the battlefield was more impressive than he thought. Li Xin thought it would be difficult for the undeads here because there were many mechanized soldiers. However, that was not true. These goblins could not stop them with only titans and not the destroyer. Coop, the destroyer, buried in the ground, groaned and rose slowly. That once extraordinary sight of the destroyer was nowhere to be seen now that its body was broken all over. It's not over yet. Gorgon said. No, it's over, Li Xin replied. There was already the shadow of death hanging over Gorgon. Death came close to him. Gorgon was also fairly injured, because even the steering room inside the Black Titan's body had been affected by the damage. Swoosh. Walk. In Li Xin's eyes, everyone on the battlefield had disappeared and only Gorgon remained. A young Gorgon appeared, hammering in his work clothes. Hurry up, Gorgon. A soldier demanded. Keek, this won't work better just because you're in a hurry. Gorgon replied. Even if it doesn't, make it work. We don't have much time. The soldier rushed him. Keek, okay, Gorgon answered. After that soldier left, Gorgon stopped working and took out something he had been hiding and started working on that instead. I don't have much time left, Gorgon muttered. Days passed and the deadline that the soldier had mentioned was approaching. It's finally done? Keek. Gorgon began to connect the parts that had been separated into several pieces. This machine looked somewhat familiar to Li Xin. The black machine looked very much like the destroyer. However, the size was only a little larger than humans. Gorgon had entered the machine and tried to escape. Gorgon's mini-titan, which presented an outstanding power, succeeded in escaping past the enemies. Gorgon fled to a mountain path that no one had ever reached. There, by chance, Gorgon discovered the Mountain Vital Force, MVF, which contained a lot of energy. The goblins lived a short distance away. With their help, Gorgon had created the destroyer of his dreams, powered by the MVF. Meanwhile, Gorgon heard that the goblin tribes were kidnapped by other tribes and they were sacrificed as offerings to the gods. Gorgon went with the destroyer, saving the goblins and built them a village where the MVF had been. Time passed by very fast. The village grew to become the Jerpain citadel, and Gorgon became the lord. However, other tribes had invaded Jerpain and so their village collapsed. In front of Gorgon was the ogre who led those tribes and a familiar-looking soldier standing next to the ogre. So, this is where you were hiding, Gorgon, the soldier said. Did you chase me all this way? That's annoying, Gorgon replied. The soldier took Gorgon out of the half-destroyed destroyer, locking him up, and made him invent a hexstack machine. You can't run away, the soldier said. Walk. The scene changed again at the end of the soldier's words. There was a half-destroyed destroyer in front of Li Shin's eyes, similar to the one he had seen a while ago, and Li Shin could see Gorgon, looking helpless. Crunch. As he who knows death, Li Shin was able to see the past of those who were dying. He saw the atrocities of the gods through these lives. Li Shin gnashed his teeth. The behaviors of gods who thought they were acting in justice and truth made Li Shin shake in anger. Li Shin thought of his own past, those unforgettable experiences of the past. Li Shin, who could no longer forget anything, recalled his old misfortunes. And on top of these misfortunes, Gorgon's figure overlapped. Until the end, Gorgon was trying to move the destroyer in defiance, as if he had not given up yet. When Li Shin tried to terminate Gorgon, Li Shin felt dirty, as if he had become a pawn of the gods. Nevertheless, Li Shin decided to finish everything. Thunderbolt. Kugugung. A huge thunderbolt fell over the destroyer in the dark cloudy sky. Someday, I will relieve your sorrow, Li Shin muttered. The thunderbolt struck the destroyer's body. It was struggling to stand, but it finally collapsed on the ground, motionless. The destroyer has been completely defeated. Gorgon has been defeated. 97% of Jerpain's power has been disabled. Jerpain has collapsed. You have cleared the 5th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. You have achieved 158,550 points. You have received 158,550 points. Your health point has increased by 3,555. Your mana power has increased by 12,300. Your strength has increased by 6. Your agility has increased by 4. Your intelligence has increased by 13. Your dominance has increased by 8. You have acquired the Mountain Vital Force, MVF. You have acquired the structural blueprints of the Castle Lead Class Titan, Destroyer. Li Shin arrived at the waiting area on the 6th floor. He looked around the quiet place. There were definitely far fewer people here compared to the 5th floor. That was because many people have already gone up. The 6th floor was not particularly difficult. At that time, Baek Hyun appeared in front of Li Shin. He was just teleported to the waiting area. Baek Hyun looked puzzled when he encountered Li Shin. Master, Baek Hyun said. SHHH, just follow me, Li Shin said quietly. Li Shin cautioned Baek Hyun by putting his index finger to his mouth. He brought Baek Hyun to a quiet place because Li Shin did not want to make a fuss or attract other people's attention. Tell me what happened, Li Shin said. Well, Baek Hyun explained what had happened at Li Shin's interrogation. As Li Shin listened to Baek Hyun's story, he also briefly told him how he came to rescue Baek Hyun. Thanks to you, I'm alive. Baek Hyun thanked him. Baek Hyun drooped his shoulders in despair. What Li Shin had warned the challengers about was not to be so conceited that they wound up helpless and dead. However, Baek Hyun had nothing to say because he did exactly that, not long after he went up. I'm sorry, Baek Hyun said quietly. Why would you do that then? And it's not that you don't have what it takes. It's just that you're being too reckless. If you had been a little more careful and strategized with other tribes, it would not have been something impossible for you to handle. Li Shin paused, then continued his explanation, and if I had made a good strategy with the heterogeneous group of tribes, it wasn't impossible. That was what Li Shin really thought. In the first place, no other challenger had the overwhelming power he had, and thus would not be able to use the same strategy as he did. It was obvious that the other tribes were introduced so the challengers could persuade them to combine their power and defeat Jerpain together. However, the moment Li Shin saw the altar, he could not make them his allies. A god who sucks the life out of creatures. The altar had a mark of that damn god. From the moment he saw it, Li Shin did not trust those tribes. What did you get as your reward? Li Shin asked. Reward? Oh, I got a blueprint for building the Titans, Baek Hyun replied. Baek Hyun showed Li Shin the blueprint that he received. Li Shin pondered. This was not even comparable to the blueprint of the Destroyer, but the blueprint of these basic Titans was, in its own way, more useful than the blueprint of the Destroyer. The Destroyer could not be made without the Mountain Vital Force, and even if the MVF were available, it would have been more of a pain, because he needed a hexstack engineer. However, it was much easier to obtain materials and builders to build Titans than the Destroyer. Did you also acquire hexstack skills? Li Shin asked. No, did they give you that skill as well? Baek Hyun asked. Then I'll take this from you. Li Shin took away the blueprint. What? But why Master? Baek Hyun looked surprised. Baek Hyun never thought that Li Shin would take away his reward like this. Are you being serious? Baek Hyun asked. To be honest, Baek Hyun was not entitled to claim this reward. Li Shin was the one who defeated Jerpain and dealt with the destroyer, and he even saved Baek Hyun. However, Baek Hyun, who experienced Titan's power, really wanted the blueprint. That was why Baek Hyun could not easily give up the blueprint. You can't even use it anyway, Li Shin said. I mean, I can sell. Baek Hyun muttered. How much were you going to sell it for? Li Shin asked. Baek Hyun's eyes widened when he thought Li Shin was trying to buy it with his points. Well, since you're my master, I'll give you a discount. Baek Hyun was interrupted. No, the price for your life, Li Shin said. What? Baek Hyun asked. I paid for it by saving your life. Is this more expensive than your life? Li Shin asked. Baek Hyun was speechless at Li Shin's words. Take it. Baek Hyun muttered. I'll use it well, Li Shin replied. Baek Hyun's shoulders dropped again as he saw the blueprint disappearing into Li Shin's arms. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The news about the two people's ranking update became a hot topic in the community and naturally reached the ears of Kim Kong-chan and his group. Hashtag Kong Ji-hoon, hey, what happened? Did you really clear the hell level? Hashtag Baek Hyun, yeah, that's what happened. Hashtag Kong Ji-hoon, that's awesome. Did you really clear the hell level? I heard that your ranking was updated at the same time as the master. How did that happen? Hashtag Baek Hyun, master saved me. Hashtag Kong Ji-hoon, what do you mean he saved you? The 5th floor is a solo stage. Hashtag Baek Hyun, well. Hashtag Park Hye-won, hey, you idiot. I was so worried. Did you really challenge the hell level? Hashtag Baek Hyun, yes. Well I mean. Hashtag Ji Eunju, Apae, I thought something happened to you, sob. Hashtag Baek Hyun, I'm sorry Eunju. Don't cry. Baek Hyun was not able to keep up with the flood of messages from his friends. Others were already in the process of climbing the tower, so they could not send him a message. And since Li Shin did not usually check his messages, Baek Hyun had to deliver his news to them as well. Baek Hyun, who had been struggling with the messages for a long time, slumped to his seat. Li Shin had already gone up to the next floor. But I've gained a lot this time, Baek Hyun muttered. Aside from the blueprint of Titan, the rest of the rewards that he received were good enough. Li Shin had said that it did not matter even if a challenger took more time to clear a floor. Baek Hyun clenched his fist and went into the community to check the date. 11/03320. They had less than a month before the dimension gate opened. He had to climb as many floors as he could before that date. I shall get going, Baek Hyun muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have entered the 10th floor. Advance to the top 32 at Gret Seal to be qualified to go to the next world. The Gret Seal was a tower so tall that it seemed to have no end, penetrating the clouds. There was also a huge stadium complex that was built around the tower. Gret Seal was both the name of the tower and the name of the entire stadium. Additionally, the competition that was held in this location was also called Gret Seal. It was a gateway that a challenger had to pass through to move on to the next world. Thousands of people gathered to watch this competition. Hello, my name is Felix, the host of this episode of Gret Seal. Now that the finals are finally underway, we can see a lot of really great contestants this time. The audience can look forward to a great spectacle. With the circular tower in the center, there were 4 stadiums located facing 4 directions, north, south, east, and west. Felix appeared on the screen inside each stadium and began the process. So, we had many talented people participate in this episode. Do you know how many participants we had? We had 5,327 participants. It was much more than. Before the game started, Felix tried to warm the audience up. The audience already knew that this episode was different from the previous episodes. At novel bin at. I heard Bax, the Dragon Knight, will be coming out this time. Who cares if there's a Dragon Knight this time? Zarkin, the descendant of Dragon Slayer, is coming out this time. Aren't they natural enemies? Hey, kid. Who did you come to cheer for this time? I'm cheering for Damon, the Flame Wizard. It's so cool when the fire explodes. I see. Damon is pretty strong, too. Isn't Damon the best wizard out of all the ones who have participated this time? Tisk tisk, you don't know anything man. There's a rumor that there's a wizard who saved the Dark Frost Troll tribe. Really? The wizard who deals with death? Yes, there is a rumor that he is the apostle of the god of death. What? He's an apostle? Why is such a great person still here? Well, we don't know yet. It could just be a rumor. Only 64 out of more than 5,000 participants progressed to the finals. Many of the finalists already had quite a reputation. Or they had gained fame by catching the audience's eyes with their outstanding performance in the preliminary round. The reason why so many outstanding participants have participated in this Gret Seal, and the reason why 5,327 participants gathered this time, will be revealed now. On the screen, Felix was presenting a long wooden case. Felix lifted the wooden case and brought it close to the camera. This contains the prize that the winner of this episode of Gret Seal will receive. And that is, when Felix, who seemed ready to open it at any moment, hesitated, the audience booed him. What are you doing? Here we go again. I'm sick of that trick. Just open it already? Are you kidding me? I can't wait to see that brilliant figure. Despite the boos of the audience, Felix seemed to be already used to it. Therefore he seemed very relaxed, having no care for their reactions. Felix opened the wooden case very slowly. As the lid of the wooden case opened, people could see a pure, beautiful white sword. Its elegance was palpable, capturing the attention of everyone who saw it. Most of the audience wondered how much more amazing it would be if they saw it in person. You're all dumbfounded? That's right. This sword is the holy sword of a saintess. This sword is not used to kill people, but a life-giving sword that saves the dead. This is martyr? Whoa. With Felix's introduction, the cheers of the audience rang throughout the entire huge Gretseal stadium. It was a sword made by a saintess at the cost of her whole life. Martyr was a bow sword that got its name from the saintess's sacrifice. This sword could not cut or stab any living creature. Only the dead could be brought back to life with this sword. Now, we are presenting the greatest prize ever won at Gretseal, and that's how competitive this round will be. However, there will be only one contestant who can take the martyr. Who will it be? Soon, the long-awaited competition will begin. Whoa. There were loud shouts, and countless people gathered. It was a brilliant opening ceremony and the crowd was fired up. The best prize. The most number of contestants recorded in history. This time, Gretseal drew people's attention more than ever. Asterisk. Clomp 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 clomp. The sound of footsteps filled the quiet corridor. Squeak. The door opened, and a person wearing a black robe came in and sat down in the waiting room for the contestants. The man gave off a dull aura, and the cold atmosphere in the room became even colder. Hey there, Mr. Wizard. A man with sharp eyes, lightly dressed, suddenly stood up, and approached the man who was wearing the black robe. What's that? A cold voice came. A man in the robe pulled out his wand and pointed. You're so sensitive. Why don't you put down that wand? Are you confident you can handle it? The man with sharp eyes asked. You must want to die already, the man in the robe replied. Whoa, I'm finally in the finals, but I don't want to die yet. Let's stop, the voice answered. Despite the man's willingness to surrender, the wand of the man in the robe remained the same. You're he who knows death, aren't you? Asked the sharp-eyed man, Dexter. At Dexter's words, everyone else in the room stared at the two. Small quarrels were commonly seen here, but the quarrels between those two were different. Dexter was one of the contestants with a high chance of winning this competition, and he who knows death was in no way inferior. These two were heavyweights. Dexter smirked with a confident look. The man in the robe did not answer, but Dexter nodded as if that alone had been an answer. Dexter laughed. I guess I'm right. If you say one more word, you'll die, the man in the robe replied. The black mana that gathered to the tip of the man in the robe's wand seemed to match death well. The other contestants glanced sharply at the two. There seemed to be a competition between the wizard who was said to deal with death and Dexter who did not look discouraged at all. It was beneficial for others to know even a little of their abilities in advance. 1. Whoa! Dexter opened his mouth. Hung. As soon as Dexter's mouth opened, the black mana spun violently and sprang from the tip of the wand. Quang? RD. Dexter, who was smiling and talking with a playful face, disappeared from his seat with a frightened face. As a result, the mana fired by the man in the robe flew toward another participant. However, the contestant's attention was turned to Dexter, who had disappeared and now popped out. He disappeared into the shadows as if he went underground, and appeared among other participants a little farther from where he was originally. No one knows death as well as I do, the man in the robe spoke to Dexter who had just fled. I see that death is attached to your shadow, the man in the robe said. Oh really? That's so scary, Dexter replied. The wand of the man in the robe was filled with deadlier mana than before. An energy of pure determination to kill the enemy gathered in the air. The other participants who saw that were convinced that the man in the robe was he who knows death. Die, the man in the robe muttered. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, a warning sound came from the waiting room. Both contestants should stop fighting immediately. The competition will start soon. Please refrain from battling outside of the stadium. You may be eliminated at the referee's discretion. At Felix's words, the bloodthirst in the man in the robe's wand disappeared in an instant. Dexter shrugged, as he breathed an exaggerated sigh of relief. I guess I'm not dead yet. Dexter laughed at the man in the robe. You will die out there, the man in the robe replied, pointing to the stadium on the screen. Oh, I'm so scared. And I'm the first one. Let's see if I'm going to die. Later, Dexter left the waiting room. Dexter continued to speak playfully. The man in the robe, who was perhaps angry, moved away from the waiting room to another place. And the once tense waiting room eased in an instant. The man who got hit by the black mana a while back looked at his blackened palm and muttered. This is interesting. The life-giving sword, and life-taking sword, are a dual concept in some styles of swordsmanship. Their meaning is commonly related to choosing between killing and letting live, or between attacking and counter-attacking. There seem to be many unknown strong contestants in the finals this time. They caused a lot of variables in the preliminary round. Thanks to the wails of those who lost their points, I could not sleep well these days. Ha ha ha. The 17th game of the round of 64 was about to start at the North Stadium. Two men had come up to the field. One was a lightly dressed swordsman, and another one was a knight in armor. Now, the 17th game will soon begin. We have already finished more than half of the round of 64. We have got a lucky swordsman here with us today, having miraculously advanced from the preliminary round. Boo boo boo. You're just lucky. You're going to fail this time. The knight I was cheering for had failed to advance because of you. The audience booed and criticized Tagat, who was on the field. How could a man with no fame or skills get to the finals in such an episode that had drawn so much attention? In the preliminary round, several people who were major contenders for the finals had fought against each other and destroyed themselves. And Tagat, who took that chance to knock them down when they were weak, advanced to the finals. Tagat was not a particularly appealing contestant to an audience who wanted to see a fun game. However, even among such an audience, there were people cheering for Tagat. Mas. Tagat? Let's go, Tagat. Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you cheering? Tisk, what are you cheering for? Whether you cheer or not, the result will be the same. Is your head for decoration? What did you say? Do you really want to fight, you big head? What did you just say? Do you really want to die? Hey, it's noisy, so if you're going to fight, go outside and fight. Who cares about Tagat? Are they cheering for the guy who's gonna die next because they're skeletons? Ha ha ha, that's a new way of cheering. When the audience near them got mad at them, the two who were cheering for Tagat closed their mouths, glared at each other and then turned to the field. At that time, the opponent was coming up to the field. The opponent of Tagat is Hoppen, a strong man who's also referred to as the Knight of the Iron Wall. Whoa, Hoppen, Hoppen, Hoppen. Just kill him, Hoppen. Are you going to let that fool stay in the finals? Show him what you got, Hoppen. Unlike Tagat, Hoppen received a lot of cheers. I guess I'm lucky this time. I can't believe I get to face someone like you in the finals, Hoppen muttered. Hey mister, don't let your guard down, that's how you're going to lose, Tagat replied. Ha ha ha, do you think an ogre will die from being careless in front of a goblin? Hoppen laughed at Tagat. I have seen a goblin win against an ogre, Tagat said. I have never heard such a funny thing before. You are a funny guy, Hoppen replied. If you don't want to believe me, you don't have to. But remember, that stereotype is blinding you, Tagat warned him. Haha, I was wondering how you came up all the way here, but you must have come up with your mouth. I will let you know that this is a place where you compete with your skills, Hoppen replied. Hoppen, the knight with a helmet, drew his sword. At the same time, Tagat raised his sword in a slightly clumsy position. Well, since both of our contestants seem to be ready, should we get started? Alright then, let's begin the 17th game of the round of 64. Da-dum, a harsh drum sound signaled the start of the game. Hoppen, the contestant referred to as Iron Knight, rushed towards Tagat and struck his sword. Tagat avoided Hoppen's attack by a hair's breadth and then made a counterattack that brushed past Hoppen's helmet. Hoppen flinched and fixed his posture because he was surprised by Tagat's reaction speed. Tagat was faster than expected. You're pretty good. So it wasn't just luck that brought you all the way here? Hoppen asked. Bring it on, Tagat said. I will, Hoppen replied. Hoppen's sword rushed towards Tagat again. Chang, Chang, Chang. There was a series of clashes between the two contestants, and the audience's enthusiasm heated up in the fierce battle between the two. What's going on? Tagat is fighting better than I thought. Wait, was it not by luck then? No way, is Tagat going to win? Will he win again? Shut up, you guys don't know anything about the sword. Look at the difference in the skill level between the two. Look at how Tagat wields his sword. He seems to have good physical ability, but his swordsmanship is lacking. He will never be able to beat Hoppen with such swordplay. Before the start of the game, almost all of the audience predicted Hoppen's victory. However, now that the game was at its peak, people had changed their minds about the odds, from 10:0 to 8.5:1.5. Most audiences still thought that Hoppen would eventually win. You're pretty good, but you still have a long way to go. Hoppen was able to block all of Tagat's attacks as if he could expect what was coming, except for the first move. It was difficult for Tagat to break through Hoppen's weak points, because Hoppen was known for his defensive swordsmanship. On the other hand, Hoppen's sword was gradually closing in, creating wounds on Tagat's body little by little. Kup. Tagat's left arm was cut a little deep, and a groan came out of his mouth. Tagat's arm almost flew away after being struck by Hoppen's attack, but he managed to escape with excellent reflexes and strong physical ability, stepping back. There was a sigh of regret in the audience as people were watching the scene, and the two skeletons who were cheering for Tagat uttered a rough shout. That bastard. I'll tear his limbs apart right now, then your skull will break down first. You stupid bonehead. Whoa, I was just too into it for a moment. What I just said was unseemly of chivalry. What the fuck are you saying? Shut up. But I told him several times that he has to keep his center of gravity low in that situation. Huh? What is he doing? If you go in like that, oh, man. No, put your right foot back. And have your upper body turn diagonally? The skeleton shouted and hit his abdominal bone out of frustration. You're really fucked up. The skeleton next to him shook his head. In proportion to the soaring enthusiasm of the audience, the confrontation between the two in the stadium was also getting fiercer. It would have been normal if the two men fell down in exhaustion by this point. However, the two were on fire, and far from exhaustion. Hey mister, it must be hard because you're old. Why don't you just give up? Tagat suggested. No way, I'm still fine. Hoppen replied. It was a situation in which the tension between the two men was at its peak. The fight looked fierce on the outside, but Tagat's entire body was already far from normal because he was battered. Tagat's right arm, which was blocking Hoppen's sword, instantly stiffened. After seeing Tagat's trembling arms, Hoppen thought Tagat was already at his limit, and Hoppen's calculated move worked out. His mana flowed through his sword, and stimulated Tagat's muscles. The small gap between the sword and Tagat was the crux to determining the winner of this fight. I won, Hoppin thought he won. Oh my. However, right before his sword could reach Tagat's heart, Hoppin slipped on the small stones on the ground and lost his balance. Parts of the field were smashed and fragments of rock were formed during the fight between the two. The stones reversed the crucial moment. Hoppin's sword passed between Tagat's neck and shoulders, not his heart. And Tagat, who did not miss the opportunity, penetrated Hoppin's abdomen with his sword. Koopa! Hoppin, who had never been hit by a valid hit, collapsed and vomited blood, due to this single, successful attack. In the face of such an unexpected situation, the audience looked at the field with blank expressions, and soon the sound of drums announced the end of the game. Whoa, that was crazy! How did he win? What happened to Hoppin all of a sudden? I think he slipped when he stepped on the stones. Ugh, you idiot! How can you lose to Toget? What the hell are you doing? What are you going to do with my points? How can you call yourself the Knight of the Iron Wall? Most of the audience at the gambling house placed their bets on Hoppin, and they did not think there would be any surprise this time. The fight was one-on-one and the opponent was the Knight of the Iron Wall. However, in yet another unexpected twist, the winner was Tagat. Oh no, my points. This doesn't count? How can you step on the stones and slip at this very important moment? Tagat? I love you, Tagat. I love you so much. Yay, he won? Tagat won? I'm rich now. There were people who gambled with reverse bets wherever they went. Tagat's dividend payout was incredibly high compared to Hoppin, and people could sweep home points if he won. And very few people in the audience have succeeded in gambling. Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. LOL, are you really? Anyway, let's hurry up and go. Alright. The two skeletons, who had been cheering for Tagat since the beginning of the game, left the stadium and headed to the gambling house. The gambling house was in a state of chaos. After Tagat's victory, many people were crying on the floor because they had lost their money. Tisk, idiots. Of course Tagat would win. Can't they see that? Shut up. Let's just hurry up and get our points. The two skeletons exchanged points. Wow, how did you guys think of putting so many points on Tagat? Did you guys gamble? What do you mean? Tagat is much stronger even at first glance. You think Tagat is much stronger? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and give us the points. Okay, I'll check your identity first. May, Worry. Okay, that's right. Here, take these. May and Worry received a currency that could be exchanged for points. They put them in their arms and returned. Ugh, it's too bad that the maximum is to bet 3,000p at once. If we could put more in, we would have swept all the points. Was the dividend rate 21 times this time? It's much less than I thought. Was Tagat overrated in the preliminary round? As the two left the gambling house muttering, there was a moment of silence in the gambling house. And some of the people who were sitting on the floor exchanged glances, got up and left the gambling house. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you okay? Tagat asked, helping the fallen Hoppin. It was not something the guy who just stabbed him in the stomach would normally say, but unless he had done a fatal wound that could cripple the opponent in the combat, the referee did not consider him as the winner. It was because of that. Thank you, Hoppin replied. Please go and get treated, Tagat said. All right, I will. And now I can take your word for it, Hoppin muttered. What do you mean? Tagat asked. The fact that a goblin can also beat an ogre, Hoppin explained. Tagat could not believe that Hoppin was saying that in this situation. Tagat laughed and whispered in his ear. It's not a goblin, Tagat whispered. What? Hoppin looked at Tagat with surprise when he heard what Tagat said. The game is over? The winner is Tagat. What a surprise! It is happening again in the finals? Maybe Tagat is a strong man? Dear contestants, please step aside, said Felix. The officials came up and escorted Hoppin away, and Tagat went down and left the stadium to the cheers of the audience. Now, the next game will be played soon. The next contestant is Callan, one of the most talked about people in this competition. Many people think of him as a wizard who knows death. Tagat went inside and saw Callan waiting for the next game. You are a lucky guy, Callan said to Tagat as he passed by. Well, you're not lucky, Tagat replied. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm gonna lose this game? Callan asked. Good luck, Tagat replied. Callan frowned at Tagat's words. Callan wanted to grab him and question him, but he could not do that because the game was about to start. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. May and Worry came out of Gret Seal to use the points they just won. With this amount of points, I can finally buy a mana book that I have been wanting for so long. Tisk, don't do that. You should buy a weapon instead. Since ancient times, weapon wielders have been one with their weapon. Hey there, you must have earned a lot of points. There's no place for those who only have bones to use points. Why don't you share some of your points? At novel bin at. Most of the audience was in Gret Seal because the game was still on. Therefore, it was very quiet outside. However, suddenly, a group of people appeared and surrounded the two. The two skeletons looked at them calmly even though they were in a dangerous situation. Let's share the points. Are these yours? Sharing is caring. That's right, what's good is good. But I don't do that with weak people. May smirked at the ridiculous words. Did you call us weak? You skeletons must be crazy. Says you who earned points because that idiot Tagat was lucky enough to win the battle. The strongest looking man in the group came forward and laughed at the two. The skeletons looked weak in the eyes of the man. It was ridiculous for them to have won so many points from a single round. In a 20-2 situation, he knew to consider what his next steps are after the fight instead of just fighting them. I will have to deal with these two first in order to take the biggest portion of their points. Running away with the points would be my worst move. It will be tough if I have to deal with the other guys after. Greg, who was eliminated from the preliminary round of the tournament, took out his sword, trying to think through the situation in advance. What did you just say? Suddenly, the skeleton's voice got low and serious. The aura of the skeleton in a robe changed in an instant. You idiot, there are things you can say and others that you cannot, said a horned skeleton as he stared at Greg. What? For someone who would have been overthrown by humans if it weren't for Gret Seal. You guys have a lot to say. Greg thought they were angry because he insulted them, but that was not it. Swoosh. Worry's sword slipped out smoothly, and when Greg saw that, he gave him a cold stare. A swordsman could tell how capable the swordsman is just by looking at the way the individual drew one's sword. Greg could tell that this skeleton was no doubt a swordsman with a decent level of competency. You will not be able to escape death easily. May's eyes were blackened. The dark, dull mana from May stretched out in all directions and eroded the surrounding space. The group of people surrounding the two could feel the bloodthirst, hostility, and malice just by being in the same space as them. How dare you say that to my Moss? Tagat. I'll make you regret swearing at him, May said. There was an instantaneous reversal in the atmosphere. The gamblers could feel themselves getting suffocated. This bloodthirst of the undead was unfamiliar to them. Shit. Greg's face twisted in agony. Greg just could not understand how a skeleton could handle this level of mana. Even Greg himself, who thought he got eliminated in the preliminary round because of bad luck, was finding this situation very uncomfortable. How pathetic, May muttered, looking down on them all. May could not believe how these people would decide to pick up a fight if they were going to lose their fighting spirit so easily. Is it my turn now? Worry walked toward Greg with the sword on his shoulder. If you want to survive, you better answer our questions sincerely, Worry warned them. Coop. Do not try to run away, and you'll have to think carefully. If you hesitate for a moment and answer late, I'll cut your throat right away, Worry said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now, it's time for the round of 32. It's already been a week since the round of 64 ended. We had a hard time preparing for the next rounds. Ha ha ha, there are numerous strong contestants in the round of 32. More spectators came to watch the game than before, and equally many people were gambling with their points, predicting the winners and losers of the game. Here you go, it's 3,000 points. Oh, it's you again. Are we betting on Tagat again? The man in the gambling house asked. Of course, Tagat is the best. Ouch. Worry was interrupted by May. Be quiet, May muttered. May pushed Worry's head back, because he kept talking nonsense. May then received a slip. Why did the dividend decrease this time? The opponent is Bex, the Dragon Knight. Ha ha ha, of course, because Tagat showed his potential last time. Moreover, the Dragon Knight cannot bring the dragon to Gret Seal, so he will not be able to do his best. Tagat might find it easier to deal with him than Hoppin. May grabbed Worry by the back and left the gambling house. Something is weird, May muttered. What do you mean? Worry asked. That guy, he seemed to want other guys to bet more on Tagat, May explained. Isn't it because he thinks Tagat will lose? Worry asked again. Worry thought May was overthinking it. Does he have any information about the Dragon Knight? May and Worry joined the audience, and the round of 32 began. Tagat was going to play in the 9th game, and so until then, the two of them decided to watch the game to see how skilled the other contestants were. Ugh, that guy. How did he make it to the finals? If you're so great, then why didn't you join? Why would I participate? There are monsters there. If I can't get first place, it's better not to do it. Well, it's good that you know your place. What did you say? Do you want to fight me? Asterisk 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 at novel bin at. Finally, we will be having the 9th game of the round of 32. It's already halfway through and it's already the 9th game. In this round, we have Bex the Dragon Knight versus the lucky swordsman, Tagat. Everyone is paying attention and wondering if he will be lucky against Bex again. Tagat and Bex came up onto the field with cheers from the audience that filled the stadium. A lucky swordsman? That's funny, Bex laughed at Tagat. What's so funny? Tagat asked. Don't mess with me, because it won't work for me, Bex replied, pointing his spear at Tagat. The tension between Tagat and Bex is no joke. Who will be the winner? Let's get started. Bex's spear swiveled brilliantly and rushed toward Tagat. The burning mana gathered at the tip of the spear. Tagat's sword barely managed to block the spear and Tagat tried to counterattack. However, Tagat's sword bounced off when it was hit by the swinging spear. With a shout, Bex swung his spear as if he was going to cut Tagat in half. The strong wind swirled as if it was going to crush Tagat, and Bex's mana flame was heating up the air. Coop. Tagat gasped. Tagat tried to block Bex's spear with his sword, but with his clumsy and limited skills, Tagat failed to block it completely. Bex's spear slightly brushed Tagat's face. While the blood was dripping down his face, Tagat rotated his body at a strange angle and punched Bex's waist. You're too obvious, Bex muttered. As if Bex had forced this attack, Bex smirked. Tagat's fist had struck Bex exactly on the waist, but Bex had no reaction. It was as if Tagat had punched a solid rock. Wait, this is... Tagat clenched his teeth, pulling out his throbbing fist. It was a Dragonian. It was a special ability of a Dragon Knight to possess the physical ability of a dragon. Tagat seemed nervous when he saw Bex's spear approach him, because he did not expect a man on the 10th floor to be able to use the skill. Goodbye, you fool, Bex muttered. The very moment when the tip of Bex's spear was about to touch Tagat's neck along with the rippling mana power, Bex could sense something was going wrong. What's going on? In that brief moment, everything felt like it was slow motion to Bex, like he was watching a slow video. Tagat did not seem nervous at all, even though he was about to die. It seemed like Tagat did not think he was going to die. When Bex saw Tagat's calmness, Bex realized at that moment that something was going wrong. Kup. Swoosh. KO. Ugh. The sword that was struck at a strange angle touched Bex's neck before Bex's spear touched Tagat's. Bex kneeled on the floor with his neck pierced by Tagat's sword and looked blankly at Tagat. Bex did not even know what was going on in this situation. Oh no, you were trying to mess with me, but you could not even try it properly. Tagat laughed at him. You asked. Bex could not continue his speech due to the blood that was coming up. The next moment, Bex collapsed on the floor. Whoa. Wow, there was a loud cheer for Tagat. One by one, there became fans for Tagat, who created unexpected twists in such a fierce battle. What's going on here? Tagat? Tagat did it again. Wait, how is this possible? Wasn't Bex about to slash Tagat? What is happening? Why did Bex collapse and not Tagat? The audience was puzzled about the outcome of the game. There was no way that the audience could understand the situation when even Bex did not. Ah, he is so mean. Isn't he playing too harsh on the kids? Well, it's their fault that they are weak. Again, May and Wari collected 13 times the points they bet on Tagat. You guys are making quite a profit this time, said the broker at the gambling house. Here you go. May handed back all the points he had received. What's this? The broker asked. Is this enough to get the information on the guys who infiltrated here? The broker's face turned white. May thought that the informant at the Gret Seal was this information broker. I have no idea what you are talking about, the broker replied. Then, how about this? May offered more points. 80,000p. The broker stiffened when May offered an enormous amount of points. Your quick wit, the broker said. People say I'm smart, May replied. Take it. The broker handed them a sheet of paper. May and Wari hid the paper in their arms, and left the gambling house. Asterisk. Thud. The place was filled with the footsteps of countless people. The unidentified men in robes gathered around Tagat, who was training with his sword outside of Gret Seal. What's going on? Tagat's calm voice provoked the men in robes who were surrounding him. He got something just as we had expected. An old man, who stepped forward among the men in robes, looked at Tagat sharply, as if he was examining Tagat for his identity. Tagat had poor swordsmanship and limited ability. He was a swordsman who reached the round of 16 purely because of repeated luck. If your identity is uncertain, I will erase you. Just as the old man was observing Tagat, Tagat was doing the same thing on them. They came just as I expected. The group was a secret organization on the 10th floor. When he tried to proceed to the round of 16 after finishing the round of 32 in his past life, these people had appeared in front of him before. Aren't you afraid? All of these people are here to catch you, the old man said. What's scary about having hundreds of puppets? Tagat asked. Haha, you have great confidence. The old man laughed at Tagat. Boom! When the old man's cane hit the ground, his mana tied Tagat up. Tell me, what are you? The old man asked. I'll ask you first. Who are you guys? Tagat asked. Swoosh. All of a sudden, the black mana covered the entire space. The old man's mana power that had tied up Tagat was released and dismissed in an instant. Is this BBB black mana? The old man looked panicky. Tuk. At the same time, there were thin bones popping out of the ground. Kuah. The strange screams coming from the ground started to fill the whole place. You, Kup, how dare you? Even before anyone noticed, a black chain appeared and choked the old man. The old man could not resist at all. Didn't you say you were great in number? Tagat asked. Zeeing. Black mana hit the air and created a large portal in the shape of an oval. Krupp. Dozens of undeads walked out of the portal. Among the undeads, which exuded black energy, there was a particularly large skeleton that was roaring. Kurak? It was a monster that was 5 meters tall. His hideous figure was in full display. Is that an ogre? Damn it! Tagat was a necromancer. Oh man. How many do we have? It's a monster. There's no way. Malice was all over the place, and the eagerness to kill filled the entire space. The old man had a completely different expression than when he first came. The old man was staring directly at Tagat. You are? No way. Are you he who knows death? The old man asked. I really don't want to hear that cheesy title anymore, Tagat replied. Why though? Why did you hide your identity? The old man asked. Because I wanted you to approach me like this, Tagat explained. Li Xin, who was disguised as Tagat, released the hidden mana he had. Oh my, the old man gasped. Now let's talk again. Tell me who you are. Li Xin's black mana pressed the old man. Asterisk. You have advanced to the round of 16. You can give up and go up to the next floor. Will you give up? No, Li Xin replied. You will challenge the round of 16. The higher you rank, the more achievements you will gain. It was the same phrase that Li Xin had seen in his last life. So it's a black star, Li Xin muttered. There was a soul hovering around Li Xin. It was Xenon, a dark wizard who now became a demon because he was filled with resentment. Although the old man did not talk about his organization until the end, Li Xin did not have to borrow the mouth of a living person. So they are going after Martyr? Li Xin asked the demons. A demon, which looked like a lump of red fog, floated near Li Xin. Li Xin pressured Xenon with his ability to communicate with demons and his dominance stat that was now considerably high. The hostility and malice of this demon were now weighed down, and its fear came to the surface. A life-giving sword, Li Xin muttered. It was ridiculous that this type of sword could be gotten on the 10th floor. This sword was capable of saving the dead. There would be limitations, but even so, it was something one could only covet. Moreover, it was a sword with the power that could perfectly oppose the dark wizards who lived close to death. Li Xin could understand why they wanted to win this tournament so desperately. Master, Mei and Wari came to Li Xin and handed him a piece of paper. We have found their location, as well as their future plans, said Mei and Wari. Great job. Do whatever you want with the rest of the points, Li Xin said. All right, sir, they replied. After Mei and Wari had left, Li Xin was lost in his thoughts. The 10th floor was more important than any of the previous floors. Until the round of 32, Li Xin had pretended to be a swordsman by deceiving his enemies with his overwhelming abilities and mana control. However, Li Xin was slowly reaching his limit. Recalling his earlier conversation, Bex the Dragon Knight had to have noticed something was up with Li Xin. Li Xin had already earned enough points at the gambling house anyway. In addition, since the contact with the Dark Wizards sent from the Black Star had been lost, those from the Black Star would now doubt the identity of Tagat. Li Xin did not have to carry this false identity now that he no longer needed to hide. *****. We are finally starting the round of 16. Now only the strongest ones are left? Who will be the winner of Martyr? Gret Seal was heating up with excitement and thrill as they approached the round of 16. Tagat, one of the contestants who received enthusiastic cheers, climbed onto the field. The rising star of this competition, Tagat. And against him, the flame wizard, Damon? Damon came up to the field as well. There was a look of arrogance and confidence in his eyes, on top of cautiousness. There was a reason for that. I don't know what kind of trick you are going to play, but none of that will work on me, Tagat, Damon said. I'm tired of hearing the same thing, Tagat replied in an annoyed voice. Do you think it's the same? I'm different from those fakes you encountered earlier, because I'm the real deal, Damon explained. The flame wizard, Damon, was one of the contestants who was a hot favorite and expected to be the winner. There were several contestants who had melted because of his flames. There seems to be tension between the two. Will Tagat be able to show a miracle again? Or will Damon win this time without any surprises? Let the game begin? There will be no unexpected event. I will finish you with just one move, Damon shouted. A huge ball of flame formed in the sky. If that fell onto the stadium, Tagat would not only fail to block it, but the entire stadium would turn into ash. Yeah, of course. There won't be any unexpected events, Tagat replied. Li Xin scattered his mana all over the place, and the mana particles rapidly changed their properties. Huh? What's this? Damon looked surprised. Li Xin's mana clung to the flames that were gathered in the air. The air that was heated because of the flame began to cool down rapidly. Are you using mana? Huh? Where did you even learn mana? Are you trying to have a mana battle with me? Damon shouted. A mana battle? With you? There was a sneer on Tagat's face. Damon frowned when he saw Tagat sneer at him. However, under the increasing pressure of Tagat's mana, Damon had no choice but to realize that Tagat's words were not a bluff. Wuong. A cool mist began to form over the flames. Then, the sphere of flame, which was gradually getting smaller, exploded in the air. Kupak. Kuak. With the rebound, Damon's mana blood burst. He collapsed, vomiting blood. The audience could not understand what was going on even while watching the game. It was a situation in which their cognition could not keep up with the scene unfolding before their eyes. However, it did not take long for the cold air that fell on the stadium at Gret Seal to heat up again with the audience's enthusiasm. The cheers from the audience filled the entire North Stadium. The scene when Tagat, who was thought to have progressed to the round of 16 by luck, crushed Damon, the contestant many believed would be the winner, was a huge shock to the audience. Something you unexpected had no, there's been a ridiculous twist. Tagat, who was considered the lucky swordsman, was in fact a skillful wizard. He is so talented that he was able to corner Damon, the flame wizard. The audience is filled with thrill and excitement. Li Xin left the field with loud cheering in the background, and the match schedule appeared on the screen. Tagat versus Callan. Callan was the dark wizard who was sent from the Black Star to get the martyr. Li Xin could figure this out from the information that Mei and Wari had given him. Moreover, Li Xin knew that there would be an ambush before the quarterfinals began. The West Stadium of Gret Seal had only been used in the preliminary round and was now closed. Still, Li Xin entered. He sat on the field, his eyes closed. Clomp clomp. It seemed as if there were other people around Li Xin. The atmosphere got heavier and made Li Xin feel uncomfortable. Were you waiting for us? A rough voice asked. There was a sense of confidence and calm in the low-pitched voice. When he heard the voice, Li Xin opened his eyes. Before he even knew it, the dark wizards had gathered around him. You're a little late, Li Xin replied. Li Xin slowly stood up from his seat. Li Xin's confident attitude did not bother the dark wizard at all. I enjoyed watching your game in the round of 16. You hid your skills. Who are you? The voice asked. Who am I? Instead of answering, Li Xin released his mana from the enchanted silver tree wand. Harpness. Li Xin shouted. The Grim Reaper came out of the black portal in the air, and when the Dark Wizard saw that, he was agitated. No way. This mana is. The Dark Wizard muttered. Li Xin did not care how they reacted to his mana. The chain of death. Harpness' body dissipated like a mist and disappeared, as if it had been sucked into the dark ground. Swoosh. Quack. Crunch. Then, chains appeared from the darkness and began to choke the Dark Wizards. Kup. Kuah. Kuah. Li Xin could hear the screams of the Dark Wizards everywhere. This element is, Kup. The Dark Wizard gasped. The Dark Wizard, who had just been talking to Li Xin very casually, collapsed on the ground because he could not stop the chain of death that approached him. Wait, I can't stop this. Before the Dark Wizard could figure out what the hell was going on, he started hearing strange voices echoing in his ears. Oof. He was hearing the pained cries of the dead. Since the undead had died unjustly, they were considered neither dead nor alive. These feelings of resentment were transferred to the Dark Wizards. Hyug. Please help me. What the hell? Bound by the chain of death, they were helplessly attacked by the undead. And the Dark Wizard, who sat on the floor chained, looked at Li Xin with bloody eyes. So, are you he who knows death? The Dark Wizard asked. Yes, I am, Li Xin replied. The place was filled with death. One could fall into the world of death suddenly, at any time, in any spot. The Dark Wizards were shaking in fear of death. With them, the stadium had become a mess. In the midst of this chaos, the Dark Wizard gritted his teeth and gathered all his mana power. I really did not expect he who knows death would be this strong. The time limit of the effect of the chain of death was up, and the Dark Wizard rose from his seat with his teeth clenched. My name is Birgo. I assume Tagat is not your real name, is it? What's your actual name? Birgo asked. My name is Li Xin, Li Xin replied. Well yeah, you're great. I can't believe you are already this strong at such a young age. As a show of respect, I will give you my best mana. Take a look at this. This is a 5th level mana. Birgo's mana power flickered. His mana seemed to have just one goal. At novel bin at. This is too simple, Li Xin muttered. Birgo's confidence quickly faded away. What did you say? Birgo asked. Birgo's mana, which was being engraved in the air, was broken and ruined by the intervention of something else. What the hell? Birgo panicked. You still don't understand what black mana is, Li Xin explained. What do you mean I don't know black mana? Birgo asked. Birgo seemed as if he had heard something ridiculous. At that moment, Li Xin's mana gathered over Birgo's hardened face. The origin of black mana began with bullying the enemy. It is not just any mana that is used to win over the enemy or to show off your power, Li Xin explained. What the hell are you talking about? Birgo shouted. After his mana was left helplessly broken, Birgo, who vomited blood due to the backflow of mana, shouted in frustration. You need pure malice or hostility. You need tenacity to torment the opponent and bring the other person to despair at all costs. That is what real black mana is, Li Xin explained. The black mana that appeared from the tip of Li Xin's wand crushed the space. Can you hear them? Can you hear the cries and screams of your colleagues? Li Xin asked. Kuah? Save me, please? What on earth is this? The Dark Wizard muttered. The intense fear and horror that spread throughout the stadium was adding strength to Li Xin's mana power. This is real black mana, Li Xin said. Boom. Crr crack. A black thunderbolt fell from the sky. Ko, ugh. Birgo gasped. Birgo collapsed because he had been burned all over by it. His soul slowly crept up over his burnt body. The soul quickly became filled with anger, then became a ghost, and soon, turned into a demon. Come to me, Li Xin demanded. Li Xin's strong dominance had controlled Birgo, who turned into a demon. Now, tell me, where is your main body? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Finally, we will begin the quarterfinals. We have the contestant you have been waiting for. He is the man of twists. He is not a man of luck, but a talented man who has been hiding his power. Let me introduce Tagat. Whoa, go Tagat, go Tagat, go Tagat, go Tagat. And a contestant against him, we have Callan, the wizard who knows death. Whoa, go Callan, go Callan. As Callan got on the field, he observed Li Xin with his eyes gleaming. Callan had lost contact with all members of the Black Star, who had gone to attack Tagat. Callan could not even find their dead bodies. There were dozens of people who went to kill Tagat, and among them there were Xenon and Birgo. Callan had thought Tagat was just a talented man with hidden skills, up until the point when he had lost contact with Xenon. However, it was a whole different story when he had lost contact with Birgo. Birgo was a talented man who could use the 5th level mana. A man with this level of skill could not be easily found in the Black Star. Callan could never imagine losing contact with Birgo. He wondered if Tagat was that talented after all. You are very quiet, unlike the others, Li Xin muttered. Callan's confidence at the beginning of the tournament had disappeared. He seemed to be on full alert. There was a sudden flicker of mana. A type of mana, something that resembled death but was lesser than that, shot out from the tip of Callan's wand. Die! Callan shouted. Callan's mana, the hand of death, unfolded. Hundreds of black hands appeared and attacked Li Xin. It seemed as if one would not be able to avoid the hands no matter where they were in the stadium. This is a poor imitation of. This is similar to Birgo's. No wait, is this a little better? Li Xin spoke quietly. When the name Birgo was brought up by Li Xin, Callan was sure that Birgo had been killed by Li Xin. Huang boom! Callan's black hands pressed against Li Xin, but none of them hit the mark. This mana, is it coming from his wand? Li Xin wondered. The black mana was Jin's unique ability. This type of mana power with the attribute of death was something that Li Xin had never seen before in his previous life while he was climbing the tower. However, Callan's mana was definitely related to death somehow. Be quiet! Callan yelled. Babam! The stadium floor started to break and debris scattered. Li Xin, who had been quiet the whole time, started to unleash his mana. Dark thunder. Bam! A thin black bolt of thunder and lightning struck Callan, and Callan could not even respond because it happened so quickly. Callan stared blankly at the invocation of defensive artifacts in his body. When the black thunderbolt and the black shield collided in the air, the shield disappeared, and the black thunderbolt split into several branches and disappeared. What kind of mana is this? Tagat, who was thought to be an ice wizard, used mana with dark and lightning elements this time? He is a wizard who can deal with 3 attributes? Plus, the mana we just saw had a combination of 2 attributes? The audience is cheering so loud that I can't even hear my voice. Wait, was that mana with the dark element? No way, that's... Callan was shocked to see the mana used by Li Xin, and so he could not process what was happening for a moment. The best artifact of the Black Star was Gondola's wand, and the attributes of death engraved in it could be felt from Li Xin's mana. What are you doing, Callan? Are you just having fun staring at him? What was that black thunderbolt? How can someone combine 2 attributes together? This is crazy. Look over there. The ground is becoming black because of the dark element. Yes, Tagat. I knew you could do it. The audience was in chaos. People loved heroes, especially those who had overcome adversity and hardship. Tagat was pretending to have gone through adversity and hardships, but such things did not matter to him. He was already deeply embedded in people's minds. You are he who knows death? Please forgive M. Callan was dying. Do you want me to save you? Even after impersonating me? Tagat asked. The audience began to make a fuss again at Tagat's words. Oh, what is going on? What does he mean by Callan impersonating him? No way. The pitch black mana was released from the fingertips of Tagat. It was the type of mana that gave people goosebumps just by looking at it. I am he who knows death, Li Xin declared. A black portal had been created under Callan, and the game ended with a black mist enveloping Callan. ******. Oh, my gosh. This happened once again. Tagat, also called he who knows death, has won the game again. He defeated Derek, a strong contestant for the tournament, who is a descendant of Dragon Slayer. Tagat will be advancing to the final match. Starting from the semifinals, the battles took place on the main stage in the South Stadium. The Southern Stadium was larger than all the stadiums in the East, West, and North combined. And at the same time, the background of the stadium changed randomly from match to match. The battle with Derek took place on a battlefield that was filled with cliffs all around. As a descendant of Dragon Slayer, Derek had been confident in his mid-air combat. After a long fierce battle, Li Xin beat him and advanced to the final match. There had been a series of unexpected events in Gret Seal during this episode. Was there any other episode that was filled with this much excitement? The competition is heating up especially because the prize is Martyr this time. The 2 people who are the talk of the town are now ready on the field. Tagat, he who knows death. Dexter looked at Tagat. That nonchalant look he first wore in the finals was now long gone. You are amazing. I guess the rumors were not false, Dexter muttered. Black Star, said Li Xin. Dexter seemed shocked for a split second when he heard Li Xin say the words Black Star. I killed them all, including Xenon, Birgo, and Callan, Li Xin said. I have no idea what you are talking about, Dexter replied. That momentary panic in his eyes vanished as if it had never happened. And it would not have been caught if his opponent was not Li Xin. The game is about to begin. This stadium. Oh, my god. This next match will be done in the world of the night, Obscuret. It is a world of darkness, where the only source of light is the moonlight. Although it is a randomly chosen setting, this is just too favorable for Dexter. Boo boo boo. As soon as the background was unveiled, there was an outpouring of jeers from the audience. Considering the abilities that Dexter had shown so far, it was a battlefield in Dexter's favor. The audience wanted to see the winner after a fierce battle, not a one-sided game that would end without resistance. How can Tagat beat him in this setting? You guys planned it out, didn't you? No way. This doesn't make sense. How can they get Obscuret? Do it again. Let's calm down a little bit. Don't you all know that we, Gret Seal, never manipulate things? This is pure luck. Luck is also a skill. You guys all know that, right? The game had started, and the 2 contestants are entering the arena. Whopping. When the 2 came out of the portal, darkness enveloped them. It was a quiet world. Their eyes, which had been adapted to light, were in pain because of the sudden darkness. Swoosh, crack. There was a horrific explosive sound near Li Xin. It was the sound of something sharp and thick crunching through something and crushing it. Li Xin could not see anything, but it was not difficult for Li Xin to find signs that revealed the surrounding creatures. There were monsters living in this completely dark world. The monsters could pop out and attack anytime. Light. A sphere of light that extended from Li Xin's fingertip lit up his surroundings. However, the darkness of the night repelled the light strongly. The light could not extend to the ends of the field, only illuminating Li Xin's surroundings. Ugh, this is annoying, Li Xin muttered. There were monsters waiting for a chance to defeat Li Xin even though there was light. They knew instinctively that they could not attack and kill Li Xin easily. However, they still roamed around him. Mei, worry, Li Xin called out. Li Xin's shadow was connected to the darkness. Mei and Worry, who appeared in the darkness, stood in front of Li Xin. Did you call us? We are here, master. Kill them all, Li Xin ordered. Yes, sir. I'll take care of them right away. Mei and Worry immediately began to brutally slaughter the guys that were hiding around Li Xin. Swoosh crack chop. Li Xin did not have to look around, but he could tell their presence by the sound of shadow monsters being slashed in the surroundings. Li Xin had his eyes fixed on one spot. Shouldn't you be having a fight with me? Li Xin smirked. Li Xin stretched out his index finger and gathered all his mana. The black arrow made at the tip of the index finger pierced the dark ground. Ting! A shadow that protruded from the ground blocked Li Xin's dark arrow and turned into a human figure. How did you know I was here? The shadow that had turned into Dexter glared at Li Xin. What do you mean? Li Xin asked. You know what I'm talking about, Dexter said. A shadow that spread around Dexter created a shield around the two. Dexter's shadow is making it hard to see the two of them on camera? What's going on inside? It's so frustrating. The host, Felix, shouted. The audience sighed from their seats. Dexter was not interested at all in whether people outside were curious or not. He glared at Li Xin. How the hell did you know? Dexter asked. I heard it from your subordinates, Li Xin replied. Is it Birgo? Dexter asked again. Haha, you don't think I'm lying? Li Xin asked. Well, that's not the important part. If I kill you here, nothing will get revealed anyways, said Dexter. Do you think you can beat me? Li Xin asked. The reason why I set up Callan as a shield was to find variables like you. I've already done my research on you. The Black Star is more than you think. Dexter asked. The true, secret head of the Black Star was Dexter, who was now in front of Li Xin. Li Xin was able to get this information from Birgo, who became demonized. When creatures became demons, they would descend into pure malice. Therefore, they would lose much of their memory from when they were alive. That was why Li Xin could not hear this from Xenon, who was killed first. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take Martyr. Li Xin warmed up his mana power in preparation for the upcoming attack. Dexter's sticky mana eroded the space. The sphere of light that was created by Li Xin was also disappearing under the shadow. New shadows began to appear one by one in the wide shadow space. It is harder for you to recognize the shadow because there is no light, Dexter said confidently. Dexter's confident voice made Li Xin sneer. Come out, Li Xin demanded. Upon his call, the undead appeared within Li Xin's shadow. The confrontation between the shadow and the undead began. This is my world, my almighty space. Do you think the undead can stop my immortal army? Dexter started to laugh. The shadow soldiers recovered no matter how many times the skeletons cut them with their swords. On the other hand, the crushed undead were not able to rise again. I guess the original is a bit different. Li Xin muttered. The original? Dexter asked. Yes, I wanted to meet you, Li Xin replied. Dexter's eyes flinched. Did you already know about me? Dexter asked. Yes, I heard about you from your student, Li Xin replied. My student? Dexter asked. Yes, your student, Li Xin replied. Li Xin looked at him as if he was looking at a friend he was familiar with. I have no students, Dexter muttered. Yes, you do. You have an awesome one, Li Xin explained. Dexter was the king of the shadows, the head of the Black Star, which was an organization for a group of dark wizards. Dexter was a shadow swordsman. He was Cha Yumin's teacher. Well, I guess you were somewhat humane in the past, Li Xin muttered. What the? Ugh, Dexter gasped. Unbeknownst to Dexter, several mana circles had been created and they covered the entire space. The shadow space started to collapse at the banquet of mana laid out explosively, all at once. No, my world of fantasy, Dexter cried out. Sloppy work, Li Xin muttered. Dexter's body slowly collapsed under Li Xin's swirling mana. TT, the game is over, and the winner is Tagot. *****. You have become the winner of Gret Seal. You have found out the secret of the secret group, Black Star. Your achievement is being calculated. Please wait a moment. Li Xin had made so many achievements by expanding the new timeline on the 4th floor that the system, for the first time, failed to calculate his achievements on the spot. The winner of this competition is Tagot. He is walking out of the stadium. Tagot walked out of the portal of the world of the night, Obscuret. Tagot carried Dexter on his side because he had lost his consciousness. What a shock! Dexter, who was fighting on a battlefield in his overwhelming favor, is limp and being carried out by Tagot. At novel bin at. Yes, Tagot. I believed in you. The greatest star of Gret Seal is Tagot this time. Tagot, Tagot, Tagot. With enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Tagot climbed to the podium in front of the portal. There was Martyr, the prize for the winner of Gret Seal. The Martyr looked holy and sacred. Not only was the audience attracted to its appearance, but so was Li Xin. Dear Tagot, he who knows death, here is the winning prize, Martyr. It was a bow sword. Its pure white blade and golden decoration accentuated its value. Li Xin held the sword very carefully. Whoosh! There was a sudden change in the background and the scenes appeared one after another. At the world of night, Obscuret, Belle was the only saintess who was shining. Her brilliant light shone upon a world full of darkness, revealing its ugly side. The world shook for a moment. The great devil, the essence of obscurit, appeared. This is not a place for the living to step up. I want to save those who are struggling in pain here, Bel declared. Do not try to go against the law. They have already thrown themselves into the darkness. It is my duty to save the living, and to bring them back to life. This is my duty, even if they have already been thrown into the darkness. How foolish. The scene changed every time the darkness and light collided. When Bel returned to her original world, she collapsed and countless people returned with her. Many humans were drawn into the world of night by the temptations of the devil. Bel was able to rescue them, but it was at the cost of her life. People tried everything to save Bel, but with their power, they could not save her. I don't have much time left to live. Please help me save more people. Bel cried in despair. Please say no more, Saintess. Please, make me a vessel that can hold my ability. Out of all those whom Bel had rescued, there was an old man. He was the best blacksmith ever known. He worked hard day and night to grant her wish. Gradually, the vessel, Martyr, took shape. The beautiful and noble features resembled Saintess Bel, and Bel poured her everything into Martyr. The Martyr was a life-giving sword that saved lives. It was a sword that cut down the dead. When Li Xin saw the backstory, his heart started to beat faster. You have uncovered the secret of Martyr. Martyr's true power awakens. Martyr's ego discerns the owner. There is a power conflict between your mana power and the power of Martyr. The power that could save people and the power of death began to clash violently. Li Xin pulled out all his strength in order not to be swept away by the sudden clash of power. His sweat dripped and his mana blood vessel, which had recovered a lot, swelled as if they were going to burst. The power of Saintess Bel in Martyr could be felt by Li Xin. It was of a high class. Martyr's will to destroy evil was so great that it would have been impossible to withstand its power if the class of Jean Ebrium, the owner of Li Xin's body, was not similar to her. Coop. Li Xin gasped. If Li Xin gave up the power of death, it would have been easier for him to use this power contained in Martyr. However, did that make sense? Death had become such an important source of power for Li Xin that he could not give it up easily. Li Xin could figure out the secrets of the tower and the secret story behind Martyr, the holy sword, thanks to the power of death. Even if the power of death were something Li Xin could give up easily, he still would not have given it up. If Li Xin were going to give up this easily, he would not have even thought of standing up to the gods. The power of the gods was at a different level than this. Crunch. Li Xin clenched his teeth so strongly that they could break. He had a severe headache, as if his head was going to explode. It had been a very long time since he felt this kind of pain. This was the second time, after the time when he acquired the skill Chaos. It was the first time since then that Li Xin was on the verge of death. Li Xin thought of using his skill, Chaos. Chaos. The power created by the failure of all forces to harmonize and eventually disintegrate. Deny everything and accept it all at the same time. Oh right, I had the power of Chaos. Li Xin had the power that was created by the failure of all forces to harmonize. The power could deny everything but accept everything at the same time. Li Xin had a source of power that could be greater than the confrontation between the power of life and death. Chaos. The turbid energy began to bubble up in Li Xin's body. This power covered the fierce confrontation of light and darkness, as well as life and death. A powerful source of power that overwhelmed both light and darkness cleared the battlefield. You have gained Martyr's approval. You have become the owner of Martyr. Martyr. A sword with all the power of Saintess Bel, who had a transcendent level of talent. Hashtag you cannot attack the living. Hashtag you can save the dead. Hashtag you can see souls. Hashtag you can kill demons. Hashtag you can destroy evil. Martyr's ego has woken up. Ugh. Li Xin grabbed his throbbing head and collapsed on the ground. You must be my master. The voice was transmitted to Li Xin's head as the holy sword vibrated. It was the same as the voice of the Saintess that Li Xin had heard through his ability as He Who Knows Death. Are you Saintess Bel? Li Xin asked. No, I'm not Saintess Bel. I have just been given a little bit of her essence. My name is Martyr. I see, Li Xin replied. Li Xin rose from his seat. Throughout the exchange, the time at Gret Seal had continued to pass and the audience around him was still cheering for him. Now, Li Xin, holding the pure white martyr in his right hand and the silver tree wand in his left hand, appeared like a hero. He looked like the ideal hero that people heard only in tales. Due to your title, the pioneer of the world, your achievements have spread to all dimensions. Once again, hey martyr, Li Xin called out. Yes, my lord. I know you can save the dead. Does that mean we can save all the dead? Li Xin asked. Unfortunately, that's not the case. There are some restrictions. Can you tell me more about them? Li Xin asked. First of all, the soul of the dead cannot be separated from the vessel. If it's a vessel, do you mean that? Li Xin asked. Li Xin saw Dexter's dead body as he slowly descended from the podium. Li Xin did not kill Dexter. He had been breathing until Li Xin brought Dexter out from Obscurit. Now his body was still. And when Li Xin examined closely, there was a faint trace of mana on Dexter's neck. In a short amount of time, someone had assassinated Dexter. Are there still any remnants of the Black Star? It happened while Li Xin was focused on Martyr. Li Xin seemed disappointed. He tried to find the source of the mana by spreading his mana power hurriedly. However, it was too late to go search through the entire stadium. Li Xin searched, but he could not sense anything. When a creature dies, the connection with the soul is cut off. The longer the connection is broken, the more the vessel begins to break down. If the vessel and the soul are at a high level, the grace period will be longer. On the contrary, if the creature's level is low, the vessel will break quickly. Then what's the second restriction? Li Xin asked. Secondly, the vessel and its soul must be close together. Li Xin approached Dexter's dead body and stared into an empty spot. There was a vengeful soul that floated near the audience. The soul was vengeful, filled with resentment and bitterness. This vengeful soul continued to spit out its resentment towards something. If this resentment were not resolved, the vengeful soul would eventually become a demon. Li Xin's mana stretched out toward the vengeful soul. The chain of soul. Li Xin's mana, which could forcibly bind the soul, flew toward it. Kup. Li Xin could feel Dexter's bitterness. When the soul was brought to Li Xin, it poured its anger on Li Xin. However, Li Xin did not care, because this level of anger was like nothing to him. Li Xin had already been through countless emotions from the demons. And compared to those, this anger was as good as a joke. Is there another condition? Li Xin asked. Last but not least, the soul must have the will to revive. After hearing Martyr's words, Li Xin nodded and looked at Dexter's soul that he had brought close. Do you think it's unfair? If so, deal with it by yourself, said Li Xin. Li Xin lifted up Martyr all the way to his head, so that the sword blocked the sunlight. The honorable Martyr cut Dexter's soul and created a beautiful trajectory. Kunk. The pure white lines outlining the trajectory of Martyr's sword connected the soul and the vessel. And Dexter's cold body started to regain its warmth. Am I back, alive? Dexter asked. Yes, you are, Li Xin answered. Why, did you save me? Dexter asked. Because the one I care about likes you, Li Xin explained. What? Dexter asked. We have finished calculating your achievement. Then, suddenly, a system message appeared. Li Xin tried to remember Dexter's pale, hardened face. Farewell. Li Xin bade goodbye. You have cleared the 10th floor. Your achievements have been recorded. The episode of Great Seals has changed. The stage on the 10th floor has changed. Amazing achievement? Many gods are paying attention to you. You have achieved 212,000 points. You have received 212,000 points. Your health point has increased by 5,500. Your mana power has increased by 15,700. Your strength has increased by 10. Your agility has increased by 11. Your intelligence has increased by 18. Your dominance has increased by 10. You have acquired Martyr. You have acquired the title, the winner of Great Seal. We are determining your class by calculating the achievements you have made so far. Your class has changed from a necromancer to a death ruler. You have learned the class skill, summoning of the world of death. A lot of system messages appeared. Death. Ruler. Li Xin's eyes trembled slightly when he saw his new title. Hello, this is reporter Chai Yin-ju from BBC News. We are at Gwangaewamun where the Dimension Gate will soon open. There's already a huge crowd, so the government and the association are working hard on crowd control, said the reporter, Chai Yin-ju. Time had passed, and it was time for the Dimension Gate to be opened again after the incident in which the challengers of the tower had disappeared. More people gathered at the Gwangaewamun compared to last time. Wuong. It was midnight on December 1st. A huge gate appeared in Gwangaewamun, and the challengers poured out of the tower. They are out. They are coming out. Hello, this is reporter Kim Young-hyun from I Like Challengers. May I please interview you for a sec? Hello, this is reporter Song Kyung-jun from SBC. Did the challengers on the first floor come up? Hello, I am a reporter from Hanyang. The challengers who were walking through the bustling crowd had serious looks on their faces. Some of them even seemed to be angry. Seeing those expressions, the reporters found it hard to shove their microphones in their faces to interview them. Hey, Baek Kongwoo called out. Hey Kongwoo. Shin Ji-won greeted him. Shin Ji-won, who came out through the Dimension Gate, waved at Baek Kongwoo, who was waiting for her. Why does everyone look so depressed? Has no one come out of the first floor yet? Baek Kongwoo asked. Shin Ji-won became serious when she heard Baek Kongwoo's question. No, it's the other way around actually. There was a problem because people broke through the first floor so well, Shin Ji-won muttered. What? What does that mean? Baek Kongwoo asked. Where is Yumin? We really need him now, Shin Ji-won asked. Well. Baek Kongwoo seemed hesitant. *****. Not only was this happening in Korea, but there was an uproar at the Dimension Gates in other countries as well. The news about South Korea's challengers had spread around the world and the stories of their unconventional behaviors were heard everywhere. And there were countless articles about Li Xin. The wall that was blocking the first floor of the Korean tower had collapsed. All the challengers on the first floor started to climb the tower. The ranking innovation took place from the second floor. New challengers have ranked from first to the 1000th place. The number 1 ranker Cha Yumin was pushed back to the 1000th place in the second floor ranking. New supernovas have appeared in large numbers. Will there be new trouble in the tower? The name of the boss who was blocking the first floor is Li Xin. Who is Li Xin? Is he really Korean? He had broken all the records from the 2nd to the 10th floor. Is Li Xin a real person? Or was he a person made by the tower? That the challengers climbed beyond the first floor where they used to be stuck had caused an upheaval on Earth so tremendous that it was beyond their imagination. People on Earth were shocked to hear this story, as expected by many of those in the tower. What? All the rankings had been changed from the first place to the 1000th place? No way, Cha Yumin got pushed to a rank in the thousands? What the hell is going on? You're lying, right? Li Xin? Who is Li Xin? He's the top ranker right now? Hey guys, this is all true. Someone I know came out of the tower this time, and he told me all of this was true. Can you believe that Li Xin's achievement score is 140,000? How can he achieve this amount of points on the second floor? Hey, take a look at the fourth floor. Look at the gap between Li Xin's score and the score of the second place. Does this even make sense? Is he really Korean? I heard that this guy named Li Xin was the boss of the first floor. What's happening? Curiosity about Li Xin rose exponentially all over the world. He was the master teacher of the challengers who was now dominating the top rankings of the lower floors. People found it strange because he had stopped the challengers from climbing, but now he was like a monster, crushing each floor with his ranking. The challengers who returned to Earth through the Dimension Gate were those who had not yet met Li Xin and never came into contact with the people from the undermost, those who had encountered Li Xin. Their information on him was limited. However, that was not the only news they brought. What did you say? Merton had collapsed. Baek Kongwoo asked. Yeah, well, to be exact, it could be considered collapsed, Shin Ji-won explained. What about other countries? You have allies? Did they not help you? Baek Kongwoo asked again. They did not bother to help us. In fact, they betrayed us. Those sons of a bitch. Shin Ji-won explained in anger. Baek Kongwoo was stunned by the unbelievable news. Isosha was a new world on the 21st floor, and the country where Korean challengers belonged was called Merton. It was one of the top 5 strongest regions in the entire continent up until last year. However, that place was now on the verge of collapse. What about the other challengers? What happened to those people? I don't know. I've lost contact with all of them. What? Like Shin Ji-won, the other Korean challengers returned depressed, and began spreading the same news in anger. Merton in the Isosha continent is about to come to an end. Challengers from all over the world had started to kill Merton. After the liberation of the first floor, Merton's power suddenly nosedived. Is this a coincidence? The whereabouts of Korean challengers who were active in Merton are unknown. England's supernova, Virgo, England has no idea. The US, China, and Japan are all silent. Some challengers say, we don't know anything about that. It all happened on the lower floors. The Korean people expressed their anger about the fact that all the other countries were ignorant about the crisis in Korea. Don't tell me that they betrayed us because they thought our country would become stronger. How can they betray us though? How many times did Korea help them? Are they out of their minds? How can they pretend they don't know? They used to talk about the continent Isosha to get what they wanted, but now they are saying they don't know anything all of the sudden? You motherfuckers? What the hell is going on? How can the strong Merton collapse like this overnight? Does this even make sense? Damn it! How far did the people who were released from the first floor go? Did they attack Merton to keep Korea under control? Is that what really happened? From the first floor to the 49th floor, the largest number of challengers were in Isosha, where the 21st to 29th floors had been integrated. Isosha was the only section in the lower floors where 9 floors were classified into one world. The Isosha continent was now a big deal all over the world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have entered the 21st floor. Save the world that is drowning in hell. You need to obtain a pattern to get a qualification. You can get additional skills depending on the type of pattern. Revitalize the country Merton. What the hell is this place? In the far distance, clouds of black fog covered the entire city, which was now in ruins. No way. Is that really Merton? Adat novel bin adat. Appa. So our master was right. Really? Did other countries betray us? When the challengers climbed up to the 21st floor together according to Li Xin's advice, they were shocked at the current state of the city. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The new timeline will be expanded. You have entered the 11th floor. There are no more waiting areas on each floor. Examinations will be held every 15 days. Li Xin stepped into the new world. It was a big city, and there was a large clock tower standing tall in the center. There were numbers from 1 to 15 written on it, and the large second hand was on 14. I'm just in time, Li Xin muttered. That clock represented the time when the stage started. The fact that the second hand was on 14 meant that 14 days had passed since the last stage had begun. The next stage was about to begin. Li Xin opened the community window and saw the time. It was December 29th and it was already time for the Dimension Gate to close. For Li Xin, who was on the 11th floor, this date was not a very meaningful marker for time. However, this date would have been meaningful for others. The Earth would have been in chaos because of the two big news, the Isoshan continent and the liberation of the ground floor. There would be an awful lot of people who wanted to get out now and spread the news right now. Ha! Li Xin sighed. Li Xin's climbing speed was much slower than what he had expected. It took more time to clear each floor because there was a lot of work for him to do on each. In particular, Li Xin was unintentionally delayed on the 10th floor for a few days, because there were several days from the round of 64 to the next game. However, Li Xin could not give up the prize. Now that the unfortunate situation in Isosha had occurred, the most important item was Martyr. Li Xin opened the community window and saw numerous posts that were coming up in real time. Among them, Li Xin saw a post that caught his attention. Asterisk, is Cha Yumin really gone missing or what? Are other countries really determined to kill Korea? I think so, because Cha Yumin has the skill interfloor traveler. No way. Are they afraid that Cha Yumin will come down to the 21st floor? So they decided to kidnap Cha Yumin or something. Are you kidding? They would have killed him. They won't just stop at kidnapping him. People say that Cha Yumin cannot be reached even on Earth. He didn't even enter the tower during the last dimension gate. No way. You think Cha Yumin is dead? I don't think so. The Challenger's ghost sometimes. Why would Cha Yumin die? Who would be able to kill Cha Yumin? There's no one stronger than him. Well, I don't know that. Cha Yumin could have died if he had been careless. When there was news that Cha Yumin had disappeared, most people were convinced he was already dead. The look on Li Xin's face stiffened. He checked all the messages that were sent to him. Li Xin had told Cha Yumin to enter the tower when the dimension gate opened this time. However, there was no reply from Cha Yumin. Was he really gone missing? Was Cha Yumin really dead? It was foolish to judge hastily. As someone had already mentioned, the challengers of the tower were out of touch with one another for months. And that happened many times. This was the case, even if the challengers were not in the tower, but on Earth. Li Xin checked all the other messages. Hashtag Kim Kong-chun, Master, we are going back in. Hashtag Park Hai-1, we'll do our best to do something about it. Please come up quickly. Hashtag Ji Ianju, Master. You have to hurry up and come. Hashtag Kong Ji-hoon, just trust me, Master. Hashtag Wang Kong-wong, hey, come up quickly. Don't let this old man suffer. Hashtag Park Ju-hyuk, hi Master, I might kill them all. I'm sorry. There was a huge pile of messages. If all the information provided so far were true, it would be difficult for them no matter how much they tried. Potentially, some of them could die. Since Li Xin had told them to gather on the 20th floor and go up together, they could challenge the floors together, but that was still not enough. If killing the demons were their task on the 21st floor, Li Xin would not have to worry about anything. However, there could be fights with other enemies, and he did not know how many there were. Also, there could be betrayal of those whom they thought were allies. The challengers had to overcome the loneliness of being surrounded by enemies and being attacked on all sides, and win. I'm counting on you guys, Li Xin muttered. Tick. The big second hand of the clock tower moved to 15. The stage on the 11th floor has begun. If you want to participate, please enter the portal. A message popped up in front of Li Xin. When he looked at the status window, there was a new class, Death Ruler. His class had changed to the Death Ruler, and he could use the class skill, Summoning of the World of Death. After seeing the descriptions of the two, Li Xin smiled unconsciously. This really? Li Xin was speechless. Then, the next moment, Li Xin saw a large portal that was created in front of the clock tower. Doesn't make sense. Li Xin laughed and walked slowly to the portal. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh, my god, you bastards. Damn it. We're all gonna die if we don't get through this. Appa, behind you. Ugh. The place was covered with black fog, and so the surroundings were all covered in darkness. Every step they took, the demons were only looking for opportunities to bite the challengers, and the long darkness had made them increasingly exhausted. Chop? Ugh, huh. Why are there so many traps? We're almost there. Hang in there, said Wang Kong-wong. Huh. Do you have any more potions, Mr. Wang? We have to save them for later. If I had known this, I would have bought a bigger subspace pocket. You have discovered the nucleus of the demon realm. Break the nucleus. There it is. Park Hai-1 found the nucleus of the demon realm and shouted. The other 5 who were fighting fiercely moved quickly in the direction of her voice. It's Kuro's? Kong-chun Appa. Alright, I'll take care of the front. Ji-hoon, you help me? Hai-1 and Ianju, you cover us and take care of the monsters on the sides with Mr. Wang? And Ju-hyuk Kinkup. Kong-chun gasped. A flying dagger that emerged from the dark scratched Kong-chun's side. He had tried, but he could not manage to dodge it properly, because it was such a sudden surprise. Whoa, you have good reflexes. Are you the challengers who were achieving top ranks recently? The man who popped out of the darkness looked down at them with a sneer. What the hell? Why are you guys here? Haha, why do you care? You're all going to die. Todd. Chang? Kong? Park Ju-hyuk approached him before he even realized and stabbed him several times. The man blocked all his attacks with a response speed like no other, despite it being a surprise attack from Park Ju-hyuk. However, he did seem a bit surprised. He then stared at Park Ju-hyuk. He had keen eyes with a sharp, tough look. You must be Park Ju-hyuk. How can you betray fellow human beings? Are you afraid that we will be stronger than you guys? You sons of a bitch. Park Ju-hyuk shouted with anger. Well, to be exact, we didn't betray humans. We betrayed Korea. Right. The man laughed. Behind him appeared other people. Enemies had gathered to kill the challengers. It was hard to see clearly because it was dark, but with a quick glance, one could tell that these people were not from one country. They were a mixture of different races. The challengers' facial expressions started to harden because they only barely managed to break through the demon realm and finally found the nucleus. Kill them all. Chang? Kong? Swoosh. In the demon realm that was covered with complete darkness, the challengers and enemies had a fierce battle in order to survive. You have entered the 11th floor. Protect the fire crystal by preventing the blizzard army from destroying the village. It was a simple goal. Li Xin looked at the other challengers who were being teleported. Kick. There are a lot of humans here. Kick. It's a TT troll. Grr. A troll roared. 2 goblins freaked out when they saw the troll next to them. How did they manage to climb the tower with that courage? Li Xin laughed at them and turned his attention to the side. Is that Harpy? It had feathers on both arms, as well as sharp nails and claws. It looked like a combination of a human and a bird. In addition, Li Xin saw 3 other human challengers. This meant that the new timeline was linked not just to the challengers on Earth, but to the challengers from other dimensions. However, that did not mean the challengers could meet each other if they were from the same dimension. From the 11th to 20th floors, the challengers could not climb the tower with challengers from other countries. Maybe the system wanted the challengers to interact with challengers from a different dimension. Damn it, I'm screwed. We got 2 goblins and a troll. What's that? I've never seen that before. That's the harpies. It's a race that can fly in the sky and handle the wind. All 3 of the human challengers who entered the stage like Li Xin were Koreans. One of them was a challenger whom Li Xin had met before. The harpies would be helpful at least. And I guess the troll too, because they are good at fighting. The goblin is the problem. No, the harpies are a problem, too. They are quick-witted and have no qualms about abandoning their colleagues. Since they can fly, we never know when they will abandon us and run away to other villages. The 3 challengers, unlike Li Xin, were grabbing their throbbing heads as they watched the composition of the members. They were in a very small town with only a few shoddy fences and 4 shabbily built wooden houses. They had to stop the blizzard army there. The 1-hour countdown to the first wave of attacks begins now. Protect the fire crystal in the village. You may use the fire crystal to access the store. The challenger who wants to give up can do so by touching the fire crystal and declaring their intention to give up. There was a red stone that looked like a tombstone. It was stuck in the middle of the village. The challenger's eyes were focused on the fire crystal after hearing the messages. Now, let's all gather up. We need to come up with a strategy first. The man with glasses, who was explaining about the harpies a second ago, gathered the challengers. Let's introduce ourselves first, because we have to spend the next few days together. My name is Kang Young-hoon. Kick. My name is Babajan. Adat Novel bin Adat. And I'm Yorjin. At Kang Young-hoon's words, the goblins raised their hands first and introduced themselves. My name is Shin Hayal. And I'm Park Han. Grook. I am Belkhan. And my name is Happy. After everyone introduced themselves to each other, they looked at Li Xin who was standing quietly on the side. When Li Xin noticed that they were looking at him, he slowly examined their reactions. It was hard for other challengers to know how Li Xin looked if they were not at undermost. Li Xin did not allow people to film videos around him to prevent information about him from spreading. Information about Li Xin might have spread through text, but only a few people would have seen his face. Great, they probably don't recognize me. Li Xin carefully examined their reactions and introduced himself with a different name. I'm Lee Si-hoon. Oh, it's Si-hoon. First of all, I don't think we have a ranker here, Kang Young-hoon said in disappointment. We must stop a total of 10 waves of the blizzard army. And, Kang Young-hoon noticed that the voices of other challengers were gradually growing louder. The team was trying to identify the power each challenger had and implement the strategy to protect the village under the leadership of Kang Young-hoon. However, it did not work out well. No, we need to build a stronger fence and stronger barrier. If you want to defend, we have to defend properly. Grook, warriors don't fight like cowards. We must advance and attack them first. Belkhan shouted. No guys, Young-hoon sighed. Kick, I'll help you make the fence. Just go cut down some trees, said the goblin. Kick, that's right. Why don't you go to the woods, because I'm scared to go into that forest, another goblin shouted. Wait, what are you afraid of? The wave hasn't even started yet. Park Han shouted. I can't do that either. How am I supposed to carry those heavy logs all the way up here? I might be able to do it once, but definitely not more than that, Happy replied. The goblins and even Happy were being uncooperative. Park Han pounded his chest as if he was frustrated by their uncooperative behaviors. If we don't cooperate, we won't be able to protect ourselves. Park Han shouted. Grook, we can just go out and fight. Belkhan shouted. Hey, you punk. We can't just go out and fight. Can I scout the area for a second? Happy tried to run away. What are you saying? Why would you do that right now? I'm not even done talking yet, Young-hoon said. I mean, we're going to have to do some scouting at some point, Happy argued. No, you can't go anywhere until the conversation is over. You're trying to run away, aren't you? No, I'm not, Happy replied. The goblins simply asked the others to do everything they were tasked to do because they were scared, and the troll was not only strong but also stubborn and stupid. And lastly, Happy was always thinking of running away. Aside from Li Xin, the 3 human challengers were frustrated and were about to go crazy as they started raising their voices louder and louder. Si-hoon, say something to them? This is killing me. There's not much time left, said Li Xin. At Li Xin's words, they urgently checked the system. 21 minutes and 38 seconds. 39 minutes had passed since the stage had begun. They had not prepared anything yet. Si-hoon, can you please come here for a second? Young-hoon and Hayal, who were sighing in frustration, called Li Xin out separately. Park Han remained with the other guys to prevent them from causing trouble. This is not going to work out. Why don't we move to another village? That troll won't follow our instructions anyway, and the goblins won't help. We're anxious about Happy because we don't know when he will betray us. Why don't the 4 of us leave? Even if they left behind the fire crystal, that did not mean they failed the stage. Since this stage was kind of a game of defense, where randomly assigned challengers gathered to protect the village, there had to be other villages somewhere on this stage. It might be better for them to abandon this place and join another village and try to work together there. Are you aware that if the fire crystal breaks, the blizzard army gets stronger? Li Xin asked. Yes, I know. But there's nothing we can do, right? With this kind of teamwork, we will never be able to withstand the 10th wave. That's right. If we fail to find another village on the way, we may encounter the blizzard army in the forest. On top of that, it is unclear whether other villages will accept us, Li Xin argued. Li Xin had no intention of going to another village. Wouldn't it be better for them as well? They are getting more people to defend. That's what we think. They don't know why we left our village and decided to move, do they? Plus, it's not all 8 of us going, but only the 4 of us. Why would they trust us and accept us when there's also a chance that we might sabotage them? Li Xin interrupted. But if we explain it well, are you going to say that you got rid of the goblins because they were weak, and the troll because he was stupid? Li Xin argued. Xin Haiyao closed his mouth, speechless at Li Xin's harsh objections. And Kang Young-hoon seemed to be lost in his thoughts as he wore a serious look on his face. In fact, in a way, Li Xin's words were almost unreasonable. If the challengers did not see any hope of clearing the stage, it was natural to abandon the village and find another way. There were risks, but choosing another path was definitely better than going for a challenge where they stood no chance. Kang Young-hoon refuted Li Xin's words as if he was aware of the fact. But there's nothing we can do. I know it's unclear whether other villages will accept us or not, but staying here would kill us all. It will be impossible to beat them, Kang Young-hoon argued. How do you know it's impossible? Li Xin asked. What? I told you about that before, said Kang Young-hoon. Don't give up without even trying. I'm going to stay here. If the 3 of you want to leave, then you may leave, Li Xin said resolutely. As if Li Xin had no lingering feelings for them, Li Xin turned and left the scene. And the 2 of them stood there with looks of surprise. Do you think the 5 of you can stop them if we leave? Kang Young-hoon shouted. Despite Kang Young-hoon's cry, Li Xin did not answer and walked toward where the rest were gathered. Li Xin felt sorry for his harsh words, but if not for those, they would have left. What are we going to do? It's too dangerous for the 3 of us to move without him, Xin Haiyao asked. Let's just wait until the first wave. There might be something we missed, just like that guy said, Kang Young-hoon suggested. What if there's nothing special? It might be too late to run away then. Xin Haiyao cried out. Then what is it that you want to do? You tell me. What do you want to do? Kang Young-hoon shouted. Kang Young-hoon was frustrated. He wanted to persuade the others, clear the 11th floor properly and proceed to the next floor. However, as soon as the stage started, nothing was going as he planned. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Let's get going. ****. Midnight. The first wave has begun. You have 3 hours left until the next wave. We will be okay up to the first wave. It will be easy to stop them if we use the formation that we have planned. Following Kang Young-hoon's instructions, the team went into formation and blocked the blizzard army. The first wave was not particularly difficult because it was almost like a practice round. I think we're okay. Park Han was glad. I know, right? They are pretty good at fighting, Xin Haiyao replied. No guys, this is not enough. We have to be much stronger, Kang Young-hoon muttered. After they saw the 2 goblins, Belkan and Happy fight, Park Han and Xin Haiyao thought it would be doable, because they fought better than expected. However, Kang Young-hoon thought differently. We're not in sync. The fundamental problem has not been solved. All of them were challengers who had passed through the stages from the 1st floor to the 10th floor. It was expected of them to have a certain level of skill. The reason why Kang Young-hoon decided to wait for the first wave was not only because there was not much time left, but mostly because of Lee Si-hoon's attitude. Lee Si-hoon seemed confident. He was not talkative, but something about him was different from others. It was something that Young-hoon wanted to gamble on. That was why Kang Young-hoon looked forward to the first wave. So his confidence came from being able to manage 3 skeletons. The power of the 3 skeletons was quite good, but it was nothing more than that. Kang Young-hoon thought that Lee Si-hoon might not have revealed all of his power, but even considering that, Lee Si-hoon did not seem to have the ability to overturn the situation. Oh shit, what am I going to do now? The challengers only had about 2 hours remaining. Should they go look for another town now? While wondering about that, Kang Young-hoon kept thinking about what Lee Si-hoon had said earlier. If the people did not accept them, they would just be abandoned and isolated from a group of people. Kang Young-hoon ended up thinking that it would be better to protect this place where there was some food, a house, and some fences. Sigh. I don't know what I should do, Kang Young-hoon muttered. *****. The 4th wave has ended. You have 2 hours 52 minutes and 51 seconds until the 5th wave. Ha, ha. Belkan was out of breath. Hey, you stupid troll. I told you not to go there. Park Han could not control his anger and shouted at Belkan. Grook, what are you talking about? How can I not go when the enemy commander is right there? Belkan shouted. You bastard. If you go forward, our formation gets ruined. I win if I kill the enemy commander, so why does that matter? Belkan asked. Ugh. Kang Young-hoon went to the goblins who were resting at one side. Hey Babajin and Yorjin, we don't have time to rest now. We need to repair the fence quickly and come up with a defense plan, Kang Young-hoon explained. Kick, I'm tired, Babajin muttered. Same, I'm tired, too. Let's do it later, said Yorjin. No, we cannot push it to later. Starting from the 5th wave, the enemy commander will change. So we must respond accordingly, Kang Young-hoon explained. Kick, you talk too much, said Babajan. That's right. Stop bothering us. Kick, Yorjin shouted. No, I'm not trying to bother you. Ha, Kang Young-hoon sighed. While Kang Young-hoon was grabbing his head and clenching his teeth, Shin Ha-yeol was busy on the other side. Happy? Happy? I know you're there. Come out here. Shin Ha-yeol shouted, facing a tree. When Shin Ha-yeol still got no response even though she was screaming, she lifted her wand. If you don't come down now, I'm going to burn down the tree. 1, 2, dash dot. Shin Ha-yeol started counting. Ugh, why are you so fussy? I've been busy, too, Happy replied. What were you busy with? Shin Ha-yeol asked. Some of them ran away, so I was busy catching them here, Happy muttered. You cannot just run away like this. We need to work together. Shin Ha-yeol shouted. What are you saying? I said I was busy, Happy shouted. Seeing Happy lying shamelessly, Shin Ha-yeol barely suppressed her urge to set his wings on fire. The three people, tired of these creatures from another dimension, gathered in front of the fire crystal in the village, and they called Li Shin along as well. Hey Si-hoon, can you still say the same thing when you see such behavior? Look at how much trouble we are going through because of you? I'm really going crazy. Hey bro, let's just get out of here on our own. We can look for another village. It's too late to find one now. The Blizzard army could be in the forest somewhere. And if we want to find another village, we have to get through them first. That's right. It will be impossible for us to wander around in the forest in this state because we haven't even been able to rest properly. The three people spoke and looked to Li Shin, the cause of their problem. When Li Shin saw how frustrated they were, he felt sorry for them. Li Shin did not know that those creatures would bother them this much. I'm sorry, Li Shin apologized. Li Shin meant it. Li Shin thought they could easily stop the army until the fifth wave. However, Li Shin was also disappointed when he realized that those creatures were much worse than what he had expected. What difference does it make if you apple? Ha. Well, you wouldn't have known. Shin Ha-yeol seemed depressed. Should we just give up? But isn't it a pity to give up like this? When Li Shin saw how depressed they were, he thought it was time for him to step up. He was sure that they would have experienced something. He knew that the tower rewarded those who had gone through the ordeal and overcame it. Li Shin did not want them to only rely on him to climb the tower. Why don't we try until the next wave? Li Shin asked. Well, that's possible, but is there really any hope? Unless there's a miracle, Shin Ha-yeol replied with a face as if she had given up. Miracles only come to those who don't give up, Li Shin muttered. Midnight. The fifth wave will now begin. The main force of the Blizzard army has arrived in the forest. They are coming. Damn it, it's on again. Pay attention, everyone. Everyone seemed nervous. They could feel the vibration on the ground as the army approached them. Woong woong. All of a sudden, several black portals were created everywhere. What are these? What's going on? The goblins, Belkan, Happy and the three challengers started to panic when they felt the mana flowing from the portals. I never heard about the portals though. A giant skeleton stopped out of the black portal. It had a vicious-looking skull and its black eyes stared at the challengers. Is that an ogre? Shoot! Shoot that! Stop that thing! Kurok! The skeleton ogre, who was named Bark by Li Shin, let out a scream that threatened to burst the challengers' eardrums. The goblins were about to attack, but they dropped their poison needles because they were too nervous. Happy turned pale and started to scream. Besides the humans, Belkan was the only one who endured the fear the ogre set in them, because the fear of the ogre became stronger having received Li Shin's black mana. Wow! It's amazing. Belkan clenched his teeth and tightly grabbed his curved sword. Bam! All of the sudden, Bark got on his knees and gazed somewhere with his flashing eyes. Did you call me master? Said Bark. Everyone turned their heads along the gaze. The subject of Bark's gaze was a calm Li Shin. Did he say master? What's going on? He's the owner of that monster. Si-hoon, is that right? Grook? So he was our comrade? Belkan asked. Everyone looked at Li Shin with surprise. Li Shin ignored all of their responses, looked past the undead and lifted his wand. Stop them all. Block all those slabs of ice, Li Shin commanded. His gaze was fixed on the Blizzard army who were running towards the challengers. Bam! When the ogre's fist of mana hit the ground, the battle formation of the Blizzard army collapsed in an instant. Kick, kick, TT that's scary. He must be an excellent warrior. This is amazing. Kick, wait, that thing is on our side, right? The undead fought against the Blizzard army on the front line, and the skeleton ogre leading the undead was scary but trustworthy. Cock. Skeleton wolf roared. Arg. Shin Ha-yeol screamed, surprised by the roar and the skeleton wolf that popped out from the side. Does this make sense though? Dozens of the undead dominated the battlefield. The other challengers who saw the undead flinched at the killing intent and pure malice they emanated. This was an army of immortals who were unafraid of death. Therefore, more fear arose among the living. Who is he? Maybe he is Li Shin. He went up to the 10th floor a long time ago and people haven't heard about him since. Would he be Li Shin? But then, is there any reason for him to hide himself? I know. Ha. By the way, why did he have to disappear, leaving things like that with us? Well, at least, I don't think they're going to attack us. So let's just try our best. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is it here? Countless soldiers of the Blizzard army gathered deep inside the forest. The main contingent of the Blizzard Army appeared only when the fifth wave had begun. All the troops assigned to invade other villages were gathered here as well. Master, there are too many troops. All you have to do is chop off the head of the army. No. How are you going to get through so many troops, you idiot? Well, of course it's possible with our master's mana. Don't tell me you think our master is weak. When did I say that? Stop it. I have a plan, said Li Xin. Li Xin saw a troop of soldiers in the distance. His dominance was currently 94. Considering the number of skeleton ogres, including Bark, that were summoned to the other villages, there were not many undead here that Li Xin could dominate. There were too few of them to fight the thousands of soldiers in the core. Li Xin was planning on killing the soldiers all at once because these soldiers would typically scatter to different places. However, even with all the challengers in this stage combined, it would be difficult to deal with those soldiers at once. There has to be a way. Did the undead need to be dominated by Li Xin? Harpness. Li Xin called out. At the call of Li Xin, the Grim Reaper popped out of the black portal. Did you call me? Release all the undead that were put into the world of death, Li Xin commanded. I got it. The path between life and death. It connects the path between the world of life and the world of death. All the undead made by Harpness were in the world of death. That was the world where the dead lived. Wong. Black portals were formed over the main contingent of the Blizzard Army. The eyes of the soldiers in the core were drawn to the black portal. A great sense of morale was oozing out from the hundreds of undead who came out of the portal. Jug. Juyuh. Their roars resonated on the battlefield. And the Blizzard Army seemed to be panicking because of the sudden attack of their enemies. How dare the undead come to this place? Beltiar shouted. Within the Blizzard Army, Beltiar was the head. Beltiar, who had a powerful presence amidst those numerous soldiers, shouted as he was staring at a particular spot. Among the undead that were emerging from the black portal, the skeleton exuded a different kind of mana. The skeleton was wearing a black robe and holding a wand. He stared at Beltiar with his stirring blue eyes. Where am I? Why is that asshole staring at me? Lich asked as if he was annoyed. What an arrogant skeleton you are. I'm Beltiar, the head of the Blizzard Army? I will crush every one of you who invaded this place, Beltiar shouted. You're funny. I could have been threatened if this was before I died, but that's no more threat to me now that I've become Lich after death. Lich explained. The undead under Li Xin, which identified itself as a Lich, was named Kallen. Lifting its wand, Kallen yelled, the Hand of Death. The Hand of Death was Kallen's main mana, and it had become more powerful as an undead. With this skill, his black hand extended in all directions toward the core of the Blizzard Army. That won't be enough. Kill them all, my soldiers, Beltiar shouted. The undead clashed with the Blizzard Army. The crudely assembled bones were scattered and broken. Kallen's gaze began to waver, which was unlike his confident stance and attacks at the beginning. It's nice to see you panic. Beltiar laughed at him. Don't mess with me. Fight, you damn undead. Lich shouted. Kallen's mana extended out to the undead and he began to control them. His skills were much better than what Li Xin had expected. It really seemed like Kallen had increased his capabilities quite a bit within the world of death. Perhaps because he was a dark wizard before he died, his power had increased, rather than decreased even though he became an undead. The world of death was literally the world of the dead. The undead who entered were beyond Li Xin's control. Still, they could be summoned anytime through Harpness. Lich was now brought into the world of life, no longer bound, and was allowed to run amok. The undead in the world of death did not all belong to Li Xin. Because of that, it was impossible for Li Xin to know if one of them were beaten by the other undead and had their bodies broken. Therefore, it was not a surprise that the number of undead that came out through the portal was significantly fewer than the number that Li Xin had put into the world of death. However, the power of each individual was much stronger than they were before entering. If we leave him like this, I feel like he's going to die soon. He's a good fighter. Shouldn't we save him? Wari and Mei spoke as if they were worried about Kallen after they saw how well he fought in the battle just now. Of course, the concerns were all about improving Li Xin's power. The next moment, Li Xin took out a scroll. Sheik. The scroll was unrolled. There were unknown characters and formulas written on it. Li Xin's mana began to unfold on top of it. Wuong. The mana that extended from the scroll created a large portal in the air. Titan. Li Xin called out. Li Xin could not use this level of mana, even though he used to be a great wizard in his previous life. Dimensional warehouse. Dozens of titans walked out when Li Xin used the great mana, which Li Xin purchased with 50,000 points. Thud thud thump thump. The number was insignificant compared to the core of the Blizzard Army, but when nearly 30 unmanned titans gathered, their presence was no less than that of the core of the Blizzard Army. These titans were made in a large factory on the 9th floor using artificial intelligence. They did not perform as well as the original titans, because they were slightly modified from the original design. However, their advantages were that there was no need for a titan pilot and they could be easily built. And most importantly, their skills and abilities were not too bad. You guys go over there and support them, Li Xin commanded. Yes, sir, replied a titan. All right, replied another titan. You go too, Gundo, Li Xin ordered. Li Xin summoned Gundo from the bracelet using his mana. It's been a long time since I got a chance to fight. Gundo seemed pretty excited. During Li Xin's last battle on the 10th floor, he did not call out Gundo because Gundo would draw too much attention. However, this time, his presence would be significant in such a great battle. Kararak. Gundo roared. As Li Xin watched the battlefield, he decided to use another mana of his. Swoosh. A pool of blood appeared in the air. And from there, a creature of the noble class appeared. I almost died of boredom while waiting for you to call me, Master, Lillian muttered. We are going to kill Beltiar, Li Xin explained. I think I can easily kill him on my own, said Lillian. You're right, but that's only if you could use your original power. But, you can't do that right now. They are not for you to deal with, because they don't bleed, Li Xin explained. Ugh. Lillian frowned as if her pride was hurt by the fact that she could not even handle those guys on her own. We are going to get this done as fast as we can, said Li Xin. It was necessary for him to advance quickly and reduce the time needed to defeat the army. He had to go up to the 21st floor quickly. Ha, one of the human challengers was out of breath. This is crazy. Why are they disappearing like this all of a sudden? This can't be happening. A group of undead who were slaughtering the Blizzard army on the front line of the battlefield suddenly disappeared into the black portal, and the challengers started to panic at the sudden disappearance. They knew that their side was winning, but they were not so happy when the undead left them saying, "Take care of the rest on your own." Kang Young-hoon sat on the ground and grumbled. He wiped his cold sweat with his sleeve. He thought their biggest problem was the collapse of the battle formation. They had to save Belkan, who was suddenly isolated from the group, and they also had to go get Happy, who was trying to run away from the battlefield. It was chaotic. Wait, what happened to him? Do you think Lee Si-hoon got killed? No way. Otherwise, there's no reason for the undead to suddenly disappear. I don't think so, because if the shaman was dead, the undead would collapse helplessly on the spot. But as you guys saw, the undead disappeared through the portal. The head of the Blizzard army has fallen down. The remaining waves will disappear. You have cleared the 11th floor. Your achievement is being. A whole bunch of system messages appeared in front of the challengers. Those who were defending against the 5th wave were puzzled by the sudden sound. The head of the army had collapsed. What are they talking about? What's going on here? No way. Did Lee Si-hoon leave the group to get the head of the army? I was wondering where he went. And he had gone to kill the head of the army? Can he do that all by himself? This has made it clear. Lee Si-hoon must be Li Xin. Is this for real? Who else would have this level of skills other than Li Xin? Oh well, that's true. We'll find out when we go out. Let's check it out. You have defeated Beltiar, the head of the army. You have defeated the Blizzard army. You have cleared the 11th floor in the shortest amount of time. Your achievement is being recorded. You have achieved 242,200 points. You have received 242,200 points. Your health point has increased by 8,020. Your mana power has increased by 16,200. Your strength has increased by 10. Your agility has increased by 6. Your intelligence has increased by 20. Your dominance has increased by 15. You have acquired the title, the Cruel Slayer. Beltiar was a demon. His ability as He Who Knows Death was invoked as he killed Beltiar. The background was showing a devildom that was filled with coldness everywhere. And Beltiar, who lived there, was killed by the Apostle of God who suddenly appeared. I can't believe the gods mess with demons even. I can't believe it, because there must be a demon god in the demon realm. Well, we don't know that for sure. Maybe the demon god allowed it. Li Xin stood before Beltiar's corpse. Harpness, get him up. All right. Harpness' sickle slashed the soul of Beltiar. Swoosh. With the support from the power of death, the bones and flesh were separated, and a huge undead rose from it. I am. Beltiar opened his mouth. Beltiar, be my clan, Li Xin commanded. The black mana tried to dominate Beltiar, the head of the Blizzard army. Kup. Kuaok. Beltiar began to struggle in pain due to the black mana that flowed from the tip of Li Xin's wand. Beltiar has failed to resist the black mana. Beltiar has become your clan. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has. Thump. Beltiar was almost as large as the skeleton ogre, Bark. He knelt down in front of Li Xin. Beltiar, swear to obey your commands, Beltiar declared. All right, stay inside for now, Li Xin replied. Li Xin put Beltiar in the shadow space with a look of satisfaction. Beltiar had shown extreme hostility to Li Xin until a while ago, but he now vowed obedience to Li Xin. Considering the class of Beltiar's soul, Li Xin thought that he could escape from the dominance of his black mana. However, Li Xin's new class helped this process. Death Ruler. #the dead are easily afraid of you. #your dominance over the dead is strengthened. #you are easily acknowledged by the dead. Recently, Li Xin's class had changed from a necromancer to a death ruler. This result was given because of this new title. Li Xin felt like his identity was gradually being cast this way as time went by. Martyr. Li Xin called out. Yes, my lord. Li Xin took out Martyr, which he was wearing around his waist. It was a beautiful sword that was pure white. Compared to the class contained in Martyr, Li Xin realized that Beltiar was nothing. No wait, never mind, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin thought Martyr would be a counterweight to balance this tilt. Master, the damage is quite significant this time, Mei said anxiously as he approached Li Xin. There were dead soldiers who were slashed and broken bones all over the place where the battle took place. Also, many half-destroyed titans and ruined ground could be seen here and there. The battle has destroyed 23 titans, and 7 of them need to be repaired immediately. About 75% of the undead we've collected so far have disappeared, Mei said anxiously. There's still more left than I thought, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's team had an overwhelming disadvantage in terms of military might. Typically, the soldiers would have been scattered in all directions and the challengers had to defeat them one after another instead of fighting with the entire army in one place. Li Xin had expected this amount of damage. But since we got Beltiar instead, it's not a loss for us, Li Xin explained. The number of undead that could be stored in the shadow space was extremely limited. Therefore, only those who had the potential to grow ought to be gathered. Additionally, Li Xin had saved some time, which was his biggest goal. He had saved a week's time. At Novel bin at. I'm going to the 12th floor, Li Xin said. You are moving to the 12th floor. Ku. Ugh. Swish. Park Ju-hyuk's sword was pulled out with the enemy's flesh. The 10 challengers who attacked them were now cold, dead bodies. Black. Ugh. Ianju started throwing up. Ianju, are you okay? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Ha. Ianju sighed. Focus? It's only the beginning, Park Ju-hyuk shouted. Park Ju-hyuk seemed to be fully energized and eager to fight. Crack. Park Ju-hyuk's sword pierced through the nucleus of hell. The nucleus of Demon Realm has been broken. The Demon Realm in some areas has disappeared. Time is on our side. Soon, a large number of reinforcements will come up from lower floors, Park Ju-hyuk muttered. The black fog lifted from the green landscape. The people, tired of the never-ending fight, sighed and sat down. The community is down for real. How on earth did they do that? What happened to all the existing Korean challengers? Are they really all dead? Ji Eunju asked. Everyone became more serious after hearing Ji Eunju's words. No way. Would they really do that to each other? We're not some kind of monsters, we are all humans, Kang Ji-hoon muttered. Appa, it has been more than 70 years since World War II ended. It's time for that terrible tragedy to happen again. Yes, Ji-hoon. Can't you understand after being attacked like this? We're enemies to them now. Look at that, Park Ju-hyuk explained. Park Ju-hyuk's sword pointed to the dead body that lay on the ground. To them, we are just a species that disturbs the ecosystem. They probably believe they must kill and exterminate us, Park Ju-hyuk muttered. First of all, we should quickly set up a base where we can all rest. We don't know when the enemy will invade again, and soon, the challengers will come up from the lower floors, Wang Kong-wung explained. Yeah, that's right. Plus, we are the advance party, aren't we? So, we need to revive Merton before then. Among the challengers at Undermost, these 7 people were the fastest to climb the tower. They could choose to wait for other challengers and climb up together, but the safety of the Korean challengers who were already active in Ice Osha was a problem. This was why Li Xin had allowed them to go up first. These 7 people had clinched the top ranks of Korea all the way to the 20th floor. They were more than capable to recapture Merton if they could just break through the enemies who were not expecting them this quickly and had let their guard down. If they could reclaim Merton, they would buy enough time for the other challengers from Undermost to come up. Let's go guys. We're almost there at Merton. Merton was like a second home for the Korean challengers. In the far distance, they could see a city that was shrouded by darkness. Swoosh thud. When Kim Kong-chun struck with his sword, the head of a medium-sized beast fell to the ground. No way. Does this even make sense? How can a medium-sized beast appear already? Kang Ji-hoon grumbled looking at the dead body of the beast as if it was ridiculous. Did they do something to make it harder for us? Well, the collapse of Merton did not make any sense in the first place. All the problems started with that. I wouldn't find it strange even if they had put some tricks and traps in front of us. We need to think straight and be clear about this. Otherwise, there might be a setback in our plan, Wang Kong-wung explained. That's right, maybe those challengers have found a way to manipulate the demons, Kim Kong-chun argued. Kim Kong-chun was right. This place was the starting point for challengers on the 21st floor, who have yet to get any pattern, reside. It was the place where the first stage of restoration of the country took place. The emergence of a medium-sized beast could not have appeared without the intervention of other challengers. First of all, we have to break through the castle wall. Fortunately, there aren't that many soldiers out there, but only a few demonic beasts and demonized humans. Use CEO Huang structure identification to identify the weakened parts of the wall and Kong-chun can then make a hole accordingly. After that, we will advance quickly as planned, Park Ju-hyuk commanded. The 5 challengers nodded in response to Park Ju-hyuk's instructions and ran toward the wall. Cock. The beasts, who were wandering around the wall, rushed towards them. Ground digging? As soon as Wang Kong-wung's shovel hit the ground on which the beast was running turned over, causing it to stumble. Ha! Kang Ji-hoon shouted. Kang Ji-hoon struck with his sword right after, cutting off the beast's leg, weakening its mobility. Park Ju-hyuk then followed through with a stab into its neck. Swoosh! Splat! They easily defeated the beast with their teamwork. The challengers eventually eliminated the beasts and closed in on the castle wall. Wang Kong-wung's skill structure identification gave him the ability to find out the overall structure at once just by looking at a building. Wang Kong-wung moved quickly, touching and checking the walls. And he stopped right away when he noticed something. Hit over here. Wang Kong-wung shouted. At Wang Kong-wung's order, Kim Kong-chun hit the area that Kong-wung was pointing at without hesitation. Bam! One side of the wall was easily demolished by a blow from Kim Kong-chun, who had the highest strength stat here. A hole was created, barely allowing an adult to enter. All right, let's go in, Kim Kong-chun muttered. When the challengers entered through the wall, they were shocked to see the state of the place that was enveloped in the demon realm. They had expected some hardship ahead of them, but they started to think that it would be a lot harder to reach their destination. Fortunately, they had already obtained a map on Merton's structure in advance. Despite the current environment, they would still be able to find their way there, thanks to the unique structures built all around. It is here. Our goal is to get to the throne room. The nucleus is here. All right, let's go. It's going to be a tough game to move inside the castle. Be prepared guys, especially you Ianju, Park Ju-hyuk said while looking at Ji Ianju. Ji Ianju was already filled with worry. If she continued to behave this way, there was a good chance that she would only hinder the rest, instead of helping them. In the previous fight, Kang Ji-hoon was seriously injured because Ji Ianju hesitated to deal with the enemies at a critical moment. She was performing fine when fighting the demonic beasts, but she still had not gotten used to attacking humans, even if they were enemies. From now on, they could be in real mortal danger. If they took Ji Ianju, who was always hesitant and worried along with them, someone might be sacrificed. Listen, Ji Ianju. If you hesitate again, like you did before, there's a high chance that we'll get hurt, okay? If you don't kill the enemies, we will die. Park Ju-hyuk spoke firmly and held Ji Ianju's shoulders. They could not baby her anymore. Why yeah Ianju, you can do it. Don't cry. Hai-won tried to comfort Ianju because she was sniffling. Ji Ianju cried not because of Ju-hyuk's scolding, but because she was frustrated with herself. Oh shit, the beasts have noticed our presence, Kim Kong-chun said urgently as he looked at the beasts approaching from far away. Ji Ianju, we're not going to say this again. If you don't want to harm us like this, just don't join the attack in the first place. Just assist us from behind. And when Merton gets reclaimed, stay there quietly until we clear the way, Ju-hyuk told Ianju. After he finished speaking, Ju-hyuk did not pay any more attention to Ianju who was still crying. He brandished his sword and ran toward the beast. It's alright Ianju. Don't be so hard on yourself. Ju-hyuk is just saying this because he's worried. Hai-won tried to comfort her. No, I don't want to be a burden anymore, Ji Ianju replied. Ianju took a deep breath and stared at the approaching beasts and witches. I'll kill those witches, leave them to me, Ji Ianju said in a determined voice. They were not simply humans, these were creatures that were similar with and familiar to humans. Witches were human beings, just charged with demon power. Their appearance was not much different from that of regular humans. Therefore, their presence was enough to make Ji Ianju hesitate. It was not as hard as killing a regular human, but it required Ianju to muster her determination to kill them by herself. Ha! Ji Ianju barely calmed her thumping heart with a deep breath and held up her wand. Two witches, whose bodies were black, approached her. The two leapt and clawed at Ji Ianju with their sharp fingernails. Stone wall. A stone wall jutted out and pushed the witches up in the air. Stone edge. Then a sharp stone pike protruding from the ground penetrated the stomachs of the witches falling from the air. Cock. The witches cried in pain. The witch's black blood splattered out from their body and splashed onto Ji Ianju's face. Just as she flinched and tried to close her eyes, Park Ju-hyuk shouted, "Just look. Don't take your eyes off them." Park Ju-hyuk had finished dealing with the beast nearby and was watching Ianju's fight. Ianju kept her eyes wide open and looked at them, while trying her best to keep her head fixated and not look away. Due to her mana, blood was pouring out from the witch's guts, as if they were skewered. Except for their dark skin and long nails on both their hands and feet, they looked just like human beings. Ji Ianju tried to confront them head-on, summoning all the determination she had tried to muster. This is the world you have to live in from now on. You need to get used to it. Try harder to get used to it. Why did you come into the tower if you couldn't even manage this? Think carefully. Why did you enter the tower in the first place? Ju-hyuk explained. Ianju held her trembling right hand with her left hand and did not take her eyes off until the end. Ju-hyuk was right. The reason I came into the tower, Ji Ianju muttered. Ji Ianju had entered the tower just to escape from reality. She had done it on impulse. She thought that she would never run away again, because there was no place to run away to in the tower. Ji Ianju's quickened breathing gradually began to stabilize. I'm sorry for making you worry, Ji Ianju said quietly. When Park Ju-hyuk saw how hard she tried to overcome her fear, he smiled slightly and turned around. Let's get going. It's late, said Park Ju-hyuk. *****. The gates to the castle had been broken, and the bodies of the demonic beasts were scattered all over the place. The fishy smell of beast blood stinked up the place. Ha, ha, ha. This is crazy. We've just entered, and I can't believe we're already so exhausted. Ha. How many days did it take us? Mr. Wang, can you please give me a potion? I'm about to run out of mana power. Here you go. Try to save your mana power from now on. We don't have much potion left, Wang Kongwang muttered. Each of the 6 exhausted men sat down on the ground and rested against the dead bodies of the beasts. These 6 challengers were the ones who had swept the top ranks up to the 20th floor. That was why they could survive until this point. If it were others, they would have already died at the starting point. Wuong. Heads. Park Ju-hyuk shouted. Sheik bam, boom. Balls of fire started to fall on them as they were resting. Thanks to Park Ju-hyuk, all 6 of them immediately jumped into their defensive stances. Fortunately, none of them were hurt as they had quick reflexes. However, the entrance caught fire due to the corpses strewn all around. The temperature on the battlefield increased rapidly and the challengers' stamina took an additional toll. You all look quite exhausted. A man in a robe walked up to them. Were you waiting for us to get tired? Yeah, of course. I was too scared of your fighting spirit, the man replied. However, contrary to what he had been saying, the man in the robe looked relaxed. Why on earth are you doing this to us? Park Hae-won shouted and expressed her frustration. Why are you asking? Is it because you really don't know? I think the Koreans should know better than the foreigners. Aren't you the ones who are forced to compete the most? The man asked again. But this is too much? Killing fellow humans by such reasoning is. Ji Eun-ju shouted in a tearful voice. These situations were painful for Ji Eun-jun, who was kind and tender-hearted. Even though it had been almost 2 years since she had entered the tower, she still found it hard to get used to the fact that challengers would kill their opponent out of jealousy. You're still young, said the man. You wouldn't have come alone. Kim Kong-chun made a sudden attack. In a blink of an eye, Kim Kong-chun stood in front of the man in the robe, and slashed vertically with his greatsword. Chang! A pair of daggers suddenly appeared in the air and blocked the path of the greatsword. However, Kong-chun had gently stepped back as if he had anticipated it. The next moment, Kong-chun saw a masked man who appeared in front of him. Now they are showing up. Why don't you all come out? Kong-chun shouted. Haha, stop pretending to be calm, the man replied. Suddenly, numerous masked men in dark clothes appeared and surrounded them. These people were hiding themselves as if they merged with the black fog around them. I don't think they're challengers. Their vibes were very different from other challengers. All of them who were surrounding Kong-chun and his group were emitting the same wave of mana, except for the one guy who stopped Kong-chun's attack a while ago. You're quick to read the room? I heard that you learned from Li Xin. You must be very skilled in sensing mana in your environment, the man said. You're making a mistake right now. Do you think this shit will work if our master comes up here? Kong-chun replied. At novel bin at. I admit it. Li Xin is out of our league. But you know what? You guys are not. The man laughed at them. A moment ago, as the great sword and 2 daggers clashed, a gust of wind arose. As a result, the robe fluttered and the face of the man in the robe was revealed. He was a sharp-looking man with black bangs that covered his eyes. He sneered at the Korean challengers. Maybe I will just cut off your hands and feet before Li Xin comes, so that he cannot do anything about it even if he comes, the man said. Flame burned fiercely at the tip of his wand. And he will soon be just like you guys. Inuokogo looked down at Korean challengers with an arrogant expression. Wait, is he Inuokogo? What? That's Inuokogo. Among all the Asian challengers, Inuokogo was the only flame wizard with slanted eyes and intense flame mana. And his slanted eyes were visible through his long drooping bangs. I saw him on the video. Oh, I see. This is him, Wang Kongwong replied. Wang Kongwong had also seen him in a video that was posted on the community. Now, all of the videos were down, so it was hard to find, but they could watch the video not long after they went up to the 2nd floor. Inuokogo was a ranker of the lower floors in Japan. He was a challenger who was famous for his powerful fire spells. Don't worry, he is just. Kim Kong-chun looked surprised. Well, take a look at this, said Inuokogo. Kim Kong-chun turned serious all of the sudden when he saw the blue pattern appear on Inuokogo's face. The pattern was a system that ran through the entire Isosha here. One could upgrade the pattern they bore in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, purple, black, and finally white by accumulating merit points. As the challenger's pattern upgrades, their stats increases as well, and their scope of activity in Isosha widens at the same time. You guys don't even have the qualification. No matter how good you are, it will be hard to catch up, because of the gap between our colors. Inuokogo laughed at them. In Isosha, an individual with a pattern was called a qualified person. I can't believe that he has the blue pattern. Damn it, why did he come all the way here with the blue pattern? It's time for you guys to die, Inuokogo muttered. Inuokogo's mana power began to burn with flame. At the same time, the blue pattern shone, adding power to the flame. Get out of this place right now. One Inu is a Buddhist priest of the 15th century whose manuscripts are now classified as national treasures of Japan. Moving flame, Inuokogo shouted. The place was up in flames all over. The flames moved to the mana of Inuokogo. His specialty was to manipulate the situation on the battlefield with his flames. Before anyone could realize, the battlefield was changing as he had intended. Coop, stay together. Ah, Eun-ju screamed. Eun-ju? Damn it. As if conducting an orchestra, the flames stirred according to the direction of Inuokogo's wand. While trying to avoid the flames, the challengers split into 3 pairs. Due to the wall of fire that rose nearly 3 meters high, the Korean challengers could not easily reassemble. Everyone, be careful. Remember, Inuokogo is not the only opponent. Park Ju-hyuk shouted. Watch out for the assassins. Kim Kong-chun shouted as well. At the cries of Park Ju-hyuk and Kim Kong-chun, the others also began to watch out for the assassins. It will be difficult for them to move through the fire, too. Well, it's harder to figure out because of Inuokogo's mana. Park Ju-hyuk clenched his teeth and looked beyond the flames. He could not see anything, but he was sure that Inuokogo was controlling the flames with his wand over there. I'm just worried about Eun-ju, Park Ju-hyuk muttered. What should we do? Park Hae-won asked. It's too late to go help. We're going to focus on catching Inuokogo, Park Ju-hyuk replied. While Park Ju-hyuk and Park Hae-won searched for Inuokogo in the flames, Ji Eun-ju and Wang Kong-won were dealing with 3 other assassins. Swoosh Chang, Eun-ju, try to read their mana wave. Wang Kong-won shouted. I can't do it, Mr. Wang. Ji Eun-ju cried in fear. You can do it. Just stay calm. I'll protect you. Wang Kong-won tried to encourage her. After hearing his words, Ji Eun-ju closed her eyes and tried to calm down as she activated her mana. Master has told me many times that I practiced enough and that I can do it. Don't feel the mana wave, read it. Try to think of its characteristics. What are the characteristics of assassins? The assassin's innate mana wave is very different from that of their stealth skill. Unlike the usual sharp and sensitive wave of the assassins, the mana wave for stealth is very static. Mana power could be felt from the bright flames. There was one exceptionally slow mana wave that ran along the intense flow of mana. When Ji Eun-ju sensed a strange wave that was close to her, she pulled up her mana power. Swoosh gagagak! A rock that protruded from the ground blocked the assassin's sword. Mr. Wang! Ji Eun-ju shouted. Wang Kong-won had been watching the situation even before Ji Eun-ju called him. He had already taken out his weapon. Puck! His pickaxe struck and pierced through the assassin's chest, and the assassin was thrown over the shroud of fire. Nice! Arg! Ji Eun-ju gasped. Right at the moment when Ji Eun-ju exclaimed in delight, the assassin's dagger struck her arm. If her reaction had been a little slower, her arm would have been broken. I see that you have a good reflex. An assassin who had appeared in the air laughed at her and pulled out a dagger that was stuck in the ground. You annoying bitch, die first, the assassin muttered. Coop, Cheng, Chea, Cheng, Kang Ji-hoon withstood the assassin's attacks. Kim Kong-chun was still fighting fiercely with the assassin who blocked his attack earlier. Chang, the assassin sent Kim Kong-chun flying all the way to the other side as he tried holding his ground with the greatsword. Kim Kong-chun, gritting his teeth and keeping his eyes wide open, dug into the ground with the greatsword as he was driven back all the way to the other side. An assassin strong enough to push Kim Kong-chun with his greatsword was not any normal guy. What the hell? My strength is not enough to deal with the assassin? But my strength is over 200 though. Kim Kong-chun tried to look calm, but he was very embarrassed. Up until this point, he had accumulated his stats by accomplishing the highest level of achievements in most of the stages. Among the challengers, he had invested the most time and effort in building up his strength. Therefore, it made no sense for the assassin, his opponent, to be neck and neck with him. Then suddenly, the assassin's dagger began to glow green. He is a qualified of the green pattern. So was he a challenger, just as I had expected. Kim Kong-chun mumbled. Well, if you figured it out, just give up and die. As if he was teleporting, the masked challenger continued to attack him, aiming for his vital spots. Damn it. Do you also have high agility? He hoped not. Kim Kong-chun was weaker in both speed and response time. As long as the opponent had a pattern, it was impossible for him to defeat the opponent by just relying on his stats. It would have been possible if it was master. Suddenly, Kim Kong-chun felt as if he could hear Li Shin's voice ringing in his ears at this moment. The two little ones are playing well. Haha. Kim Kong-chun laughed. The assassin frowned at Kim Kong-chun's sudden outburst of laughter. What's so funny? The assassin asked. Oh no, nothing. I just think it was quite intense between the little ones, Kim Kong-chun explained. What? The assassin asked. Well, Kim Kong-chun was preparing for the next step. Kim Kong-chun's mana began to envelop his greatsword. I should win even among the little ones, so that I won't be ashamed to see my master's face, Kim Kong-chun shouted. You arrogant bastard, the assassin muttered. Bring it on. Kim Kong-chun began his strike. There was a huge clash as Kim Kong-chun's greatsword and the masked man's dagger collided. Meanwhile, Inuokogo was in a difficult situation as he faced Park Ju-hyuk and Park Hae-won's attacks, which were stronger than he had expected. How do the ones that don't even have a pattern have such a high level of stats? When Inuokogo saw that Park Hae-won was holding out quite well against his flames, he was annoyed. It was proof that their intelligence was comparable to that of his. This is actually crazy. He's more problematic than her. Kim Kong-chun used his swords like a ghost. 2 of the assassins whom he had hired by paying quite a lot of money were killed in a short period of time. These assassins were capable of killing those who had just come up to the 21st floor in a blink of an eye. However, even though there were 5 people against 1 Inuokogo, when faced with his flames, 2 of them had already collapsed. Exploding flame, Inuokogo shouted. Boom! Pa-wo-wo! Suddenly, the flames that surrounded the challengers exploded as if they were bombs. And Park Hae-won, who was dealing with the flames, was swept away by an explosion and collapsed. Park Hae-won! Wang Kong-won shouted. Coop. I'm fine. Park Hae-won replied. Fortunately, Hae-won noticed the change in the mana wave and escaped death by using her defensive mana. However, she suffered serious injuries. Ha, ha. Park Hae-won was out of breath. Park Hae-won had no idea how much mana power Inuokogo had. Inuokogo stood unscathed even though he was engaging in a mana confrontation with them and at the same time controlling the flames that were spread throughout the battlefield. The difference in the level of pattern was too big. No matter how great their achievements were coming up to the 20th floor, their stats were nothing compared to the power of that pattern. It would not have been a surprise to be killed earlier if they had not learned mana control from Li Shin. However, although Inuokogo's ability was excellent, he did not seem to know how to handle fundamental mana. Quick gun. Bang, pew, bang. Park Hye-won, who had collapsed to the floor, pointed with her index finger in the air and created wind mana. Park Hye-won sent 3 bullets of wind near Park Ju-hyuk. The bullets flew exactly where the 3 assassins were attacking Park Ju-hyuk. They were able to avoid the bullets, but failed to avoid a series of attacks from Park Ju-hyuk immediately after. Using his sword fight skills, Park Ju-hyuk attacked their vital points. He did not miss any opportunities to attack them. Within a single breath, the 3 assassins were killed. Crunch. When Inuokogo saw the scene, he frowned and gritted his teeth. The exploding flame skill that he had used a moment ago was a bit of a gamble. If a single, sudden explosion did not manage to kill the opponent, he would not have been able to continue either. He would not be able to use mana for a while due to the backlash caused by the de-energizing effect of the mana. Inuokogo did not know how Park Hye-won noticed. Even at the brink of death, having been injured by Inuokogo's mana a while ago, she turned the situation around with her mana. Therefore, it became a fight where someone could win if they endured a little longer than the other person. What the? How did you know? Inuokogo asked. It's too obvious. Says you who's about to die. That's funny. Inuokogo laughed at the challengers. Now it's your turn, Inuokogo, said Park Ju-hyuk. Drip. Park Ju-hyuk hit his sword once on the floor, shook the blood off, and ran toward Inuokogo. Just die? Coop. Park Ju-hyuk gasped. Just before Park Ju-hyuk's sword could pierce the neck of Inuokogo, an incoming sword, impossible to avoid due to the incredibly high speed, struck Park Ju-hyuk. Park Ju-hyuk gasped. Park Ju-hyuk held tightly onto his side that was bleeding and stared at the opponent who appeared out of nowhere. I came here just in case, but there's only 6 of you here. That's great, a man muttered. 20 challengers had surrounded the battlefield. They each had a pattern that was glowing on their bodies. Damn it. Park Ju-hyuk muttered. Ju-hyuk Appa. Ju-hyuk. Hye-won. Park Hye-won and Park Ju-hyuk were not the only ones who got injured. The other 4 were exhausted and injured as well, though not as much as the 2. At Novel bin at. Do you think you can beat us? You look very exhausted. The man who fatally wounded Park Ju-hyuk a moment ago started laughing. I should have killed at least Inuokogo. Park Ju-hyuk was thinking about using the power of transformation just before he suffered that fatal injury, but he ended up not using it. Even if he had reversed the situation, nothing would have changed. This had to be used when he stood a better chance. 6 people are enough to deal with you guys, Park Ju-hyuk muttered. As much as Park Ju-hyuk put it that way, it was a really bad situation for them, hopeless even. The 6 were already exhausted and they were injured. In the worst case scenario, I will have to sacrifice myself with the power of transformation and let these guys run away. Park Ju-hyuk began to postulate various situations. I can see that you're trying to figure out a way out of here, but you better not think about running away. More reinforcements are on the way. The man started laughing. Aren't you embarrassed, Kuichi-en? You're going to attack us by helping the Japanese that you hate so much. Park Ju-hyuk asked. Wow, you recognize me. Don't worry, after I kill you all, I'm going to kill that guy over there, Kuichi-en replied. Kuichi-en pointed to Inuokogo and Kodo Tomotatsu, an assassin who fought with Kim Kong-chan. They were resting in the back with a smirk on their faces. Ugh, fucking bastard, Park Hye-won muttered. Park Hye-won looked at him contemptuously. However, on the bright side, only Kuichi-en had the blue pattern and the rest had either orange or yellow patterns. Even so, in this kind of situation, it was difficult to deal with Kuichi-en alone. The challengers started to think that they might really die here. Listen, I'll run to Kuichi-en first and take care of him, so you guys go inside the castle and break the nucleus of Demon Realm. That's the only way we will survive. Park Ju-hyuk spoke quietly so that others could not hear him. Then what about you, Appa? No way, I'll deal with Kuikia. Kim Kong-chan was interrupted. Kim Kong-chan. Keep a cool head. If it can't be me, you are the only one who can lead the group. And even looking at his mana characteristics, Kuichi-en is the most suitable for me. Park Ju-hyuk explained. But still, Kim Kong-chan mumbled. Stop trying to come up with some kind of plan. You know it's meaningless, said Kuichi-en. Kuichi-en threw his sword fiercely, and it flew in between them. Kill them all. Kuichi-en shouted. As soon as Kuichi-en ordered, the 20 challengers began to move. Just listen to me everyone. Park Ju-hyuk shouted. With Park Ju-hyuk's last command, Park Ju-hyuk went for Kuichi-en, and the other 4 ran in the opposite direction. Mr. Wang, I'll go with Ju-hyuk. Go on. Wang Kong-wung shouted. Then, Wang Kong-wung fought the challengers who were blocking Park Ju-hyuk. Mr. Wang, why did you? Park Ju-hyuk shouted. It's too late to go back anyways, Wang Kong-wung replied. Park Ju-hyuk frowned and then kicked the challenger with the orange pattern who blocked him and ran toward Kuichi-en. Kuichi-en's sword and Park Ju-hyuk's sword clashed and dozens of fights took place in an instant. Although his body was getting more and more wounded, Park Ju-hyuk was targeting the most critical moment. Damn it, my body won't listen. Park Ju-hyuk's muscles stiffened as their swords clashed aggressively. Kuichi-en took advantage of that moment and his sword dug into Park Ju-hyuk like a snake. Swoosh, Kayup. Park Ju-hyuk gasped. At Park Ju-hyuk's scream, Kuichi-en smirked. Kuichi-en thought he clearly saw his sword stab Park Ju-hyuk in the heart. He definitely saw that. What the hell? Kui Qian was shocked. Before he even realized it, Park Ju-hyuk's sword had aimed at his heart and his sword pointed upward. Before he fully grasped the situation, Kui Qian twisted his body to escape fatality and managed to change the position of the sword from the heart to the direction of his right rib. Quad duk, Kua! Kui Qian screamed. Kui Qian cried out in the pain of breaking ribs and splitting flesh. When Kui Qian hit Park Ju-hyuk with his sword while being stabbed, Park Ju-hyuk loosened his grip and lost his sword. He then collapsed to the floor. Ha, ha, what kind of ability is this? Kui Qian ground his teeth and exhaled a rough breath. Park Ju-hyuk could not easily stand up, perhaps because he had already used up all his strength. Kui Qian groaned. Kui Qian had pulled out the sword stuck in his ribs and threw it back. He then approached Park Ju-hyuk with a frown. He never thought Park Ju-hyuk would hit him like this just before he was about to die. He found Park Ju-hyuk to be more dangerous than expected. Park Ju-hyuk was a challenger who had only recently come up to the 21st floor. However, he had an instinct for battle, and a cool-headedness that was never discouraged, even if he was close to dying. Also, he had made the greatest achievements as he climbed from the 2nd to the 20th floor. It was obvious that if Park Ju-hyuk and his group had obtained the pattern, not only Kui Qian and his group who turned them into enemies but also other countries would be in danger. I must kill him here. Kui Qian did not want to take more time. Park Ju-hyuk and his group members were too strong. Wang Kongwang, who was dealing with other challengers next to him, was skillful as Park Ju-hyuk, and so were the 4 other challengers who ran into the castle. Well, since that guy is with the other 4, I'll just deal with these 2. Kui Qian's sword started to fill with his mana. Goodbye. Whoosh pow! A strong gust of pressure cut through the wind as if there was an explosion, and a powerful blow came and hit Kui Qian. As Kui Qian was pushed back, he clenched his teeth and saw where the attack came from. Who are you? Kui Qian asked. He was a challenger with black hair and knuckle dusters. If the challenger who just came up showed this much power, there was only one person to expect. What's going on? You've been acting so proud all the time, and what's up with you now? The challenger asked. Park Ju-hyuk turned his head to the familiar voice. In a blurred vision due to blood loss from his head, Park Ju-hyuk could still see a familiar figure who stood in front of him, as if protecting him. You're a little late. Park Ju-hyuk smiled. What do you mean I'm late? I'm just in time. Isn't this the timing for the main character to appear? The man replied. He had a fit body and his voice was light. Shin Hanul got into his fighting position. He wore a yellowish-brown knuckle duster on each hand and started bumping his fists. I have been so stressed these days, so why don't I just beat you up? Shin Hanul glanced at Kui Qian. Here comes a madman. Kui Qian frowned again and grabbed his sword more tightly. That was pretty fierce, Kui Qian muttered as he got up. A few moments ago, Kui Qian had been pushed back by Shin Hanul's wind. He got up and shook his clothes. Stop pretending to be fine, Shin Hanul muttered. Do I look fine? Kui Qian began to laugh at Shin Hanul. The blue pattern on the back of his hand glowed and he drew his sword out. A blue sword aura formed along the tip of the sword and flew toward Shin Hanul. Ugh. Shin Hanul quickly pulled up his mana to block the sword aura, and looked at Kui Qian with a surprised face. He could not believe that Kui Qian was okay even after his sudden attack. No way, how is this possible? He is not even from Undermost. When Shin Hanul had been at Undermost, he used to be ignored by many people. However, in terms of talent, Shin Hanul had been one of the top challengers at Undermost. As he had started climbing the tower, he had been in close pursuit of the top rankers and had attained great achievements. It was unimaginable for him to be losing to other challengers who climbed up without having gone through proper training on the first floor. This guy has the blue pattern. It will be impossible to defeat him just with our stats, Park Ju-hyuk explained. Oh, I just realized that. At Park Ju-hyuk's words, Shin Hanul noticed the blue light radiating from Kui Qian's body. Shin Hanul was frightened seeing the blue pattern. What the hell? You should have told me that Earlko. Shin Hanul gasped. You think this is some kind of a joke? Kui Qian shouted. Kui Qian got offended when he saw Shin Hanul being so calm and relaxed in front of him. Therefore, he started to attack Shin Hanul. Shin Hanul blocked the attacks in a hurry. However, when the merciless attacks continued on, he began to panic and everything started to go wrong. Chang? Park Ju-hyuk pulled himself together while Shin Hanul was fighting Kui Qian. He then jumped in to block Kui Qian's sword and pushed him away from Shin Hanul. You guys are pretty good, Kui Qian muttered. Damn it, it feels like there's one more burden to carry, said Park Ju-hyuk. Geez, what do you mean a burden? Did you forget that I saved you? Shin Hanul got offended. Heads. Park Ju-hyuk shouted. Clang clang clang. Park Ju-hyuk avoided Kui Qian's sword and looked back because, for a moment, he thought that something was amiss. It was because the other challengers on Kui Qian's team did not show up. Park Ju-hyuk had thought that they would soon come this way after defeating Wang Kongwang. However, that did not happen. No way. Bam! Crash! Suddenly, there was a loud sound coming from behind. Park Ju-hyuk looked back with a look of surprise. See? I didn't come here alone. Shin Hanul grumbled. Behind the offended Shin Hanul, Park Ju-hyuk could see several familiar faces. Boss, what's going on with you? You abandoned us, went up ahead, and got into a situation like this. We would not have sent you ahead if we'd known you were going to struggle this much. You guys. Park Ju-hyuk seemed relieved. They were Park Ju-hyuk's colleagues from Undermost. The group included Park Ju-hyuk's special team members and other Korean challengers who had joined them. Just stay here and rest for a bit. We will deal with the rest. Hey, I'm the one who saved Ju-hyuk, Shin Hanul muttered. Everyone, get ready for battle. Protect our boss and Mr. Wang. After that, we will enter the inner city, Baek Hyuna commanded. She did not even bother to listen to Shin Hanul's words and gave instructions to the team. Ugh, you, annoying bastards. Kui Chien shouted. I'll join you, said In Yukogo. Flames soared in the midst of the Korean challengers. When Park Ju-hyuk and Wang Kong-won saw the flames, their faces stiffened. In Yukogo, Kui Chien muttered. Let's wipe out these guys first, and then we will have our battle after, In Yukogo explained. Kui Chien did not like how things were going, but he nodded because he did not have any other choice. Unlike the first time, the situation had changed. Kui Chien and In Yukogo became the minority, whereas Park Ju-hyuk and his team were the majority. And the next moment, a bloodied Wang Kong-won slowly walked out from among the special team members. Now the tables have turned. How do you feel now? Do you think you two can handle it? In the inner city, other challengers kept looking for the 4 members of Park Ju-hyuk's team. The 4 people were already riddled with wounds. They had barely managed to elude their pursuers, and they sighed in relief. Do you think Ju-hyuk and Mr. Wang are doing all right on their own? They will be fine. Let's think about how we are going to get through this situation first. Kim Kong-chun took out a map of Merton's inner city from his arms and put it down on the floor. If we keep pushing forward like this, we will arrive at the throne room. I know that the challengers are a problem, but we also have to deal with the demons who are in the inner city, Kim Kong-chun explained. What do you think, Ianju? Give me a minute, Ji Ianju replied. Ji Ianju placed her palm on the floor and sent her mana through the ground. The wave of mana that was flowing through the ground detected several disparate waves. I think we will encounter more enemy challengers while dealing with the demons if we take this route, Ji Ianju explained. Then should we go back the other way? No, we don't have time for that. We have to deal with them quickly in order to save the 2 people who are still outside. How's the enemy's strength? How many people have they got? There are 3 small demonic beasts and 2 demonized humans who are blocking the entrance. But I can't figure out where the challengers are right now, Ji Ianju explained. Was it better to go ahead without finding out where the enemy challengers were? Or was it better for them to consider all the possibilities and advance cautiously, just in case? Kim Kong-chun was in agony. He was the only one who could take the leadership role here. However, he was not sure if it was right to risk the lives of his colleagues. His head was telling him that the former was right, but he was still hesitant. Let's just go in. Park Hae-won gave her opinion first. There is no guarantee that it will be safe to go back, and above all, the 2 people outside are sacrificing themselves for us. I think it's better to just break through. Yes, I think so too. Let's just break through it. After hearing the opinions of the 2 people, Kim Kong-chun looked at Ji Ianju. What about you? Kim Kong-chun asked. I agree, Ji Ianju muttered. Will you be okay? Kim Kong-chun asked. Yes, Ji Ianju replied. Kim Kong-chun realized that he had been thinking of them as weak. Let's go then. Kim Kong-chun led the group. The 4 challengers opened the door carefully and moved cautiously along the corridor. Soon, they could see a demonic beast and a demonized human who were walking slowly down the corridor. Thank God, they're not together. I think we will be able to handle them quietly. Kim Kong-chun exchanged glances with the other 3. They had already worked together countless times. Kim Kong-chun considered the demon's appearance and characteristics. Okay, so the Kurit is an agile demonic beast, but weak in defense. And on the other hand, these demonized humans have reinforced gloves? I'll be in trouble if I make a mistake. The next moment, Park Hae-won and Kim Kong-chun's eyes met. The 2 nodded lightly, and Kim Kong-chun ran out first. At the same time, Kong Ji-hoon also moved and Park Hae-won's mana buffed Kim Kong-chun's sword. Kirik. The Kurit was surprised. As the demonic beast and the demonized human realized the presence of the attackers, Kong Ji-hoon's sword had already struck the Kurit while Kim Kong-chun's great sword had struck the demonized human. A rock that protruded from the ground caught the Kurit's feet, and Kong Ji-hoon's sword penetrated the Kurit's neck immediately after. The demonized human could not even scream as its head rolled off to the ground following Kim Kong-chun's attack. Let's go. Kim Kong-chun led the group. Fortunately, the challengers dealt with the remaining 3 demons smoothly, and safely arrived at the throne room without being caught by the enemy challengers. This is going too well. Do you think this is a trap? I think there's a good chance of that. So let's be careful. The 4 challengers opened the door of the throne room with stiff expressions on their faces. The throne room was filled with black fog. The throne was located in the middle of the room, and on top of the throne, there was a dark red nucleus of Demon Realm. As soon as they opened the door, Park Hae-won noticed the nucleus of Demon Realm. She then released the mana that she had been warming up before entering the throne room. Wind Cutter. Kryak. Park Hae-won was able to display her fast casting speed right there and then, but it did not leave even a tiny scratch on the surface of the pair of strong claws that had appeared and blocked the Wind Cutter's attack. You sure have a short temper, said a voice. A creature with a heap of fur emerged from the black mist. Even at a quick glance, the challengers could see that he had a muscular body along with ferocious claws on both his hands and feet. Beastman. Considering the navy pattern that was glowing on his chest, he was definitely a challenger. From the 10th floor to the 19th floor, the challengers could only encounter other challengers from different dimensions. However, it had changed again from the 21st floor, because now the challengers could encounter only the challengers who came from the Earth's dimension, not from any other dimensions. Therefore, this beastman was definitely a challenger who came from the Earth. Nice to meet you, Korean challengers and rising super rookies. The beastman seemed relaxed and calm. On the other hand, the four felt nothing but hopelessness. The power and stats of those with patterns increased relatively. In addition, the beastman had maximized physicality. Therefore, if he had a pattern, the increase in stats made him impossible to deal with even for those who had outstanding achievements. Moreover, earlier, they had been struggling to deal with the qualifiers who acquired a blue pattern. However, this time, the opponent had a navy pattern, which was one level higher than the blue pattern. The challengers thought that there was no chance for them to win this battle. Damn it. Even if the challengers had been at their best, the beastman was a tough opponent to deal with. Besides, it was even harder for them to deal with the beastman because their health points and mana power were very low at the moment. Also, behind beastman were other challengers trying to defeat them. You guys look worried. But, don't worry. If you four beat me, I'll hand you the nucleus. Also, I won't let the other guys get in our fight, said the beastman. What? I wonder how good the super rookies are. So why don't I quickly introduce myself before we start fighting? My name is Ethan. Since I already know all of your names, you don't have to tell me. Ha ha ha. Ethan started laughing. It was difficult for the four challengers to figure out whether Ethan was telling the truth or not. Alright, then let's begin. Ethan shouted. Ethan charged toward Kim Kong-chun. A tremendous gripping force that seemed to be enough to crush the greatsword was delivered to Kim Kong-chun through his sword. Woong! Along with his greatsword, Kim Kong-chun was thrown into the wall by Ethan, because he lacked strength. Kong Ji-hoon, who ran in a little late, was smashed into the ground by Ethan's foot, his head pressing against the floor. Ah! Ji Eun-ju screamed. Even though she was a little late, Ji Eun-ju tried to cast a spell. However, she screamed as she was hit by Ethan. She flew away without being able to properly use her mana, due to fear. In the meantime, Park Hye-won's spear of cool wind thrust at Ethan's neck, but Ethan slightly tilted his head and easily avoided the last attack. Did I expect too much from you? Ethan asked. Ethan could not hide his disappointment and looked at the four people who fell down. He did not expect them to beat him, but since they were the talk of the town, he thought they would be able to show him something better. If this is all you've got, I don't have to wait and see. Li Shin must be nothing, too, Ethan muttered. Just as Ethan was about to leave with a sneer, there was a series of sword aura clashing. Boom boom, ugh, Ethan gasped. He panicked when the swords caused an explosion, as he had thought that they were just simple swords. It's way too early for you to judge our master. Kim Kong-chun approached from the side. Kim Kong-chun seemed to be out of breath. Adat novel bin adat. You have a strong ego cup. Ethan gasped. Whoosh! The spear of cool wind that was shot from the black mist spun at a high speed and dug into Ethan's nails. Kuah. With a voice full of irritation, Ethan cancelled his spell, grabbed Kong Ji-hoon's head and smashed it into the ground several times. Boom, 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 Kuah. Kong Ji-hoon screamed. Ji-hoon appa. Kong Ji-hoon's health points which had been slowly recovering fell drastically. And due to Ethan's overwhelming strength, his mental state started to slowly fall apart. Kim Kong-chun hurriedly swung his sword to save him, but the sword was not able to reach the target in time, and Ethan threw Kong Ji-hoon in front of the attack. Kim Kong-chun swept across the ground and caught Kong Ji-hoon midair, but Ethan kicked them down from above. Clang! There was a loud sound in the throne room as if something was hit by a cannonball. Ha, ha, Ethan sighed. Ethan's eyes began to return to their normal state. He had been too excited for a second. He had found it really exciting to allow the challengers to attack him when he thought that they would not be able to touch even a single hair of his. The side effects of becoming a beastman appeared occasionally, and now was the time. I see that you have some capability, Ethan muttered. Ethan looked at the four people lying on the floor. They were too talented to be killed like this here. If it weren't for his situation, Ethan would not have joined in this kind of activity. Just then, other challengers flocked to the throne room. Ethan, you've already taken care of them all. Yes, I did, Ethan replied. The four challengers, who had already become unable to fight, were dragged by the other challengers, tied up, and thrown in one place. Shall we kill them? They told us to capture these guys alive if we can, so just take them with you, said Ethan. All right. As the four challengers were about to be taken away in mana-blocking handcuffs, the challengers who had been dragging them suddenly collapsed with a sharp metallic sound. What's going on? Is it Juhyuk and Mr. Wang? Except for Kong Ji-hoon, who had lost consciousness, the others looked at the fallen challengers with puzzled faces, surprised by this sudden development. Woong clang! A heavy sword aura struck Ethan from above. Ethan blocked the sword aura and observed the silhouette of the attacker through the cloud of dust. Who are you? Ethan asked. Ethan was confident in himself, no matter who his opponent was. If anything, this sudden attack aroused his excitement. What are you doing here? You abandoned me, and you're struggling with a bear-like human now. On the battlefield, visibility was impeded by the black fog and the floating dust. The silhouettes of several people slowly appeared through the fog, and the three people lying on the floor could hear familiar voices. Is that you, Hyun Appa? Ji Eunju asked in a trembling voice. Ji Eunju was truly desperate. When Hyun heard the voice, she could not resist crying for a moment. I'll take care of this guy, so please take care of the rest. Baek Hyun appeared through the scattered dust. Kim Kong-chun clenched his teeth and Park Hae-won closed her eyes. On the side, Ji Eunju began to cry. Bring it on, you beast. Baek Hyun got into his position. Here was a beastman, a bear man, with a navy pattern. Baek Hyun pretended to be calm on the outside, but in fact, he had started to panic. His first sword attack was a well-thought one, but the beastman blocked his attack, no problem. When Baek Hyun saw that, he could tell how great the beastman's strength and mana power were. I could never beat him face to face, that means. After organizing his thoughts, Baek Hyun moved closer to Ethan, and in the meantime, other challengers who came with him rescued the 4 challengers who were captured. Madam. Park Hae-won looked surprised. Sorry, I'm late. Are you alright? Kang Young-won asked. Whoa, I thought I was going to die. By the way, I still thought about your Tteokbokki even when I was in such danger. Park Hae-won smiled. The nervous faces of the challengers who came to save them were a little relieved by Park Hae-won's joke. I don't think Baek Hyun can manage on his own. Kim Kong-chun tried to step forward. What can you do with a body like this? Just leave it to us, Kang Young-won replied. Kim Kong-chun tried to get up and step forward, but Kang Young-won pushed him back. The challengers surrounded the 4 people who looked devastated. They were all challengers from undermost. I am relieved, Kim Kong-chun replied. Did Lee Shin tell them to stay behind for longer because he knew something like this would happen? The Korean challengers who got trained in the undermost seemed more reliable than anyone else. Haha, says the ones who don't even have a pattern. Just kill them all. Challengers from other countries who formed cartels in Isosha and the Korean challengers from the undermost started a battle. Thud. Kup. Baek Hyun gasped. Baek Hyun was in a fierce battle with Ethan, but soon, he was held by Ethan and thrown into the wall. Baek Hyun was helpless. He was losing because he could not overcome the beastman's overwhelming physicality. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Ethan laughed at Baek Hyun. Baek Hyun clicked his tongue and ran towards Ethan once again. As if walking on a blade, Baek Hyun could barely block Ethan's attacks. However, the next moment, a mana circle was shining bright under Baek Hyun's feet. When Ethan noticed that, he quickly retreated to avoid it. However, contrary to Ethan's expectations, the strong mana that was felt in the mana circle disappeared the next moment. As if that was the true intention, there was no sign of attack from the mana circle. Rather, Baek Hyun's sword emerged in a powerful stabbing motion. Wind drill. Baek Hyun's mana gathered in the sword, rotated at a high speed, and then fired at the opponent. The sword, now with maximum penetration power, came at Ethan's heart with precision. Even only a quick glance would reveal that it was a powerful technique that Baek Hyun had put in all his power. While Ethan was pulling back, his body twisted strangely. His tail pressed against the ground and caused him to bounce up like a spring. Ethan smiled when he saw Baek Hyun's sword brush past his body by a slight gap. However, the next moment, Ethan's head hurriedly turned to the system message that appeared. Boom! The nucleus of Demon Realm has been broken. What Baek Hyun's technology had been aiming for a while ago was not Ethan, but the nucleus of Demon Realm that was placed on top of the throne. Ugh! How dare you! Ethan shouted. Ethan, whose eyes were bloodshot, as if he was about to have another seizure, clenched his teeth as he watched the demon realm around him disappear. See you next time, kid, said Ethan. Thump, bang, a crater was formed under Ethan's feet as he landed on the floor, and his body disappeared through the wall like a cannonball. Other challengers rushed out of the castle trying to follow him. Baek Hyun wanted to chase all of them, but he could not do that because of his fatigue. Merton has been reclaimed. Your merit points are being calculated. The top 3 challengers will obtain the red pattern. First, Kim Kong-chun, 13,200 points. Second, Park Ju-hyuk, 10,800 points. Third, Baek Hyun, 8,400 points. You have acquired the red pattern. A pattern symbolizing Merton had been engraved on the back of Baek Hyun's hand and red mana power had filled it. Red pattern. You have received a qualification to go to the next stage. Hashtag the health point and mana power increases by 3%. Hashtag the overall stats increase by 5%. The effects of the pattern raised stats by percentages. The power from the pattern gave wings to the 3 people who had collected more stats than anyone else on the lower floors. Wait, what happened to Ju-hyuk? Is he okay? Kim Kong-chun remembered his comrade when he saw the merit point ranking. He will be okay. People have gone over there, too. Only then did Kim Kong-chun, Park Hae-won, and Ji Eunju seem relieved. After the nucleus of the demon realm had been broken, the demon realm that covered the entire Merton slowly began to disappear. The collapsed buildings were restored to their original state, and the owner of the empty throne came back. Dear Qualified, was it you guys who reclaimed Merton? The king asked. When the challengers heard the graceful and dignified voice, everyone turned to the throne. The king was sitting on the throne, and the royal knights lined up on both sides. The magnificent appearance of the king made the challengers feel small somehow. Let them all out, except those people who are qualified as red patterns, the king demanded. All of them worked hard together to defeat the enemies and destroy the demon realm, but the only ones who were recognized were those with the pattern. Some people thought of protesting, but they were dragged out by the majestic knights, not able to shout a word. The king introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. My name is Adolf Jin de Murtis, the king of Merton. My name is Baek Hyun. I'm Park Ju-hyuk. Since Baek Hyun and Park Ju-hyuk did not know any royal etiquette, they just bowed to him like they would normally do in Korea. And the king nodded. Is this how you greet people in your hometown? King Murtis asked. That's right. There's no need to make that face. It's not the first day that people from other dimensions have come. By the way, are there only 2 qualified with red patterns? King Murtis looked at one of the royal knights. There's one more person down there, the royal knight replied. Go and get that person, King Murtis demanded. Yes sir, the royal knight replied. The royal knight responded to the king's order and left the throne room. Unlike the 2 challengers who were very nervous, the king seemed very relaxed. There's nothing to be nervous about. You are the distinguished guests of our country. King Murtis smiled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have entered the 15th floor. Please select the city you want to begin with. The names of various cities appeared in the air. Among them, Li Xin already knew which city he wanted to choose. Adat Novel bin Adat. You have selected Sia, the city of magic. Now, please select the magic tower. The names of various magic towers had appeared in the air. There was a red magic tower, a blue magic tower, and a yellow magic tower. Although Li Xin was somewhat struggling to make a decision, Li Xin eventually decided to go with his initial choice. You have selected the black magic tower. The Black Magic Tower is a magic tower that has never produced a D-Leaguer in the D-League for the past 300 years. Win the D-League and produce a D-Leaguer. Or, kill all the masters of the magic towers, except the master of the Black Magic Tower. There were a total of 7 magic towers in Sia, the city of magic. And these magic towers held a competition called D-League, every 7 years. This competition was done to elect a D-Leaguer, the leader representing all 7 magic towers. Li Xin had to make the Black Magic Tower win at that competition. I remember from before that when I selected the extreme level, I was told to knock down 4 magic towers in D-League. This time, Li Xin had to knock down all 6 magic towers and become the winner of the D-League. Or else, he had to kill all the masters of the magic towers. I had expected it to be hard, but this is giving me a headache, Li Xin mumbled. The only magic tower that had never produced a D-Leaguer in 300 years was the Black Magic Tower. Before starting anything, it was necessary for Li Xin to understand why that happened. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to take the test? A man in the robe with a black sheep pattern yelled at Li Xin angrily. The black sheep was a pattern that symbolized the Black Magic Tower. If you're not going to take the test, get lost. Don't mess around here, the man shouted. The way they greeted new wizards was completely contrary to other magic towers. Others would have been annoyed by this attitude of the wizard and went to another tower, but Li Xin did not. I'll take the test, Li Xin said. Really? The man asked. A moment's curiosity was just about the amount of attention the man gave to Li Xin when he signed up for the test. The wizard of the Black Magic Tower only flicked his fingers and signaled Li Xin to follow him, but he did not even bother to turn his head to look at Li Xin. Here it is. Shoot a dark arrow on this dummy. If you manage to put a curse on him, you'll pass, the wizard explained. Dark arrow was the most basic mana of black mana. However, it was also a mana that could show a huge difference in the wizard's skills. Dark arrow was characterized by not simply hitting the enemy, but being able to put a curse on the enemy. The wizard, who had vaguely explained the rules to Li Xin, did not even take a few steps back and started picking his ears. He frowned as if he wanted Li Xin to finish the test quickly. He then pointed to the dummy with his chin. It was obvious from his expression that he was thinking of Li Xin as no different from the others. Li Xin slowly warmed up his mana. Since becoming the boss of the first floor, Li Xin had used the Dark Arrow hundreds and thousands of times. This skill, Dark Arrow, was poor and undeveloped, so it seemed like a meaningless repetition. However, those experiences were no longer meaningless to Li Xin, who regained his memory. A black arrow appeared at the tip of Li Xin's index finger. Such a simple dark arrow that was not outstanding in any way struck the dummy's heart. Only the area where the dark arrow had touched was blackened, and the dummy did not even shake. Oh, that's not bad. The wizard, who did not expect much from Li Xin, had a surprised look for the first time, seeing Li Xin's clean shot of dark arrow. The look he had thrown at Li Xin as if he was a troublesome leech now disappeared. However, his annoyance did not turn into favor. You're lucky, it's a pass, said the wizard. Thank you, Li Xin replied. You can bring this certificate of acceptance to the staff on the first floor, the wizard explained. Okay, Li Xin replied. Even though Li Xin had passed the test, the wizard did not look excited. The wizard just slightly nodded as if it was a natural thing to pass the test. What's your name? The wizard asked. It's Li Xin, Li Xin replied. Li Xin saw the wizard's facial expression harden when the wizard heard his name. Has my name spread here as well? Unlike what Li Xin had expected, the wizard did not ask more questions about him. The wizard introduced himself. I am Raymond, first-class wizard of the Black Magic Tower. Okay, Li Xin replied. Huh, are you not surprised? Anyway, do your best. I think your skills aren't too bad, said Raymond. After saying that, Raymond left the test room without a moment of hesitation, as if he had no interest in giving more attention to Li Xin. and Li Xin went to the lobby on the first floor as Raymond had told him. I see that you have a certificate of acceptance. Please wait a moment, said the employee. The employee who received the certificate of acceptance went inside for a while and came out with a piece of clothing. This is what third-class wizards wear. This is given to the learners who passed the test. It was a gray costume with a black sheep pattern on it. It was a piece of clothing the Black Magic Tower used to symbolize the third-class wizard. Here's a brochure about the Black Magic Tower. The third-class wizards can use the public training room, and you can find out the schedule for mana classes by looking at the timetable written there. It's optional to attend the classes, the employee explained. When can I take the test for the second class? Li Xin asked. The test for second class happens once a week and the next one is. Oh, it's happening in 3 days, the employee replied. All right, thank you, Li Xin replied. The accommodation for the third-class wizards is located on the second floor. And Li Xin, you are in room 215, said the employee. Thank you, Li Xin replied. After thanking the employee, Li Xin exited the Black Magic Tower, but did not head to the accommodation. Ha, why did they put preservatives in the test room for the runners? A woman, looking very annoyed, opened the test room door with anger. There was a dummy placed in the middle of the field, and behind it were the things that she was trying to take back, but her eyes were on the dummy. What's going on? The woman looked surprised. 2 hours ago, the woman heard that a learner had finally taken a test in this test room after a very long time, and that was why she came to pick up the stuff that she had left in the test room, which had been left unused for a while. This is, the woman muttered. There were black traces on the dummy's heart. It showed that the dark arrow had hit the mark, and the curse had been put on it. Normally, the traces that were left behind after being in contact with the dark arrow had spread. That was because there was no need to have so much control over the curse that was applied with the dark arrow. For them, the skill, Dark Arrow, was nothing more than a quick skill that was used to keep their enemy in check in the first place. However, the traces left on the dummy remained exactly as a round shape and did not spread around. These traces revealed a kind of curse that amplified the penetration damage that the victim received. It was one of the more difficult curses to master, but the important thing here was not the fact that a penetration curse had been applied to the arrow. Dark Arrow. The woman cast a spell. A faint black arrow that extended from the tip of her finger hit exactly the traces of the curse left in the dummy. Crunch. The heart of the dummy had been pierced, and when she saw that, her expression stiffened immediately. Who exactly is this bastard? Your name is Li Xin? That's an interesting name. It's Li Xin again? People from the Black Magic Tower sure are funny. Is Li Xin your real name? Are you sure you didn't copy someone else's name? Li Xin spoke with the wizards he met outside of the Black Magic Tower, and when people heard the name Li Xin, they all gave the same response. Well, I've heard rumors about Li Xin being he who knows death or something, but I'm not sure if that's true because there have been a lot of people impersonating him. Also the rumors don't make much sense, so there aren't many people who actually believe it. What good is there to impersonate? Li Xin asked. It's for the reputation. And there were some scammers going around, claiming to be Li Xin. Well, I was thinking that I haven't seen them in a while. The wizard glanced at Li Xin after saying that. Please don't look at me like that. I have no intention to scam, Li Xin said. Are you sure? But then what brings you here? What is a wizard from the Black Magic Tower doing here? The wizard of the Blue Magic Tower looked at Li Xin suspiciously. I'm here for a field trip, Li Xin replied. A field trip. The wizard was surprised to hear such an unexpected response from Li Xin. The wizard gave an interested look and nodded. I mean if you've just become a third-class wizard, then it's understandable. All right, come with me, the wizard said. Unlike the Black Magic Tower, there were a lot of people on the Blue Magic Tower starting from the first floor. Those people were learning to become the wizards of the Blue Magic Tower. When these wizards saw Li Xin's black robe, they began to whisper to each other, glancing at Li Xin. Is that a wizard from the Black Magic Tower? What is he doing here? He probably realized that the Black Magic Tower had no potential when he went in. But I feel sorry for the Black Magic Tower. That guy must have been the first wizard they had gotten in a while, and they are already losing him. Those whispering were students who could not even be called wizards yet. Even though they knew that Li Xin was a third-class wizard, they refused to admit that Li Xin was better than themselves. If I were in the Black Magic Tower, I would have passed the exam already. I would rather not get a wizard's title if my only option was to get one from the Black Magic Tower. They thought their opponents from the Black Magic Tower were inferior to themselves. You are here just in time. Today is the day for the learners to learn about spells. You should pay attention. The blue wizard led Li Xin to the classroom and then left. Li Xin could see the students who were gathered to listen to the lecture. Since they were not recognized as wizards yet, they did not even have their uniforms. The fact that a third-class wizard joined the students in the same lecture was, in itself, an act that demeaned the wizard. Even though he was aware of that, the blue wizard had put Li Xin in this classroom. Well, I had expected it, but it still doesn't feel good to be treated this way. Li Xin had expected such unpleasant treatment, because he knew how poorly people thought of those from the Black Magic Tower. Originally, if a third-class wizard came on a field trip, it would have been normal to be brought to the lectures third-class wizards attend. However, the wizard led Li Xin to a student's lecture. Li Xin tried to endure the frustration and sat down. A blue wizard had come into the classroom to give the lecture, amid whispers louder than what Li Xin had experienced in the lobby. Nice to meet you all. My name is Lauren, a first-class wizard. I see that we have an unexpected student here today. Lauren looked at Li Xin and gave a mysterious smile. Well, let's begin the lecture, said Lauren. The lectures that the students took were on the fundamentals of magic. They were learning the basic knowledge to become a wizard of the Blue Magic Tower, which was to generate mana and create water. When you become a wizard, creating mana is a very basic skill. Even if you are not a wizard yet, it is possible to create mana. However, a wizard should know how to change the nature of that mana power, Lauren explained. The next moment, Lauren approached the student who was sitting at the front of the classroom. She then picked up a tissue from a student's desk, and soon the tissue that she held using her index finger and thumb began to get wet little by little. Those who can't even change the nature of the mana power should not be called wizards. The nature of water is said to be very fluid, it can change into anything and it has the best balance among various elements of nature. Now, you don't have to worry about turning water into some other form. All you have to do is successfully change the nature of the mana. It's considered a success if you can just make the tissue wet like I just did, Lauren explained. After Lauren's explanation, the learners tried hard to create water by generating mana. What do I have to do? A nature that is fluid. Water, water. In the classroom, there were voices filled with frustration everywhere. When Lauren demonstrated, she made it seem very easy to create water, but creating water was not that easy for the students. Why aren't you doing it? Lauren approached and asked Li Xin, who was not doing anything but just staring at others around him. Li Xin barely managed to hold back his laughter because he could see the intention of the wizard who was standing in front of him. Her half-closed eyes and raised eyebrows made her curiosity and contempt about him simultaneously visible. I was looking at how the other learners were doing it, Li Xin replied. Why is that? Is it because you cannot do it without watching other learners? So did I incorrectly see the clothes that you are wearing right now? Lauren tried to humiliate Li Xin. Lauren had a disgusted expression on her face, one side of her mouth raised. As if Li Xin was considered pathetic to anyone in the classroom, her derogatory tone was far from being polite. So, do I just have to make water? Li Xin asked. Yes, Lauren replied. The disdain of a first-class wizard, who could not even manage to become a clerk, did not bother Li Xin, not even a bit. Ha! Li Xin laughed for a second. Are you laughing? Lauren, who had been looking at Li Xin for a moment, frowned momentarily. She was furious that only a third-class wizard of the Black Magic Tower laughed at her. When she was about to generate mana to humiliate Li Xin, Lauren felt a momentary surge of mana power from Li Xin and could not move as if she was frozen on the spot. What's going on? The amount of mana that she had felt could not have been felt in a third-class wizard. She had felt it only for a moment, but then it soon disappeared. Was I mistaken? The moment her eyes met Li Xin's, Lauren felt as if she had encountered the master of the Blue Magic Tower. It's done, Li Xin muttered. What? Lauren asked. Li Xin had pushed his chair to get up from his seat. What are you doing? Lauren shouted. When Lauren noticed that Li Xin was suddenly at a higher eye level, she started to panic. Then, when Li Xin raised his arm, Lauren got shocked and warmed up her mana thinking that there would be a surprise attack. You punk! How dare you? Lauren shouted in anger. I did it, said Li Xin. What? Lauren asked. When Li Xin replied with some unexpected words, Lauren turned to the direction that his finger was pointing at. When she looked, there was a clock and she could see that the hour hand of the clock had just crossed the hour mark. Why is your hand shaking so much? Li Xin asked innocently as if he did not know anything. Lauren's hands were shaking, subconsciously. I am not feeling well. Our lecture is over, everyone get out and go practice. Lauren shouted. After saying that, Lauren turned around and left the classroom. She was frowning with humiliation. How dare that bastard humiliate me? He was only a guy from the Black Magic Tower? How dare a guy who had only just become a third-class wizard do that? Li Xin had done nothing to her, and neither did any of the students think Li Xin had done something strange. However, Lauren was ashamed at how she could not control her emotions. Hey, Lauren, where are you going? Your face is so red, another wizard coming from the other side asked Lauren. Mind your own business, Lauren replied. Weren't you just giving a lecture? What made you so angry? The wizard asked. A bastard from the Black Magic Tower was in my lecture, that's why, Lauren replied. Well, that's not even a big deal. By the way, it's suddenly raining outside, so bring an umbrella with you, the wizard said. What? It's raining? Tisk, Lauren muttered. Lauren was trying to go outside to cool her head, but once again, she had to try to calm her soaring irritation indoors. She entered her room. Bang! She slammed the door and looked out of her window, listening to the sound of rain. Rain. I did it. The voice of the wizard from the Black Magic Tower suddenly came to her mind. After Lauren shook her head because of a ridiculous thought that was hovering in her head, she laid on the bed and closed her eyes. Asterisk. I'm here to sit in a class, Li Xin said. Oh, I see. Then are you planning on taking the test? I still want to think about that. Can I have a brochure please? Li Xin asked. Yes, we are handing it out to those who are sitting in. Here you go. Thank you, Li Xin replied. When Li Xin tried to leave after receiving the brochure, he could sense the obvious stares from his surroundings. In their view, Li Xin was a wizard who gave up because he was not confident of passing the third-class test even after listening to the students' lectures. Ugh, I knew he would do that. But I still thought he would at least take the test because he is a third-class wizard. Is he giving up already? The reputation of Black Magic Tower is much worse than I thought. At novel bin at. This is just as I've expected. I'm glad I didn't go to the Black Magic Tower even if I had to stay in this tower much longer as a student. Like hyenas waiting to pounce on a weak lion, as soon as Li Xin had left the Blue Magic Tower, all kinds of ridicule poured out. They were people who could not manage to pass the third-class test when it was an easy test for one who had some talent. The fact that one had passed the third-class test made him or her the subject of envy and jealousy. The level of hatred increased if the wizard was from the Black Magic Tower. These people just needed someone to relieve their own sense of inferiority. Is the brochure all about the lecture times of the third-class wizards? Li Xin muttered. It was showing occasional lectures that were held for the third-class wizards of the Blue Magic Tower. While Li Xin was looking through the list, he saw a very familiar name. Shun Grammys. He was a clart of the Blue Magic Tower, and many people had predicted he would soon be a head clart. He was a genius who could possibly even become the master of the Mana Tower in the future. Li Xin noticed that the lecture by the clart Shun Grammys was scheduled for tomorrow. Great. The next day, Li Xin had visited the Blue Magic Tower once again, and when the wizards of the Blue Magic Tower saw him, they began to gossip about him again. You're back again. Didn't you give up already? Take it easy. You guys from the Black Magic Tower don't seem to get embarrassed. Some people said it explicitly so Li Xin would get humiliated, but Li Xin did not bother much. When they saw that Li Xin did not react to their mockery, more and more people began to gossip and laughed at him. Li Xin ignored them all and headed to see the receptionist. I'd like to take a lecture from Shun Grammys, Li Xin said. Sorry? Well, the receptionist hesitated. The receptionist seemed to be stunned. Li Xin could clearly see what she had to say, but he still asked. As far as I know, if you are a third-class wizard, you are allowed to sit in the lecture prepared for the third-class wizards, Li Xin explained. Well, Shun Grammys' lecture is so popular that all the seats are. The receptionist tried to explain. The seats are all taken. Li Xin asked. Huh? Well, the receptionist did not give a clear answer. It's still open, so go sit in it, a voice replied. When Li Xin had turned around to look at the person who suddenly interrupted them from behind, there was Lauren. You know there are places left for the sit-ins. Let him sit in, Lauren said. Sorry? Oh, I see, the receptionist said. Until a while ago, when Li Xin asked, the receptionist seemed to hesitate and did not seem comfortable giving him a seat. However, at Lauren's instruction, she immediately handed Li Xin an attendance card. He is a third-class wizard, so of course he should be able to attend the class. Don't you think so? Lauren smirked. When Li Xin saw Lauren's smirk, he laughed at her for a split second. Are you laughing at me again, you son of a bitch? Pretending that she had not noticed anything, Lauren patted Li Xin on the shoulder with a smile, because she was ashamed to be angry at a mere third-class wizard. Well, good luck with that. Although I'm not sure if you will be able to understand the material, said Lauren. Okay, Li Xin replied. When Li Xin answered half-heartedly and walked towards the classroom, she gritted her teeth, but managed to hold back her anger. Let's see if you can keep that attitude even in that class. Li Xin left Lauren and arrived at the classroom. This classroom was much bigger and cleaner than the one the students were in. There were numerous third-class wizards in the classroom. What the hell? Is he from the Black Magic Tower? Why is he here? Isn't he the one who couldn't even keep up with the students' lecture the other day? What made him come here? Come on, he's going to hurt our reputation. Why would someone let him in? Smirks, taunts, rebukes, and snubs abounded, and yet, Li Xin walked in proudly and sat down. When it was time for the lecture, Shun Grammys entered. His eyes scanned the entire classroom, past Li Xin. He gave no particular reaction, just like when Li Xin had attended Lauren's lecture. Let's begin. Today's lecture is on spears and shields. You will get to choose your opponent, choose either a spear and a shield, and then proceed to battle, Shun explained. This course was on battling, with the focus on spear and shield. It was difficult for Li Xin to even participate in this class because it was his first day. I will announce the results of our last mana power control test, starting from the first place to the last, said Shun. When Shun flicked his finger, their rankings appeared on the big screen. I see that there are 3 students who are sitting in this time, and it would be boring to just watch others do it, right? Would you guys like to participate? Shun asked. Were there 2 other people besides me? Li Xin's gaze moved along with Shun's, and there sat 2 wizards dressed in red and gold uniform. Well, I don't know about gold, but red is kind of unexpected. I will. Same here. When the 2 answered, Shun's eyes turned to Li Xin. Sounds good. When Li Xin answered, hostility toward him soared around him. Well then, I'll give you guys a chance to step forward. Who wants to go first? By the way, the spell you use must be of the water element, Shun said. At Shun's words, all eyes in the classroom were focused on the 3 attendees, including Li Xin. I'll go first. The wizard from the Gold Magic Tower was the first to volunteer. The Gold Magic Tower was considered one of the best magic towers out there. As he got up from his seat, his haughty expression revealed his pride. I will choose Sika, who got first place on the earlier test, Viren, the wizard from the Gold Magic Tower, said. All right, come forward both of you, Shun said. The wizard of the gold magic tower seemed relaxed, but Sika got up from his seat with a sullen expression. Even if the opponent was from the gold magic tower, this competition was a battle where they had to fight using the water element. Both being third-class wizards, it was more likely for the wizard of the blue magic tower to win. However, the arrogant wizard from the gold magic tower had called out the top ranker Sika, with confidence that he could easily win. I will prove you wrong. At novel bin at. This was a battle in which both of the wizards were sure of their victory. As he watched the two, Li Xin could already predict who would actually win the battle. The only rule you have is to use water element mana. As you've learned, water is an element that can change into anything. So then, Varin, what will you choose? Shun asked. I'll take the spear role, Varin replied. All right then, Sika, you will automatically be the shield. You two may begin. With that, Shun announced the start of the battle. Varin, the wizard of the gold magic tower, was a guy who had given Li Xin a hard time in his previous life. Li Xin thought the outcome of this match was obvious. The battle began, and Sika started his skillful control of water. The clump of water created in the air had not yet taken any form, but this was intentional. He wanted to be able to respond immediately to the opponent's attack. On the contrary, Varin cast his mana effortlessly and turned the clump of water into a pointed spear. His spear had a sharp blade and a straight, long shaft. His mana control was so outstanding that people could be led into thinking he was a wizard of the blue magic tower. Even the wizards who were watching were amazed by him. Wow, that's crazy. Don't you think he's as good as Sika? Wouldn't Sika lose? Hey, Sika is our number one player. Why would he lose to the wizard from the gold magic tower? Well yeah, that's true. Oh, look. Sika has already responded to Varin's attack. Sika's mana had changed accordingly in response to Varin's attack. A thick, long water shield blocked Varin's line of attack. Huh, that's cute. Varin commented on Sika's shield. What did you say? Enough of your arrogance. I know you're great, but no matter how skillful you are, you can't beat me at using water element mana, Sika said with confidence. Well then, prove it. Varin smirked. There was contempt in Varin's smirk and Li Xin could see through the intentions behind that smile. Whoosh! The water spear flew sharply through the wind, and another spell was cast over it. Crack! Boom! The lightning that was discharged over the surface of the water spear accelerated its speed even more. Splash! Sika's shield and Varin's spear collided and caused an explosion of water. Arg! Alright, that's enough, Shun called an end to the battle. Slap! Splash! The shield burst and the spear Varin threw was blocked by something and broke as well. HAAA! Sika was out of breath. Sika breathed heavily as if he was in great shock. He then knelt on the floor, trembling. On the contrary, Varin was still standing, looking fine. Although he could sense a sharp stare from Shun, he pretended to not notice it. It is prohibited to harm the other person. If you've pierced the shield, stop there, Shun ordered. Well, I could not control my power, Varin explained. Shun did not impose any more restrictions on him, despite knowing he was lying blatantly. Just a moment ago, Varin had used a skill called double casting where he had combined water and lightning at the same time. He made the skill seem simple. He possessed a level of mana control that was hard to discern as a third-class wizard. It was more appropriate to call this a difference in talent than a difference in the mana level. When those wizards in the classroom saw Varin's mana, they were astonished and there was a hushed silence in the classroom. Their surprise soon turned into admiration. That was crazy. Is this how strong the gold magic tower is? Are all the wizards of the gold magic tower like him? No way, I think Varin's just great. I don't think there are that many second-class wizards who know how to use double casting. Damn, do we not have anyone like him in our magic tower? Shun hit his desk to get people's attention. Stop now and go down. Who wants to go next? Shun asked. I'll do it, Li Xin replied. Unexpectedly, the next person to raise their hand up was not the wizard of the red magic tower, but Li Xin from the black magic tower. When Li Xin opened his mouth to volunteer, he heard sighs around him. Everyone had assumed that Li Xin would not raise his hand, so they were going to raise their hands and call him out as an opponent. Since other wizards believed that Li Xin would not be able to beat anyone and advance further, they thought there was only one chance to compete against Li Xin. However, since Li Xin had already volunteered, they had no choice but to wait and see if their names would be called out. Li Xin walked past numerous third-class wizards of the blue magic tower. His mana power spread around stealthily. So, did you think of who you want as your opponent? Shun asked. I don't have anyone in mind, so I'll take any volunteer, Li Xin replied. Whoa, if you say so, Shun muttered. Li Xin's remarks made the classroom heat up rapidly. There were a number of people who wanted to battle with him. I think we've got more than enough volunteers, so would you like to choose one? Shun asked. Shun watched this situation with interest and Li Xin had looked around at numerous volunteers. And you said the only rule was to use the water element mana, am I right? Li Xin asked. Yes, that's right, Shun replied. There was a faint smile on Li Xin's face. Just like Varin did, as long as Li Xin used the water element, there were no other conditions he had to follow. Then I guess it wouldn't really matter even if there are multiple shields, Li Xin muttered. Of course it doesn't matter, but a student who is at the level of making several shields. Shun was interrupted. All of them, Li Xin muttered. What did you say? Shun asked. I'll fight against everyone who is interested, Li Xin replied. Even when Viren had chosen Sika, and when Viren had easily managed to use double casting and blocked Sika's attack, Shun had not been surprised or flustered. However, Shun was now hearing nonsense coming from a wizard of the Black Magic Tower who was only a third-class wizard. Additionally, there were rumors that this wizard had recently taken Lauren's lecture and ran away when he had failed the task. It was that same guy who was talking nonsense right now. Is he playing a trick because he already knows he can't win? However, when Shun watched Li Xin from the side, there was no sign of nervousness. Are you saying you want to compete with all these volunteers? Shun asked. That's right, because you said a while ago that it doesn't matter if there are multiple shields, Li Xin replied. Haha, I did. Shun started laughing. Even though Shun had been called a genius his whole life, he had never expected to encounter such a situation like this. However, the question should I accept his ridiculous proposal quickly disappeared. Fine, everybody come forward, Shun ordered. All the wizards in the classroom frowned as they heard Shun's decision, because they had expected Shun to reject this ridiculous suggestion. Their pride was hurt, but they could not refuse him. This was not the situation they wanted. Their goal was to humiliate Li Xin by bringing him down in a one-on-one battle. However, the situation had become strange because of Li Xin's strategy. Is he playing some kind of a trick because he thinks he will not be able to win? Viren, watching the situation from behind, spoke to the wizard from the Red Magic Tower who sat next to him. If I'm right, this will be an interesting battle, the wizard from the Red Magic Tower replied. What? Viren asked. When Viren could no longer hear the Red Wizard's answer, he turned to look at Li Xin, having low expectations. Facing Li Xin, the blue third-class wizards had gathered. Even though it was a fairly large space, so many people had come forward that the space seemed small. Damn it, I can't believe he's playing such a trick. Ugh, since things have turned out this way, I will just be the first one to knock him down. The attacker will be attacked, I'll show you. Each of the 20 wizards standing in front of Li Xin had stood there with some kind of a plan. This is a battle between a spear and a shield. If you fail to pierce the shields, you will have to block 20 spears in the next round. Do you understand? Shun asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. Alright, since I think both sides are ready, let's get started, Shun announced the start of a battle. The water shields created by the 20 wizards were made one after another and formed a wall. The blue wizards cared so much about the competition amongst themselves that they did not realize they were allowing Li Xin a chance to break through. On the other hand, Li Xin, who was watching the scene, secretly moved his mana. A chain of black mana soared under the 20 wizards and disrupted their mana flow. Plop, pee plop, splash, whoosh, splash. The water shields, which seemed impenetrable, burst one after another and scattered on the floor, and the wizards began to panic. Huh? What's going on? What the fuck? Who's doing this? Arg. What's wrong with my mana? A small spear appeared in front of Li Xin and the wizards still could not figure out what was going on. Wong. Li Xin made only one shot. Contrary to the big, sharp-looking water spear that Viren had demonstrated earlier, the seemingly insignificant water spear had hit the blue wizard in front of Li Xin. Plop, splash. At the same time, the water droplets that had spread, fell upon all the wizards and then exploded. Pee plop, coop, arg, kie off. The stage became a mess in an instant, and as soon as the water droplets started to explode, an unfamiliar mana power intervened with Li Xin's. Huh? Is Shun helping them because they are from the same magic tower? Shun made a surprise attack. The shallow mist in the air surrounded Li Xin's water bombs and acted like a membrane. That was a great skill and mana control. Li Xin was astonished by Shun's ability, and so was Shun when he saw Li Xin's ability. Li Xin has almost the same level of talent as me, but it will still take him a long time to become like me. Shun's mana moved vigorously and blocked Li Xin's mana, and at the same time, it disturbed Li Xin's mana flow. Then, the next moment, Li Xin could no longer control the water droplets. The droplets gathered in one place and disappeared under Shun's control. Wow, what did I just see? That whole fight took place in a short amount of time. Although Li Xin's mana was interrupted, the skills that he had shown previously were enough to astonish the blue wizards. Shit. Is he really from the Black Magic Tower? I guess the rumor that had been going around so far must have been false. You're kidding. At the incredible sight, everyone in the classroom gasped and their faces stiffened. Ugh, what a mess, Shun muttered. Those wizards who had been hit by the water droplet bomb were knocked down unconscious, while others sat down, stunned by the attack. Seeing this ridiculous situation, Shun had a headache thinking about how to deal with it. Wake up, everyone! The winner is Li Xin, the wizard of the Black Magic Tower, Shun said. This is unacceptable. He played a trick on us. That's right. He must have cast a spell on us before the competition even started. I've heard that the wizards of the Black Magic Tower knew how to use dirty mana tricks, but I can't believe he did. Enough? Are you guys trying to brag that you were so stupid that you were fooled by your opponent? Shun shouted. The wizards who had protested, flinched when they heard Shun's angry voice. Everyone go back to your seats. And you too, Li Xin, Shun said. Li Xin and the blue wizards went back to their seats. Alright, we'll continue with our lesson, said Shun. *****. When the lecture was over, Viren and the red wizard followed Li Xin who was leaving the blue tower. Did you say your name was Li Xin? Viren asked. Why do you ask? Li Xin replied. What are you up to? Viren asked. The first thing he wanted to ask was what Li Xin was up to. Li Xin laughed while thinking about what to do with this arrogant guy. What's that laugh about? Viren asked. I'm just a wizard from the Black Magic Tower, Li Xin replied. Are you sure a third-class wizard can use such mana? Plus, you're from the Black Magic Tower, said Viren. Why can't a wizard from the Black Magic Tower do that? Li Xin asked back. Well, I mean it's possible. But don't be so proud, I could have won even if there were 100 of them, Viren said. Good for you, Li Xin replied. Viren's eyes were blazing as if he had encountered the rival of the century. Li Xin could not believe that was what Viren first wanted to say to Li Xin. Li Xin laughed it off and left. That night, Shun Grammies was gazing at the lake on the outskirts of Sia, the city of magic. He would sometimes enjoy the tranquility of looking at a calm lake. There's a distraction today. Shun noticed a mana wave from behind the tree. He turned around to look and mumbled, what the hell? Did someone follow me here? Yes, Li Xin replied. There was no one around in front of that lake, and Li Xin slowly made his appearance from behind the tree. When Shun saw him, the atmosphere became heavy momentarily and the mana power in the atmosphere started to linger. Also, there were ripples in the calm lake. I knew something was wrong. How did you know where I was? Shun asked. Well, there's a way to know, Li Xin replied. Li Xin's eyes turned to the back of Shun Grammies. The souls were invisible to Shun but they were visible to Li Xin. Li Xin could find out Shun's location by attaching a demon soul to Shun to track him. So, what brings you here? Shun asked. Li Xin scanned Shun's posture and noticed that Shun was on guard, but he did not seem nervous. That came from his confidence because Shun was sure that the opponent would never be able to do any harm to him. Li Xin's cold eyes scanned Shun Grammies, and then he spread his mana around him. This is just as I expected. Nothing was detected. Li Xin's idea was right that Shun would not ask for help even though he knew there was someone going after him. Li Xin slowly warmed up his mana. You'll need to die here for me, Li Xin muttered. In order for Li Xin to kill all the masters of the magic towers, Shun Grammies had to fall here, as the seed for war. When the vortex of water that rose from the lake was swallowed up by a huge flame and evaporated, the lake that used to be full, became an empty pit. Shun Grammies, the Clart of the Blue Magic Tower, was so outstanding that people had said he would soon become the head of Clart. However, he was now on the ground, shaking, with a look of disbelief. When Li Xin saw that, he gave a disdainful look. The only way Li Xin could clear this stage was either by winning at the D-League or by killing all the masters of magic towers besides the master of Black Magic Tower. Thinking it would take too long to win at the D-League, Li Xin had decided to kill all the masters of the magic towers since that was the only way to quickly move on from this hell-level stage. However, there were numerous wizards in every tower, and the masters were talented people who Li Xin could not afford to underestimate. It would have been easy if it was just 2 or 3 of them, but it was burdensome even for Li Xin to deal with all 6 masters of the magic towers, because if he were to knock one down, the wizards from the other magic towers would come for him. Therefore, Li Xin had to come up with a strategy to bring down all the towers step by step. If possible, I should get the Black Magic Tower on my side. If Li Xin were to suddenly attack and kill the masters of the other towers, there was a high chance that even the Black Tower would turn their back on him. It's unfortunate, but Shun will have to be the trigger for the self-destruction of all the magic towers. I can't believe it. Shun frowned and stared at Li Xin. I'm sorry, but I think I'll have to play the villain here, Li Xin replied. When Li Xin replied, he did not feel happy, but it was not because he had to kill Shun Grammies who was innocent. It doesn't feel that bad actually. Although the people Li Xin encountered on this stage were simply made in the tower by the gods, Li Xin still felt weird about his own lack of guilt. Death. Ever since Li Xin's understanding and familiarity with death had increased, death started to mean less to Li Xin, little by little. Sigh. Li Xin sighed heavily. He escaped from his contemplative mood for a moment and looked at Shun Grammies. Whoosh. A burning flame was created over Li Xin's hands. If I have to be the villain here, I'd better be the best one, Li Xin muttered. You're making it sound so easy, said Shun Grammies. The blazing flame on Li Xin's hand fell on Shun Grammies. Goodbye, said Li Xin. You, son of a bitch, Shun Grammies screamed. Li Xin walked away from that scene and disappeared from the spot as if he was absorbed into the darkness. The flame that he had left behind was a small one, incomparable to the size of the one that swallowed the water vortex. Even that large flame did not continue burning for long, and was extinguished in just a few minutes. There was nothing left on the scene, other than smoking rubble and traces of water, signs of a great confrontation between water and fire. *****. Hey, you punk. Where have you been? Why are you running around like a headless chicken in the Blue Magic Tower when you said you wanted to join the Black one? Raymond asked. Li Xin encountered Raymond on the way back and wondered what he was up to until this late. Oh, did you hear about me? Li Xin asked. Of course I did, especially if you're causing so much trouble there. Raymond replied. Contrary to his raised voice, Raymond did not look angry. Well, I heard that even if I'm learning about black magic, I shouldn't be lazy about studying the other elemental spells, Li Xin replied. But still, you brat? It hasn't even been long since you came. Ugh, never mind. At least you knocked down some of those blue guys. I'll give you credit for not getting beaten by such stupid people, Raymond complimented. Raymond looked relieved, though it was just a few that Li Xin had knocked down. Since Raymond knew that the wizards of the Black Magic Tower had been mistreated and looked down upon by the wizards from other magic towers, he did not want to scold Li Xin. May I come in? Li Xin asked. Take it easy. Also, is it true that you're planning on taking the test for the second class right away? Do you feel ready? Raymond asked. Well, it's not like I don't feel ready, Li Xin replied. Ha, you are too cocky. How on earth did this guy get here? Here, take it. Raymond handed a palm-sized book to Li Xin. What's this? Li Xin asked. This is a notebook that has instructions on how to make curses. I used it when I was studying back in the day, Raymond explained. But why are you giving this to me? Li Xin looked surprised. The second test is all about cursing with objects, not magic. Of course, you may use mana, but since you haven't learned anything about it yet, this notebook will help prepare you for the test, Raymond explained. Are you allowed to give this to me? Li Xin asked. It doesn't matter, because we can't even guarantee that the stuff written in there would get tested. Plus, most of the other guys have already studied that part, so I'm giving it to you because I'm afraid without help, you'll fail and leave our tower, Raymond explained. Although Raymond was grumbling, when Li Xin saw him handing over his notebook, he could tell that Raymond had a lot of affection for the magic tower. Thank you, Li Xin said. No need to thank me now, but if you pass, do errands for me then, since I helped you, said Raymond. Okay, Li Xin replied. The next day, Sia was in chaos because of the confrontation between the Blue Magic Tower and the Red Magic Tower in the lake on the outskirts. The dispute between the two towers that began in the early morning had spread to the nearby magic towers so that, eventually, people in the Black Magic Tower could hear about this news. Did you hear that Shun Grammys of the Blue Magic Tower is dead? Shit, that lake became a mess. Did you see that? People from the Blue Magic Tower are restricting entry so that no outsider gets in. Well, I saw that at night because I happened to be near there. When I went there after hearing an explosion, everything was completely burned. Ugh, I ran away from that scene with goosebumps. Do you really think someone from the Red Magic Tower killed Shun Grammys? Then who else would have killed him? People from the Blue Magic Tower went under investigation, but all they could find were the traces of fire spells. The death of Shun Grammys was more serious than just any death of the Clart, because he was one of the important figures in the Blue Magic Tower, and most of its wizards had trusted and respected him. Killing him was like starting a fight with the whole Blue Magic Tower, especially if the opponent was a longtime rival, the Red Magic Tower. Li Xin left his tower immediately and went to the lake. There was a barrier surrounding the entire lake. Many wizards gathered outside of the barrier, but there were only a few inside. Well, the barrier magic doesn't seem that great, just as I expected. Looking at the barrier, it was a piece of cake for Li Xin to break through. He easily entered the barrier by making a slight twist in the mana flow. Are you telling me to believe that right now? As soon as Li Xin entered the barrier, he could hear an angry voice. As he turned to look at where the sound was coming from, Li Xin saw wizards of the Blue and Red Magic Tower. Among them, there was a wizard with a long beard wearing a robe that had a blue dragon design that symbolized the Blue Tower. Is he the master of the Blue Magic Tower? On the other side, there was a woman with short red hair and dark eyebrows, wearing clothes that had a red bird design. Okay, so those are the masters of the magic towers, and the head Clart and Clarts are on the side. Li Xin realized he had already met them all in his previous life. Typically, insignificant people like them should not have remained in his memories so vividly. Someone's playing a trick. Why would we kill Shun at this moment? This is so obvious. Helen shouted. Then who did it? Who else could handle such a high level of fire spells to kill Shun? Shane shouted. Shane, you need to calm down. The D-League begins in 3 months, and you really think we would kill Shun so openly in this situation? Do you think this makes sense? If we fight like this, we're only doing good for the real murderer, Helen explained. The master of the Red Magic Tower, Helen, was busy trying to calm Shane down. After listening to her argument, Shane did not get violent nor act recklessly, because he probably thought her argument made sense. No way. I thought Helen would fight back considering her character. Was I wrong? Li Xin had planned for a conflict to happen after killing Shun, as he knew that if the hot-headed Shane picked a fight, Helen's fiery personality would not allow her to back down. However, contrary to his expectations, Helen was composed and was stopping Shane. Then what do you want me to do? We have this evidence and we have no choice but to suspect you. And you are telling us to hold it in? Shane asked. That's not it, I'm just saying we should take some time. If the two of us end up fighting, we're only doing good for the other magic towers. Listen, I have an idea, said Helen. What? You'd better think carefully before you say it. If it's nonsense, I'll kill you guys all even if that means our tower will get destroyed, Shane said. The atmosphere was tense. The breaths of the Blue Magic Tower wizards quickened though they were doing nothing in particular, whilst the Red Magic Tower wizards kept their guard up in case of an unexpected development. We have a way to analyze the mana pattern of this fire spell. I'll send you the registration list of all the wizards of our tower and check them all out one by one. First, I'll show you mine, Helen said. Oh, so you're going to show me the entire registration list? Is that right? Shane asked. Yes, that's right, Helen replied. It seemed like Shane liked Helen's suggestion, and Li Xin did not feel good about the unexpected twist in the situation. Shit, if it continues on like this, all my hard work will be wasted. While Li Xin was at a loss for what to do or say, the tension between the two masters continued to ease. At least, I'm glad I came here. The next moment, Li Xin came out of the barrier and headed to another place. Li Xin was aware that it was not a simple job to compare the mana pattern one by one. Not only were there a lot of people, but it also took a long time to do so accurately. Li Xin knew that he had to make good use of that time. After returning to the Black Magic Tower, Li Xin looked through the notebook that Raymond gave him. There were numerous instructions in there, most of them very basic, but there were still some pretty good ones. Well, I guess this is pretty much it. The instructions were not particularly useful for Li Xin considering his level, but they were enough to reveal the general skill level of second-class wizards. Welcome, the shop owner greeted him. Since Xia was a city of magic, there were many stores that sold magic ingredients. Li Xin could easily go around and collect the ingredients he needed. The eyeball of the retinal is 500 points, and the red lizard's tail is 350 points. Lastly, the stem of the cultivated black striped flower is 900 points, said the shop owner. Li Xin had prepared a total of 8 ingredients after looking at the instructions from Raymond's notebook about making a curse with a decent level of difficulty. This step was not difficult for Li Xin, who studied black magic with the research data left behind by Jean Ebrium. Okay, this brings me to the end of preparation for the second test, Li Xin muttered. Day turned to night and the sky was dark. Time passed by quickly because Li Xin had been to several places to work during the day. That night, Li Xin did not return to the Black Magic Tower, but waited around the Red Magic Tower for someone to come out. Since the Red and Blue Magic Towers were in a state of emergency, those with qualifications below first-class wizards were prohibited from going out of the tower. Then the lowest-ranked wizards who could come out of the tower were the Clart. He's out. A wizard wearing a red robe carefully came out of the tower, but not realizing that someone was after him. Deep flare. A black flame that burst in the dark began to burn the red wizard who was qualified as a Clart. He immediately lit a flame and tried to drive out Li Xin's black flame, but his flame was swallowed up by Li Xin's black flame and it added to Li Xin's power. Coop. What the hell? The red wizard started to panic. At novel bin at. The red wizard caved in so helplessly to Li Xin's magic because he had never experienced it before. The next moment, Li Xin took off the red wizard's clothes and wore them. Wow, the flame protection is great, Li Xin muttered. Thinking that he would burn the robes, Li Xin had tried hard to adjust his level of mana when fighting the red wizard, so as to prevent the clothes from being ruined as much as possible. However, other than a slight trace of burn marks, the robe looked fine. Li Xin called out Harpness to make the wizard's corpse into an undead, put it in the shadow space and immediately headed to his next destination. There was a mine belonging to the Red Magic Tower outside of Xia where black fossils were mined. This place was steaming hot, because the black fossils that emitted heat had filled the entire place. The wizard of the Blue Magic Tower, who was frowning from the discomfort of just being in such a place, looked around nervously as if he was waiting for someone. You're here, the blue wizard muttered. As soon as his voice was heard, a shroud of water was produced but it could not exert its power due to the surrounding heat. The shroud of water soon disappeared after being swept away by the flames. Take it easy? I guess you're not worried about your son's safety, Li Xin asked. The wizard of the Blue Magic Tower clenched his teeth when he saw the relaxed appearance of his opponent. The head of Clart, Hemingway, came all the way here because of a mysterious note. If you're worried about your son, Gal Ledway's safety, come to the Black Fossil Mine alone by midnight. I can't guarantee your son's life if you report this to someone or bring an escort. As soon as Hemingway received this note, he ran to his son's grocery store, but the store had already closed. After realizing that his son was not even at his usual place, he subconsciously ran to the mine. Hemingway knew that it was a trap but there was no other way. Also, he was confident that he would, at least, be able to escape the attack. Of course it was you, Reds. How did you know my son? Hemingway shouted with anger. Li Xin, wearing Clart's robe with a red bird pattern on it, hid in the dark and laughed at Hemingway without showing his face. If you're curious, then beat me, Li Xin said. On a field that was much more advantageous for the red wizard, Li Xin's flames and Hemingway's waves clashed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. Shane opened the door when he heard the loud banging noise on the door. Master, Hemingway said. Hemingway. Shane was shocked to see his appearance. Hemingway was standing there almost dying with burns all over his body and half of his clothes burned. What happened to you? Shane asked. It was a red bastard, Hemingway replied. What? Why did you leave without reporting? Shane asked. My son. He was held hostage, Hemingway replied. What? How dare they? Shane was furious to hear that. Bang! When Shane pressed the button on his table, sirens rang throughout the Blue Magic Tower and he declared, It's war, you Reds. Master, cried the deputy master. At novel bin at. What's going on? Helen asked, surprised by the deputy master who suddenly hurried into the room. The blue ones? They are storming in, shouted the deputy master. What? Are they nuts? I explained it to them so many times. Helen shouted. Furious to hear the news, Helen opened the window and saw a crowd of blue wizards gathered outside of their magic tower. Summon everyone? We are going out, too, Helen ordered. The alarm went off and when the wizards heard this loud noise that rang throughout the tower, they got on their feet to find out what was going on. What's happening? Cigarette frowned. Cigarette had been meditating and circulating his mana when he noticed the wave of mana from outside. When he opened the window, the wizards of the blue magic tower were approaching. Shit, it hasn't even been a day yet, ugh. Cigarette sighed. The red magic tower was considered a suspect behind Shun's sudden death. In order to turn the situation around, Cigarette had no choice but to reveal his hidden skills in front of Helen to prevent her from acting irrationally. I thought it was all settled. Cigarette knew that if this continued, there would be a war between the red and the blue magic towers. As a challenger of the hell level just like Li Xin, Cigarette had to make the red magic tower win at the D-League. However, he knew if the power of the red magic tower was weakened due to a battle with the blue magic tower, it would be more challenging to clear the stage. We have to stop them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There should be no twist this time. Li Xin had sneaked into the vicinity of the red magic tower to watch the situation up close, because it could get really difficult for him if things went wrong again this time. Shane, what do you think you're doing? Helen shouted. Bang! Shane's response to Helen's question was a spell that was filled with anger. Although it was not a spell strong enough to hurt Helen, she could not stop the aftermath of his spell which hurt the surrounding second-class wizards and those at a lower rank. When Helen saw her people injured, she started activating her mana in such infuriation that it made the surrounding air heat up. You better not mess with me, said Helen. Oh yeah? I guess it irritates you seeing your wizards get hurt, Shane said. Isn't that obvious? Helen replied. Well, the same goes for me. How dare you do that to our head clard, especially on the very night we agreed to cooperate. You used his family to threaten him, Shane shouted. When she heard what Shane said, Helen was so shocked that her mana flow became unstable for a moment. What are you talking about? Said Helen. Come out, Shane called out to Hemingway. When Shane called out, the head clard of the blue magic tower who had been hiding among the wizards presented himself in front of the crowd. His entire body was burned, and due to the burn, one of his eyes was blinded. Half of his hair was also singed, so he had to shave them all off to look less miserable. Are you still going to pretend like you don't know anything even after seeing him? Shane asked. Similar to the death of Shun Grammys, anyone could tell that Hemingway was attacked by a fire spell. Since the opponent was the head clard of the blue magic tower, people knew that no ordinary wizard could hurt Hemingway with their skills unless they belonged to the red magic tower. Is it really someone from our magic tower? At this point, even Helen was suspecting that there could be a spy in her tower. However, she knew it was too late to figure that out right now. Looking at how things were going, it seemed difficult to resolve the misunderstanding of the blue magic tower, and war was inevitable. Well, two of their most powerful fighters are already down. Normally, there was a slight power difference between the blue and the red magic towers, the blue magic tower being slightly superior. However, currently, the red magic tower was at a great advantage, and they thought they could finally end the long-standing rivalry between blue and red. Only if I can kill Shane here. If Helen could defeat Shane, the rest of the blue wizards could be dealt with by the clards of the red magic tower. As soon as Helen made up her mind, she seemed to be a totally different person. What if we did? What are you going to do about it? Helen smirked. Huh? Finally, you're showing your true colors. Shane shouted. Shane was so outraged that his veins were protruding to the point where his eyes had become bloodshot, and he rapidly activated his mana. Similarly, Helen's mana was activating, and the most nervous person in that scene was Cigarette. As a challenger who just became a second-class wizard, there's nothing I can do about it. Cigarette had revealed his skill to some extent, but that did not mean he had shown all of his skills. Besides, he knew that if he revealed all his skills at this moment, he could easily become a strong suspect behind these tragedies. Helen already seemed determined to have a battle with the blue magic tower, and the tension between the two was at its peak. Since it has come to this point, we'll trample on the people of the blue magic tower and win. Cigarette was convinced that if he joined the battle, he could at least prevent any damage done to the most powerful fighters of the red magic tower. However, that was only if there had not been someone watching the situation from afar. The blue magic tower would collapse here, and the red. Li Xin tried to get away from the scene because he thought the fight would soon begin. However, when he noticed the shadow of death that was cast on Helen now fading, Li Xin changed his mind. Li Xin thought there could be an unknown variable introduced to the current situation, just like Helen's unexpected behavior. The war between the two towers began when Shane and Helen cast a magic spell on each other. It was a war between fire and water. At first, the strengths of the two towers on the battlefield seemed quite similar, but soon after, there seemed to be a gap. Wait, that guy is. Li Xin noticed the guy from the red magic tower whom he saw earlier at Shun Grammy's lecture. That guy stood among them and used his magic at the right moment, bringing down the power of the blue wizards and even turning the game around. Was it him? Li Xin wondered. In Li Xin's memory of his previous life, there was nothing about that wizard in this magic city. Since there was no way he would have missed such a skillful person. He must be a challenger. There was nothing strange about encountering a challenger in the hell level difficulty, because occasionally there were challengers who appeared in these stages. Cigarette did not seem to be a challenger of the earth, and it was clear that if he was a challenger from another dimension, Li Xin could not afford to underestimate him. In the next moment, Li Xin secretly moved to the back of the battlefield, and knocked down a wizard of the blue magic tower who was waiting at the back. After taking his clothes, Li Xin entered the battlefield where there were dozens of magic spells firing. The temperature on the battlefield kept changing ever so often. Shane and Helen were at the center of the change. It seemed to be a neck-and-neck situation, but the difference between having a head clart and not having one on the team was pretty significant. Shane's concentration had weakened little by little due to the incoming attacks, and Helen continued to plow through the gap. Ice Spear, Water Ball. These magic spells were not great, because they were just the basic ones. However, what mattered more was who was using these spells. Strangely, when the head clart of the red magic tower directed her magic spell toward Shane, those basic magic spells appeared and cut off the flow. Shit! Stop them! You guys should at least block these basic spells. Helen shouted. Helen screamed in frustration, but there was clearly a gap between the second and third class wizards and Li Shin's magic spells. Thanks to Li Shin's assistance, the atmosphere of the battlefield, which had been leaning more and more in favor of the red mana tower, had reverted to its original state of balance. By then, Cigarette, who had hidden himself amongst the red wizards to use magic, also realized that there was someone on the side of the blue wizards. Who is that? Is there another person in the blue magic tower that I don't know yet? Soon, the heat in the battlefield cooled down rapidly, and the power of magic on the red side had weakened, resulting in a series of damage inflicted. Is this field magic? It wasn't the clart who used it. It was cast among the second and third class wizards. Cigarette was not the only one who noticed Li Shin's field magic, because everyone above the rank of clart had noticed it. Who's doing that? Was there another wizard who could use this magic? Is it Hemingway? No way, that can't be true. The master and the deputy master are busy dealing with the opposing master and the deputy master. Then who's doing this? However, that was the end of their question. Wizards of the blue magic tower had to take advantage of this favorable situation and the red magic tower had to minimize the damage. Shane? So there was a reason you dared to attack. Helen shouted. Shut up. Shane shouted. Helen clenched her teeth at this unexpected situation, and Shane was also shocked to see what was happening, but he did not make it obvious. Well, I think the balance is pretty good now. It was time for Li Shin to retreat. He knew that others could not afford to look for him because they were busy fighting. But if he were to stay longer, he was more likely to be caught. Li Shin sneaked out, pretending to be one of the injured second and third class wizards, and moved to the outskirts of the city. The inner part of the city was already in chaos, and to return to the black magic tower, he had to go back through the outskirts of the city. Whoosh! Bang! She! Suddenly, there was a flame ball directed toward Li Shin, so he quickly created a shroud of water. The flame ball disappeared in a cloud of steam upon coming into contact with the water. Are you a challenger? Cigarette asked. Cigarette, wearing the red magic tower uniform, had gone after Li Shin. Since Li Shin had hidden his face in the robe, Cigarette did not know that the opponent was Li Shin yet. Challenger? What's that? Li Shin slightly altered his voice and pretended not to know. I guess you don't want to tell me. Then I'll force you to open your mouth, Cigarette muttered. At the outskirts of the city, the flames soared over the fields where there was no one else around. The temperature rose in an instant. Suddenly, a chain made of fire extended out from the flames that had spread everywhere. Ice fog, water, expansion. A series of spells were cast. Ice fog surrounded the area and the magic that was broken down into particles turned into water and expanded. Under Li Shin's magic, the chains of fire disappeared as if they had exploded, and Cigarette, who kept the onslaught of magic going, urgently cut off his source of mana. Coop. Cigarette gasped. Cigarette groaned because of the mana reflux due to a rebound, and clenched his teeth because what Li Shin had used was a completely unexpected combination of magic. Cigarette became more vigilant and protected himself by creating a barrier of fire around him. Swoosh. The flame that had spread through the grass in the field was extinguished in an instant, and the humidity rose rapidly with the steam surrounding them. On these kinds of battlefields, cryomancers were more dangerous than assassins because one never knew when the steam around them would turn into a sharp dagger. Show yourself. Since his field of vision was blocked due to a thick fog of water vapor, Cigarette activated his mana to stay alert to the surroundings. However, it was not until 5 seconds later that he realized he had lost track of Li Shin. Although Cigarette hurriedly spread his mana power and looked around, traces of the wizard had disappeared. Fuck. Cigarette uttered a series of curses and was forced to return to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Li Shin, who ran away from Cigarette, arrived at the black magic tower with a sigh of relief. What have you been up to? Raymond shouted. Li Shin found it interesting how Raymond was the one he kept running into. Li Shin wondered if Raymond had nothing else to do. I was busy preparing for the test tomorrow, Li Shin replied. Oh, yes. Did you get a chance to see what I gave you? Raymond asked. Yes, it's been very helpful, Li Shin replied. Huh? Of course, it should be. All right, I won't bother you, so go get ready, said Raymond. Okay, Li Shin replied. The black magic tower had also been affected due to the fight between the red and blue magic towers, but the black magic tower was considered the least troubled because it was so far away from those towers. Besides, the black magic tower had been ostracized by the other towers in the first place. Cigarette. Li Shin pondered. When Li Shin first saw him in Shun's lecture, he did not find anything special about Cigarette. Even the ability he revealed on the battlefield and in the confrontation just now was not that surprising. Work harder, Li Shin muttered thinking about Cigarette. Li Shin thought that things could go a lot faster than he thought. ****. Hi everyone, my name is Reina and I am the supervisor in charge of overseeing the second class test. Your test is to create an object that can be cursed with materials, but not magic, Reina explained. There were only 10 wizards in the test room, and Li Xin was one of them. You've only got 3 hours to complete the test. You may submit it to me once you're done. Then, let's begin, Reina announced the start of the test. Having an understanding of the curses was very important for the Black Magic Tower, because the source of black magic was cursing. This test required one to build up knowledge and study different curses, but it seemed to be lacking. Nevertheless, this test was still able to assess the candidates on how they wield the true essence of the black magic power. Li Xin. Wait, Li Xin. Reina muttered with a surprised look. She had been taking note of the wizards. I've been searching for him everywhere, and I finally get to see him. From a distance, Reina could see that Li Xin was attempting the test calmly. After Reina had noticed the curse left on the dummy a few days ago when Li Xin took the 3rd class test, she tried searching for him whenever she had time. However, she could not find him since he was so busy every day. Besides, she could not take time out of her busy schedule. I'm curious to see what he will bring. You have made a liquid that flows in reverse when exposed to light. You have learned skill, curse casting LV1. Li Xin put the black liquid in a bottle. There was not a lot of it, but it seemed enough. Are you done with your test already? Reina asked. When Li Xin handed in his test, Reina did a double take. She looked at the time. It was amazing how Li Xin could make his cursed liquid in just an hour. Reina had been looking closely at how Li Xin created it. He had used a kind of recipe that she had never seen before, even though she knew many recipes. What kind of cursed liquid is this? Reina asked. If you drink this liquid and are exposed to light, there will be a backflow the moment you activate your mana, Li Xin explained. What? Reina asked. Reina could not believe what Li Xin had accomplished when he said he had created a curse that made mana flow in reverse just by looking at the light. Reina had dealt with quite a lot of black magic for a long time along the way of rising through the ranks to be a clart, but she had never seen this kind of curse before. Besides, she was astonished to see that Li Xin could make this cursed liquid in only an hour. Alright, you're good to go for now. I'll give you the result after I check the quality of this liquid, Reina explained. Okay, Li Xin replied. Oh, and come to my room when the test is over, Reina said. Okay, Li Xin replied. As Li Xin left the test room, Reina fiddled with the bottle containing the black liquid with mixed feelings. Li Xin. After the test was over, Li Xin went to Reina's room which was located on the 7th floor. Li Xin knocked on the door and Reina let him in. Come in and sit over there, said Reina. Unlike the image of a dark wizard, her room was very neatly arranged with white wallpaper. And by looking at her room, Li Xin could roughly tell the personality of this wizard, Reina. Li Xin, a wizard of our Black Magic Tower. Is it true that you got into trouble in the Blue Magic Tower as soon as you came in? Reina asked. Well, it wasn't really trouble, Li Xin replied. Well, I guess it's nothing compared to what's going on right now, Reina said. Reina put some drinks on the table and sat opposite Li Xin. You seem very much at peace though it looks like the 2 magic towers are about to disappear right now. Am I right? Li Xin asked. They're not going to disappear that easily. Well, I guess they won't be able to participate in this coming D-League though, Reina replied. Why did you call me? Li Xin asked. You've learned black magic before, didn't you? Reina asked. Yes, I did. I learned it only for a short time, Li Xin replied. Reina laughed when she saw Li Xin respond to her question without even changing his facial expression. I saw the traces of the curse left on the dummy after your 3rd class test. After saying that, Reina checked Li Xin's expression once again but he still looked calm. You are as bold as brass. Reina knew that Li Xin was not a guy who would easily reveal himself, so after warming up her voice, she asked again. Be honest with me here. That curse was not something you could have done with a short amount of training, Reina said. Well, I guess it wasn't that short then. But, it's not like I've learned it for a long time. Though, I had an amazing person as my teacher, Li Xin explained. An amazing person? Who is that? Reina asked. The unexpected words from Li Xin made Reina curious, but Li Xin did not plan on giving in to her curiosity. It's a secret, Li Xin replied. Tisk, then you shouldn't have brought it up in the first place, said Reina. But you asked me, said Li Xin. Forget it. I don't think you'll tell me anything even if I ask more, Reina said. Slurp. After taking a sip of her tea, Reina glanced at Li Xin. You know, you're not going to tell me how you figured out the recipe for the cursed liquid that you made this time, are you? Reina asked. I learned it from my teacher, Li Xin replied. Ugh, you're basically saying that you're not going to tell me. Alright fine, you may leave, Reina said. Okay, Li Xin replied. After exchanging a conversation that seemed meaningless, Li Xin got up from his seat. By the way, is your name Li Xin? Reina asked just as Li Xin grabbed the doorknob to get out of the room. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Reina was about to say something, but she soon shook her head and waved her hand telling Li Xin to get out. Are you? Oh wait, never mind. You're good to go, said Reina. What the hell is going on all of a sudden? Tyrion looked confused. Tyrion could not understand why the red and blue magic towers suddenly got themselves into this chaos. In fact, the D-League was also only a few months away and so it did not seem reasonable to Tyrion, the master of the yellow magic tower, that those 2 towers were fighting like mad at this juncture. Master, this is our chance. It's the chance for our yellow magic tower to step up, said the deputy master. That's right. Due to this incident, the blue and red magic towers will suffer damage that cannot be easily reversed, and they will have to give up on participating in D-League, Tyrion explained. That's right, so we'll be able to take the top place in the D-League and regain our reputation, said the deputy master. Just like the deputy master had said, this D-League was a great opportunity for the yellow magic tower to recover from the disgrace they had suffered in the last D-League. I'll be out for a while, said Tyrion. Are you going there? The deputy master asked. Yes, replied Tyrion. The two mysterious men parted and the master headed to a desert that was located a little farther south from the area where the yellow magic tower was. It was a large, uninhabited desert where no one would go, but Tyrion headed towards there without hesitation. After walking for a long time, he stopped and looked around. When he activated his mana and lifted the ground up to a single spot, the sand flowed down and a door with a strange pattern began to appear from the sand. The ruins of Estania. When Tyrion mumbled a long phrase, the door opened and he went in. At Novel bin at. Someone was watching the door that remained open for a while even after Tyrion had entered, and soon new footprints appeared in the sand again, heading towards the door. Tyrion went through the door and headed deep underground, walking through a long passage. His footsteps were without hesitation, as if he had already been here many times. Tyrion soon stopped in front of a room. Estania, I will use your relics properly, Tyrion muttered. There was a picture of a beautiful woman carved on the door. Estania was the most outstanding hextech engineer of the ancient times, the authority in the field of golem. Her relics were just beyond this room. Thud. The door opened as if a huge mechanical fort was moving. As it moved, the space shook with a huge noise. Inside the room, there were huge golems in it. Tyrion then took out a bead from his arms and breathed mana into it. In the next moment, the golems, which had been piled up with dust, began to move. Oh, you guys are still great, my golems. Tyrion was astonished. Tyrion admired the majesty of the 100 golems. Among those 100 yellow golems which were dozens of times bigger than Tyrion, there was a golem that stood out. It was a silver one that was about 1.5 times the size of the other golems. If only I had you, it wouldn't be too hard for our yellow magic tower to win the D-League and for me to become a D-Leaguer, Tyrion muttered. The battle between the red and the blue magic towers toward their self-destruction was a great opportunity the yellow magic tower had to seize. So, this was what you were hiding at the back? Li Shin asked. Tyrion heard a voice behind. Surprised, Tyrion turned around. There stood a guy with purple hair wearing a uniform worn by third-class wizards of the Black Magic Tower. Moreover, Tyrion could sense the black mana from the wizard. You must be the one who recently entered the Black Magic Tower, Tyrion muttered. Tyrion could recognize Li Shin at once, because there were rumors that a rising star had entered the Black Magic Tower and that he had fooled all the third-class wizards of the Blue Magic Tower. How did you come after me? Tyrion asked. Tyrion made sure he thoroughly checked his surroundings even before he came out of the Yellow Magic Tower. He believed that there were no talented people here in Sia who would be able to get past his mana detection, which also meant that Li Shin was either a wizard who was way above himself or he was playing some trick. Since Tyrion thought it could not be the former, he was sure that Li Shin had played some trick on him. Then, he wondered why Li Shin showed up and what kind of trick he played. Tyrion did not even stop to consider that Li Shin was a wizard who was far above him in skills. That was how strong the pride of the masters of each magic tower in Sia was. When there's a will, there's a way, Li Shin muttered. You must be the one who made the blue and red magic towers fight this time, Tyrion said. Yes, that's right, Li Shin replied. Tyrion's expression stiffened at Li Shin's response, because he admitted it so readily. Tyrion had expected such guts from the moment the opponent appeared. When Li Shin had appeared in front of him so confidently, that meant that he was also confident that he would win. You must have killed Shun, as well, Tyrion muttered. That's right, Li Shin replied. Then are you going to kill me here, too? Tyrion asked. That's right, Li Shin replied. Is that's right, the only thing you can say? Why are you doing this? Tyrion asked. I want the Black Magic Tower to win the D-League, Li Shin replied. Tyrion had somewhat expected such a response, but he could not believe that such an obvious reason was Li Shin's motivation for all the actions he had taken so far. With a stiff expression, Tyrion carefully activated his mana. You're talking nonsense. Can't you see the golem core here? Do you think you can beat me on your own when I have these guys with me? Tyrion shouted. As Tyrion breathed mana into the beads in his arms, the 100 golems started moving in unison. Can't you see my uniform? Li Shin asked. What about your uniform? Tyrion asked. At Tyrion's words, Li Shin laughed at him with one corner of his mouth raised. At the same time, the shadow of Li Shin had spread out in all directions. From that shadow, Li Shin's army of the undead, who were asleep in the shadow space, appeared and roared in frustration. Harpness, Li Shin called out. The space tore, and a black ghost-like figure with a sickle, the Grim Reaper, appeared from within. Did you call me, he who knows death? Bring out Callan and other undead out of there. All right. When Harpness' sickle cut through the air, a black portal opened up, and the undead with overflowing morale walked out of it. Did you call me sir? Callan asked. Callan, who looked completely different from when he was last seen on the 11th floor, gripped his wand with his rattling bones. Fortunately, he had been doing well in the world of death. What the hell? Tyrion was shocked. Tyrion watched the scene incredulously, because the number of the undead that appeared through the torn space was many times more than the number of golems. Who are you? How can you do this all alone? How can you dominate so many undead? Even the master of the Black Magic Tower cannot do. Tyrion could not believe what he was seeing. Shut up. Come out, Gundo, Li Shin called out. The lizardman guardian warrior Gundo, which appeared through the bracelet, stood in front of Li Shin. Master, Mei, and Wari appeared in front of Li Shin as well. Mei and Wari, you are in charge of that silver golem with Gundo, Li Shin ordered. The aura emanating from the silver golem was much different from the other yellow golems. Even after seeing so many undead appear, Tyrion did not seem nervous, and Li Shin was sure that it was because Tyrion believed in his silver golem. Go on, break it all, Li Shin ordered. The two forces clashed in the huge underground space that was filled with the undead and golems. Boom, bam, thud. Every time the golems, under Tyrion's spell, swung their fists at the skeletons, the bones of the smaller skeletons broke without fuss, and all their joints disconnected. On the other hand, the attacks that skeletons made did not have much effect on the golems. Tyrion smiled when he saw that the skeletons could not do much damage after all. Ha ha ha, they're just skeletons. Do you think they can beat my golems? Tyrion laughed at Li Shin. The strength of the undead were their high death aura and the relentless murderous intent. Against living creatures, that alone would reduce their combat power, but the golem was just a combat weapon with no will. Moreover, the golems, which boast a strong body, were natural enemies to skeletons. Summoning of the world of death. Inside the ruins, which used to be a hollow space in an ordinary basement, the space was covered with dark red sky, and devastated black land appeared. What's going on? Tyrion shouted. Tyrion panicked and fell while he was retreating. The death aura coming from the world of death was vastly different from the death aura emitted by the undead. It weighed down the space. It felt like the space itself was dead. Due to the unpleasant air that filled the surroundings, Tyrion was hesitant even to breathe. Summoning of the world of death. Summon the world where the dead live. Hashtag the ability of all living creatures except the undead species falls by 10%. Hashtag the ability of the undead species increases by 10%. Hashtag the ferocity of the undead species increases by 50%. Hashtag cooldown time, 72 hours. This was a class skill that Li Shin had acquired after becoming the class of the Death Ruler. The world of death that was summoned by Li Shin had changed the atmosphere of the battlefield in an instant. Wung Puck, crunch, ko. Despite losing one arm when the golem punched him, the skeleton warrior used its legs to hang on to the golem and stabbed it with a knife. On the side, there was a skeleton orc, who smacked things with his head as if his skull would never get smashed. Also, there was a skeleton ogre named Bark who continued to hit the fallen golem with his club, because he was so thrilled by the bloodshed that he was unable to judge the situation. Tyrion got more and more frightened. This was a place where it was hard to retain one's sanity. What the hell is going on?